Meet our main character, Kang Woojin. Just a normal 19-year-old guy living on Earth, but on one fateful day, he gets suddenly summoned to another world called Alphen. Right there, Woojin had to fight tooth and nail just to reach the absolute top, and once he finally stood at that absolute peak, his only real desire was just to pack up and go back home to his own world. The year Woojin returns is 2021 in Seoul, right in front of Maido High School, the exact same school our guy used to attend. Now watch this. The very first thing he sees back on Earth? A bunch of punk kids ganging up on another student. Damn it, it has been 20 years, and nothing has changed. Huh? An unfamiliar voice suddenly rings right next to Seo Hee-wook's ear. This weird guy appearing out of absolutely nowhere completely startles the bully, making him jump. He instinctively steps back to the left. He puts some distance between himself and this random stranger. But Woojin just keeps stepping forward, looking the bully up and down with eyes full of pure, unadulterated excitement. The uniforms really haven't changed at all. Who is this crazy beggar? Hee-wook is honestly terrified by his wild and completely unhinged appearance right now. Wait, did you say a beggar? A snot-nosed little punk like you actually has the nerve to talk trash to your own senior like that? He snaps back angrily. And yeah, this strange guy showing up out of nowhere with messy, unkempt hair is none other than our main character, Woojin. Hearing him say that, the gang of bullies actually pauses their beating for a second. Woojin originally wanted to teach these kids a little life lesson, advising them to resolve their issues peacefully instead of throwing hands so loudly right out here. But of course, Seo Hee-wook is not going to listen to him at all. Even if Woojin calls himself a senior, this punk just keeps his completely arrogant and highly disrespectful attitude. Hey, whether you are a senior or a junior, absolutely nobody here cares about that. Stop being so nosy and get lost. You are just a crazy loser sticking your nose into our business. Or, do you want to experience getting punched in the mouth by a junior? Woojin just stands there in absolute silence for a few seconds, completely shocked. He mutters to himself, wondering if all kids these days are this rude. The way Hee-wook talks to a senior who is 20 years older than him is just way too offensive. And that stupid kid has absolutely no clue what kind of monster he is facing. He keeps poking his fist into Woojin's chest, telling him to get lost before he gets beaten to a pulp like Jae-min lying on the ground over there. Listen here, Junior, if you keep acting this rudely, I am going to leave you with only one arm. Woojin finally loses his patience, suddenly grabbing Hee-wook's restless arm. The bully's very first reflex is to pull his arm away, then wind up to throw a heavy punch straight at our guy's face. But Hee-wook completely misses his punch. The crazy part here is that Woojin does not even look like he is in a hurry to dodge. He vanishes from the enemy's line of sight like an absolute ghost, and then he magically reappears several meters away right behind the bully's back. While I am still being nice, you better know your damn limits. You should be treating a senior like me as a literal god. But I guess trash like you needs a real beating to finally wake up, right? Hee-wook stands there looking completely dumbfounded. He just cannot understand how Woojin could dodge his heavy punch with such insane, ghost-like speed. But, while he is still busy looking for an answer, Woojin raises his right arm high, muttering some kind of language nobody understands, almost like he is chanting a magic spell. The second that weird chant ends, Woojin sharply snaps his fingers. The gang of bullies watches his every move, nervously gulping down their spit in pure tension. But after Woojin snaps his fingers 1 second, 2 seconds, and then 3 whole seconds pass without a single thing happening. And just like that, these students change their minds again, deciding Woojin is actually just a crazy lunatic. Why isn't my spell working at all? He mutters to himself in total confusion. Seo Hee-wook lets out a heavy, annoyed sigh, and his anger is spiking even higher now. Why is absolutely everyone messing with him today, of all days? I do not know. That four-eyed loser keeps acting totally arrogant like nobody can actually beat him up. And right now, some random beggar shows up and acts like a complete idiot. Hee-wook does not say this too loudly, but those exact words still reach Woojin's ears, and he is not pleased at all. After a moment, he just sighs. Seems like magic spells will not help him here. With that, Woojin reaches his hand out again. Stopping just centimeters from Hee-wook's forehead, he gives it a powerful flick. That simple forehead flick generates a force so massive that nobody could have predicted it. Hee-wook is violently blasted straight backward by the raw impact. Every single person standing there is absolutely stunned. Not one of them can believe what just happened right in front of their eyes. Can you believe this? Yuan literally just needed one single forehead flick to completely knock out a huge guy like Hewo. Then he turns back to the rest of the bully gang, flashing a terrifying smile that looks just like a literal messenger of death. Alright, so who wants the next flick? And so, it really doesn't take much time at all. Yuan successfully takes down the entire gang of bullies, using only that one single forehead flick technique. Jaemin can finally breathe properly again. And he cannot help but look at Yuan with a gaze of pure, absolute worship. Because in his entire life, Jaemin has never met someone this insanely strong. Even if Hewook's gang are just high school punks, they are still pretty decent at throwing hands. Meanwhile, Yuan is just way too busy soaking up the totally satisfying feeling of teaching those little brats a hard lesson, completely oblivious to Jaemin's starry-eyed gaze. It wasn't until the kid finally stood up, timidly walked over, and muttered a quick thank you that Woojin snapped out of it. Hey, no need to thank me. But, what exact date is it today? Jaemin just stood there, totally dumbfounded by the random question. So Woojin simply asked him again. He pressed for the exact date, and Jaemin carefully told him that it was May 10th, 2021. The second Jaemin finished speaking, Woojin let out a massive, confused gasp and immediately started muttering crazy things to himself. I was summoned away back in 2016. 20 whole years have passed, so shouldn't it be 2036 right now? Seriously, what the heck just happened? But wait, if you think about it, this is actually incredibly good news, right? Jaemin had absolutely no clue what Woojin was rambling about, and our guy definitely wasn't going to explain it either. After aggressively scratching his head, Woojin just turned to leave, but before leaving, he made sure to warn Jaemin not to wander around, unless he wanted those street bullies to beat him up all over again. Jaemin just stood there, staring blankly at Woojin's weirdly confident back, seriously wondering to himself, who in the world this absolute lunatic actually was. Woojin walked a few steps, threw his hand into the air, snapped his fingers like crazy, and yelled out a teleportation spell. Obviously, absolutely nothing happened. Jaemin was still watching him super closely, quickly coming to the logical conclusion that someone this totally unhinged probably wasn't just some older student who got held back. Right as he was judging Woojin's sanity, the guy suddenly spun back around, completely scaring the living daylights out of poor Jaemin. Jaemin panicked even harder when the weirdo started marching straight toward him. But then, Woojin completely dropped the tension and simply asked, "Hey there, student. What is your name?" Even though he was visibly sweating, the kid nervously answered that his name was Jaemin. All right then, Jaemin. Suddenly, Woojin's casual tone shifted into something deadly serious. Do you have any cash? It seems I traveled back here a little too fast, so right now, I literally cannot cast a single drop of magic. The more this guy kept talking, the paler Jaemin's face became. Taking a heavy beating from those vicious street thugs earlier didn't even scare him this much. But right now, Jaemin was genuinely terrified, wondering how he got trapped with an escaped mental patient. Meanwhile, Woojin completely ignored the poor kid's miserable, panicked expression. Our main guy just kept rambling on and on, endlessly explaining how he was supposedly summoned away to fight on a completely different magical planet. But then he suddenly got teleported right back here to Earth for some deeply personal reasons that he wasn't going to share. And apparently, during that massive interdimensional trip, the teleportation energy management system completely crashed and ran into some unexpected major glitches. Because if that thing had actually worked perfectly, he would have instantly teleported right onto his own front doorstep. The more Jaemin listened, the harder his poor head throbbed. He was suffering from pure information overload, and obviously, he didn't believe a single crazy word of it anyway. Just desperately wanting Woojin to stop rambling about this absolute nonsense, Jaemin finally surrendered, reaching into his wallet to hand over 2,001. And you and I have to admit, this nerdy kid had a seriously kind heart for crazy people. He actually ended up giving Woojin 5,001 and even left his phone number just in case they needed to connect. Walking away with the cash, Woojin honestly couldn't stop praising Jaemin's kindness. Such a good, generous kid. With money secured, our guy finally started walking back to his own house. Along the way, Woojin kept thinking about how incredibly lucky he was that only 5 years had passed here on Earth. With only 5 years gone, he was still just 24 years old. His parents would only be in their early 50s, so they would definitely still recognize him. But suddenly, while walking right past the local subway station, Woojin spotted fully armed military soldiers blocking the area. Being naturally curious, he immediately waved down 2 random schoolgirls walking nearby to ask them what was going on. Hey, Why are all those heavily armed soldiers standing guard right in front of the station entrance? Did some kind of massive accident or crazy incident happen down there? The two girls just stared at each other with completely confused looks before they both burst out laughing. Having armed guards standing outside a dungeon entrance is completely normal, you know. Haha, seriously, did you just defect from North Korea or something? After making that joke, the two girls just kept giggling non-stop as they walked away, leaving Woojin standing there with a ridiculously confused look on his face. He honestly had zero idea what those kids were talking about, but getting back home was the main priority right now. So, Woojin decided to skip the walking and just catch the subway instead. He quickly spotted another entrance to the underground station that didn't have any soldiers guarding it, and casually headed straight down. But when he got down there, the main station gate was tightly sealed shut with a heavy iron lock. Woojin was incredibly confused. What the heck? Why is this locked? Did something actually go wrong in here? He carefully glanced around the area and suddenly spotted a giant ring of keys sitting perfectly on the guard room's windowsill, right by the gate. The security room was completely empty. So, Woojin simply grabbed the keys and unlocked the iron gate himself. After stepping inside the dark tunnel, he finally realized this entire station had been totally abandoned. Tesk, I really shouldn't have come down into this place. Woojin let out a heavy sigh. But right as he turned around to leave, a glowing blue status window suddenly popped up directly in front of his face. The glowing text flashed a massive warning: you have illegally entered the dungeon located at exit number 1 of the station. Now, listen to this. This sudden glowing screen completely caught Woojin off guard. Wait, so those schoolgirls weren't joking? This was a real, actual dungeon? Before he could process it, the warning on the status window abruptly changed again. This time, the screen read Dungeon Generation Complete. Standard monsters will now be summoned to this area. Woojin immediately felt a massive headache coming on. He literally never expected to find literal magical monsters swarming underneath a random city subway station. Only 5 years had passed, but what on earth had gone so horribly wrong with this planet? Right then and there, Woojin just wanted to get the heck out of that terrifying tunnel. All right, you and I are diving right in. But this time, the lock refuses to open normally. When Woojin touches it, a brand new system notification pops right up. It tells him he does not possess a return stone. Good lord. So, that door wasn't just magically locked for absolutely no reason after all. Right now, Woojin realizes he just jumped headfirst into a literal fire pit. If he doesn't find that return stone, he is totally trapped inside this dark dungeon forever. Our main character turns to face the dead silent station, and a sudden, chilling sensation crawls right up his spine, making him instinctively shudder. Who knows if it is just his wild imagination, but Woojin has this overwhelming gut feeling that brutal monsters are about to swarm out of here. And the very second that thought crosses his mind, heavy footsteps suddenly echo from the distance. Every single hair on Woojin's body stands straight up from the sheer tension. He knows something truly dangerous is approaching fast. A massive, deafening roar violently erupts, but it comes from right behind Woojin, a complete blindside attack in the dark. Thankfully, both his combat agility and his raw reflexes are unbelievably sharp, so he instantly throws his entire body out of the way, perfectly dodging the enemy's brutal sneak attack. After barely escaping with his life, Woojin finally gets a clear look at its terrifying face. It is a monster that kind of looks like a dog, but completely blood red with an insanely ferocious face. Basically, a totally uncontrollable, raging madhound. Woojin instinctively reaches out to cast a magic spell, only to violently remember that his magical abilities are completely disabled right now because of that system glitch. Meanwhile, that absolute mad dog lunges right at him again. Just look at those razor-sharp teeth dripping with disgusting monster saliva. Getting bitten by that thing even once would probably mean instant game over for him. Since he literally cannot attack, Woojin is forced to just keep frantically dodging. This time, the gap between them violently closes, and up close, Woojin instantly recognizes this rabid dog. It is an actual rabbit monster. A monster race that strictly belongs to the Alphen dimension is somehow appearing right here. He has absolutely zero idea how this happened, but he definitely cannot waste time thinking about it right now. Dodging forever is simply not a valid survival option. Woojin absolutely has to fight back. Right on cue, his eyes lock onto a rusty iron pipe on the ground, and with lightning speed, he snatches it up, armed with a weapon. Woojin instantly regains his absolute confidence. Whatever is going on, he needs to completely obliterate the immediate threat first before worrying about the rest. And just like that, when the rabbit furiously charges again, Woojin ruthlessly drives that sharp iron pipe straight through its monstrous throat. Absolute victory decided in one single, flawless strike. A familiar, incredibly triumphant smirk flashes across Woojin's face, exactly like when he effortlessly defeated those school bullies back in the day. Hey, even without my magic, a lowly rabbit like you still does not have the right to play in my league. He truly thought the battle was completely over. But out of nowhere, Woojin suddenly hears the distinct sound of multiple approaching footsteps. An entire pack of 4 or 5 rabbits steps out of the shadows. Now you and I can clearly see they are gearing up to completely jump him. Yet Woojin does not look even slightly stressed out. Still gripping that bloody iron pipe, our guy massacres the entire rabbit pack in the absolute blink of an eye. And Woojin secretly hopes that this twisted dungeon is only filled with pathetic small fry monsters like them. Because if actual high-tier boss monsters show up, his current survival chances might seriously start dropping fast. Right after wiping out the rabbit pack, Woojin gets hit with a glorious system notification saying he leveled up. Now he can finally check out his personal stat board. Kang Woojin is currently sitting at level 1, completely unranked on the global leaderboards, and his official class is Necromancer. His core baseline stats feature 15 points in strength, 13 in endurance, 17 for vitality, and 15 in intelligence, along with basic mana, stamina, and recovery stats. Both his charisma and control are currently sitting at 0, while his unassigned bonus points are casually maxed at 99. Plus, he owns 2 skills, Combination Box, Summoning Level 1, and Achievement Store Level 1. This is the exact moment Woojin finally realizes why his epic magic was locked after being summoned back to Earth. His overwhelming power did not just mysteriously vanish into thin air. He has literally been reset back to level 1. He is basically a complete total newbie again. It is definitely a tough pill to swallow, but Woojin only looks forward. So, it does not take him long to fully adapt to this crazy reality. Under the current circumstances, with horrific monsters swarming all over Seoul, regaining his absolute god-tier strength is definitely going to be mandatory. Woojin starts closely analyzing every single detail on his brand new status board. His designated class is Necromancer, but there is an incredibly weird transfer tag bracketed right next to it. And interestingly enough, both of his active skills also share that exact same transfer label. Woojin feels pretty confused right now. These weird concepts like transfer, combination boxes, and achievement stores, he has absolutely zero clue how any of this system logic works. So naturally, Woojin decides to mess around and click straight into his skill menu. First up is the combination box summoning, which instantly launches a completely different interface screen. Turns out, this wild skill lets him fuse different raw materials to craft totally new items, or he can throw an item inside to basically extract its core components. Pretty insane utility, if you ask me. Next, Woojin taps into the achievement store skill. Inside, he finds 3 distinct subcategories: skill books, combat equipment, and various consumable items. Every single item has a specific price listed underneath it. This kind of system shop never existed back in Alphen, so Woojin finds it super fascinating. It really looks like he can spend his hard-earned system points to literally buy this stuff, kind of like shopping online but for dungeon survival gear. After thoroughly studying it, Woojin decides that securing a few combat skills is his top priority. Since his main objective is finding that return stone, you and I know he desperately needs a solid searchability. As for the search, if he bumps into any monsters along the way, tracking and summon skeletons should be more than enough to handle them. But here is the problem. Each skill costs 10 points. Eugene is just a rookie, so, no matter how we slice it, he is totally short on achievement points. Since that is the case, he has absolutely no choice but to start by adjusting his stats first. Holding onto a wild 99 unassigned free attribute points, Eugene decides to just spread them all evenly across his entire stat board. After some quick thinking, all of his base attributes get a massive boost, bringing his leftover free points straight down to absolute 0. Eugene is practically itching to test out his brand new strength. He grips the iron bar tight in his hand and takes a few practice swings to feel it out. The feeling is completely different from before. Honestly, it does not feel bad at all. Even without buying any skill books yet, this raw power should be more than enough for him to handle the monsters lurking inside this dungeon. With his goal crystal clear, Eugene officially kicks off his very first dungeon raid since getting summoned back to Earth. Right now, he is sitting at exactly 5 achievement points. To find the return stone, he needs that 10-point search skill. And to get those points, Eugene has to hunt down at least 5 more of these rabbit monsters. So instead of waiting around for them, Eugene goes on the offensive. And, just like that, his first targets pop right into view. Desperate to escape this absolute nightmare of a dungeon, he strikes them down without showing a single ounce of mercy. After a completely exhausting and breathless battle, Eugene finally manages to push himself to level 3. The most annoying thing about these rabbit monsters is how they just keep swarming him in endless waves. Eugene honestly lost track of how many he actually killed, but he knows one thing for sure. He finally has enough currency to activate the search and track skills. Eugene immediately fires it up to locate the return stone, but his luck runs totally dry. There is absolutely nothing in the area. This means he has no choice but to head even deeper underground. But standing right at the top of the stairs, he looks down and sees a massive horde of rabbits waiting. They are not super strong, but with numbers like that, Eugene starts feeling a bit anxious. He really wonders if fighting this entire rabbit swarm solo is actually a good idea. After thinking it over carefully, Eugene decides taking a huge risk like that is just dumb. Flying solo against a mob just is not his style. So, Eugene makes the call to buy himself one more skill. It is the exact skill he had his eyes on from the start, Summon Skeleton. It lets him use monster corpses to summon a skeleton with 5 strength, 8 endurance, and 5 vitality. Calling up just one skeleton only costs him a single point of mana and 1 control point. It is pretty efficient. After learning the new skill, Eugene uses more of his free points to boost his mana and control stats by 10 points each. Next comes the exact moment you and I always look forward to with necromancers, calling your loyal minions straight out of hell. Following his dark command, a squad of skeletons instantly rises up. They are only low-level skeletons right now, but they are plenty enough for this hunt. Without wasting a second, Eugene sends his undead army, charging straight into the enemy mob. Honestly, he knows full well that their current base stats are basically complete trash compared to these fast monsters. But all Eugene really needs is for his skeletons to act as meat shields, completely blocking the dangerous speed of those rabbits. While they hold the line, he just steps in and attacks whenever they show a weak spot. Then, those fresh rabbit corpses become sacrifices to summon even more skeleton soldiers. Just like that, this entire battle falls completely under Eugene's control. Now, him securing a total and absolute victory is really just a matter of time. Eugene fights harder by the second, his iron bar quickly dripping red with rabbit blood. Who knows how long passed, but the rabbit swarm is completely wiped out. Using the search skill this time, Eugene actually spots the glowing light of the return stone. Finally, he has a solid way back home. At this exact moment, the station security guard finally shows up where he was supposed to be. Panic sets in when he realizes someone completely busted open the chain lock on the station gate. What is this? Did a civilian break in here? Oh man, I'm totally dead. He frantically pulls at his own hair, cursing himself for leaving his post in the first place. Shaking with panic, the guy quickly yanks out his phone to call the rescue team. But right as he dials the number, the bright light of a portal flashes, and Eugene steps back out into plain sight, completely unharmed. The station guard is absolutely thrilled to death, seeing that the kid is somehow okay. He immediately asks, "Wait, are you an awakened?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, a sketchy guy named Zane, who clearly looks like pure bad news, shows up carrying a huge backpack, stuffed full of precious bloodstones. He cannot even hold back his absolutely wicked laughter of pure joy. He mutters, "Hit the absolute jackpot this time. Screw those damn guilds. Some of our guys literally had to risk their own lives just to get their hands on this loot, and yet those guild rats just walk around extracting a massive, unfair cut. Is that not just wildly unfair to all of us? Only total idiots would actually report this entire haul to the official trade center. Selling this straight to the black market easily bags 1,000 times more cash than their garbage rates." Hey, but Zane's little master plan does not go off quite that smoothly. Right as he is totally lost in the thrill of dodging the law and striking it rich, a sharp, high-pitched woman's voice suddenly rings out directly behind him. "You filthy little rat. Just how much did you steal this time, huh?" Yoon-jae flinches hard. He whips around, and right there in the dark alley, a stunningly gorgeous but utterly terrifying figure steps out of the shadows. Meet Lee Yeon-hee, the elite main squad captain of the War Guild. And she is here to send Yoon-jae straight to hell for daring to steal precious bloodstones directly from their guild's heavily guarded dungeon. Seeing Yeon-hee show up out of nowhere, Yoon-jae starts sweating bullets. Getting caught red-handed was already bad enough for him. But how the heck did he end up getting cornered by this terrifying woman of all people? but his backpack is literally stuffed with a massive fortune. Because of that, Yoon-jae refuses to just quietly surrender and give it all up. At this point, running away is his only option. So, he desperately looks for an opening to escape, kicking things off with a sudden surprise attack. He knows full well his strike can't actually beat her. Yoon-jae just plans to run the second Yeonhee dodges the attack. However, things go horribly wrong. The moment he turns around, before he can even take 3 steps, her completely deadpan, ice-cold face is already blocking his path right in front of him. "Say hi to your ancestors for me." That is the very last sentence Yoon-jae hears before Yoonhee's ruthless blade instantly slices him to pieces. He collapses to the ground, covered in deadly cuts. Meanwhile, Yeonhee's execution was so crazy clean that not a single drop of his blood landed on her. After easily confiscating Yoon-jae's backpack packed entirely with stolen bloodstones, Yeonhee suddenly receives a brand new message from the War Guild's security team stationed over at Station Gate 1. The urgent message reports that an unregistered portal has just been created, requesting her to verify it in person immediately. Seeing this, her expression instantly turns totally sour. Who is the gutsy rat this time? Well, that gutsy rat Yeonhee is currently thinking about is none other than our main guy, Kang Woojin. Right now, he has absolutely no clue how insanely serious his actions were. He is just busy figuring out which bus number he needs to take to finally get back home. On his way back, Woojin can't stop thinking. You and I know he can't deny it after dungeons and monsters showed up. This just isn't the Earth he once knew anymore. Is this planet slowly turning into something like Alphen, the brutal fantasy world he is already so used to? Woojin genuinely has no idea what the heck happened over the past few years. But for now, he only has one single concern on his mind. Is his family actually safe and sound? Relying on his old memories, Woojin finally heads straight home. But here is where the massive problem kicks in. He is absolutely certain he found the right spot. Yet his old house is just completely gone. In its place stands a gigantic corporate building. Did his family actually pack up and move somewhere else? Woojin mutters to himself in confusion, then lets out a heavy sigh. It is getting pretty late today, so he figures he will just continue searching for his relatives tomorrow. Besides, Woojin hasn't had a single bite to eat all day long. His stomach has been angrily protesting for a while now. The fastest solution right now is just grabbing a quick bite at the nearby convenience store. Even though it is just a simple rice ball and cup noodles, it is totally enough to make Woojin feel satisfied. Food issue solved, but now comes the real problem: finding sleep. He honestly doesn't want to hit up a public sauna at all, but he doesn't have enough cash left to crash at an internet cafe either. Is he seriously gonna have to sleep at the subway station? Woojin grumbles, but he quickly has to shake that terrible thought out of his head. Why? Because that area is completely crawling with bloodthirsty monsters right now. Just as Woojin is sighing heavily, right outside the convenience store, someone else is having an equally massive headache. Yep, that would be Jaemin. Because he handed over 5,001 this morning, this young guy doesn't even have enough cash to buy a proper dinner. He has to settle for cheap cup noodles here. And as fate would have it, the two bump into each other again. Woojin looks like he just found a literal lifesaver, while Jaemin is clearly annoyed. Oh wow, I was literally just about to call you. Our minds are totally in sync. I knew it. Looks like I won't be struggling on the streets tonight. Woojin cheerfully grabs Jaemin by the neck. What do you want from me? Huh? Woojin ignores the question, instead asking if Jaemin's parents are home. This immediately makes the young guy put his guard way up. Why do you even need to know that? Well, some things happened, so I really need to talk to them. My parents passed away, Jaemin bluntly replies. Hearing this throws Woojin into a brief, totally messy whirlwind of mixed emotions. He feels genuine pity for the young guy, but at the exact same time, he feels lucky because he just found a place to crash. Does that mean you live all alone? Jaemin nods, almost as if he was just waiting for that nod. Woojin immediately clings to him, demanding Jaemin take him home to sleep. Of course, he totally promises to pay rent, but where exactly he's going to get that money? Yeah, he has zero clue. For now, he shoves 301 into Jaemin's hand, his change from raiding the convenience store. And it is not hard for Jaemin to realize this is literally a fraction of the money Woojin extorted from him earlier. Seeing the kid hesitating, Woojin actually has to use a little physical intimidation, eventually succeeding in crashing at Jaemin's place. The very next morning, he heads back to his old high school and runs right into his former homeroom teacher, Min-hoon. The second he sees Woojin, he recognizes him instantly. But he is also absolutely stunned to see that the kid is actually still alive. 5 years ago, after he vanished, everyone assumed Woojin had died. Haha, yeah. I basically took a quick trip down to the underworld and came back. Listen, you and I know he's half joking, but he smoothly adds, but sir, I am currently dealing with some complicated trouble I really can't explain. All right, stick with me, because things are heating up. Could you let me check the student records? Meanwhile, in Jaemin's class, Soo-hyuk's bully gang is glaring at him with pure rage. Eun clearly taught them a brutal lesson just yesterday, right? But these punks haven't learned a single thing. Today, they decide to take all their pathetic frustration out on poor Jaemin. So, while a girl from class is happily chatting with him, Soo-hyuk storms over. He rudely shoves her right out of the way, throws an arm around Jaemin's shoulder, and roughly yanks him in close. Hey loser, you got insanely lucky yesterday, didn't you? Some random crazy guy literally falls right out of the sky just to save your pathetic little life. But Jaemin, shouldn't we finish up what we started yesterday? Jaemin replies coldly, I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about. Stop trying to start fights with me in the classroom. Jaemin answers him with zero emotion. But in Soo-hyuk's twisted mind, this calm attitude just looks like pure arrogance, and it makes him completely furious. And even though they are literally standing inside a school, Soo-hyuk doesn't hold back. He violently grabs Jaemin by the hair and starts screaming a massive string of incredibly nasty insults right in his face. You still don't know your place? You bastard. If nothing changes right now, our guy is definitely about to take a brutal punch. But right at that exact moment, a very familiar voice rings out. You and I know exactly who it is. Soo-hyuk's gang freezes. Well, looks like I arrived perfectly. The second he sees him, Soo-hyuk starts shaking. How could he forget the insane guy who talked total nonsense but casually flicked his forehead hard enough to break it yesterday? Every single one of you, follow me outside right now. A truly terrifying smile slowly spreads straight across Eun's face. Knowing they have absolutely no choice, Soo-hyuk's crew follows him up to the rooftop. Jaemin naturally tags along, and a few curious students who love drama follow right behind them. They have no idea who Eun is. They just know he is an older alumnus, and they honestly think he is completely insane for declaring war on Soo-hyuk's vicious little gang. Today, Eun even gives these little punks the chance to attack him first. But honestly, they still cannot land a single hit on him. Watching those incredibly clumsy punches swing his way, Eun can only sigh. It turns out, whether in Alphen or on Earth, trash like this is just crawling everywhere you look. He means the exact type of guy who gets a tiny bit of muscle and immediately starts acting like he owns the whole world. The way Soo-hyuk arrogantly struts around acting supreme actually reminds Eun of a really annoying guy named Sis. That is right, Sis from the famous Alphen Association. That guy was a brutally cold-blooded murderer, someone who literally sold his soul to the devil. He hungered for Eun's territory, manipulating the whole association to back him. Eun's mind is stuck on Sis, but his body easily keeps dodging these weak attacks. The crazy part is how relaxed his dodging is. Meanwhile, Soo-hyuk is swinging his arms and legs with everything he has, but still hitting absolute air. This makes the bully unimaginably angry. Finally, he decides to completely drop the whole one-on-one idea and orders his entire gang of lackeys to jump Eun all at once now. Eun really does not find this coward's pathetic reaction surprising in the slightest, and the only real way to deal with trash like this? Make them pay 10 times over by crushing them completely with absolute, overwhelmingly dominant power, exactly like what Eun did to Sis back in Alphen. This time, as the entire gang of bullies charges right at him, Eun finally stops dodging and chooses to strike back. Through this entire process, he does not struggle even a single bit. Pure physical force from Eun is completely enough to send these thugs eating dirt in just a single hit. Watching his lackeys drop one by one, Soo-hyuk finally starts trembling in genuine, absolute fear. Now, it is just him left. Even though he is terrified, Eun's taunting pushes Soo-hyuk over the edge, and he recklessly charges forward anyway. But the ending for this arrogant fool who does not know his own limits is completely obvious. He is just an empty can making noise completely worthless in Eun's eyes. And so, he gets utterly humiliated and beaten down to the ground just like the rest. Right after taking out these little brats, Eun suddenly spots a very familiar silhouette. Someone hurrying right through the main gates of Mido High School. Even from a fairly long distance away, he instantly recognizes her. It is actually his mother, and just like a miracle, Eun reunites with his mother. The exact moment he pulls her into a hug, feeling her body shaking violently as she cries, he can barely hold back his own tears. The two of them have a lot to talk about. According to what Uin's mom says, exactly 5 years ago, right after he vanished, a massive dungeon outbreak completely exploded all across the entire globe. In the blink of an eye, subway stations worldwide turned into dungeons. Tragically, Uin's dad lost his life when he got caught in that very outbreak on his way to work, and his mom was forced to keep living just to protect his little sister, Suwa. Even so, their family business was never really doing that great. So when Suwa suddenly got terribly sick, their home finances completely crashed downward without any breaks. Even up until now, those two have been struggling to survive day by day. After meeting at the school, Uin's mom takes him straight back home. She still needs to go pick up Suwa, so she tells him to stay put and not wander off. After his mom leaves, Uin's emotions become even more tangled. He looks around the tiny room. It isn't even big enough for a family to sit down and gather together. And in that exact moment, Uin can truly feel the crushing weight of responsibility his mother has been carrying all on her own. His eyes fall on a large box, taking up an entire corner of the house. Inside the box were all of his dad's old belongings. His mom just couldn't bear to throw any of it away. Looking at them now, Woojin completely understood why she had to keep every single piece. Seeing that completely shattered Woojin's heart into a million tiny pieces. Not long after that, his mother finally returned home, bringing along his little sister. Staring up at this total stranger's face, little Suwa looked incredibly nervous. Even though their mom introduced him as her big brother, Suwa was clearly suspicious. Woojin gently knelt down to meet his little sister's eye level, then carefully reached out and patted her head. Suwa, you grew up way too fast. Do you still remember your big brother? He reminded her that he used to change her diapers. Suwa's face instantly flushed bright red, and she stubbornly yelled back that she didn't wet the bed anymore. Smiling at them, their mom stepped back to cook dinner, giving the two siblings some quiet time alone to finally catch up. This was Woojin's very first family dinner, after 20 years of absolute hell. Later that night, the three of them squeezed together into the cramped little room. His mom and sister fell asleep quickly, but Woojin just couldn't drift off. His mind raced back 20 years, to when he was first summoned to Planet Alphen, a brutal world built exactly like a survival game. Back then, Woojin was forced to fight harder and fiercer than anyone else. He did whatever it took, just to survive among brutal monsters, desperately resisting becoming part of Alphen. Against all odds, Woojin eventually evolved into the absolute highest-tier necromancer. But before he could even enjoy the hard-earned rewards of his grueling journey, he met the administrator and instantly chose to return to Earth without a single shred of hesitation. Why? Because Woojin desperately wanted to see his family again. He just wanted to experience that warm, simple happiness one more time. But as everyone can clearly see, Earth had completely transformed while he was away. And tragically, this massive global shift caused Woojin's father to lose his life, leaving his entire family completely bankrupt. This harsh reality forced Woojin to step up and replace his dad as the family's main pillar. And to do that properly, he desperately needed to start making serious money. Stick with me here, this guy literally survived the absolute hellscape of Planet Alphen. He had faced down things way worse than this. Because of that, he felt his current situation wasn't actually that bad. As long as it was for the sake of his family, Woojin knew he could handle absolutely anything. Bright and early, the very next morning, the first thing Woojin did was go out and buy a brand new phone. He immediately started researching this whole awakened concept. That was exactly the term that the subway station guard had used to describe him yesterday. At first, the guard had practically wet his pants, thinking Woojin was just some random civilian who accidentally wandered into the deadly dungeon. Seeing him come out completely unharmed brought a massive sigh of relief. The guy was just super confused about why Woojin would enter a cleared dungeon with no bloodstones left. After that, Woojin even had to fill out an incident report at the registry. But honestly, this whole interaction opened up a perfect new path. He desperately needed cash. And right now, his only real option to make serious money was to officially become an awakened hunter. Wasting absolutely zero time, he quickly texted his mom, claiming he was moving in with a friend to focus on studying for the college entrance exams. And that so-called friend he mentioned? Obviously, he meant Jamin. To be honest, crashing at Jamin's place again made him feel a little bit guilty, but he didn't exactly have any other choice. Woojin just quietly promised himself that he would definitely repay the kid properly later on. But there was a twist. When Woojin finally dialed the phone number Jamin had left for him, a totally unfamiliar voice picked up the line. "Hello, this is Pilsu from the Dongjin Employment Agency." Hearing this completely random greeting, Woojin just sat there, totally stunned for a few seconds. After quickly confirming that this definitely wasn't Jamin, it finally hit him. That cheeky little punk had actually given him a fake number. He got played. But Woojin was the type to always get his revenge. There was zero chance he was letting this slide. Later that evening, Jamin finally headed back to his apartment after school. Deep down, Jamin was actually feeling pretty guilty for not properly thanking Woojin for saving him yesterday. After all, it was entirely thanks to Woojin's crazy interference that those nasty bullies stopped bothering him. And thinking about it, in Jamin's eyes, Woojin was definitely a bit weird, but he wasn't actually a bad guy. So, he decided to find a good moment to officially say thank you. But that moment came way faster than expected. Jamin opened his front door, only to find Woojin casually sitting right there in his living room, happily munching on snacks. Dude, how the heck did you even get inside my house? Jamin was so startled the hair on his arms literally stood straight up. Woojin just calmly grinned back. I watched you type in the passcode. Kid, this is literally trespassing. Jamin shouted. His face went completely pale. Well, I did try to call and warn you, Woojin replied smoothly. But some completely random employment agency guy picked up the phone instead. Woojin casually brought up the fake number trick, making Jamin instantly flinch in pure guilt. But honestly, since Woojin was planning to crash here totally rent-free anyway, he decided not to push the whole revenge thing too far. Instead, Woojin just got straight right down to business. He revealed to Jamin that he was actually an awakened hunter, just an unofficial one. Hearing this, everything finally clicked for the kid. Jamin finally had a logical explanation for why this crazy guy was so unbelievably strong. But since Woojin had just returned to Earth and was totally clueless about the modern system, he needed Jamin's help to get up to speed. By the way, do awakened hunters actually make a ton of money? Of course they do. Jamin immediately shouted back. Though, it really depends on the dungeon's rank. And just like that, you and I are about to get a crash course on Hunter Society from Professor Jamin himself. According to his explanation, the very first thing Woojin needed to do was register with the Hunter Association to get his official dungeon access rights. After that, he could either find a proper guild to join or just take freelance jobs working directly for the association's management bureau. But here is the thing. Uin absolutely hates relying on other people. So he seriously wonders if he can just go and clear these dungeons completely alone. Sure, he could try that, but it is way too dangerous. So the much smarter choice would definitely be joining a guild. Jimin genuinely advises him, but Uin is completely tuning him out. He already did some quick research and knows that all the guilds require annoying entrance exams. Exams take way too much time, and Uin needs as much cash as possible, as fast as possible. Jimin sighs, begging him to at least join some random party first. Dungeons are not exactly a walk in the park. Jimin keeps nagging him, then finally tells Uin to download a specific app right onto his phone. Seeing Uin pull out his phone, Jimin literally cannot hold back. He openly mocks it, asking if it is some ancient family heirloom passed down from his ancestors. Uin fiercely argues back. He swears it is the absolute newest model available at the store. But Jimin hits him with the brutal truth. This junk actually came out over 4 years ago. Absolutely tragic. Uin goes completely silent. He suddenly remembers the overly excited face of that scamming salesman, who happily hyped it up as their absolute best-selling phone on the market. He claimed countless other awakeners loved using it because of its extreme durability. Turns out, that was just a bunch of lies to clear out dead stock. Uin immediately swears he's going to completely obliterate that lying, scamming salesman for doing this. While he is busy plotting his sweet, violent revenge against that salesman, Jimin actually manages to successfully install the essential Dungeon Forum app right onto his ancient phone. From now on, Uin can easily search for all kinds of dungeon info and even book his spots directly through this app. So, I just take this absolute brick of a phone, find a dungeon, and wreck it? Sounds easy enough to me? Win asks casually. Jimin groans loudly, reminding him he absolutely needs to officially check his Awakener rank first. Charging in blindly is a guaranteed death sentence. Jimin literally puts his entire soul into warning him. But honestly, Uin just zones out. He really could not care less. While scrolling through the busy forum, he quickly stumbles across a frustrating new detailed dungeon entry fees. Even the absolute lowest tier dungeon costs 10,001 to enter. Basically, if you want to make any money killing monsters, you have to cough up some serious cash first. Hearing this, Uin goes completely pale. He looks up and casually asks Jimin for a quick, friendly loan. Now it is Jimin's turn to look absolutely pale. You and I know what happens next. By morning, Uin confidently arrives at the Awakener Management Bureau for his official evaluation. And let me tell you, the moment he reveals his rare necromancer ability, he leaves every single person in the room absolutely terrified. The second his skeleton soldier is summoned, rocking those glowing red eyes, the entire testing room bursts into a nervous uproar. A shocked voice echoes from the observation room, confirming he is actually a necromancer. Uin just stands there, perfectly calm, and casually replies that they are completely right. The examiner adjusts his glasses, thinking to himself he has definitely seen countless awakeners before, but this is his very first time seeing a real necromancer in the flesh. Right then, a hologram goblin spawns directly inside the testing room, followed immediately by a quick instruction. A summoner's overall power level is judged strictly by the raw combat ability of whatever monster they bring to the field. They ask if he could try attacking the target right in front of him. Uin looks up at the projector overhead, looking genuinely surprised. Wait, is this just a hologram? He rubs his chin, staring intently at the newly created monster. Honestly, this is actually pretty interesting, he mutters to himself. He immediately swings his arm, ordering his skeleton soldier to show them its true power. The undead warrior lets out a loud shriek, accepting the command, and instantly dashes forward. Scene shift. We are back in the main Awakener waiting room, where a loud voice suddenly echoes through the area. The staff announces he received an F rank. Uin reaches out, grabs his official Awakener card, and just gives a super short, okay. He stares at the plastic card, asking if that is a high rank. The staff member awkwardly hesitates, saying that it is actually the absolute lowest rank possible. His summons combat ability was honestly a bit worse than they expected, but since it is a super rare class, some guilds might still give him a fair shot. Ouch. Brutal honesty. Uin just glares at the card in his hand. Honestly, who cares about some stupid rank anyway? As long as he can legally enter dungeons, nothing else matters. The card displays all of his official info: Awakener identification, registration number, and class details. Name Kang Woojin. Awakener ability necromancy. Rank F. Scene shift. Our main character is now standing right outside exit 7 of some random subway station. The forum info matches perfectly. Dungeon name Silum Station Exit 7. Difficulty level 2 stars. Monster type click to read. It is go time. Uin just stands there, eyes glued to his ancient phone screen. This one looks absolutely perfect for today, he happily mutters to himself. Right then, a confident guy walks up, hands resting casually on his hips, asking if he is here alone and wants to join up with their party for this run. Uin looks back, slightly startled. It is Bei Dosu, a veteran E-rank miner, proudly stepping up to introduce his elite little squad. They have got 7 people, still missing one spot. Without missing a single beat, Uin flat out rejects him, leaving the guy completely baffled. Ah, no thanks. I am riding solo on this one, buddy. Dosu looks super confused, asking if he is seriously going to throw his entry fee right out the window. Plus, the amount of bloodstones you can farm is strictly limited per person over a set amount of time, he warns. While Uin just stares back with a giant, clueless question mark on his face, Dosu sighs heavily, saying he is definitely a total rookie at this. He steps closer, asking for his rank. Uin does not even try to hide it, loudly declaring F rank. Dosu keeps pushing. You and I know he is in for a surprise soon. Seems nobody taught you the basics. Huh? Alright, let's watch this dungeon run. Dosu pitched his offer to our MC. He promised to protect him. Shortly after, these awakened hunters are heading straight into dungeon gate number 7, right under the strict watch of the management bureau. Woojin watches them, doing the math in his head. Turns out, the massive entry fee gets split evenly among all the party members. If he went in completely solo, it would cost a whopping 800,000 won per hour. Pure robbery. He remembers Dosu explaining that a maximum of 8 people can enter per run. If you want to play solo, you basically have to cover the entrance fees for 8 entire people. Plus, to mine the absolute maximum amount of bloodstones, tagging along with a full party is easily the smartest move. Woojin just sighs. He has 0 actual experience, so joining them probably isn't a bad idea. Just then, a young guy steps up beside him, looking visibly nervous. He asks Woojin, "I am so incredibly worried. What do you think?" Woojin replies with a calm, reassuring tone. As a man, even if you are terrified out of your mind, you really shouldn't show that fear. This nervous kid is Hong Sung-gu, an F-rank fireball user. He manages a weak smile and replies, "You seem really confident about this." Woojin figures this kid was probably dragged into this exact same party by Dosu, just like he was. Apparently, he awakened his powers 2 months ago, immediately dropped out of school, and is now trying his luck as a part-time awakened hunter. Right then, another dungeon raiding party stumbles out of the gate, absolutely covered in brutal injuries. Sungu glances over, pointing out the obvious. They look badly hurt. One battered guy from that group screams out that hobgoblins have spawned inside. The others look at him in absolute, utter disbelief. How is that even possible? Dosu clicks his tongue mockingly. Why even question it? Those guys are honestly just wasting their breath and energy. He turns back to reassure his own team, casually explaining that sometimes completely unlisted monster variants will randomly spawn inside these dungeon areas. Besides, hobgoblins are just 2-star monsters anyway. As long as we stay careful and stick together, we can totally handle them without any real issues. Dosu's confident voice rings out loud in front of the dark dungeon entrance. All right, everyone, gear up and get ready to move out. The scene shifts inside to a totally chaotic, ruined subway station layout. Right on cue, a pack of incredibly ugly goblins blocks their path. Sungu instantly summons his magical power, screaming out his signature move, Fireball. He aims it directly at the swarming monsters ahead, creating a bright, blinding explosion on impact. Immediately after, Dosu steps up to the front line, raising his hand and shouting, "Open fire!" Searing flames erupt, brutally scorching the monster's eyes. Horrifying. Desperate shrieks of pure agony echo through the station. The rest of the squad seizes the perfect opportunity, while the goblins are blinded, charging in to attack. The swordsman unleashes a brutal horizontal slash, cleanly cleaving a monster's body perfectly in half. At the exact same time, Woojin's skeleton soldier thrusts its sword, instantly taking down another goblin. Near the second-floor entrance, the team exchanges excited compliments. "Sungu, your fireball is actually pretty damn useful." The whole group stands there, totally amazed by the skeleton soldier. "This skeleton is way faster than it looks." "Huh? It is definitely a lot stronger than your typical F-rank summon, that is for sure." Woojin just smiles to himself. He dumped all his extra stat points into upgrading that exact skill. Looks like that investment is finally paying off beautifully. Over on the other side, Dosu is busy digging a small dagger into a monster's corpse. He pulls out a mana stone, looking extremely satisfied. Just as expected from a 2-star dungeon, the stone quality here is amazing. This size has to be worth at least 200,000 won apiece. Woojin glances over, quietly wondering to himself. A tiny little crystal like that is seriously worth a whopping 200,000 won? No wonder all those other awakened hunters completely risk their lives blindly diving into these dangerous dungeons. Compared to this loot, that crazy entrance fee is basically nothing. Meanwhile, Dosu smirks with pure greed. They just barely started, and they are already hauling in such a massive, profitable score. He stares down at his growing bag of mana stones with deep satisfaction. A trashy 1-star dungeon could never even compare to this kind of loot. Dosu's eyes widen, totally bloodshot with greed, realizing this 2-star dungeon is an absolute goldmine. After that, his overly enthusiastic words of encouragement echo loudly through the dark tunnels. "We will reach the final floor in no time. Give it everything you have got. Now, you and I know things never stay easy for long." The monsters ahead make the group freeze classic green skin, but this time with bulging muscles. A massive, heavily built hobgoblin steps out, tightly gripping a magical staff. The whole squad screams out, "A hobgoblin!" Dosu quickly holds up his hand, trying to keep everyone calm. "Do not panic. Just maintain our standard formation like always." Woojin stands off to the side, quietly observing the situation with genuine confusion. He speaks up bluntly. "Shouldn't we be a little more careful here?" Hearing that, Dosu simply turns back to look at Woojin and smiles. "I have completely memorized all their stats. These guys mainly just rely on magic attacks." The entire group stays dead silent, hanging on to Dosu's every word. Since Zhongchan's awakening power is to create a solid defensive shield, we can easily block its magic attacks. After that, we just strike it down immediately, and total victory will be ours. Woojin feels pretty annoyed, deep down. But if the team leader is calling the shots, he might as well just stand back and follow along. On the enemy side, the massive hobgoblin's ugly face darkens as it violently raises the magical staff high into the air. Dosu screams out a loud command. "All right, block it now." A party member quickly steps forward, casting a glowing, thin energy shield right in front of them. The glowing orb on the staff sparks with intense lightning magic. A blast of pure energy strikes the shield, getting blocked and violently spreading outward across the magical barrier. Having successfully neutralized the attack for now, the entire squad gets incredibly fired up. I did it, let's go. Dosu unleashes his firepower, blasting straight into the massive hobgoblin's eyes right in front of them. The swordsman quickly slashes forward, but it's completely blocked by the monster's staff. Beside him, Sungu summons a huge fireball and hurls it right at the beast. Woojin hasn't made a move yet. Watching nervously, this looks way too dangerous. Out of the countless terrifying monsters they've faced back on Alphen, hobgoblins were definitely high up on that list. Unlike your average everyday goblins, hobgoblins possess remarkably higher intelligence. In fact, they are actually smart enough to use real magic in battle. But here's the thing, magic isn't even the scariest part about a hobgoblin. As the attack smoke clears, the giant beast simply raises its hand. Instantly, an entire squad of grunt goblins emerges with weapons drawn. At the exact same time, dozens more creep out from their hiding spots. Stepping straight out of the shadows, someone on the team shouts a quick warning. These monsters look incredibly weird. One of the goblins lifts a blow dart to its mouth and fires. A needle pierces right into Zhangchun's neck. He immediately screams out, "Ah, what the heck was that?" His entire body starts violently trembling as he cries out, "My body." The guy next to him quickly turns around, panicking. What's wrong? What is it? Before anyone can even answer, something else gets hurled straight into Zhangchun's head. Having landed its brutal attack, the sneaky goblin quickly scrambles away to find cover in the shadows. The archer draws his bow, cursing the bastard. Meanwhile, Woojin stays extremely cautious, quietly muttering, just as he thought. The absolute scariest part about a hobgoblin isn't its insane physical strength or its magic. No, it's actually their terrifying ability to command an entire army. This comes straight from their massively superior intelligence compared to basic goblins. Right on cue, a highly disciplined army of green monsters steps forward. He silently evaluates his naive team. You and I both know they made a massive mistake, rating a full-blown goblin army commander as a mere one-star threat. Only now does Dosu finally realize how bad this actually is. He screams at the top of his lungs, "Run away. Let's get out of here, now." The entire group instantly turns around, sprinting for their absolute lives. The overwhelming monster numbers are so terrifying, nobody even dares to look back. Only Sungu is left standing there, gripping a blazing fireball. While his cowardly team ditches him, he actually chooses to attack and guard the rear. The goblins cleverly use scattered dungeon debris to shield themselves. They flash wicked, triumphant grins at the humans. From a distance, Dosu desperately yells a command. It's completely useless. Just retreat. Sungu worriedly asks. But what about Zhangchun? Glancing at their fallen teammate on the ground, Dosu shouts right back at him. He's already dead. Are you totally blind? He completely abandons them, continuing to run away with the others while screaming out the retreat orders. The massive lead hobgoblin's eyes flash brightly, flashing a truly demonic smile. The wooden magic staff in its heavy hand starts crackling with intense lightning sparks. It quickly fires off a massive lightning bolt, blasting it straight toward the desperately fleeing hunters. Sungu takes the hit directly. His entire body locks up in total paralysis, screaming in agony. Dosu sees this happen, but still frantically yells to the others, "Keep running, Sungu is done for." As the cowardly shadows of his teammates disappear, the goblins slowly march toward him, raising their rusty weapons for the kill. The grunt monsters then split right down the middle, making a clear path for the hobgoblin. Hiding nearby, Woojin slightly smirks, completely calculating his next move. Now is his moment. He finally steps out, pulling a weapon from his system window, muttering to himself. It's definitely been a while since I hunted goblins. Woojin casually summons his loyal skeleton soldiers, flashing a confident smile. All right, let's go. Wipe them out, my loyal subjects. The alpha beast instantly unleashes a loud, piercing shriek, aggressively pointing a thick finger directly at Woojin. Woojin focuses his mind. He knows perfectly well that fighting a mob controlled by a hobgoblin commander isn't going to be a walk in the park. Without wasting another second, he bursts straight forward, loudly roaring the order to charge ahead. But these goblins are definitely no joke either, charging together for a brutal clash. Woojin pushes off the ground, jumping high into the air. With a quick tactical plan, while his skeleton army totally distracts the goblin mob, he leaps forward. In a flash, he appears right above the hobgoblin's head, completely shocking the beast. In total panic, it raises its wooden magic staff high, summoning crackling lightning once again. Woojin grits his teeth, determined to absolutely destroy this annoying leader. In the literal blink of an eye, his sharp weapon easily pierces straight through the hobgoblin's thick skull. Woojin smiles in absolute satisfaction. Did you seriously think I'd just sit around and wait for your cooldown? The moment he speaks, the glowing magical energy on the monster's staff completely fizzles out. Suddenly, the system screen flashes a level up notification. He has officially reached level 6, as a faint, glorious golden aura radiates all around his powerful body. Woojin smugly stares down at his own palms. Yeah, flying solo is honestly 100 times better than dealing with useless party members. Right at that exact moment, a pathetic groan echoes out as a trembling hand tries to move. He flinches slightly, looking over at Sunggu's crumpled body with an utterly puzzled expression. Woojin casually asks, "Oh, you're actually still alive?" Sunggu violently trembles, whispering a desperately weak, "Please, save me." But Woojin just stands there, staring down at him with extreme suspicion. Woojin crouches beside him, bluntly asking, "And if I actually help you out, what do I get?" Sunggu weakly replies, "I won't say a single word to anybody." He weakly continues to brag that he's officially a D-rank awakened hunter now. Hearing this absolute nonsense, Woojin instantly frowns, replying, "Yeah, I really don't care about that." Sunggu instantly panics, begging, "Then what should I do?" Woojin just rubs his chin, thinking it over for a moment. Woojin slyly smiles, holding up exactly 2 fingers as he says, "Yeah, this should be enough." Sunggu's confused voice echoes out, "Wait, what does the peace sign mean?" Right after that, a sharp dagger plunges straight into a green goblin's dead body. A quick hand digs deep inside the monster, ripping out a shiny mana crystal. Sunggu awkwardly shoves the looted items into his front backpack. He wipes the heavy sweat off his face, completely relieved that it's finally over. Standing further away, Woojin casually asks, "Did you manage to grab everything?" Sunggu quickly replies, "All done." Sunggu stares blankly at the overpowered guy standing right in front of him, silently wondering, how the heck is this absolute monster only an F-rank hunter? All right, you and I are about to see something wild. He watched Woojin closely. Taking down 2-star monsters completely solo? That power matched a solid D-rank awakened. Sunggu watched Woojin's skills in absolute shock. I mean, summoning skeleton soldiers out of thin air? And that insane ability to track down bloodstones effortlessly? He thought back to what happened earlier, completely baffled. And then there was that totally bizarre ability to extract something straight from a dead monster's body just to heal his own wounds. When you actually consider how flawlessly he combined all of those insane skills together, he could easily be a C rank. Sunggu frowned, his mind spinning with questions. Not to mention, this guy had literally just registered as an awakened a mere 3 hours ago. Grabbing the loot bag, Woojin finally spoke up. "So, how much cash can we actually get for all of these bloodstones?" Sunggu replied they were worth at least 800. Woojin looked completely satisfied. "Well, definitely worth that 100,000 investment, is it not?" Woojin frowned. His eyes locked onto Sunggu as he asked, "This is all mine, right?" Sunggu suddenly looked nervous and started to stammer, "Of course it is." Sunggu felt totally confused, but honestly, he just could not believe this incredibly powerful guy was so insanely obsessed with money. Honestly though, paying 2 million won to have your life saved really was not a bad price. Turns out, Woojin demanding 2 million won in exchange for his life was actually a massive bargain. His calm voice echoed through the dark dungeon once again. "And the return stone? Where is it? Perfect. Let us get out of this hellhole." The two of them silently started walking toward the exit. Suddenly, a system warning flashed right in front of him. Blah what D Woojin immediately raised his hand, signaling to stop. Sunggu looked totally confused, but obeyed. Woojin focused intensely, his voice dropping incredibly low. "We have an ambush." Woojin glanced up, quickly piecing it together. If all the monsters were already dead, that meant he paused, then yelled out, "Hey cowards, stop hiding in the shadows and show your faces." The moment he spoke, Sunggu's cowardly former teammate stepped out of the darkness, looking down at them with deeply nervous eyes. They walked down, staring at the goblin corpses completely covering the floor. Dusu muttered in shock. "What happened here? Did those two really kill all of them?" Woojin turned and warned him. "They were planning to ambush us the second we got close." Panic setting in, Sunggu quickly asked, "So what are we supposed to do now?" While Woojin's face darkened with absolute coldness, Sunggu just stared back at him, his eyes filled with pure anxiety. Woojin glared at the former squad and called out, "Hey, you guys just ran away with your tails between your legs. Why show your shameless faces now? A highly sarcastic smile crossed his face. Shouldn't you all be hiding safely behind the barricade right now? What exactly dragged you cowards all the way back here? Du-Su closed his eyes, frowned, and actually laughed. What are you talking about? We are a team, remember? He nervously tried to explain himself. We were just coming back to fight. After taking a moment to regroup, we just did not expect to see every single monster already slaughtered. Du-Su locked his eyes onto the heavy backpack hanging off Woojin's shoulder, his gaze turning incredibly sharp. How exactly did you kill all of them? Woojin fired back with a cold, mocking smile. Bullshit. Do not play games with me. Dropping his backpack to the floor, Woojin continued. You totally planned to grab the return stone and run. But seeing all the monsters dead just made you extremely greedy for the loot, right? Without a single moment of hesitation, Woojin dumped every bloodstone onto the cold floor. His eyes flashed with a deadly red aura as he threw down an absolute challenge. If you want them so badly, come and take them. Standing amidst the pitch-black dungeon covered in dead goblins, Du-Su finally spoke up. I think you are completely misunderstanding us. He forced a bitter laugh and tried explaining. We are definitely not stupid enough to try and steal from you. Why would we fight the guy who just slaughtered the exact same horde of monsters that made us run for our lives? Woojin just listened silently as Du-Su kept talking. We actually came to apologize for leaving you two behind. But honestly, our own lives were in critical danger at that exact moment. What did you realistically expect us to do? We seriously just came back here for the return stone. He kept laying on the fake appreciation. Because you two managed to take them down, we can finally bring Jong-hoon's body back home. We are genuinely so incredibly grateful for your help. Woojin's eyes narrowed with heavy suspicion, but he stayed totally quiet. Looking at that undeniably sly face, he quickly asked himself, am I just being way too overly sensitive about this? Was the ambush really just an assumption? Woojin slowly scratched his head and sighed. Did surviving for 20 brutal years on Alphen actually turn me into a completely paranoid mess? I am not on Alphen anymore. This is Earth. But watch closely. The second that thought ended, a blinding magic flash from Du-Su completely wiped out his vision. Du-Su instantly spun around and screamed an order to the rest of his team. Do it! The archer immediately drew back his bowstring and fired. An arrow slammed directly into Sungu's shoulder, and he let out a brutal, agonizing groan of pure pain. Woojin flinched, desperately trying to focus his burning eyes. Du-Su charged right at him with his sword drawn, laughing like an absolute maniac as he screamed. Do not be mad. Us awakened are all exactly the same. Then he lunged forward wildly, fully intending to stab right into his body. A completely vicious smile twisted across his face as deadly crimson blood magic flared up. Then, the scene abruptly shifts. Outside, a completely different dungeon. Victorious awakened were casually stepping out. They immediately looked over at the woman waiting there and smiled. Captain, thanks for the hard work. Yoon-hee instantly smiled back. You all did great out there today. Suddenly, her phone started ringing. The voice on the other end gave a serious report. Captain, we found the unknown intruder. It is Kang Woojin. She asked back sharply. You found him? Who exactly is this guy? The voice on the other end confirmed the impossible. His identity was completely untraceable. But get this, we just found out he literally registered as an awakened today. How crazy is that? This massive revelation left Jong-hee completely stunned. Today? Out of nowhere? So where in the world is he right now? Meanwhile, back inside the dungeon, Du-Su flashes this perfectly sinister grin after launching his coward's sneak attack. But wait for it. His smug expression drops instantly. He glances over at Woojin. Our guy just throws his head back, laughing like a maniac. You were way too hasty. Woojin tightly grips the blade of Du-Su's short sword. The traitor starts shaking. Woojin's voice drops dead cold. Sneak attacks are bad manners, you know. And without hesitating for a single second, boom. He violently slams Du-Su straight into the stone floor. The ground completely shatters. The guy screams in pure agony as blood practically erupts from his mouth. Woojin just casually slicks his hair back with a wicked, ice-cold grin. Oh man, why does everything always play out exactly like I predicted? He points a finger straight at his so-called former teammates, calling them out. Weren't you guys the ones saying all awakened hunters are exactly the same? Huh? Dark, sinister shadows start rising up from the slaughtered goblin corpses. Woojin's voice cuts through the tension. You pathetic traitors. Totally blinded by some shiny bloodstones. Absolutely shameless. The rest of the team completely panics. They freeze in absolute terror. What the heck? The goblin bodies are literally moving. Woojin casually extends his hand, giving a chilling order to his freshly summoned skeleton army. Time to punish the bad kids. Dusu is stuck on the ground, jaw totally dropped, watching his crew get absolutely demolished by the skeleton soldiers. Blood-curdling screams echo loudly through the dark dungeon. Woojin reaches down and grabs the discarded short sword. He completely ignores the screaming mess behind him, leaving it to his skeletons. Instead, he walks right up to a terrified Dusu. Even while coughing up blood, the traitor desperately tries to talk his way out of it. Hey, wait, we can negotiate this. Man, Woojin just stares at the bloody blade in his hand. Negotiate? Seriously? You're just stalling so your magic cooldowns reset, aren't you? Before he can even react, Dusu shrieks in pure agony. Woojin violently drives the blade straight through his chest. Within minutes, the entire traitorous squad is totally wiped off the map. Dead silence falls over the dungeon. The stone floor is absolutely drenched in blood, with broken bodies scattered everywhere you look. Meanwhile, Sung-gu is on his knees, completely frozen, watching Woojin casually loot the bodies. Damn it, these guys gotta have at least some cash on them, right? Sung-gu is literally losing his mind. He cannot believe this guy just slaughtered 5 people in cold blood. Meanwhile, Woojin is happily digging through Dusu's pockets, complaining, man, these scrubs are completely broke. So useless. Getting zero response, Woojin suddenly whips his head around, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. Why are you standing there like a statue? Sung-gu flinches hard, clutching his bleeding wound. Barely able to stutter out a quick yes, Woojin walks right up to the terrified guy. Your life was in serious danger just because of me, wasn't it? Sung-gu is absolutely shaking, barely managing to squeak out a confused no. Woojin completely ignores that and smoothly drops his demands. All right then, you owe me double. This totally short-circuits Sung-gu's brain, letting out a massive, confused gasp. Our main character's expression instantly darkens. He leans in close. I just saved your life twice. Buddy, we need to do business the right way. Wouldn't you agree? Dusu's lifeless body is just chilling on the floor, while Woojin casually changes the subject. Let me take a look at that shoulder. Time for some quick first aid. Still terrified, the sidekick politely stammers out, a weak thank you. Cut to the outside of the dungeon, where the management association staff are busy taking notes. The inspector looks up, completely shocked to see Woojin casually strolling out of the gate. Wait a second. Why are there only 2 of you coming back? Our guy lies with a perfectly straight face. The monsters wiped everyone else out. That dark answer literally makes the inspector freeze in his tracks. He stares suspiciously at the heavy backpack slung over Woojin's shoulder. Then how exactly did you gather so many bloodstones? Woojin just casually glances over his shoulder with a smirk. Hey, even if you're standing at death's door, you gotta grab the cash, right? The association staff member just sighs and hands over a standard incident report. All right, whatever. Just make sure you fill out this form before you leave today. Fair warning though, there is a very high chance the Management Bureau will contact you later for a full investigation on this so-called accident. Scene shift over to the item trading center. After completely cashing out his loot, Woojin confidently pushes the exit doors open. He flashes this massive, arrogant grin. He seriously cannot believe he just bagged 13 million won from a single dungeon run. Meanwhile, his poor sidekick is quietly trailing behind him, nervously doing the math. If he adds the 4 million won that Sung-gu owes him for the rescue, that brings the grand total to 17 million. He literally chuckles down the street. Going solo next time is definitely the move. Right behind him, his new sidekick is sweating bullets, looking absolutely miserable. 4 million won. Even if he smashes every piggy bank he owns, he's totally broke. Should he take out a loan? Or maybe get down on his knees and beg for a discount? Suddenly, Woojin's voice cuts through his panic, making him jump out of his skin. Hey, Sung-gu. He points a strict finger right at him. You already know how much I absolutely hate people who break their promises, right? The poor guy frantically nods, stuttering out a yes. Woojin just casually walks off, throwing a wave over his shoulder. I'll be waiting for your call. Sung-gu just stands on the sidewalk, letting out a heavy sigh. Guess a loan is his only option. But then, a sudden thought hits him. Wait, he isn't seriously planning to squeeze another 4 million won out of me, is he? All right, you and I are switching gears. Cut over to a flashy cell phone store covered in giant promotional banners. Inside, the lazy employee is practically yawning his jaw off, whining about having 0 customers today. But right on cue, boom. A massive crash shakes the entire store, making the employee jump. Our boy Woojin literally kicks the glass door open. "What the hell are you doing?" the guy screams. With zero hesitation, Woojin marches straight up, grabs the rude employee by the collar, and effortlessly hoists him into the air. The guy's face completely drops in panic. How is this dude so incredibly strong? Before the guy could even process what was happening, Woojin delivered a brutal slap right to his face. The salesman scowled and yelled, "What the hell do you think you are doing?" But before he could utter another word, Woojin unleashed an absolute barrage of slaps. Every single strike completely twisted the scammer's face in pure agony. Shaking violently, panic set in. He realized this customer was completely unhinged. If this savage beating continued for another second, he was definitely going to meet his ancestors today. Was this that targeted street violence you and I always see on the late-night news? It sure felt exactly like it. With his face completely bruised and swollen beyond recognition, a pathetic voice whimpered out, "I am sorry. Please spare me." Woojin finally stopped, his long hair completely hiding the terrifying rage burning in his eyes. Woojin casually tossed the beaten salesman straight into the dirt, leaving the miserable guy groaning loudly in agonizing pain. Woojin dropped his voice to a chilling whisper. The terrified salesman instantly dropped to his knees. "Yes, sir." Staring a hole through him, Woojin continued, "I absolutely despise dirty scammers, you know, and I especially hate liars who talk total garbage." Confused and shaking, the salesman nervously asked, "Scamming you about what exactly?" He was completely lost. He did not even know who this lunatic was. What the hell did I even do? Shoving a phone right into his face, Woojin demanded an answer. "You personally sold me this exact phone yesterday, remember?" Staring at the screen, it finally clicked for the bleeding salesman. "Wait, that is the exact junk phone I sold to that total weirdo yesterday. That completely clueless idiot from yesterday." He flashed back to handing over that literal piece of trash while giving Woojin a massive, fake smile. "I will drop the price down to just 900,000 for you, sir." Having zero clue he was being played, our necromancer had actually smiled, totally satisfied. Wow, modern technology is so much more advanced than 5 years ago. The salesman stared up, mind blown. This absolute demon was that same gullible idiot? Meanwhile, Woojin was glaring down at him. "Well, did a cat suddenly get your tongue or what?" Cut to clear skies and upbeat music. Woojin was happily scrolling through his contacts, totally amazed. "This is incredible. Even the background color on these newer models changes all by itself." Walking away, he grumbled under his breath, "That absolute scumbag salesman. Honestly, if we were still back on Planet Alphen, I would have permanently crippled that guy without a second thought. He should seriously realize just how lucky he is to be alive." Right at that exact moment, someone unfamiliar approached from behind. "Hey there, Kang Woojin." He turned around, completely confused, only to find himself surrounded by a group dressed entirely in black. Then, a sharp female voice cut through the tension. "Your officially awakened class is just an F-rank necromancer. But looking at how you managed to clear the Gagawa dungeon completely alone, your actual combat ability must definitely fall somewhere around E rank. With that kind of hidden power, you could easily sneak into an F-rank party and completely slaughter every single one of your own teammates." Yan He stood there, interrogating him coldly. "You are just a totally clueless amateur, so how did you get so bold?" Completely unfazed, Woojin stared right back and asked a simple question, "And who the hell are you?" She actually chuckled at that, hiding a dangerously sharp glare behind her dark hair. Her striking red lips parted as she confidently spoke up. "Allow me to introduce myself." Oozing absolute confidence, she looked down at him and continued, "My name is Lee Yon-hee, captain of the Vermilion Bird Squad, from the mighty Hwarang Guild." All right, you and I know Woojin is usually unfazed, but right now, he had no idea what was happening. Triggering his sensory skills, he felt the overwhelmingly dense aura Yon-hee was casually radiating. He immediately knew the truth. This woman was terrifyingly strong. Staying perfectly calm, Woojin asked them directly, "So, what business do all of you have with me?" Yon-hee quickly answered, "Oh, just that some filthy little rat actually dared to trespass inside our guild's private dungeon." Woojin's face instantly darkened. He let out a cold laugh. "A filthy little rat, huh?" Standing completely surrounded by her lackeys, Woojin mocked them. "You guys dragged this entire army out here just to catch one tiny little mouse?" He flashed a highly condescending smile. "So the famous Hwarang Guild is really just pathetic. No wonder your dungeons are so garbage." Before he could even finish his sentence, A massive hand violently grabbed Woojin by the face. The guy slammed his head straight into the solid ground, sending shattered concrete flying absolutely everywhere. Min-sok scowled and barked a harsh warning. Watch your damn mouth. Our prestigious guild is definitely not something a worthless loser like you gets to disrespect. Furious, Woojin spat back through gritted teeth. You crazy bastard. Without hesitation, he tightly gripped the massive thug's wrist and brutally ripped it right off his battered face. Springing up, Woojin delivered a savage arm twist that made the hulking Min-sok cry out. Seeing her subordinate groaning, Yeon-hee bit her lip and instantly sprang into action. In the literal blink of an eye, she dashed forward and planted a devastatingly powerful kick straight into his gut. Woojin was sent violently flying, skidding hard across the rough dirt. The heavy impact left him wincing in severe pain. But she wasn't done yet. Yeon-hee casually walked over to his battered body, raising her leg high for a brutal stomp. Bam! Another devastatingly heavy blow smashed Woojin's skull right back into the solid ground. The concrete shattered beneath him as he cried out in pure agony. Pinning him down, Woojin gritted his teeth. She was incredibly fast. With her boot literally crushing his face, he could not move an inch. Yeon-hee looked down with dead eyes. Hey there, Kang Woojin. She coldly kept talking. Let me give you a little piece of friendly advice. Even though you are definitely built a little differently than a totally useless F rank, you seriously need to stop proudly showing off those pathetic garbage skills of yours. In that suffocatingly dead silence, Yeon-hee's chilling warnings kept echoing. You should especially never do it while standing right on our mighty Hwarang Guild's private territory. She stared down at Woojin's violently trembling body, lying helplessly in the dirt. If you actually value keeping your own miserable life, you better burn that advice into your skull. With that final threat, Yeon-hee and her goons casually walked away. Left in the dust, Woojin angrily gritted his teeth, slowly touching his battered face. Still lying there, Woojin sighed. It has seriously been a really long time since someone dared to step right on my face like this. Under the fading evening sky, Woojin muttered his absolute annoyance out loud. Lee Yeon-hee and the Hwarang Guild. Cut to a completely different scene over at Jaemin's apartment. Hearing the insane story, Jaemin totally freaked out. Wait, Lee Yeon-hee from the massive Hwarang Guild? Yeah. Woojin tilted his head, genuinely curious. Is she really that famous around here? Do you know something? You and I are jumping right back in. Jaemin nodded fast. Of course, she is one of the 10A rank awakened in our country, he added. And the War Guild is absolutely one of the top 3 guilds in the entire nation. Right up there with KH and Ham. They hold massive influence over the economy and politics. Because of that, their voices hold the most power. But Jaemin was still incredibly confused. Just what kind of insane trouble did you cause in your first dungeon? Enough to make them come here and warn you in person? Woojin frowned hard. Kid, what do you mean by trouble? Once I fully regain my powers, I could completely wipe out that entire war guild without breaking a sweat. Hearing this, Jaemin just burst out laughing. Your confidence is totally off the charts. Man, you are literally just an F rank. Annoyed, Woojin instantly scolded the cheeky brat. Woojin fell deep into thought. It was obvious. Even if he leveled up, fighting someone outside of a dungeon would still put him at a huge disadvantage. Plus, his necromancer skills still had way too many limitations. Suddenly, Jaemin's loud voice pulled him back. Why does it always have to be skeletons? Ignoring him, Woojin held out a gift bag. Forget about all that. Just take this. The kid looked super confused. Wait, why perfume? Woojin shrugged casually. Why so surprised? This is me paying back all the money I borrowed from you. Jaemin immediately waved his hands, refusing. No way. This is way too much. You only need to pay back the exact amount you borrowed. Besides, I really do not need it. You have helped me out so much already. But Woojin was dead set. Geez. It is fine. Just take it, kid. A brief flash of pure gratitude appeared on the kid's face. Jaemin looked at him, softly calling out. Woojin took another sip of his drink and smiled. Just consider the extra as my rent money. Giving in, Jaemin grinned back. Sounds good to me. But then Jaemin's face flashed with sudden worry. He thought, does this mean this guy plans on crashing here forever? He stared at the carefree guy, grinning right in front of him. Damn, this drink is so good. Jaemin stared at him and asked, hey man, didn't you say you already found your mom? Woojin immediately snapped back. You idiot. My old house is way too small. I am staying with you until I save up for a new one. He kept asking, wait, is that still not enough space? How much more do you actually need? Jaemin stammered, completely flustered. No, it is not about that. Suddenly, Jaemin's eyes lit up as he glanced at the table. He looked at Woojin, completely baffled. Since when did you get a new phone? That is the newest model out there. Being super curious, Jaemin quickly asked, "Can I take a look?" Woojin handed it over without hesitating. "Yeah, it works great." Holding the sleek phone in his hands, Jaemin gasped in pure awe. "This is the premium red finish," Jaemin excitedly explained. "Since bloodstone crafting techniques are not exactly widely used yet, this specific model must be insanely expensive." "Seriously, man? Did you actually make that much money recently, chowing down on some fried chicken?" Woojin answered casually. "I just won it during a special event." He recalled the moment he completely beat up the phone store employee. Then he smirked. It was the kind of event that only happens once in a lifetime. Right then, Jaemin let out a loud gasp that actually startled Woojin. "Holy crap, man, you are an absolute pro." While Woojin sat there wondering what was going on, the kid glued his eyes to the screen. "How many zeros are there?" Woojin demanded he hand it back. The screen displayed a massive bank notification. 40 million deposited, bringing the total balance to over 51 million. The sender was listed as Hong Seung-gu. Jaemin yelled in pure shock. 40 million? Woojin frowned hard, muttering, "That crazy idiot. I told him to only send me 4 million. Let's switch gears for a second." Over at Angel Cafe, Seung-gu walked in. Spotting Woojin, he immediately bowed in respect. "Boss, are you doing well?" Woojin shoved the phone in his face. "We literally just said goodbye a few hours ago." "What do you mean, doing well? What is this?" Seung-gu's face turned completely pale as Woojin interrogated him. "Do you think I am some kind of beggar? I said 4 million was plenty." Panic exploded in Seung-gu's chest. "Boss, please spare my life." He remembered how Woojin had ruthlessly stripped Dosu bare, and sheer terror took over. If he did not pay up the full amount, he would end up exactly like those other destroyed guild members. Seung-gu bit his lip, sweating intensely. He violently dropped to his knees right in the middle of the cafe, begging loudly. "Boss, please, I am begging you, spare my life." Woojin was totally baffled. "Are you short-circuiting or something?" But Seung-gu just kept screaming in absolute fear. "I promise I will pay the rest of it later. Please, just give me a little more time." The other cafe customers stared at the crazy scene, whispering harshly. "What is going on? Is that guy a thug? Like some kind of loan shark? Looks like that poor kid borrowed from the wrong mobster." Woojin grimaced and ordered him. "If you do not want to die, get up and sit down." Seung-gu jumped up obediently. "Yes, sir." Sitting down, he immediately started explaining. "Boss, I am so sorry, but I haven't figured out how to get 400 million yet. I swear, if you give me time, I will pay it all." Those panicked words left Woojin genuinely confused. He blinked. 400 million? Seung-gu nodded with a totally clueless expression on his face. "Yes." Woojin let out a heavy sigh. He thought, "This idiot completely misunderstood me. I told him to bring 4 million, but he mistook it for 40 million, and now it has somehow skyrocketed to 400 million? Yeah." A mischievous glint flashed in Woojin's eyes. Kids these days are way too generous. Seeing how blindly honest the young guy in front of him was, Woojin made a choice. If he wants to pay that much, why stop him? Woojin interlocked his fingers, flashing a wicked smile. "So, how long should I wait?" And that brings us to the next morning, where Woojin is taking a quiet, solo walk through the park. From a distance, Seung-gu stands by the car, waving his hand. "Boss, right over here. Time to ride." Woojin wonders why his new minion is already so incredibly happy on day one. Seung-gu just flashes a big smile and says, "Hey, subordinates have the right to be in a good mood too." You know, this actually amuses Woojin, making him chuckle. It brings his mind back to the cafe from the night before, where Seung-gu sat quietly, listening like an obedient puppy to every word. Woojin had explained that since earning 400 million won right now is basically impossible, they should just team up. He proposed forming a group so Seung-gu could pay him back with his earnings. Woojin asked him, "That means you will be stuck with me 24/7. You okay with that?" Seung-gu did not even hesitate for a single second. He immediately agreed, saying it was no problem at all. As long as Woojin set a specific schedule, he could even act as his personal manager. Woojin looked confused and asked, "A manager?" Seung-gu eagerly nodded his head and said, "Yes, from picking and booking the dungeons, all the way to selling the bloodstones, I can handle everything from A to Z. Plus, I even know how to drive a car. Basically, like a guild support team." You and I know Woojin does not sugarcoat things. He just replied, "So, a minion. Hearing that completely turned Sung-gu to absolute stone on the spot, Woojin added, "In short, you are trying to make up for being completely broke with hard work, right?" Sung-gu thought to himself. He is right. But why does the truth hurt so much? Then he rubbed his hands together excitedly and replied, "You are absolutely right, boss." Woojin just smiled, totally accepting his new lackey. All right, fine. Woojin went ahead and made a direct offer to him. The working contract between the two of them would last for exactly 1 year. Since working without pay is too cruel, I will consider a salary for you. Hearing this, Sung-gu grabbed Woojin by the hand, looking incredibly grateful. "Boss, thank you. Thank you so much." Woojin just gave him a wry smile in return, saying he was the one getting help anyway. Flashing back to the present, their car speeds down the busy highway. Woojin glances over at Sung-gu, feeling secretly satisfied. Even though he returned the extra money, he somehow managed to score a pretty decent minion out of the whole deal. Woojin continues making his business proposal to him. "Just do a great job and guide me properly, and 10% of the profits are yours." This generous offer makes Sung-gu blush with extreme gratitude. "Oh, boss." Woojin follows up, asking, "Did you find that specific dungeon I mentioned earlier?" Sung-gu puts on a serious face and answers right away, "Yes. Just like you asked, a 3-star dungeon packed with the highest number of summoned monsters. It is at the Gangdong Exit 3, home to the Rocky Swarm. Basically, they are bug-type monsters that look exactly like a massive horde of giant, disgusting cockroaches." Moments later, the two of them spawn inside the dungeon. Woojin looks up, clearly impressed. There is literally an endless number of these things. He warns his lackey, "Sung-gu, make sure you stay right behind me." Carrying a heavy backpack, Sung-gu nervously agrees. "Yes, boss." Woojin stares at his glowing system screen and thinks to himself, "I am putting every single stat point I have straight into my control attribute." Right on cue, a system alert pops up. The number of skeleton soldiers he can summon has now increased to a total of 10. Woojin smiles with pure satisfaction. Fight fire with fire. If the enemy has huge numbers, our army needs to match them. His undead skeleton soldiers are instantly summoned. He gives the command. Time to go absolutely wild, right? The scene shifts to a while later, over by the dungeon's floor staircase. The Rocky Swarm senses the danger and starts screeching endlessly. These bugs are literally shaking in fear at what stands before them, his skeleton soldiers, weapons raised high and ready to slaughter. Without a single wasted movement, the skeletons strike together, piercing and instantly crushing the Rocky bugs. Right then, Sung-gu walks down to report, "Boss, I have already collected every single bloodstone on this floor." Woojin praises him. "Not bad at all. Keep up the good work." But seeing the absolute massacre ahead, Sung-gu gasps in shock. "What the heck? You already wiped them all out?" Sung-gu thinks to himself, usually, a Rocky dungeon takes at least 2 full hours to clear completely. Yet this absolute madman handled it solo in just 15 minutes. Over on the side, Woojin plops down, breathing heavy. "I need to take a quick breather here." He sits there, muttering and doing some quick math. "Now that I am level 7, the achievement points I got have seriously gone up." New skills pop up on his screen. "Now, watch this. Fire Punch attacks the enemy with a flaming fist. Requires level 7, 10 mana, and 20 achievement points." Woojin scrolls right down to the next skill. Water Ball attacks a target within a specific distance, using a giant sphere of water. Also restricted to level 7. He looks totally disappointed. The skills available at level 7 are practically useless to a necromancer like him. Suddenly, some new info makes Woojin freeze completely. "Wait, what is this? Skeleton Mage? I can summon magic users now? I can unlock it at level 10, but why not just buy it early?" Skeleton Mage info. Requires level 10 and 20 mana. Trades a monster corpse to summon a skeleton mage with a base strength of exactly 5, endurance 5, vitality 5, and mana 5. The active operational range scales perfectly with strength. Attack speed scales with endurance. Damage output scales with mana. Skill cost is just 1 mana, and it requires 1 control point to use effectively. Sung-gu walks over to inform him, "Boss, everything is totally done, and the return stone has already spawned." Woojin looks curious. "How long have we been in here?" Sung-gu answers immediately, 27 minutes. Woojin rubs his chin, doing the math. "We have a ticket for 4 hours. Woojin steps up onto the staircase and smirks. "We can run this exact same floor 7 more times. Let's go." Sung-gu answers with a terrified shake. "Oh man, I am coming." The scene cuts to the bloodstone trading counter outside. The staff hands a bank book to Sung-gu, informing him that 53.2 million won has been added to the balance. He nods back. Oh wow, thank you so much. Sung-gu's face goes totally blank as he processes that huge number. Then, pure shock sets in. 52.3 million won? Stick with me, because this lackey just hit the jackpot. Sung-gu stared at the bank book, totally amazed. 50 million in just 30 minutes. At this crazy rate, 400 million was basically a done deal. His hands literally shook from the sheer shock. Based on his cut alone, he would be taking home 40 million. Before, he used to suffer in low-level dungeons for 2 whole months just to scrape together 30 million. Now, he was making 40 million gold in just a single day. Sung-gu just could not hold it back anymore. You are amazing, boss. He turned to look at Woojin, his face absolutely glowing with pure, unfiltered gratitude. Boss, you are literally the savior of my life. Woojin just smiled right back at him. Do not get too excited just yet. We still have 7 runs left. Sung-gu followed closely behind Woojin, his heart absolutely buzzing with pure excitement. This was honestly a golden, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Becoming the boss's assistant was just the greatest idea ever. Meanwhile, over at the Hammer Guild headquarters, only one guy was still left sitting in the office. He was just humming along to the music, totally enjoying the peaceful vibe. Just as he was standing there grinding some fresh coffee, the phone suddenly rang. He picked it up right away. Support Team 4 Captain, Young Minchan speaking. The voice on the other end quickly replied. Yes, Captain, it is Heyman here. Minchan immediately asked him. So, what is going on over there? Over on the other side, Heyman stood by a glass window. I just got an urgent report about a very specific case. This morning, 2 Awakened bought a 4-hour ticket for the dungeon, but these guys are acting pretty weird. On the other end of the line, Minchan just sounded completely indifferent. People die in dungeons every single day. So what exactly is so strange about it? Heyman quickly clarified. No, they both came back totally fine. The weird part is their actual clear times. He continued his urgent report. Their first run only took 30 minutes, and the next one took just 11 minutes. Oh my god. They literally just cleared the dungeon again, in exactly 9 minutes and 47 seconds. Heyman's shocked voice echoed through the phone. Hey, I won this round. Hand over the money. Minchan was totally confused. What exactly are you guys doing? He quickly replied. We were just casually betting on whether they could finish the run under 10 minutes or not. Then he added, Captain, why do you not try looking up their information? Heyman then added, they claim to be F rank, but after seeing them with my own eyes, I can guarantee they are definitely way stronger than that. This crazy piece of information completely shocked Minchan. F rank? He immediately turned on his computer and quickly replied to him. Hold on a second, I will call you back after looking them up. Heyman simply replied, yes, Captain, wishing you the best of luck. Minchan rapidly clicked his mouse to check their stats and suddenly gasped in pure shock. What is this? Seeing their detailed profiles pop up right on the screen left him completely speechless. One guy literally just registered as an Awakened yesterday, and the other guy, he only registered a mere 2 months ago. First name, Kang Woojin, Awakened ability, Necromancy, officially an F rank. Second name, Hong Sung-gu, Awakened ability, Fire Control, also registered as an F rank. Minchan just stared at the screen. Now, you and I know how wild this is, 2 absolute rookies clearing a 3-star dungeon by themselves in 10 minutes. He just smirked, running the numbers. F rank? Even if the measuring equipment was totally broken, ranking them this low was just completely ridiculous. At the very bare minimum, they absolutely have to be C rank. When brand new Awakened show C rank power right from the start, their chances of skyrocketing to a rank are incredibly high. Minchan immediately grabbed his coat and walked right out, totally pumped up. It had been a really long time since he last saw a brand new Awakened with this much raw potential. Meanwhile, over at the Hwarang Guild headquarters, Woojin and Sung-gu were also popping up on their monitor screens. A harsh voice suddenly broke the silence. Are you telling me this is the guy who infiltrated our dungeon? Another person quickly replied to him. Yes. I just received that exact report from one of the bureau agents stationed there. He kept asking for more details, and the staff member beside him answered. Hong Sung-gu, age 21. He is just an F-rank fire mage, absolutely nothing special about him. I think the person with the real power here is Kang Woojin. He looked at the screen and added, an F-rank necromancer with the crazy ability to clear out dungeons incredibly fast. The man continued to ask, what do you think about this? Captain Yeonhee. She quickly remembered meeting Woojin earlier and calmly replied, I already knew he was not just some ordinary F rank, but I honestly never expected him to be this ridiculously good. Yeonhee replied with deep suspicion. He is basically at C rank level right now. The man rested his chin on his hands and continued, then there are only two possibilities here. Either he completely held back all his strength during the official power exam, or his actual abilities are just growing at an absolute breakneck speed right now. Yeonhee looked over in total confusion, wondering out loud. Has there ever been an awakened who grew at such a ridiculously fast speed before? If we assume he was truly an F rank, then his growth speed means he jumped 2 or 3 whole ranks in literally a single night. He gestured with his hand and replied, there actually was one similar case before. An awakened, who shot straight up from F rank to A rank. The incredibly muscular image of a powerful man appeared right alongside his bold explanation. A guy whose entire growth process was completely covered up until he finally reached the absolute highest rank in all of South Korea. Yeonhee gasped in total shock. Wait, are you talking about Kang Chul? She just smirked with heavy sarcasm. There is absolutely no way. That kid cannot possibly compare to someone like Kang Chul. He just smiled and gave his order. I am not totally sure about that, but digging into him a little bit certainly will not hurt. Now, you and I definitely need to remember this guy, Lee Sang-ho, master of the Hwarang Guild, one of South Korea's top 3. He laid out the order. Tail him. Find out who this guy really is. Cutting back to the dungeon, Sung-gu was just happily continuing his hard work. Let's watch this grind, shall we? Woojin flawlessly drives his short sword straight into the dead Raki's head. He pries open its thick shell. And boom, a glowing bloodstone right there. Sung-gu snatches it up, tossing it into his massive backpack. Honestly, doing all this heavy lifting by himself is starting to totally wipe him out. He lets out a heavy sigh, muttering, sure, making cash is great, but if we keep going like this, I'm actually going to die. Though, I've never actually heard of anyone dying from mining too many bloodstones. Still, he stumbles to his feet and calls out, boss, can we please just take a quick break? Woojin just smirks, glancing over. Wait, you're tired already? Sung-gu doesn't even answer, just tilts his head back and chugs his water like crazy. Ah, so refreshing. Okay, I feel a little better now, he gasps. Woojin turns to him. How much time do we have left? Sung-gu checks. About 1 hour and 12 minutes. Woojin sits back, crunching the numbers in his head. They've already pulled in way over 400 million won. That's definitely enough to buy a nice new house for his mom and Sua. Getting to his feet, he calls out to his partner. Sung-gu blinks, looking completely confused. What's up, boss? Woojin gives him a confident look. I'm leaving the rest of the bloodstones entirely to you. I'll cover your back, so just mine as many as you physically can. Sung-gu freezes, totally caught off guard by that. Woojin takes a deep breath, cracking his knuckles. As for me, I think it's time I speed things up a little bit. And just like that, Woojin launches himself deeper into the dungeon, leaving poor Sung-gu standing there completely speechless. He helplessly reaches out, trying to call his boss back. But Woojin is already charging forward, weapon drawn. Together with his undead skeleton army, they totally tear through the dungeon, slaughtering every single rocky monster in their path. Suddenly, Woojin senses danger. A monster is diving in for a sneaky blindside attack. He just side-eyes the thing, flashing a cold smirk. With one casual swing, he instantly slices the beast clean in half. Then, the system pops up. Level up achieved. You have now reached level 10. The severed Rocky's head hits the solid ground with a heavy thud. Woojin just stands there, looking perfectly satisfied. Yeah, this should definitely be enough for now. But wait, the system alerts him again. Class progression level reached. Now determining your designated class. Woojin just stares blankly at the glowing blue screen, looking totally confused. A new class? That makes 0 sense. He rubs his chin. Back in Alphen, you unlocked your class at level 10, sure. But he's literally already a fully awakened necromancer. What is going on here? The system flashes another alert, analyzing his past combat movement patterns. The interface starts processing his future class. A massive list pops right up on screen. Mage, spiritual scholar, warrior, priest, and even warlock are all available options. A wild thought crosses his mind. Wait, is he about to get a dual class? Then, the final result locks in. The warrior class has been automatically selected for you. You have received the warrior class reward. Item acquired the warrior's weapon. He just scratches his head. What the heck is this? A warrior class? Honestly, that is super annoying. Getting a mage class would have been way better, since the stats perfectly stack with his necromancer skills. If he knew the system tracked his fighting style, he would have spammed magic instead of wildly swinging a steel crowbar everywhere. He checks the reward text again. He needs to see this supposed warrior's weapon. Is this really his new class reward? Right on cue, a solid metal staff materializes directly in front of him. Wait, this is the Grand Warrior's weapon? It literally just looks like a cheap steel pipe, he mutters. But the second he grips the handle, a blinding light explodes outward, and the item's true hidden stats finally reveal themselves. The steel staff. To a true warrior, their weapon is basically their best friend and their entire life. And that is exactly why this weapon will actually evolve alongside its master. It is permanently bound, ready to enter the battlefield with you at any given moment. Effects include +5 strength, rapid endurance recovery, and a quick summon and dismiss skill. Reading this, Woojin holds the heavy steel staff up high, flashing a very satisfied smile. An actual growth-type weapon? He's genuinely curious to see what kind of insane form this thing will evolve into later. Now, you and I need to see his necromancer reward, the demonic seal crystal. A glowing red sphere appears. These crystals are rare magic stones that only top-tier necromancers unlock after hitting a certain power level. Inside these 7 seals rests an ultimate magic. Honestly, normal skeleton soldiers couldn't even dream of comparing to this kind of power. Just by fully controlling them, Woojin could effortlessly wipe out absolutely any enemy back on Alphen who even dared to look at his personal territory. Holding it, Woojin smiles in deep anticipation. He's seriously so curious about what kind of familiar he'll receive this time. The demonic seal crystal finally activates, shining with a blinding intensity. A massive pillar of light erupts right in front of him. Suddenly, a pair of dark wings pierces through the glow, followed by fierce red eyes, flowing blonde hair, and familiar soft lips. He freezes, staring in absolute shock. Wait, is that Bibi? The little demon girl flutters her bat-like wings, glaring at him with an adorable pout. Master, where on earth did you go? Woojin's jaw totally drops. Wait, what? How are you here? Bibi lunges forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. I missed you so much, Master. Still stunned, he stammers. But, weren't you trapped back in Alphen? How did this even happen? Bibi looks up at him, explaining that right after he vanished, all his loyal subordinates were forcefully locked away inside the sealing room. Hearing this makes Woojin frown in deep confusion. The sealing room? He quickly puts the pieces together. Wait, did his entire army actually cross through time and space with him? Wait, sealed away? Bibi just beams up at him with pure joy. Master, I'm honestly so happy to see you again. But suddenly, something entirely different catches her attention. The little demon wrinkles her nose, sniffing the dungeon air a few times before turning around. Wait, what is that awful smell? Woojin looks totally lost. A smell? Bibi just stares straight down at the massive pile of slaughtered rocky monsters. Yes, Master. I can distinctly smell the foul scent of Tronet's minions coming from these dead creatures. That specific name makes Woojin completely freeze in his tracks. What did you just say, Tronet? Let's recap who that is. Tronet is the absolute nightmare demon who ruthlessly invaded Alphen, mercilessly slaughtering 90% of its entire population. Alright, let's jump right in. Woojin had never fought this guy directly, but his endless army of minions? Yeah, he was absolutely sick to death of seeing them everywhere. Woojin stands there, staring down. Is Tronet really planning to conquer Earth now? If that is the actual reason all these dungeons suddenly opened up, our main character is genuinely starting to worry. He truly thought he had escaped hell for good. But looking at this mess, the gates of hell are wide open, welcoming him right back. The scene shifts over to the third exit of the station. Heyman is already waiting there. The second he spots them, he waves his hand and happily calls out to his boss. Min-chan immediately shuts it down, reminding him that working hours are definitely not over yet. Heyman just gives a nervous laugh and quickly agrees with his captain. Min-chan asks where those two went. Checking his watch, Heyman points out that they have been inside for exactly 8 minutes, so they should be coming out any second now. Heyman adds that these guys are absolutely no joke. They managed to rake in 400 million all by themselves. Serious money. He jokes that with talent like that, he would be raiding dungeons too. Suddenly, Min-chan spots the duo, stepping right out of the dungeon gate. There they are. He steps right up to greet them, praising their excellent work. Then he politely asks if they could spare just a few minutes to talk. Min-chan flashes his brightest smile. desperately trying to convince them it will only take a second. But Woojin does not hesitate. He just walks right past, with a blunt refusal. Startled, Minshin urgently calls out after him, begging him to wait just 1 minute. Woojin stops, turns around, and simply asks what he wants. Woojin is visibly annoyed, wondering why the guy even bothered asking nicely if he was just going to be pushy anyway. Minshan is totally bewildered. What is this guy's problem? Forcing a bitter smile, Minshin quickly apologizes for his rudeness. Trying to recover the situation, he casually clears his throat, getting ready to make his big pitch. Minshan holds out his business card and decides to just cut straight to the chase. The prestigious H-Guild officially wants to recruit both of them right now. Woojin keeps that ice-cold energy, bluntly saying he has zero free time. Seungwoo immediately chases after his boss, while Minshin desperately shouts from behind them. He yells for them to wait, guessing that Woojin must really have a terrible impression of their famous guild. Woojin finally stops. He lets out a heavy, annoyed sigh before turning back to confirm they are a top 3 national guild. Minshan smiles proudly, clearly pleased that Woojin recognizes their massive reputation. Taking advantage of the pause, Minshan explains that their guild offers the absolute best benefits, but only to awakened hunters with top-tier potential. He promises that if they agree to join the team today, they will receive the highest level of support possible. But Woojin abruptly cuts him off. Minshan keeps that professional smile plastered on his face, eagerly waiting for the response. Dropping his voice to a deadly growl, Woojin warns him to back off before things get ugly. The scene suddenly shifts. A voice echoes out, and his mother stands there looking absolutely stunned, wondering what on earth is happening. A real estate agent smiles warmly, politely inviting the family to go ahead and take a look around the property. Little Suo runs right in, screaming happily about how massive the yard is. But his mother turns to him, utterly confused about how he plans to buy such an expensive house without any money. Woojin immediately pulls up his digital bank transaction screen, flashing it directly at his mother. What does she mean? No money. He proudly explains that this massive amount is exactly what he earned today alone. She gasps in total shock. How in the world did he make this much cash? Smiling gently, Woojin finally reveals his big secret: he is actually an awakened. His mother stares at him, completely stunned. An awakened? She immediately connects the dots. He had to go into those terrifying dungeons to make that money. Panic sets in as she raises her voice, knowing how incredibly dangerous that job is. Since when was he doing this? She is beyond worried now. That exact same dangerous lifestyle is exactly how she lost his father, and she absolutely refuses to let her son meet the same tragic fate. He quickly steps in to calm her down, assuring her that everything is perfectly fine. Her son is definitely not weak anymore. He jokes that clearing those dungeons is honestly as easy as catching bugs. His mother still wants to argue, but right at that moment, little Suo runs over and interrupts them. She eagerly asks if they can finally get a dog. After all, her mom did promise they could have one once they moved into a place with a yard. The little girl looks up with massive, pleading puppy eyes. Her mother tells her to hold on a second. Then, Woojin softly speaks up again, telling his mother to stop worrying. Crouching down, he gently pats his little sister on the head. He reminds his mom about all those years she spent struggling and saving up every penny. Now it is his turn to provide, so she just needs to trust him. The 3 of them stand quietly in their brand new yard. The scene then shifts to a dark, quiet alleyway at night. Now, stick with me here. Woojin steps into the shadows and calls out softly for Bibi to come. A massive surge of dark energy immediately forms right in front of him, but then it completely vanishes, leaving Woojin totally baffled. Trying again, he commands Bibi to come forth. The swirling energy gathers and twists in the air once more, building up power, only to frustratingly dissolve into absolutely nothing again. Squinting down the alleyway, at a strange, faint light glowing in the shadows, he mutters out loud, wondering what on earth is happening. A small creature suddenly steps out from the darkness. Woojin jumps back, completely stunned. He stares at it, in disbelief. Is that really Bibi? Why is she a cat? The tiny black cat looks up and gives a cute meow. Woojin scoops her up, demanding answers while Bibi starts to explain. She literally cannot return to her true, powerful succubus form right now. Because of this cat body, she cannot even resist the urge to chase tiny bugs around. He silently wonders if she is somehow restricted, only able to shift back into her true form while inside a dungeon. But why would that be? He looks down and asks. He asks if she can still sense any traces of Tronet's dark energy on Earth. Bibi shakes her fluffy head. No. She just loves how good everything smells here. The sweet scent of peace. Woojin freezes, deep in thought. And you and I are probably wondering the same thing. Does this mean Tronit's corrupting energy hasn't actually infected Earth yet? But right at that intense moment, someone suddenly walks up behind Woojin and casually asks if he has a soft spot for stray cats too. That is definitely a refreshing new side to you. Woojin turns around, flashing a smile. All right guys, stick with me here. The stranger introduces himself. Nice to meet you. I am Lee Sang-ho, the leader of the Hwarang Guild. If you have some free time, could we chat for a bit? Cutting over to a random coffee shop, Sungu sits there, frowning as he mutters to himself. He really is a guy I just cannot figure out. He remembers waiting in the car for Woojin earlier. Sungu had asked him, "Hey, boss, why in the world did you turn down the Hammer Guild's offer? Is there some other reason?" Woojin had answered with total annoyance. "It is simply because I absolutely hate taking orders from anyone else." Sungu just smiled in pure admiration. "I get it now. You really are built different, boss." Then he started laughing. Not even a massive powerhouse like the Hammer Guild could break his boss's massive pride. Absolutely wild. Looking at Woojin's expression back then, Sungu could only quietly wonder, did he really reject the Hammer Guild just for that simple reason? Snapping back to reality, he sits there grinning with pure excitement. Who actually cares about the reason? We are going to achieve our wildest dreams super soon anyway. Sungu tells himself, the only thing that matters is trusting and supporting his boss from now on. Right then, a sales rep walks up holding a stack of documents. "Excuse me, sir, have you been waiting long?" The guy sits down, pulls out a pen and paper, and asks, "Would you like to sign the contract right now?" Without hesitating for a single second, Sungu agrees. Of course. We cut back to the cafe, where Lee Sang-ho's voice rings out across the table. "First off, I sincerely apologize for the incident that happened yesterday." The two of them sit there as he continues explaining. "You had a little friction with Zhang He, right?" Woojin replies, looking completely skeptical. "Zhang He?" He thinks back to what she looked like, then asks, "Oh, you mean that redhead?" Lee Sang-ho quickly explains, "Yeah, she is my younger sister, but she has a serious temper." He smiles, adding to his point, "She takes our guild's reputation extremely seriously. So if any major problems actually happened, I will personally make sure to compensate you in full." Woojin shoots back bluntly, "I don't need any compensation. What is the real reason you came looking for me today?" Lee Sang-ho keeps his cool, replying smoothly, "You really are sharp." His expression instantly turns dead serious. "Honestly speaking, I have been keeping a close eye on you this entire time. The incredible speed at which you clear those dungeons is absolutely impossible for any regular F rank. With that kind of insane clearing speed, your true level has to be at least C rank." Lee Sang-ho states it like a fact, "And I am certain you will go even further." Woojin groans inwardly. First, the Hammer Guild, and now the Hwarang Guild? He just cuts to the chase. Long story short, you want to recruit me, right? This is the moment he finally makes his move. Exactly right. Please join our guild. I promise to help you train using the absolute best methods, perfectly tailored to fit your specific skills. Woojin looks at him, feeling totally unconvinced. The absolute best method suited for my skills? Then he smirks, issuing a bold challenge. "So if I beat you, hand over that leader seat to me." Lee Sang-ho stays perfectly calm, taking it well. Just like the rumor said, your confidence is seriously no joke. He smiles and continues. "But I do not lead the Hwarang Guild with just my awakened strength alone. My B-rank power is honestly nothing compared to the A-rank heavy hitters." Lee Sang-ho states firmly, staring right past Woojin's skeptical glare. "So even if you somehow defeat me, I cannot just hand my position over to you." Woojin immediately stands up to leave. "Then I have lost all interest. Goodbye." But Lee Sang-ho throws out a question. "Why do you think the dungeons started appearing?" Lee Sang-ho lowers his voice. "It has been 5 years since the dungeon shock. Now, you and I know this trope, right?" They remain a complete mystery with absolutely zero answers. He keeps pushing his point. But every single year, the dungeons keep expanding, and way more dangerous types of monsters are starting to show up everywhere. Yet humanity is not being careful about this at all. They have even started mining bloodstones strictly for profit, treating it like a business. Woojin stops to listen. But one thing is certain, Earth, and specifically South Korea, will be in massive danger if everything keeps going at this rate. Lee Sang-ho looks at him with absolute conviction. "I believe my mission is to gather awakened hunters together to stop that exact nightmare from happening." He lays out his final offer. "I am truly hoping you can lend us your incredible strength." We cut to the Hammer Guild the next morning. Mouse clicks echo rapidly. Heyman sits there, sweating nervously, not even daring to breathe too loudly. He looks at Min Chan's terrible expression and thinks to himself, good lord, he is already in a foul mood, and it is barely morning. Right at that moment, some wild information pops up on the screen, catching Heyman's eye. He turns to report the news. Captain, those two guys from yesterday just booked a dungeon over at Gown Station Exit 6. Min Chan hears this and instantly snaps back furiously. That arrogant bastard? Why are we already talking about him first thing in the morning? It pisses me off. He stands there muttering. He thinks he is hot stuff, but he is C rank at best. Heyman nervously adds, Captain, they actually booked a 4-star dungeon. Hearing this, Min Chan practically chokes, violently spitting out his morning coffee. He immediately rushes over to check the screen. What? They booked it for just the two of them again? Min Chan's eyes freeze in utter disbelief. These crazy punks. Have they completely lost their minds? If they were just going down for support or mining bloodstones, maybe. But listen to me. No F-rank awakened would ever dare step foot inside a deadly 4-star dungeon. Alright, let's dive back into the madness. Min Chan strokes his chin in deep thought. It's totally obvious these two are complete amateurs, daring to book this dungeon without checking basic facts. What kind of insane skills do they actually have to attempt clearing a 4-star dungeon all by themselves? He turns around and asks if they have any 4-star dungeons nearby. Heyman quickly replies, pointing out there is one right at exit 11 of Chongshin Station. Min Chan tells him they are right next to each other, instructing him to change their booking to that exact dungeon. Hearing this bold move, Heyman looks over in pure confusion. He asks if Min Chan still has not given up yet. Min Chan just lets out a bitter laugh. Give up? Not a chance. He swears he will absolutely reel them in today. To catch a massive fish, you simply have to cast your bait at the right moment. Meanwhile, upbeat music blasts loudly inside their sweet new BMW ride. Sungu casually handles the wheel, totally amazed by how incredibly smooth the expensive car drives. Smiling brightly, he explains he got this ride because taking the boss in that tiny car felt completely disrespectful. Woojin lets out a big laugh, asking if it is a Range Rover. That innocent question leaves Sungu seriously confused. Is his boss from another world? How does he not even know what a BMW is? Brushing it off, Sungu happily promises to keep serving him with absolute dedication. Woojin looks totally satisfied and tells him to just keep up the good work today. Soon enough, they pull up to their reserved spot. Suddenly, a harsh voice echoes out. What on earth is an F-rank awakened doing at a 4-star dungeon entrance? And with only 2 guys making up the team? Sungu stands his ground, frantically explaining that they will be totally fine. He insists they came here strictly because they are confident they can clear the whole thing. But the strict dungeon supervisor instantly shuts him down. Absolutely not allowed. Still, Sungu tries pushing back. Sungu swears they will not hold the staff responsible if things go south, practically begging to enter. But the supervisor remains completely relentless. If they want to throw their lives away, they should go jump in the Han River instead. Rules are rules. Sungu just stands there, totally anxious and completely out of arguments. Looking completely defeated, he drags his feet back to Woojin. Scratching his head, he awkwardly delivers the awful news. They got rejected. The staff absolutely refuses to let them inside. Sungu apologizes, regretting that he did not research the strict rules beforehand. Woojin just sighs and gently responds, "It is what it is." He tells Sungu to hit the administration office and find an available 3-star dungeon somewhere around this local area instead. Right on cue, Min Chan smooth talks his way over, acting surprised to see them here. Alongside Heyman, he politely asks what their current plans are, pretending this is a massive coincidence. He offers to lend a helping hand. But honestly, behind that warm smile, Min Chan's eyes are glowing with clever, highly calculated ambition. Woojin instantly sees right through the act. Coincidence? Yeah, right. Putting his hands squarely on his hips, he bluntly demands to know exactly how they can help. They shift over near the bustling transit station. Min Chan casually points out that they probably didn't realize a 4-star dungeon strictly requires a C-rank assault squad to enter. Gesturing smoothly toward the dark entrance, he reveals that this specific 4-star dungeon is actually completely managed by his very own guild. He claims they already handled all the advanced booking, so the duo can just use it freely. Obviously, this insanely generous offer immediately makes Woojin suspicious. Woojin bluntly states that nobody is this nice, since nothing in life is truly free. Min Chan just smiles, insisting it is merely a small show of goodwill. He promises to personally handle the strict rank adjustments, telling them to just go crazy conquering it. Taking a bold step forward, Woojin smirks. If the guy wants to play nice, he will gladly accept the golden ticket. Min-chan responds with perfect, polite professionalism, praising Woojin's decisive attitude. He asks them to wait just 1 second for a special welcome gift. Woojin raises an eyebrow, shocked the guy actually prepared physical presents. Min-chan turns around, smoothly telling them to hang tight, while heading straight toward a car trunk that was already popped wide open. Staring into the trunk, he quietly repeats Woojin's own words, "Nothing in this world is free." Min-chan chuckles with pure smug satisfaction. He knows the ultimate truth, even without asking for payment up front. Every single free favor secretly creates a psychological debt. It is simple human nature. If someone buys you an expensive meal, you instinctively feel obligated to return the huge favor later on. The man's brain is working in overdrive, silently calculating his sneaky trap. Sure, this kid might be an awakened with absolutely monstrous potential, but at the end of the day, he is just a naive 24-year-old. Kang Woojin is basically dancing right in his palm. Meanwhile, Heyman approaches Woojin, mentioning how drastically his vibe has changed. Woojin instantly glances over, asking exactly what makes him look so different. Heyman bluntly confesses that sparking a simple conversation with him yesterday felt practically impossible. Brushing it off, Woojin admits his mood was pretty terrible yesterday. Deep down, he remembers how his head was a total chaotic mess just thinking about the Tranet dimension. Flashing a friendly smile, Heyman guesses that Woojin must heavily rely on his daily vibe. And, judging by today's energy, he seems to be in incredibly high spirits. Seizing the chance, Heyman suggests they grab some drinks later. Woojin cheerfully agrees to the plan. That single sentence is all it takes to make Heyman internally cheer with victory. Hook, line, and sinker. He plans to get this arrogant kid completely wasted and sign a locked 2-year asset contract. Woojin is absolutely joining their mighty guild now. Heyman is already scheming about manipulating his new target over a few heavy drinks. Leaning in, he smoothly suggests a top-tier local bar they absolutely have to visit together. Woojin looks curious about the spot. But you and I know the truth. Sunggu just shakes his head. These corporate suits are hopelessly flattering the wrong boss. He will never join. A few moments later, Min-chan confidently marches back with the gift. He glances around, instantly freezing in utter shock. Puzzled, Min-chan steps up and asks where the duo vanished to. Heyman innocently replies they already entered the dungeon. Hearing that, Min-chan literally shakes with fiery, teeth-grinding rage. They went inside? Already? He furiously demands to know why they didn't wait, especially since he clearly promised them a special welcome gift. Heyman totally misses the point, arguing that since they are waiting for the clear anyway, he can just hand over the gifts later. Defeated, Min-chan drops the heavy supply bag straight into the dirt. Heyman stares with wide eyes, completely amazed as the bag spills open. Wait, a premium survival kit? The bag was packed with essential, life-saving gear, meant for extreme dungeon raiding. Min-chan lowered his voice, asking a serious question. How much do you honestly think those F-rank rookies who want to challenge a 4-star dungeon actually know about high-tier dungeons? He was seriously starting to worry now. A 4-star dungeon requires at least a D-rank team with a C-rank leader. Min-chan suspected Kang Woojin was only an F-rank player in name alone, but looking closely at his insane clear speed in 3-star dungeons, he might actually have the raw power to easily defeat those 4-star monsters. However, high-tier dungeons rated 4 to 6 stars operate on completely different rules compared to the basic low-tier ones. If they walk in there blindly without any solid information or survival gear, even top-tier awakened players wouldn't be able to make it back alive. He grabbed his head in pure panic. They tried to show goodwill, but accidentally sent them to their deaths. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Woojin was actually laughing. Is this really a 4-star dungeon? These monsters are totally weak. Sunggu shook his head, completely unsure. He stared down at the massive pile of dead rats. Could the difficulty actually be lower than average here? Woojin stood there and nodded. It was definitely possible. They just needed to find the return stone. The dungeon suddenly went dead quiet. Wait, what? There was absolutely no return stone. Sunggu turned around, completely paralyzed by sudden shock. That was impossible. Woojin rubbed his chin, wondering if his search skill level was just way too low. He immediately told him to turn back and look again. The two guys kept walking through the pitch-black dungeon. Woojin was seriously confused. It just wasn't there. What in the world was going on? Sungu looked up and pointed at the entrance. He froze completely. What was that? Woojin immediately locked his eyes on it too. Right above the stairs in front of them, a completely different gate appeared. He looked up, totally confused. Was this exactly why the return stone never appeared? Did they really have to go through? Woojin smirked coldly. He knew it was too easy. This was just the start. The two of them stepped straight through the mysterious gate, instantly entering a massive space filled with a dense, overgrown forest. Woojin practically jumped out of his skin when he saw what was ahead. Had they just been teleported straight into a completely different dimension? Sungu suddenly lowered his voice, calling out to him. Woojin looked over, realizing the guy was completely naked. He instantly snapped. What on earth was he doing? Woojin cringed hard. Why did he strip off his clothes? His poor eyes. But Sungu practically cried as he pointed back. Woojin was completely naked too. That was the exact moment he finally realized the truth. Did only their physical bodies get teleported here? Deep inside the dark forest, a massive, terrifying roar echoed out, instantly scattering all the birds into the sky. The two stood there, one absolutely terrified, while the other was clearly getting excited. Woojin placed his hands on his hips, totally confident. This was the true beginning of the 4-star dungeon. He quickly pulled out some fresh clothes for them both to wear. Sungu stared at him with wide eyes, totally baffled. Just how many skills did he actually have? He remembered exactly how Woojin simply tossed him the clothes out of thin air and told him to cover up properly right away. Sungu really thought his boss had this whole crazy situation under control. But honestly, he had absolutely no idea what he was doing anymore. Meanwhile, Woojin was just standing there, staring deeply at the glowing system screen in front of him. He did the math. He was currently level 10, but thanks to the insane power of his newly transferred skills, his actual base stats were way higher than any normal level 10 player out there. But honestly, trying to solo a 4-star dungeon was still going to be insanely difficult. His necromancer skills alone wouldn't be enough here. But if the enemy numbers were small, Woojin knew he could still crush them completely, even if they had zero preparation going into this fight. Suddenly, a massive wall of system notifications popped up, revealing the unique warrior skills. The system chimed loudly. He had just unlocked Warrior's Intuition. He had unlocked Warrior's Rage. And to top it all off, he even acquired the powerful Leap ability. He acquired Acceleration. He acquired Iron Punch. Gripping his heavy steel rod tight, he cracked a smile and finally told his partner to get ready for an absolute bloodbath. Just how strong was level 31 anyway? Meanwhile, right back outside the terrifying dungeon gate, Min-chan placed his hand against the glowing barrier. It still hadn't disappeared. They had already been trapped inside for way too long. Heyman looked over, clearly filled with doubt. How much longer could they even survive? Could they really fight that massive crocodile monster? Min-chan frowned and shot back a grim question. With their bare hands? That was exactly when Heyman finally realized all their essential survival gear was still sitting right there. Here is the crazy thing you and I need to remember. High-tier dungeons flat out refuse to let anyone bring outside items from Earth. The only things that can successfully pass through that terrifying system gate are objects native to the dungeon itself. Min-chan grabbed his head in pure despair. Even if they somehow killed that monstrous crocodile, they were still going to face a much bigger, deadlier problem: basic food and water. Back inside the dungeon, a massive tremor shook the ground, sending dirt, thick dust, and heavy trees flying everywhere. Sungu panicked hard, screaming that something huge was coming right for them. Suddenly, a gigantic crocodile monster erupted straight out of the thick dust. Woojin moved with absolute agility, pushing off the ground for crazy momentum. He launched himself high into the air, hovering right above the terrifying beast. So, this was the true power of Warrior's Intuition. Why not take it for a little test drive? Below him, the level 31 crocodile snapped its massive jaws wide open. Back outside, Min-chan was still pacing with heavy anxiety. Even in a normal jungle, surviving without basic necessities would be an absolute nightmare for anyone. But inside a high-tier dungeon, the danger level was multiplied by 100. Hyman stood right next to him, looking completely drained of hope, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Meanwhile, back inside, a fresh skewer of meat, roasted perfectly, over a bright red flame. The plate was completely empty, and Sungu was happily holding the skewer. He took a huge bite and smiled. Yeah, you guessed it, dungeon monster meat is apparently delicious. You and I know dungeon food can be rough, but Woojin just grins. Crocodile meat is an absolute delicacy. Take it down, grill it up, nothing beats this. Seriously, try it. Crocodile meat paired with a cold beer is absolute perfection. Sung-gu chugs his glass, his face flushing bright red. Wow, bro, this actually tastes amazing. Woojin just looks over at the younger guy with genuine warmth. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Haemin sounds incredibly worried. Captain, they have been stuck inside for a really long time. He asks the tough question. If they have been gone this long, can we really be sure they are even still alive in that forest? Min-chan quietly responds. If it was just a single crocodile, they could easily use a summon as bait to distract it and slip right by. But a trick like that won't help them cross the actual swamp. Haemin looks down, deeply worried as they discuss the danger. The swamp randomly spawns deep inside the jungle, and it is an absolute death trap for any close-range fighter. Once your feet sink into the mud, you are trapped. You have to fight off swarms of violent monkeys while dodging massive, deadly anacondas, all at the exact same time. Min-chan points out the fatal flaw. Their only ranged attacker in there is Hong Sung-gu. And honestly, his basic fireballs are nowhere near strong enough to block a full wave of those vicious monkeys. The two men stare at the ground, sighing. This situation looks completely hopeless. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, fireballs are already blasting through the air. Their target? The swarm of monkeys hiding in the trees. Woojin yells out, completely hyped up, burn them all to ash. Sung-gu watches in absolute shock. Since when did he have a skill like that? Right in front of them stands an entire squad of skeleton mages, gripping their magic staffs. A system alert pops up. Skeleton mage summoned. It uses a dead monster corpse as the catalyst to bring a powerful magical skeleton into the fight. Level limit 10. Mana cost 20. Back outside the gate, Min-chan is eating a quick bowl of instant noodles while waiting. Haemin stands next to him, still incredibly nervous. Captain, it has been 4 straight hours. Do you honestly think they can clear that brutal dungeon and survive? He lowers his voice, answering honestly. I really do not know. Bloodthirsty monsters are not the only threat hiding inside a high-level dungeon. That place is packed with bizarre plants, weird animals, and deadly insects that do not exist on Earth. Min-chan asks the real question. How much do you think they actually know about an alien ecosystem? Haemin suddenly gasps in pure horror. Oh no. What if they accidentally eat a poisonous plant? Min-chan answers bluntly they would be totally dead. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Sung-gu is holding a giant, juicy red fruit, right about to take a bite. He takes a huge bite and instantly groans in delight. Man, fresh jungle fruit is absolutely amazing. It is so sweet. Woojin casually chimes in. If you do not boil that specific fruit before eating it, you will literally die. Hearing that, Sung-gu completely panics, furiously spitting it out before whining loudly. Bro, you have to warn me sooner. Sung-gu turns to him, visibly confused. Wait a second, how do you even know about this random stuff? Woojin just shrugs it off. I just know. Why worry? But internally, he chuckles. How does he know? Because this place exactly matches the brutal world he survived in for 20 years. Back outside the dungeon, night has fallen. Haemin is still sitting there, full of questions. But Captain, why are you trying so hard to recruit Kang Woojin? It is not like our guild is even that interested in hiring him in the first place. Min-chan lets out a very soft sigh before answering. Haemin, I have never once doubted my own judgment. Not even once. Haemin just smiles brightly at his boss. You are talking about your special talent for spotting promising awakened, right? Do you really believe Sung-gu has massive potential to be directly recruited into our guild? Min-chan nods, with absolute confidence. Exactly. And right now, I am completely certain that Woojin is way stronger than Sung-gu. This bold claim leaves Haemin visibly stunned. Stronger than Sung-gu? The two men just sit there, chatting back and forth in the dark. Yes, it would be an absolute tragedy if he refused to join our guild. Haemin, losing a powerful awakened like him would be a massive blow to all of humanity. Haemin shakes his head slowly. I really just hope the guy can make it back alive. I never actually realized our captain stressed out this much. He then stands up, putting on a brave, cheerful smile. Come on, let us just pray for their safe return. He will absolutely make it back alive. Min-chan replies flatly. But the odds are terrible. This brutal honesty makes Haemin freeze in absolute dread. He continues explaining the grim reality. The guardian protecting the return stone is an insanely difficult monster to deal with. Hearing this, Haemin grumbles internally. I mean, everyone already knows that. We just need to pray he survives. Min-chan rubs his head, his voice dropping low. Honestly, there is a huge chance he is about to die. Heyman frowns in intense frustration. Could this guy seriously stop being so incredibly pessimistic for once? Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, the two guys finally leave the dense forest, stepping into a dry, barren wasteland. Sungu's eyes go wide as he points ahead. Bro, it is the return stone. Right in front of them, the magical stone glows brightly. Resting on top of an ancient altar, Sungu starts walking toward it, complaining loudly. Finally out of this damn place. But instantly, Woojin reaches out, violently yanking him back by his shirt collar. The solid ground right in front of them suddenly collapses, revealing a vicious spike trap underneath. Sungu screams in terror. A trap? I almost died. He turns, sweating heavily. Bro, thank you. But Woojin ignores him, his intense gaze locking onto something ahead. Seeing this serious reaction, Sungu turns his head too, nervously asking, Wait, what are you looking at? Woojin is genuinely shocked by the sight. A massive squad of orc monsters, baring their razor-sharp teeth. What are these things? Woojin whispers, caught off guard. Wait, you and I know this lore, aren't these the exact same orcs from the Planet Alphen? Blocking their path are elite orc warriors and mages, ranging from level 41 to 45. Now, back on Alphen, society was split between humans, monsters, dwarves, beastmen, and other strange races. Orcs were one of them. So you and I have to wonder, why are they inside this dungeon? Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action. Woojin stands there, dead silent for a moment. Then he looks straight at the monsters and demands, What exactly are you doing here? His casual attitude absolutely shocks Sungu and the orcs. The orcs start murmuring loudly in their own strange language. One of them steps forward from the pack and demands, Who are you? How can a human speak our tongue? Without missing a beat, Woojin fires right back in perfect orcish. Doesn't matter. I will ask you again. What are you doing here? The monster replies in a dark tone. We have lost our homeland. Woojin asks, Did the demon Chanet invade it? The orc nods. Yes. After a piece of the balance vanished, Chanet became the absolute master of that place. We are here because of a contract with him. That answer makes Woojin freeze up. He repeats the word slowly. A contract? The orc raises his heavy axe high into the air, then violently slashes it down, declaring firmly, Based on this exact contract, Earth now rightfully belongs to us. Hearing this, Woojin just laughs and says, Earth never belonged to Chanet anyway. That contract is completely useless. Then he pulls out his weapon, ready to fight. You dare invade this place? You've got some serious nerve. The leader barks a command, ordering his warriors to crush the enemy. The entire horde instantly obeys, charging straight at the two of them. Woojin focuses intensely, fully ready for the clash. A massive swarm of angry monsters rushes forward, yet our main character remains completely calm. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Haman stares at the entrance. Captain, this doesn't look good. 6 hours and 20 minutes have already passed by. Min Chen rubs his chin in deep thought. A whole day has passed inside the dungeon. He wonders to himself, could they really clear an A-rank dungeon with just 2 people? Ha-Min suddenly gasps. The countdown is completely gone. Min Chen stands there, silently praying. Please, come on. He waits with intense anxiety. Please just come out. You have to make it back alive. The barrier vanishes, revealing the dark, endless subway stairs, leading deep underground. After a long, tense period of waiting, everything remains completely dead silent. Ha-Min speaks up. They still haven't come out. I guess this was just too much for them. Min Chan sighs heavily. Pack it up. We should use the carts to clear out. But what happens next leaves him speechless. And trust me, you will love this part. Min Chan spots 2 figures walking up the stairs carrying massive piles of loot. Woojin, he shouts. He gets totally hyped, thrilled that they made it back in one piece. Woojin smiles and asks, Why do you look so happy? Later, as their car rolls down the street, we hear Woojin's voice again. We really didn't need the relief kits, but that attack gear was awesome. He checks the list, then turns and asks, Wait, is Crocodile Station seriously this expensive? We can't even afford it. Sungu just smiles. Yeah, I know. Woojin reminds him. Sungu, make sure you actually bring it next time. Sungu forces a smile, thinking to himself that mining bloodstones is fine. But does he really have to process monster corpses too? His dream of becoming an epic fire mage feels further away than ever. Suddenly, something outside the window catches Woojin's eye. Sungu asks curiously, What's going on, bro? Woojin stares at a couple standing outside. That's Jaemin over there. Pull up next to them. The two of them are chatting when a loud shout interrupts. Jaemin flinches in surprise and quickly looks over his shoulder. Seeing Woo-in waving from the car, Jaemin calls out to him, clearly surprised. The girl standing next to him looks pretty confused by this. Woo-in grins and asks, "On a date with your girlfriend?" Jaemin quickly explains, "No, she is my older sister." Then he introduces them. "Sis, this is the guy who helped me out before." Hearing this, she hesitates for a second and politely asks, "Are you Kang Woojin?" Seeing that she knows his name, Woo-in looks a bit surprised. Cut to the Hammer Guild headquarters. A man holds a document. Vice President position. He asks, "Is this guy really worth us going to such extreme lengths?" Just then, a sharp beep sounds, and an automated voice echoes through the room. "Chairman, Vice President Park Jin-gu is here." He walks right in and says, "Captain Jung, you are here as well." Min-chan immediately gets up to leave. "Yes, I am preparing now. Please continue your discussion." Jin-gu looks confused. "What is up with the captain?" Jung replies, "I have no idea. It seems like he managed to find a necromancer. Now he is asking me to hand over the vice president role to this unknown guy." Jin-gu hears this and immediately says, "If Captain Jung requested it, it means we absolutely must recruit this necromancer at all costs." The chairman questions him, "Why do we need to do that? He has been making a huge fuss about finding real talent lately. Everyone he recruits ends up being terrible. Captain Jung finding you was pure luck, honestly." Jin-gu laughs awkwardly. "Don't be so harsh on him." Do-yoon crosses his arms over his chest. "Whatever. More importantly, what is the situation looking like over in America?" Jin-gu answers, "The rumors seem to be true. Based on how they returned, we can guarantee that there is someone totally new at the Titan Guild." The chairman frowns deeply. "You and I know what this means. Someone actually made it out of that nightmare dungeon alive." The scene shifts to another location entirely. A long-haired girl stands by a window, gazing at the night city. Her image appears on a monitor while someone asks a question. "How is she doing?" The monitoring staff replies, "No changes at all. She can't understand a word of our language and just keeps repeating those bizarre words over and over." The staff adds, "It looks like a mental disability caused by her severe injuries." Ding-kun, the Titan Guild commander, replies, "I see. Regardless of the current situation, she is a crucial factor in uncovering the dungeon's massive secret. Find any way possible to cure her, so we can finally communicate." The staff instantly obeys. "Yes, Captain. Right away. All right, you and I are back." He frowns. It's been 5 years since the dungeon appeared. Will humanity ever actually uncover its hidden secrets? Meanwhile, on the other side, the girl keeps whispering in that completely unknown, totally bizarre language. She presses her hand against the glass, hesitating before whispering the name Jane. Then, she clearly speaks his real name, Woojin. Cut to an old apartment building, where a few lonely windows still glow in the dark. Inside one of those rooms, a desk lamp is still burning bright. The wall calendar is completely covered in red circles and frantic little notes. Even though it's late, someone is still grinding away at their studies. Jaemin lets out a heavy, anxious sigh over his homework. He is stressed, hoping nothing bad is going to happen. But then he remembers what went down earlier this afternoon, and it just makes him more confused. He seriously cannot figure out what that guy is thinking. Flashback to Woojin sitting casually in a car, looking up with a friendly smirk. "We're grabbing Korean barbecue. Want to tag along? Let's jump over to that late-night barbecue joint." Woojin knocks back a shot of alcohol and immediately lights up with absolute delight. "Wow, I had no idea Ji-won was Jin's older sister." Woojin just cannot stop throwing out compliments. "Wait, has it seriously been 20 years? No, scratch that. 5 whole years, and you are still just as gorgeous." Ji-won totally panics, waving her hands around like crazy. "What are you even talking about? I am definitely not." Woojin just laughs out loud at her reaction. "You are way too modest. Hey, Sunggu, listen to this. She was literally the most popular girl in our school. I bet half the guys in our class were secretly crushing on her back then." Sunggu hears this and instantly jumps on the hype train. "Whoa, you must have been a total knockout." Ji-won is blushing incredibly hard, nervously waving her hands to deny everything. "Come on, it really was not like that." Woojin blushes slightly, thinking back to his old crush. "Well, I was definitely one of those guys." In his mind, she is still just as radiant as ever. Bright, incredibly beautiful, and always super friendly to absolutely everyone she met. Ji-won looks down, her face turning completely bright red. Was Woojin always this smooth of a talker? But then, He suddenly turns to her, totally confused about something else. Why are you wearing that hat indoors? Did you forget to wash your hair today? She visibly flinches, stammering as she tries to find a quick excuse. Oh, I just really like wearing hats. Sung-gu is feeling the second-hand awkwardness now, taking a slow sip of his drink while side-eyeing them. He knows his boss has absolutely zero filter. Woojin stares at the hat, clearly annoyed. That looks super uncomfortable. Why don't you just take the thing off already? But Ji-won nervously shakes her head, waving her hands in straight denial. No, really. I am completely fine. Even Sung-gu is totally stunned by his boss's blunt behavior. How on earth could he say something like that to a lady? Suddenly, Sung-gu's eyes snap wide open, his jaw practically dropping straight to the floor. Wait a minute. It finally clicks in his head, putting all the awkward pieces together. Has my boss seriously never been on a single date in his entire life? But Woojin is completely clueless, happily munching away on his food. Wow, this grilled meat is absolutely delicious. Sung-gu just sighs, helplessly accepting the painful truth. To be fair, everything his boss just said was probably meant with purely good intentions. But looking around, you and I can both see the atmosphere is getting super awkward. This tension is honestly thick enough to cut with a knife. To break this incredibly stiff tension, Sung-gu instantly suggests they all play a drinking game together. Hearing this, Woojin blinks in total surprise. Huh? What kind of game are we playing? Sung-gu leans in, hyping up the absolute necessity of it. Come on. You simply cannot go out drinking without playing a few wild party games. Woojin still looks totally clueless, glancing over like, why the sudden change? Cut to a full-blown drinking montage, and soon enough, someone is loudly belting out a crazy tune. Sung-gu grabs an empty bottle, using it as a makeshift microphone. He is completely wasted, screaming crazy lyrics about all those online haters being absolute cheap garbage. He is fully sweating now, waving his jacket around as he keeps belting out the song. Oh winter, let the snow fall and crush the skulls of those useless readers. Finally, having enough of this concert, Woojin glares at him with pure annoyance. Sung-gu, why don't you sit your butt down before I am the one who crushes your skull? He turns back toward the table, letting out a very heavy sigh. Woojin spots Ji-won, who is now completely slumped over on the table. She is totally blackout drunk. Suddenly, the sleeping Ji-won shifts just a little bit. The hat slips right off her head, landing on the table. Sung-gu's eyes instantly lock onto her, staring in pure shock. He honestly cannot believe his eyes, aggressively rubbing them. Wait a second. Am I just so drunk that I am actually seeing things right now? Two random blonde girls who just walked in immediately start whispering. Hey, do you see that girl's head? It totally looks like some kind of nasty burn scar. Taking a much closer look, Sung-gu starts awkwardly stammering. Boss, the top of Big Sister's head, it looks like. Hearing that, Woojin casually shifts his gaze down to check. Without the hat, a massive scar on Ji-won's forehead is fully exposed for everyone to see. But Woojin barely even reacts, simply reaching out for the fallen hat. Who cares what they are gossiping about? Woojin gently places the hat back on Ji-won's head, calmly stating a fact. So what? She is still incredibly beautiful to me. Then, he turns back to his lackey, completely unbothered. Sung-gu, finish your drink, it is time to head home. Sung-gu snaps out of his daze and quickly nods. Yes, cut back to the siblings' apartment the next morning. The sun is up, and Ji-won groggily blinks her eyes open, clutching her forehead. Ugh, my head is absolutely killing me. She slowly sits up, looking around the familiar room in total confusion. Wait, I am home? Jin, who is cooking over in the kitchen, turns around. Oh, you are awake? She flinches, the pieces slowly coming together, though she is still super confused. Wait, I am home, but how did I even get back here? Jin looks back to explain. Did you completely forget? Woojin was the one who brought you back. Go wash your face, I made some soup. Ji-won drags herself out of bed and stumbles into the bathroom. She stares at the mirror. You and I know what she's realizing. Wait, did I seriously sleep with my hat on this whole time? Suddenly, Ji-won's eyes snap wide open in absolute panic. Ah, a blurry, terrifying flashback of what actually happened last night crashes right into her mind. Ji-woo suddenly remembered that it was Woojin who carried her home. She stared blankly at her own scar in the mirror. Oh no, he definitely saw it. 5 years ago, a monster brutally attacked her during a massive dungeon break. Looking at that scar now, Ji-woo is forced to relive those painful, haunting memories all over again. This permanent mark is the tragic aftermath Staring at her flaw, she felt completely overwhelmed with deep insecurity. She absolutely did not want him to see it at all. She only wanted him to remember her bright, perfect image from their high school days. But then, Jiwoo suddenly recalled Woojin's firm, reassuring words to her. So what? To him, she was still incredibly beautiful. Hearing that, her lips parted slightly in genuine, absolute surprise. Jiwoo gripped her hat tightly, looking down as her heart hammered. Stick with me here, because we are flashing straight back to their high school days. The final bell rang loudly. Their teacher looked around the classroom, asking who was on cleaning duty today. Hearing this, Woojin immediately raised his hand and called out, "I am." Seeing him, the teacher nodded and asked for the second student on duty. "All right, Woojin, and who else?" Suddenly, a small, gentle hand slowly raised high into the air. Woojin looked over at her, completely caught off guard. That is when Jiwoo spoke up, confidently reporting to the teacher. "It is me, sir." The teacher smiled, gave the two of them a few quick instructions, and told them to start cleaning up the classroom as soon as everyone else headed off for home. After they finished cleaning everything up, Woojin securely locked the classroom door. Standing right behind him, Jiwoo stepped closer and nervously asked, "We didn't forget to pack anything, right?" He turned his head and gave a rather vague, distant answer. "Yeah, I guess." Jiwoo fell silent, watching him quietly. But on their walk home, she suddenly turned to share her honest thoughts. "You know, Woojin, you are honestly super quiet. You act exactly like my little brother. No matter what I try to tell him, that kid only replies with a single word. Yeah." But even after hearing all of that, Woojin just gave a single grunt. "Ah." Seeing him actually respond, Jiwoo smiled brightly and pointed out that they were finally talking in their second semester. "From now on, let us try to talk a lot more." Suddenly, she completely turned around to ask him a quick favor. "Oh, that is right. I have something important to tell you. Could you come over here for a second?" Hearing this out of nowhere, Woojin looked totally surprised. "What is it?" She leaned in incredibly close to his ear, getting ready to whisper her secret. But nope, it was actually BB leaning over him to wake Woojin up from his dream. "Master, please wake up. Master, you look like you slept so peacefully." He slowly opened his eyes, waking up in an incredibly grumpy mood. Not thrilled at all, Woojin immediately started accusing his familiar. "BB, did you seriously cast some kind of weird dream spell on me while I was sleeping?" Scene shifts to the massive hotel lobby. Seeing him walk out, Sunggu rushed over to check in. "Hey boss, did you end up getting a good night of sleep?" Woojin completely ignored the question, sitting down heavily. "Are you still searching for a 4-star dungeon?" Sunggu quickly nodded his head, confirming he was on the job. "Yes, sir." Sunggu kept typing away carefully on his laptop keyboard. "I am trying my absolute hardest to find one right now." His face showed obvious stress, mostly because 4-star dungeons were incredibly rare. Plus, all the major guilds completely monopolized them, making it nearly impossible to snag an open one. Our necromancer looked up, let out a deep sigh, and wondered aloud. So what should we do now? Do we just settle and drop back down to clearing 3-star dungeons? After staring blankly at the ceiling, Woojin suddenly had an epiphany. Grabbing his phone, he dialed a familiar number. "I know a way." Woojin flashed an amused, wicked smile as the call connected. Instantly, an incredibly urgent, panicked voice echoed from the phone speaker. "I am heading there right now. Please just give me a moment." But Woojin ruthlessly cut him off with a strict deadline. 15 minutes. That is exactly how long I am waiting. The guy on the other line clearly started sprinting over in an absolute panic. Listening to this, Sunggu waited for the call to end before asking, "Boss, who in the world did you just call?" But Woojin only tossed the question back with a mysterious look. "Who do you think?" He smirked playfully, gripping his phone. "It is someone who will unconditionally hand over whatever we need." Shortly after that wild claim, the room doors suddenly burst wide open. Min Chan rushed inside, sweating and completely out of breath. Seeing him, Woojin turned his head, smiling in obvious satisfaction. "You really are pretty fast on your feet." Gasping for air with sweat pouring down his face, the guild manager apologized. "I am so sorry for making you wait. Now, what do you need my help with?" After catching his breath, Min Chan took a seat and fired up his own laptop. "Oh? You two are currently trying to track down a 4-star dungeon? Those public dungeon forums might be popular, but they definitely are not meant for professional hunters." Min-chan looked at them with serious confidence. Just give me a second. Sung-gu leaned over, peeking curiously at the glowing laptop screen. Whoa, is that some kind of exclusive software meant just for big guilds? Min-chan kept it simple and confirmed the facts. Exactly. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he explained further. Every major guild has a dedicated support team specializing in securing these exact spots. Hearing this insider information, Sung-gu looked genuinely impressed. Wow. Min-chan then casually glanced up, smoothly shifting right into recruitment mode. So, you guys crashed at this hotel overnight? You know, if you both just join our guild, we would happily let you live in any luxury hotel you want. He enthusiastically kept piling on the ridiculous perks. Of course, if you two prefer a private house instead, we can easily provide a massive one completely free of charge. Pretty awesome deal, right? Sung-gu just shot him a side glance and let out a heavy sigh, realizing this guy was aggressively pitching them again. Hearing that shameless bribe, Woojin burst out into genuine laughter. Wow, honestly sounds like a fantastic offer. Right on cue, Min-chan spun the laptop screen around to show them. Here are all the 4-star dungeons available for immediate booking today. Woojin quickly leaned in, looking totally surprised by the list. Whoa, we can actually reserve these right now. He chuckled, clearly impressed by the sheer efficiency. Man, having a massive corporate guild sure is incredibly convenient. The screen clearly displayed all the high-level dungeon details. The guild booking interface listed prime targets Seolung Station Exit 2, Seoul Station Exit 6, Konkuk University Exit 5, and Yaksu Station Exit 4. All 4-star rank. Hearing the praise, Min-chan puffed up his chest proudly, telling our necromancer he was far too kind. Now, let's see what wild action awaits them on the busy streets outside. A guild staff member steps right up with an update. Captain, I've got the schedule booked. Min-chan waves it off, looking completely satisfied. All right, that is excellent work. Suddenly, Min-chan flashes a bright smile, turning to our guy. Hey Woojin, we actually still have a little bit of time before your scheduled appointment. Care to grab a quick cup of tea with me? He even throws out a really tempting little offer. If you need it, I can hand over a complete guidebook for this dungeon right before you head inside. It should definitely help you out. Woojin excitedly bobs his head, quickly agreeing to the deal. Oh, perfect then. Min-chan suddenly leans his face in close, making sure to emphasize his point. Just so you know, this is top-tier, high-quality intel directly gathered by our very own guild. You can absolutely trust it. But honestly, Woojin just brushes him off with a few careless words. Ah, I can't wait. Suddenly, Sung-gu whips his head around to stare closely at something. Spotting something super weird, he practically shouts out in pure, unfiltered excitement. Look, a dungeon reboot. Sung-gu watches the whole thing totally mesmerized before finally confessing. This is actually my very first time witnessing this with my own 2 eyes. Hearing that, Min-chan is completely taken off guard. Wait, what? Looking totally panicked, he quickly spins around to urge his team. Holy crap. Heyman, contact the guild immediately. Hearing the panic, the staffer quickly whips out his phone to make the call. Yes, right away, sir. Over on the other side, the dungeon process keeps going. Woojin stares intently at the scene, quietly wondering to himself. A dungeon reboot? Fast forward a bit, and reporters are swarming the dungeon area. The station guards and everyone else are scrambling around, looking seriously terrified and on edge. They've even thrown up a warning sign right out front, strictly forbidding entry. Meanwhile, that intense light glowing from inside the dungeon finally softens. Through it all, Woojin never once looks away. Min-chan, who has been watching just as closely, finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. Well, it looks like this particular mine is completely finished now. He turns back around, diving right into an explanation we all need to hear. All right. So dungeons are typically divided up into 3 specific stages. Min-chan introduces the very first and honestly quietest phase. Stage 1 is the mine. Then, he smoothly moves on to exactly what we just saw happen right in front of us. Stage 2 is the reboot phase. Finally, Min-chan wraps up by dropping the most dangerous stage of all. And the very last stage is the dungeon break. He thinks back, reminding Woojin that the previous dungeons he cleared were all stuck in that mine phase. Min-chan then gives a super quick rundown on how this whole structural process actually works. Basically, those are dungeons that someone has already fully cleared out once before. After that happens, just your standard everyday monsters get summoned inside. He points out that the job for awakened guys like Woojin is to literally head down there and farm bloodstones, just like an everyday miner. Next, Min-chan breaks down the general timeline for this stuff. That quiet mind phase usually lasts anywhere from 2 to 3 full months, but the second that period ends, they completely reboot and transform into a brand new dungeon. Like you just saw, Soon University Exit 6 just went through a full reboot. He turns his head, heavily emphasizing the sheer gravity of this situation. Right now, massive guilds are racing here, all desperate to be the very first to clear it. Oh, and about the dungeon break, but right there, Woojin abruptly cuts him off. Hold on a second. Our guy sharply pieces the real puzzle together. Does that mean this specific dungeon is completely ownerless right now? Min-chan doesn't hesitate for a single second to confirm that fact. Exactly. To put it simply, this dungeon is currently actively searching for a brand new owner. Right in the middle of talking, his eyes suddenly snap wide open in pure realization. Min-chan whips his head around, instantly figuring out what he's thinking. Wait, you aren't actually planning to try and clear it, are you? Woojin doesn't even hesitate, casually stating his absolutely insane intentions out loud. Why shouldn't I? Hearing that wild idea, Min-chan desperately scrambles to stop him. You absolutely can't. The monsters inside a fresh, first clear dungeon are infinitely more dangerous than the standard garbage you fight in the mines. Just step back and let the big guilds handle this one. Woojin just throws his hands on his hips, bluntly calling out the real truth. So basically, you guild guys just want to keep a complete monopoly over these fresh dungeons, right? Realizing he's being completely misunderstood, Min-chan aggressively shakes his head. No, that is not what I mean at all. After a tense moment, he firmly clarifies the situation. By official law, solo hunters can absolutely clear these things, but only after the dungeon's raw energy output has been safely remeasured and officially ranked. The very second he hears that, Woojin looks genuinely confused and asks, energy levels? Min-chan glances over at the ongoing chaos and quickly explains. Yeah, it's the raw magical energy they blast out during the reboot process. Look, they're actually measuring it right now. That raw number is exactly what officially determines the star rank of every single dungeon. He breaks down the rigid class tiers for us. 4 stars means it's strictly a C rank zone. 5 stars is built for B ranks, and absolutely no one except elite A rank awakened groups are ever allowed to set foot inside a deadly 6-star dungeon. Taking it all in, Woojin rubs his chin, instantly firing back a question. Didn't you say I'm roughly a C rank, right? A massive, totally thrilled smirk spreads across Woojin's face. So that means I get a free pass inside if it's 4 stars, right? Suddenly, a loud, robotic automated voice blares from the announcement board. This is a 5-star dungeon. Hearing that, our guy instantly glares down, looking incredibly irritated as he curses. Son of a bitch. Standing right behind him, Min-chan refuses to give up his desperate convincing. Seriously, I think you really need to drop this insane idea of clearing it now. But right then, absolutely everyone snaps their heads around. You and I know exactly what this means. 3 imposing figures strut over, and the crowd completely loses their minds. Whoa, it's the Hwaring Guild's elite Vermilion Bird team. Are they already here? That's insane speed. Min-chan watches them closely, completely confirming his earlier suspicions. Well damn, looks like this dungeon will go straight to the Hwarang Guild. Woojin curiously turns his head, and his eyes instantly lock onto someone very familiar. Wait a minute, it's her. Flashing back to the past, he remembers Ji-hee as the arrogant girl who literally stepped all over him. You really shouldn't be showing off your garbage skills anymore. Wayne cracked a smile, his mind made up. He wasn't about to just let this go without a little payback. The 3 of them finally stopped walking. Wayne strolled right up, faking this super friendly vibe like he was going in for a hug. Well, look at that. The A-rank Awakeners have arrived. With them here, clearing this dungeon would be a total breeze. The girl quickly recognized the guy standing right in front of her. Jenny opened her mouth, just about to call Wayne out by name, but he stepped even closer, flashing a grin and tossing out a compliment. Oh, so this is an A-rank Awakener. Gear looks pretty awesome. But Jenny just smirked, dripping with contempt as she warned him. I don't think a place like this suits you at all. This is a 5-star dungeon. Stop getting in my way and just get lost. Wayne didn't even get mad. He just let out a long, heavy sigh. He tossed out a few casual jokes just to lighten the tense mood. Oh, come on, don't be so stuck up about it. Just let me take a tiny peek. Wayne reached out and playfully spun her around. Seriously, taking one little look isn't going to wear you down or anything, right? Jenny got completely caught off guard by the touch and absolutely snapped. You little punk. Where the hell do you think you're touching? Meanwhile, Sean and Harry were just getting back from grabbing some water. Suddenly, Sean froze in his tracks, staring ahead in total confusion. What's going on over there? Why is everyone crowding around? Furious, Jenny completely lashed out, ready to make him pay. Get your filthy hands off me. But Wayne, he just kept that annoying, playful little smirk planted right on his face. And then, suddenly, he accidentally slipped backward. Jenny's eyes went wide with pure panic as she finally realized what was happening and absolutely screamed. Wait, behind you. Wayne just let himself fall backward into the portal, making sure to shout out. Oh no, you totally pushed me right in. As he vanished down below, the crowd just stared in absolute disbelief. Then the sheer panic finally set in. Oh man, this is really bad. Someone just fell straight into the dungeon. Sean was sweating bullets, completely stunned as he watched his boss vanish. Down inside, the weather was brutally hot and blazing. The ground was covered in endless golden desert dunes. Wayne stepped in, taking a look at the scenery. Last time it was a jungle, and now it's a literal desert. He quietly and carefully stepped deeper into the wasteland. But then, out of nowhere, Wayne got launched violently straight up into the air. A giant monster burst from the sand, jaws wide open. Wayne leaped even higher, staying totally calm despite the ambush. Well, that's one hell of a friendly greeting. Guess you're trying to say 5-star dungeons, just hit completely differently. Wayne swung his blade down hard, shouting out a summoning cry. He smirked, utterly unimpressed by the size of this thing. At the end of the day, a monster is still just a monster. Nothing changes, but then its massive body stitched right back together. Wayne was caught totally off guard. He started sweating as he realized the truth. Now, you and I gotta watch closely. He was completely surrounded on all sides. Oh no, these colossal sandworms surged forward, completely swallowing him whole. But after a few terrifying seconds, everything just went totally dead and quiet. Suddenly, Wayne roared, unleashing his insane transformation power. The giant worm's body was instantly sliced into pieces, crashing down into the dirt. He absolutely shattered their encirclement, his face brimming with newfound confidence. Good thing he managed to level up after wiping out those orcs earlier. He had honestly faced way more dangerous and deadly situations than this. The system pinged with a notification, granting a level 20 special privilege, the transformation form for his warrior weapon. Wayne suddenly whipped his head around, staring intensely at something else. These massive things looking like giant boulders were rolling right toward him. He faced them head on, almost excited. What in the world is this now? Wayne gripped his brand new spear as tight as he could, hurling it forward with absolutely everything he had. The second it made impact, a massive, deafening explosion ripped through the air. Wayne looked up, totally shocked by the sheer force of it. They actually exploded? He stared at the thick green smoke rising high into the sky, completely confused. Seriously, what the heck is up with that weird smoke? Suddenly, the remaining boulders actually changed direction, rolling straight back at him. He reacted instantly, throwing his hand out and shouting a command. Rise, bone wall. Right on cue, the system window flashed, clearly displaying the skill's new stats. The level 20 skill created a massive barricade using the literal bones of dead monsters. Another huge explosion rocked the area, sending blinding dust and debris everywhere. Wayne finally poked his head out from behind the rubble, looking rough. He rubbed his messy hair, clearly exhausted from the chaotic blast. He quickly pulled out a glowing red potion and chugged the entire thing, spilling drops all over his chin. Once the liquid hit his system, Wayne felt absolutely fantastic, totally refreshed, and ready for more. 5-star dungeons were truly on a completely different level of danger. The system window chimed again, giving him a clear update on his current physical condition. He had fully recovered from the poison status, thanks to the antidote. Meanwhile, back outside the dungeon portal, the crowd was still anxiously waiting around. A guy from the rival guilds scoffed, dripping with pure arrogance. He sure is surviving in there for a long time. It's honestly pretty annoying. He just needs to die already. Sean was standing right across from him and snapped back furiously. He's not just barely surviving inside that dungeon, you idiot. He is literally conquering it right now. But the rival team just laughed, completely refusing to believe a single word. How could a total nobody like him ever conquer a 5-star gate? The rival guy stubbornly mocked him even harder. I bet he's just clinging to his pathetic life by hiding in some tiny, miserable little corner down there. Sean was absolutely furious and turned around, ready to throw some serious punches. Thankfully, Mitch stepped up from behind, grabbing his shoulder to hold him back. Calm down. Sean. We just have to put our faith in Wayne and wait here patiently until he makes his return. Sean leaned back, taking a deep breath to finally regain his composure. Then Mitch turned his head, still looking pretty doubtful as he whispered, "Do you honestly think he can actually conquer this insane dungeon?" But Sean didn't hesitate, completely firmly convinced in his boss. "Of course he can. Our boss is absolutely coming back alive, no matter what." Mitch stepped closer, reaching out with burning curiosity. "You and I are probably wondering the exact same thing. Tell us, what kind of crazy skills does Wayne actually have?" "All right, you and I are jumping right in." He turns away coldly, straight up saying, "I have absolutely nothing to say." The guy watching him is just completely helpless. This kid is seriously stubborn. From the very beginning, until right now, he hasn't spilled a single piece of useful information. Mian Trang turns his head to look back toward the dungeon gate. Honestly, if Yuan manages to come back alive, this guy's mood is going to get a lot better, because that would officially mean South Korea just gained their 11th rank Awakened Hunter. Meanwhile, back inside the dungeon, the system alerts just keep popping off. Level 27 reached. Yuan lands a few more clean strikes, and the system chimes right back. Boom, level 28 unlocked. In almost no time at all, the system announces 3 straight level ups. Ding. You are now level 29. Yuan plants his spear into the dirt and lets out a massive sigh. Just one more level until he unlocks a brand new summon skill. This brutal desert sun is getting completely unbearable. Even so, Yuan keeps marching forward. Seriously, how huge is this crazy desert anyway? He still cannot see an end to this place anywhere. Suddenly, his eyes go wide with pure shock. Yuan spots a massive castle way out in the distance. The scene shifts as he finally walks deep inside the ruins of the abandoned city, Lucrezia. He looks up at the sky, curious. He looks around, realizing he cannot sense a single presence here at all. Is this entire place really just completely abandoned? Out of nowhere, a surprise attack comes flying right at him, but Yuan senses the danger instantly. He sharply dodges his whole body to the side, completely avoiding the hit. Yuan covers his face, glaring over in total annoyance. Who the heck is attacking? A voice immediately answers his question. It is the Naga. Looking incredibly fierce, the creature demands an answer. Who are you? Give me one good reason why you dare to trespass in this sacred temple. Yuan is just standing there confused, still totally clueless. A temple? Yuan finally takes a real look around the place. Ah, there it is. No wonder this architecture looks so familiar. It turns out to be the Holy Temple of Arya. Hearing that familiar name, the Naga is completely caught off guard. You actually know the goddess Arya? Yuan answers calmly, acting like it is no big deal. Of course I do. How could I not know about the great goddess Arya of Alphen? Mid-sentence, he suddenly turns and asks the real question. But why exactly did the disciples of Arya decide to invade Earth? Did Chanad actually manage to defeat Arya? Hearing this, the Naga gets absolutely furious. Do not drag our goddess into this mess. We only teamed up with Chanad briefly to punish those evil heretics. Seeing his reaction, Yuan is surprised and asks him again, heretics? The Naga does not hesitate to confirm it. Exactly, the monster bluntly declares a vicious threat. We will punish the one who betrayed Alphen and fled to Earth. The blue-eyed nun, catching that crucial detail, Yuan instantly starts getting super suspicious about the situation. So that nun is currently on Earth? Yuan points his spear right at them, fully ready to throw down. Whether you guys want to capture or kill that nun, I literally could not care less. But I strictly forbid you from ever touching Earth. He thrusts his spear forward and declares boldly. Just like how you guys fiercely protect your precious goddess and your holy temple, I feel the exact same way about Earth. The Naga raises his voice and respectfully lifts his weapon high. I respect your sheer willpower. If that is the case, he summons his monstrous allies, declaring loudly, then, we will just kill you first, before marching into Earth. Yuan turns his head, shocked to realize they were invisible this whole time. He looks back at the massive crowd, muttering, okay, that is way too many. Sneak attacks are supposed to be his own specialty. Yuan's face completely darkens as he thinks about it. He really did not sense their presence at all. When he first arrived here, he even looked up to confirm there were absolutely no living things around. But unfortunately, he got caught completely off guard right after by that sneak attack. Finally, Yuan accepts the harsh truth. He just has to admit their stealth skills are way higher than his own tracking abilities. He stares at the overwhelming enemy numbers and calculates his next move. With his current skeleton army forces, fighting all these guys is going to be incredibly difficult. After thinking it over, Uin decides to use his skill points. He upgrades his skeleton summon skill straight up to level 20. Immediately after, his skeleton troops undergo a massive transformation. The bones become much sturdier and grow way taller. They are instantly equipped with brand new heavy weapons for battle. The new form of the skeleton army looks completely different. The system sends a detailed notification explaining it all. The skeleton summon skill has reached level 20, meaning their forms evolve with the rank. Now they have sturdy shields and swords, totally ready to fight. Yuan's tone is suddenly packed with confidence. Well, even so, he tightly grips his spear and smirks as he boldly declares his next move. We still have to fight it out to see who really wins. The Naga also gets super excited, smirking right back at him. The monsters on this side immediately show off their aggressive attitude. The skeleton troop charges forward with shields and swords, and boom, blades clash together with wild, sparking explosions. The chaotic battle is getting more intense and terrifying now. Uin turns around and spots a sharp blade thrusting right at him. With crazy fast reflexes, he spins back to counterattack on both sides at once. Suddenly, from a distance, 3 more things come flying at him. Yuan quickly jumps backward, narrowly dodging the brutal strike. He nervously turns his head to see what just happened. Uin looks up high and spots 3 enemies hiding up there. You bastards. Furious, he quickly throws his hand out, commanding the skeleton army to attack them. A bone spear fires, but the enemy is faster, ducking behind the wall as the attack totally misses. The enemy is absolutely furious. He seizes the moment, gripping his weapon for a deadly sneak attack from behind. But wait, Woojin is way faster, instantly summoning a massive shield. Bone wall. Thick smoke and dust explode across the ground. Woojin carefully glances out from behind the cover, keeping his guard up. These guys aren't giving him an inch. Our guy quickly analyzes the battlefield, figuring out the clear differences between both sides. There is a massive level gap between his army and the enemy. But the real problem? Their forces are absolutely huge, and they totally dominate in close quarters combat. Woojin clearly breaks down every single strength the opponent has. Not to mention, they use the terrain perfectly for both offense and defense, making them nearly impossible to approach. Woojin is seriously starting to fall into a huge disadvantage. It looks like both Bibi and his skeleton soldiers are pretty much useless right now. Even though the skeletons are trying their best, he turns around, anxiously surveying the battlefield. The enemy is wiping out his army way faster than he can take them down. Stuck in this terrible situation, Woojin grips his weapon tight and makes his final decision. Honestly, he has absolutely no other choice but to use it. Meanwhile, you and I are cutting back to the real world where the news is broadcasting live. It has been 10 hours, but that massive barrier isn't disappearing. Kang Woojin, the victim trapped inside, is confirmed to be a C-rank awakened. They even have a live reporter right at the scene, and honestly, the fact that he has managed to survive this long is being called an absolute miracle. The guild leader crosses his arms, watching everything with deep suspicion. Did he seriously go in there just to get famous? The guy stares intently at the screen, looking visibly angry. We basically gave the Hwarang Guild a 5-star dungeon for free, and he still dares to show up? Humph. When he returns, I will definitely reprimand him. Back at the scene, Min Chen hands over a bowl of food to comfort him. Come on, Sungo, you need to eat something while we wait here. The absolute minimum time to clear a 5-star dungeon is 12 hours. As for the maximum time, honestly, I do not even know anymore. He just stares at the ground, blaming himself completely. His boss must be facing insane danger right now, and yet he is just sitting out here safely. Finally, Sungu agrees and takes the bowl of black bean noodles. He snaps his chopsticks apart, deciding he might as well just eat something first. We jump back into the dungeon, where a skeleton soldier gets knocked straight to the ground. The enemy brutally drives a sharp weapon right into its skull. He rips his weapon out without a second thought. The Naga steps right up to our guy, sneering with total disgust. You dare invade this holy temple with just this? But even in this moment, Woojin just flashes a smirk. Well, a 5-star dungeon is actually a lot more annoying than he originally thought. The enemy hears this and just laughs, openly mocking him. How can you still bluff like that? But right then, Woojin confidently confirms that he is absolutely not bluffing at all. Woojin stands up with a totally arrogant smirk and pulls out an item. Check this out, he leveled up. Surprised by the sudden blinding light, the Naga shields its eyes. What the heck is going on? The surrounding space begins shifting weirdly. Suddenly, a massive hand violently smashes straight down into the dirt. A towering figure, with gigantic muscles rises from the earth. The Naga looks up in absolute panicked disbelief. What in the world is this? Seeing it appear, Woojin instantly breaks into a huge smile. Long time no see, Dulce. He leaps up, riding on his golem looking completely majestic. The system immediately pops up with a new notification, Golem Summoning. A massive sand golem has been successfully summoned right into the target area. Woojin glances down with an extremely smug look on his face. Without hesitating for a single second, he orders his massive golem to smash everything. Dulce obeys instantly, slamming its gigantic hand violently into the ground. The enemy frantically spins around, desperately shouting for his warriors to assemble into a defensive formation right now. But Woojin is not holding back at all, immediately commanding them forward. My subordinates. The golem lets out a terrifying, fierce roar. The enemy forces grip their weapons tight to brace themselves as a massive shockwave erupts right inside the temple grounds. Even the majestic goddess statue gets completely shattered in the chaos, leaving the entire surrounding area looking totally ruined and empty. Brimming with confidence, Woojin casually steps closer. Now it is just you left. The Naga grinds his teeth. Completely overwhelmed by a mix of deep fear and intense rage, he steps even closer, raising his voice to issue a bold challenge. Besides your huge numbers, do you seriously have nothing else to show me? Burning with pure fury, the enemy instantly curses right back at him. You bastard. Done talking, the monster aggressively swings its spear. But Woojin does not even bother saying a single word back, he just smirks. Woojin readies his weapon, transforming it into a massive hammer to unleash his violent wind strike skill. Seeing this, the Naga desperately rushes in to strike first and gain the upper hand. Die. But Woojin just smiles. Without any hesitation, he shouts out the activation phrase, and suddenly, a massive sand tornado erupts right across the desert. After tearing through the battlefield, the massive tornado finally starts to fade. The Naga completely collapses into the dirt, violently coughing up a huge amount of blood. Seeing this absolutely pathetic state, even we have to be impressed alongside Woojin. What an incredibly stubborn guy. Are you seriously still trying to prove to me that you are some top-tier final boss? The Naga furiously grinds his teeth together. He literally cannot believe that an Earthling could actually possess this kind of insane, overpowering strength. But he is still not done. With veins popping across his torso, the Naga transforms into a terrifying giant snake and lunges forward. As a true believer, I absolutely refuse to die before completing my mission. But Woojin decisively swings his massive hammer directly at him, flashing an incredibly arrogant, mocking smirk. You're about to die, yet you talk too much. The scene shifts back outside to the dungeon entrance. A massive crowd is still sitting around, anxiously waiting for updates. Meanwhile, Sungu is completely focused on slurping down his bowl of black bean noodles. I was starving, so this tastes absolutely amazing right now. Despite the incredibly tense situation outside, out of nowhere, Woojin's familiar voice suddenly rings out. Did you order a portion for me too? Sungu instantly recognizes his voice. Min-chan is completely stunned, unable to believe that Woojin is actually standing right in front of him. The reporters immediately rush straight toward him. There he is. Where's the camera? Point the camera at them. Hurry. Sungu runs over, asking about the situation with genuine worry. Boss, are you hurt anywhere? Woojin simply chuckles, looking totally calm as he reassures them. I'm perfectly fine. Then, he suddenly turns toward Jihee with a sly smirk. Oh, you're still here? Now Woojin starts putting on a theatrical interrogation. Why did you push me into that dungeon? That was actually incredibly dangerous. You know, what if something went wrong and I died in there? Her face scrunches up, and she angrily spits out Kang Woojin's name in pure frustration. Surrounding reporters snap photos endlessly, instantly drafting their headline right on the spot. South Korea's newest A-rank awakened has officially made his grand appearance. He looks even more confident, his face absolutely glowing. Now, let's take a look at the guild's massive corporate headquarters. Up on the television, the breaking news is still broadcasting. We have just received an urgent update. Kang Woojin, the man pushed into the dungeon at Exit 6 of SE University Station at 11 a.m. this past Friday. The anchor announces that he miraculously survived and returned from the dungeon alive. Watching this, the guild executive can barely believe his own ears and spins around. What? How is this even possible? Meanwhile, a field reporter tries interviewing Woojin. Please answer a few questions for us. How exactly did you manage to survive and return alive after being pushed into that deadly dungeon? but having a microphone suddenly shoved in his face leaves him looking totally bewildered. Huh? An interview? Min Chan furiously steps in, harshly blocking the camera lens with his hand. He just cleared a 5-star dungeon, for crying out loud. We are absolutely declining all interviews for today. But even with that strict warning, the aggressive press refuses to stop snapping their photos. The executive stares at the TV in total disbelief. Damn it. Did he seriously clear a 5-star dungeon all by himself? An A rank awakened? He suddenly recalls Min Chan confidently making a bold claim during his previous report. Yes, sir. I can guarantee that he is an awakened, with absolutely extraordinary, once-in-a-generation talent. But back then, he aggressively shot the idea down. Since when do I have to make huge investment decisions, just because of Captain Young's supposed gut feeling? Have you not realized that the recent awakened you recruited brought 0 actual results? Looking back at that moment now, he finally has to admit the harsh truth. So, Captain Young's intuition was right all along. Now watch as he starts dreaming up a highly profitable future. If he can actually manage to recruit Woojin, the Hammer Guild will become South Korea's very first guild to boast 3A rank awakened. A thoroughly amused, greedy smile starts creeping across his face. He leaps right up, clenching his fists in pure excitement. Perfect. I knew Captain Young could pull this off. The scene shifts to a highly luxurious Japanese restaurant. From across the dinner table, an older man's stern voice echoes. Is the matter I entrusted to you still proceeding exactly as planned? Lee Sang-ho respectfully pours tea, while confidently reassuring him. Of course, Minister. Everything is progressing very smoothly on our end. The minister accepts the teacup, making a firm point. You already know this, but quite a few important people are involved in this matter. His expression looks heavily reliant on Sang-ho as he warns him. So it is best if you do not let any unnecessary mistakes happen. He places the teapot down on the table, offering a rock-solid guarantee. We handled the preparation phase perfectly, so please, do not worry at all. Hearing that, the minister immediately lets out a deeply satisfied laugh. As expected of guild leader Lee Sang-ho, I knew I could confidently entrust this crucial job to you. Next time, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Sang-ho respectfully bows his head with a look of sincere gratitude. Thank you, sir. Suddenly, his phone buzzes on the table. Sang-ho picks it up, reads the text message, and looks completely blindsided. What? An A rank? The minister sitting across from him notices the strange expression and questions it. Is something wrong? But Sang-ho just turns his face and forces a bright smile. Oh, it is absolutely nothing, sir. Sang-ho simply cannot believe the reality regarding Kang Woojin. He knew the guy was incredibly different, but he never expected him to climb to this crazy level. He had once stood right in front of Woojin, firmly asserting one absolute fact. If things kept going this exact way, Earth would eventually face total destruction anyway. Sang-ho clearly laid out the details of his grand plan. I am gathering all the top, awakened together to stop that from happening. That is my absolute duty. He had turned to him with eyes full of hope, making his big offer. I sincerely hope you can lend us your immense strength. But Woojin just let out a deep sigh, dropping a heavy implication. You really have the mouth of a saint and the heart of a snake? Huh. Catching that vibe, Sang-ho knew when to retreat. It seems I have not quite earned your trust yet. I understand. Hopefully, we will have a chance to talk again next time. Sang-ho maintained an incredibly determined smile. I am absolutely certain he is hiding some massive secret. I have to bring him into the war guild at any cost. Back in the present, an idea sparks. I have a way. Suddenly, he decides to make a request. Minister, could I possibly ask you for a favor? The minister doesn't hesitate for a single second, replying straightforwardly. Oh, if it is guild leader Lee asking, feel free to tell me. First, Sang-ho flashes a polite, bright smile. Thank you, sir. But get this, his expression instantly twists into a sinister smirk as he makes his real demand. Honestly, sir, he begins. There is someone specific I really want to pull into our grand plan this time around. The scene shifts to an apartment, where loud voices echo through the halls. How could you do this to me? The intense, dramatic arguing just keeps going without any pause. I am sorry, but falling in love is not a crime. Then a harsh, furious reply hits back. Are you completely crazy? If you just apologized, I might have forgiven you. Sorry, but my feelings for her are just much deeper. The furious, overly dramatic screaming from the television just keeps blasting through the living room. You absolute bastard. After enduring this endless soap opera, Jaemin finally turns around, begging for mercy. I am trying to study for my upcoming exams. Could you guys please turn that down? Woojin hears the complaint and turns his head, looking genuinely surprised by the request. He does not make a fuss, quickly turning the television down. Beside him, Sung-gu looks pretty embarrassed, awkwardly rubbing his neck and apologizing. Sorry about that, Jaemin. Right on cue, Bibi raises a paw and lets out a soft meow. Jaemin just clutches his head, looking completely exhausted from dealing with these guys and their cat. Suddenly remembering their crazy situation, Jaemin speaks up again. But seriously, are you guys not worried at all? Woojin replies with absolute calmness. Worried about what exactly? He casually brings up the chaotic media circus, waiting right outside their apartment building. Those reporters have been swarming down there like angry ants for 3 whole days. But Woojin seems totally unbothered, firmly believing the press will eventually get bored and just go home. Just let us crash here for a few more days. Then, Woojin quickly pivots the entire conversation. Anyway, why are we even talking about this boring stuff right now? Go out and buy us some fresh tangerines. Sung-gu enthusiastically throws up 2 fingers with a massive grin. Make it 2 whole bags for us. Jaemin, down on the floor. Bibi meows in total agreement. Jaemin's face instantly darkens as he glares at them. Listen here. I am literally in the middle of my exam period. Woojin casually waves a nice stack of cash, emphasizing that the leftover change can be his personal tip for letting them crash at his place. Seeing the money, Jaemin happily stands up, suddenly acting incredibly polite. Do you guys need anything else from the store? Right then, Woojin's phone loudly starts ringing. He quickly picks up the call to check in on his mom. Hey, Mom, are those annoying reporters finally leaving you alone over there? But as he listens, Woojin's eyes widen in shock. What? They are actually still showing up? His expression darkens instantly as he gives her some strict instructions. All right, Mom, I will swing by and grab it when I get the chance. Seeing his serious face, Sung-gu gets extremely worried. Boss, what is going on? Suddenly, Woojin's tone drops to a dead serious level. Hey, Sung-gu. He turns around, heavily waiting for a response. Sung-gu nervously swallows hard. Yeah? He asks an incredibly random question, out of nowhere. Is North Korea really still not unified? Sung-gu blinks innocently, confirming the obvious fact. Yeah, we are still totally divided. Woojin looks absolutely furious about this historical delay. Literal magic dungeons have appeared all over the world, and we still have not unified yet? Sung-gu just sweats profusely, completely lost by this sudden political rant. What is wrong, boss? His face turns incredibly tense, bracing himself for some terrible news. Then, Woojin drops the absolute ultimate bomb. I just got my military draft notice. He immediately leaps to his feet inside the apartment, clenching his fists in pure, unadulterated rage. Unacceptable. Woojin looks ready to commit murder. I am going to assassinate Kim Jong-un. Sung-gu completely panics at this wild declaration. Wait, what? Are you entirely insane? He yells. You want to assassinate North Korea's leader just to dodge your military draft? Woojin aggressively grabs Sung-gu's arm. Exactly. Let's go unify this entire peninsula right now, before the military drags me away. He starts dragging his friend toward the door, completely ignoring Sung-gu's terrified, desperate screaming. Boss, please calm down. Sung-gu desperately tries to reason with the madman. Do you really think taking out one guy automatically unifies the entire country? But Woojin has completely lost his patience. Do you have a better idea? I absolutely refuse to waste time in the army. This is the most logical solution. Sung-gu begs him to stop, insisting there has to be another legal loophole if they just think about it. Right at that moment, the apartment door swings open. Both of them freeze instantly, staring at the person in the doorway. Jaemin looks incredibly confused. What are you guys doing? He drops the fresh tangerines on the table. Jaemin sighs at their dramatic panic. Why would you even think that? Awakened hunters absolutely do not have to enlist like normal military soldiers. He explains there are alternative options, like taking on specific military subquests instead of standard service. Woojin suddenly pauses, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. Alternative subquests? Jaemin nods, breaking the rules down. Yeah, basically, you just join an officially certified guild and clear out monster dungeons whenever the Ministry of Defense actually requests your help. Woojin looks highly impressed by this legal loophole. Wow, our Jaemin really knows everything. Jaemin scratches his head with an awkward smile. Well, joining a top guild is actually my biggest dream. Woojin nods along. Oh, that completely makes sense. Woojin suddenly glares directly at Sung-gu. Wait, why the hell did you not know about this crucial information? Meanwhile, let's look somewhere completely different. Someone excitedly shouts, "Captain, I finally did it." Min bursts into the room with a massive, triumphant grin. It is a total success. Min-chan stays incredibly calm, glancing up. Wait, what exactly did you just pull off? Min proudly delivers the massive news. Woojin officially agreed to meet up and discuss joining our guild. Min-chan's jaw basically drops in absolute shock at the amazing update. Min looks extremely smug about his achievement. In other words, the guy is finally showing some genuine interest in us. Hearing this, Min-chan immediately recalls his last intense conversation with Woojin. He clearly remembers Woojin asking how they could possibly help him. Min-chan had confidently offered highly classified dungeon secrets that only their exclusive guild possessed, an incredibly tempting offer. He remembers another recent meeting where Woojin casually walked up and asked, "Did you wait long? What exactly do you need my help with?" Those past encounters flash vividly through his mind. Min-chan freezes for a brief second, and then a dangerously confident smirk spreads across his face. Of course, Min-chan thinks to himself, all my hard work is finally paying off. Min practically vibrates with pure excitement. You just scored us another massive win, Captain. Min-chan signals for everyone to quiet down, getting to his feet. I'm reporting this straight to the chairman. Min nods in agreement. Meanwhile, Min-chan mutters a quiet reminder to himself. Jung Min-chan, absolutely hasn't lost his famously sharp intuition. He heads straight to Doyen's office, knocking respectfully. "Chairman, may I come in?" Seeing him, the boss immediately asks a question. If it isn't our team leader Jung, is the recruitment for Kang Woojin going well? Min-chan quickly gives him the update. Yes, sir. He actually reached out to us first. Doyen laughs, absolutely thrilled. Oh man, that is fantastic news. The chairman immediately starts piling on the heavy praise. As expected from team leader Jung. Excellent work. Min-chan seizes the golden opportunity to bring up another topic. Regarding that vice chairman issue I brought up to you earlier, Doyun just flashes a big smile. Hey, if our team leader Jung suggested it, we'll go ahead and do it exactly your way. The boss won't stop showering him with compliments. Thanks to you, our HM guild has successfully climbed all the way to the top of the South Korean guild rankings. The elevator display steadily ticks up to the 28th floor. Min-chan offers his final parting words. All right, I'll take that as your official permission, sir. Doyen firmly agrees. Of course. Have a safe trip back. Someone bursts into loud laughter. Secretary Kim set up a massive celebration party for the whole guild. Meanwhile, inside the HM restaurant, things are looking completely dead and empty. Min-chan looks completely stunned. Sorry, I must have misheard you. Woojin doesn't miss a beat. Misheard? I said, quit your jobs and start a brand new guild with me. Min-chan is losing his mind in pure confusion. Wait, didn't you come here to sign a contract to join our guild? Woojin shrugs. Why would I ever do that? Honestly, it makes way more sense for you and Hyman to just come work for me. Min-chan sighs heavily. Oh man, we rushed all the way here, assuming you were signing with us. Now you're suddenly flipping the script? You and I have to admit, that's a wild reverse Uno card. This is beyond awkward. But Hyman leans in. So, what's the salary? Woojin instantly drops the number. 100 million won. Min-chan absolutely cannot believe his own ears. Say what? Woojin doubles down, declaring he'll pay them 100 million won more than their current salaries. Both guys are completely blindsided by this insane counteroffer. Min-chan lets out a massive, heavy sigh. Look, the money isn't really the main issue here. He tries to carefully negotiate the situation. Listen, Woojin, I'm a respected team leader over at the HM Guild. For regular, non-awakened folks out there, being a core employee at HM Guild means working for the single most prestigious organization in all of South Korea, and I had to grind through literal hell just to earn this team leader position. Min-chan speaks up, clearly feeling super conflicted about everything. Because of that, I can't just casually jump ship and change guilds purely for a paycheck. But Woojin isn't backing down. I guarantee my new guild will outgrow HM Guild entirely. That's why I'm asking you both to get in on the ground floor as my official founding members. Fast forward to their ride home after that insane chat with Woojin. Hyman suddenly breaks the silence. Team leader, I'm quitting the guild. Min-chan violently flinches, practically screaming in shock. What? But Hyman has already thought this through. Come on, isn't this actually a massive opportunity? We're talking about Kang Woojin here. The guy is literally an A-rank awakened now. Name one other person on Earth who can casually solo clear a brutal 5-star dungeon completely by themselves. Because of that insane power, I absolutely guarantee any guild he builds is going to become a massive success. He keeps dropping harsh truths. Besides, if I just stay stuck at the HM guild, how far can my career realistically even go? Hearing those words, Minchan silently agrees. He's totally right. Relying on Kang Woojin's monstrous, unmatched talent, any guild he personally leads is going to have an incredibly bright, limitless future. He instantly connects this to their current work reality. Honestly, HM Guild is already struggling hard with expanding its scale beyond what they currently manage, and no matter how much blood, sweat, and tears he sacrifices for them, he'll never surpass the founding members to become a director or department head. So what the heck is the point of staying? Minchan suddenly recalls Chairman Doyun's incredibly insulting words from before. Team leader Jung's intuition is honestly getting terrible lately. Him managing to recruit that guy was nothing but pure, dumb luck. That memory physically stings. Being openly mocked and completely looked down upon by his own boss, Minchan aggressively scrunches his face in deep, heavy tension. Screw it, Minchan suddenly declares. I'm going with you. Heyman totally didn't see this plot twist coming. Team leader Minchan cracks a wide smile. High risk, high reward. Sometimes you've just got to gamble big to reach the very top. Heyman absolutely cheers him on. That is genius. Team leader, Heyman suddenly whips out a fully prepared resignation letter from his pocket. So, shall we get out of here? Minchan is left completely speechless. Wait, have you been carrying that around this whole time? Heyman just laughs. Come on, what corporate worker doesn't? Then Heyman stares in pure shock as Minchan pulls an envelope from his own jacket. Huh? You too, team leader? Minchan smirks, repeating the exact same line. Yeah, what corporate worker doesn't? Heyman squints at the paper. Look how crumpled yours is. You must have been hiding that thing forever. Heyman is absolutely losing his mind with excitement. Let's slap these right in the boss's face and get drinks. Minchan agrees completely. But stick with me here, because right as their elevator hits the 11th floor, Minchan steps out and freezes at the pitch-black scene. Why are all the lights turned off? Did everyone already head home for the night? Boom! The lights suddenly flash on, raining confetti everywhere. Team leader Jung Minchan, huge congratulations on officially being promoted to department head. Meanwhile, both Minchan and Heyman are standing there looking completely dumbfounded. Huh? Chairman Doyun steps up to deliver the crazy news. I've kept a close eye on our team leader Jung, and honestly, the team leader title just doesn't fit you anymore. From here on out, you are officially promoted to head of the service department. Everyone is cheering for their captain. This should be a great moment, right? A staff member even brings out a cake to celebrate. They tell him to blow out the candles first. The rest of the team happily chimes in. They playfully warn him not to forget them after moving up to his shiny new executive position. They keep congratulating him on the big promotion. But right now, Minchan is stuck in an incredibly awkward situation. President Dojin shouts over the crowd. He demands a massive round of applause for their brand new service department head. He praises Jung Minchan as a negotiation genius who successfully pulled off an amazing deal today. Everyone cheers wildly, telling their captain just how absolutely awesome he is. They think he is completely incredible. But Minchan is sweating bullets right now. Things have gotten ridiculously complicated for him. Minchan nervously tries to call out to the president, but Dojin completely cuts him off. He tells him they will discuss the negotiation details later, right after they head over to the party venue. Then the president casually mentions that he already booked a table at a super famous, high-end restaurant for them. The crowd claps in sheer excitement. Given the current situation, all Minchan can do is force a painful smile. Elegant piano music echoes throughout the fancy restaurant. Now, everyone is gathered at the party. Minchan looks completely miserable. He really did not expect things to go this way. Heyman is also totally panicking beside him. Heyman whispers, asking what they should do now. He points out, there is absolutely no way they can bring up resigning in the middle of a massive celebration. Minchan is completely helpless. He mutters that he has no idea what to do either. Right then, Heyman smoothly hands him a white envelope containing his resignation letter. Heyman tells him to take it. Minchan looks confused, asking what this is and why he is giving it to him. Heyman quickly explains his logic. Well, one of them has to leave first, to break the ice. He asks the new department head to kindly approve his resignation. Minchan gets annoyed and immediately curses. He calls him a total bastard. Meanwhile, Heyman looks incredibly happy. He admits he was so stressed earlier that he couldn't even eat any of this expensive food. Min cheerfully says he will leave first, encouraging his captain that he can do it too. Minchan hurriedly tries to pull him back, shouting. Right at that exact moment, Dojin grabs Minchan's arm. He asks what the department head is doing, standing over there, and pulls him over. He wants him to announce his results. Minchan speaks up with obvious dread, addressing the president. Dojin is completely relaxed, urging him to just speak. Seeing Minchan stammering endlessly, the president sighs, asking what there is to be shy about. Minchan finally gathers all his courage and drops the bomb he failed. Dojin tries to stay calm. He asks what he just said. Then, Minchan quietly hands him the paper. Right after that, he bows his head in sincere apology. He confesses he failed to recruit Kang Woojin. He apologizes profusely. Dojin clenches his hand, completely speechless for a second. Then, he furiously points a finger right at his face. Is this a joke? Minchan just keeps his head bowed, apologizing. Dojin completely loses his mind and starts screaming curses at him. He asks if Minchan thinks a simple apology will make this massive failure go away. He asks if he wants to get fired. Deep down, Minchan is desperately praying for exactly that. He thinks he would actually be incredibly grateful to get fired right now. But Dojin just keeps firing angry questions. Let's take a closer look here. Dojin screams about how many guild resources were burned just trying to recruit Woojin. He asks if bowing makes that go away. Minchan suddenly remembers all those wild favors. Oh right. He literally canceled every single dungeon reservation they had, just so Kang Woojin could wander in and use them however he wanted. He thinks back to how he even paid bribes to mess with Woojin's official ranking. Minchan then remembers the terrified face of young Jaemin. Only now does he really stop and ask himself why he went to such insane lengths, all just to bring Kang Woojin into their guild. Steeling himself, Minchan declares he will take full responsibility for this entire mess. Dojin scoffs, annoyed. He demands to know how he plans on taking responsibility for something this huge. Minchan plainly states that he will take the blame for everything, and he formally requests to resign from the guild entirely. The Hammer Guild president sneers at him. He asks if he lost his mind, acting like his position is high enough that quitting fixes anything. He lets out a heavy breath. Dojin accuses him of running away after causing this massive mess. Honestly, Minchan doesn't even have the energy to argue with him right now. He figures there is no point explaining himself since he is quitting anyway. So, he forces a polite smile to keep his composure and delivers his final parting words. He says he has spoken his piece, bids the president a good day, and just walks off. Dojin is left totally stunned, boiling with pure, unadulterated rage. He screams a curse. A staff member has to hold the president back, begging him to calm down. Meanwhile, Minchan finally feels incredibly relieved. He whispers a final goodbye to the Hammer Guild. He is mentally prepared for whatever comes next, fully embracing this as his brand new beginning. Minchan walks straight out of the building without a single glance back. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out. Minchan is genuinely surprised to see Heyman waiting right there. He stammers, asking why he is still here. Heyman smiles warmly. He jokes that he can't go anywhere without his captain, telling him to get in. You and I can clearly see why Minchan likes the kid, even if he is a little slow sometimes. Fast forward a bit, and they arrive at Angel Cafe. Minchan and Heyman walked into the cafe together. Woojin cheerfully welcomes them to the Allendal Guild. But right now, Minchan is still staring at him, completely dazed and confused. Woojin confirms that Allendal is indeed their official guild name. Then he reaches out his hand, looking genuinely happy that the two of them actually showed up. Heyman speaks up first, bowing slightly. He promises to do his absolute best, telling his new boss to use him however he pleases. Minchan also smiles, agreeing to work together. Woojin nods in agreement. Minchan then kindly suggests that from now on, Woojin should just speak to them as comfortably and casually as he possibly can. He promises they will do everything to make the guild world famous. Woojin just laughs out loud. He immediately asks if he can just call him Minchan from now on. Minchan instantly deflates. He definitely did not mean that comfortable. He awkwardly clears his throat and politely requests that Woojin just call him Captain Jung instead. All right, let's get right back into it. Woojin immediately switches up his tone. Okay, Director Jung, I'm fully leaving the entire guild startup to you. Get everything ready. Minchan nods firmly, replying, understood, I'll take care of all of it. Woojin grins at that. Awesome. So, shouldn't we go out and grab some drinks tonight? Minchan blinks in sheer confusion. Wait, boss? Is that literally all there is to our meeting? Woojin looks totally baffled. What else is there to discuss? He double checks. You're going to handle all the actual work and follow every request anyway, right? Woojin shrugs it off. I mean, all I really need to do is name the guild, right? What else is there? But internally, Min-chan is seriously sweating. Is it really okay joining a guild with a boss this painfully laid back? He lets out a heavy sigh. This is already turning into a massive headache. But Woojin is hyped. Sung-gu, we should totally get barbecue tonight, right? Sung-gu instantly agrees. Absolutely, boss. I know a killer beef spot. Meanwhile, Min-chan is having a total existential crisis. Was quitting his old job a massive mistake, or what? Suddenly, Min-chan clears his throat. Boss, he interrupts, bringing them back to reality. And honestly, you and I know this guy means serious business. We need to put the casual stuff on hold to discuss a major issue. Woojin casually looks over at him. Wait, what issue? Min-chan gets right down to serious business. It's about clearing the 6th exit dungeon. If we want other awakened groups to start renting out our guild's dungeon, we really need to nail down the exact operational details on how to manage it. And honestly, that has absolutely nothing to do with actually establishing the guild itself. Woojin tilts his head, totally confused. Wait, why do we have to let other people use our dungeon? I can just clear the whole thing completely by myself. Min-chan patiently explains. Instead of just letting it sit there wasting away, we can let other raiding groups use it whenever you are resting. Woojin nods slowly. Yeah, that actually makes sense. But is there anything else I need to know? Like, something actually essential? Min-chan immediately chimes in with another crucial point. Well, to officially establish a guild, we are legally required to have exactly 5 founding members. Woojin stops to do the math. They need just one more person. He looks over at Sung-gu. Should we just invite Jin to join us? Sung-gu shakes his head nervously. That's probably a no-go, boss. That kid is legally still a minor. Min-chan quickly backs him up. He's completely right. Minors absolutely cannot be founding members. Woojin goes dead silent, pulling out his phone to scroll through his contacts. Mom, Ji-min, the real Ji-min, Sung-gu, phone scammer, crazy guy 1, crazy guy 2. What a list. He finally sighs in defeat. Yeah, I really don't know that many people. This is actually becoming a huge problem. Mom is off the table. Who on earth could work? After a few seconds of deep thought, his eyes completely light up. Ah, found one. A little while later, the office door slowly swings wide open. Woojin spots a familiar face and casually waves him inside. Hey, you made it. He grins wildly. Did you bring your ID and official seal? Sung-hoon looks absolutely terrified. Yeah, I brought them, but then Woojin suddenly raises his hand high into the air. Sung-hoon's face instantly drains of all color, bracing for impact, but Woojin just claps him firmly on the shoulder. Congratulations, man. Woojin proudly announces to the trembling guy. You have officially just become our 5th founding member. Good job, Mr. Phone Scammer. Poor Sung-hoon just stands there completely dazed, entirely clueless about what is actually happening. Meanwhile, a shiny new sign gets mounted right onto the Allendale Guild's front doors. The cleaning crew is busy wiping down absolutely every single surface. They haul a heavy desk over to the corner, and Heyman finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. Wow, this place is actually starting to look like a real office. He smiles gratefully at the crew. Great job, everyone. And you did fantastic work too, Sung-hoon. Thanks. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon is still struggling to process reality. Just a few short days ago, he was completely convinced this entire operation was some kind of elaborate scam ring. He thinks back, still utterly stunned. Who would have guessed that the crazy maniac who beat him half to death and swiped his phone would end up being this guy? Sung-hoon is genuinely shocked. It's actually Kang Woojin himself, the absolute legend that literally everyone knows about right now. Heyman glances up at the TV screen. Man, the daily news has been nothing but our boss's face all week long, hasn't it? Min-chan quickly chimes in. Yeah, even though it hasn't been made official yet, he's South Korea's 11th awakened. And honestly, probably the single strongest person in recorded human history. He smirks proudly. So really, it is absolutely no surprise that the entire world is flipping out over him like this. Sung-hoon sizes them up. Wait, did Woojin really poach these 2 guys straight from the legendary Hammer Guild? He breaks into a sly grin. Well then, the employee quality here must be top tier. Sung-hoon rationalizes his situation. Honestly, His shady phone scamming business has been completely dead in the water lately anyway. With customers ghosting him left and right, getting a legit job inside an awakened guild is definitely going to pay out way better. Suddenly, Hae-min pivots. Hey, Sung-hoon, what exactly is your relationship with our boss anyway? Sung-hoon violently flinches. Huh? Hae-min starts guessing. I mean, he made one single phone call, and you instantly came running. You two must be super close, right? Childhood friends? Distant relatives? Put completely on the spot, Sung-hoon just awkwardly scratches the back of his head. Yeah, sure. But there is absolutely zero chance he's telling them the truth. He only sprinted over here because he was terrified of getting beaten half to death again. Still, he can't help but wonder. Why exactly did Woojin call him to join up? Was it out of some bizarre sense of guilt for beating him senseless earlier? Just then, Woojin casually strolls right in. Oh, wow. Office looks amazing. The whole room instantly snaps to attention. Boss. Min-chan quickly walks over. You've worked really hard today, boss. Did you manage to finish mapping out the dungeon raid strategy? Woojin just waves a hand. Yeah, it's pretty much all sorted out. Then he laughs, pointing a thumb backward. Honestly, Sung-gu is the one who took the hardest hit. Seeing the poor guy's totally miserable, broken state, Min-chan immediately checks in. Sung-gu, you surviving? Hae-min nods sympathetically. Man, even with the actual raid strategy locked in, there's still a massive mountain of logistics we need to plan out, isn't there? I mean, we are dealing with a full-blown 5-star dungeon here. Meanwhile, an absolutely exhausted Sung-gu literally passes out cold right on the office couch. You and I are about to see something crazy. Hae-min stands there in shock, a white soul flying from his mouth. Honestly, he deserves way more compensation. Like some serious emotional damage compensation. Anyway, back in the meeting room, Woojin finally speaks up. All right, everyone, grab a seat. He looks dead serious. We need to discuss our top priority right now. Then Woojin calls out, Team Leader Jung. Min-chan immediately snaps to attention. Yes, boss. Woojin actually looks puzzled. What kind of position should I even give you? Min-chan is completely caught off guard by this. Excuse me? Woojin just shrugs, explaining his thought process. Look, even though our guild only has a few members right now, I think everyone should get a title that perfectly matches their actual skills and abilities. Just tell me what positions you guys want. Hearing this, Min-chan looks like he just got struck by lightning. Total disbelief. Even Hae-min is stunned. Choose their own titles? Sung-gu, who was half asleep, instantly jolts wide awake. Sung-hoon is just as shocked. Wait, we actually get to pick our own roles? Seeing their completely dumbfounded faces, Woojin genuinely wonders, why is everyone suddenly so quiet? Team Leader Jung, how do normal guilds usually handle these titles? Min-chan quickly explains that there are typically two completely separate management tracks. One track is strictly for awakened hunters, and the other is for regular civilian staff. The awakened usually take high-ranking spots, like administrators, board members, and vice presidents. But none of that really matters. He clarifies further. The only thing that actually matters to awakened hunters are the specific terms and conditions locked inside their contracts, like what percentage cut they get after completely clearing a dungeon, or their baseline salary. Woojin nods, taking it all in. All right, I understand. So, Sung-gu, what role do you want? Sung-gu gasps in pure shock. Wait, me? He scratches his head, looking totally clueless. Well, I've basically been acting as your manager for a year now. Woojin instantly decides. Cool, then you're a director. Sung-gu freezes, his mind absolutely blown. A director? Seriously? He can't help but feel incredibly happy inside. He's only 21 years old, and he's already jumping straight to a director position? Then Woojin adds the punchline. Director of Loot Collection. Sung-gu instantly slumps into a depressed little corner. Min-chan and Hae-min actually feel bad for him. Who even knew a director of loot was a real thing? Just calling the kid a regular manager would have been kinder. Woojin then asks about the other departments. What exact divisions do we need? Min-chan starts listing them off. Accounting, administration, sales, support, and management. Woojin taps his chin, thinking hard. 3 of you left, right? Suddenly, he calls out sharply. Team Leader Jung. Min-chan answers loudly. Yes, sir. Woojin casually drops the bomb. You're our new general manager. Min-chan smiles brightly. I will do my absolute best, sir. Woojin moves right along. Hey Min, what about you? Heyman quickly suggests. Please let me be the head of support. Woojin agrees instantly. Done. Heyman proudly declares that he will dedicate his entire life to this guild. Then Woojin stares right at Sung-hoon, visibly confused about why this guy is even still hanging around here. This completely throws Min-chan into a panic. Wait, isn't he also one of the founding members? You literally said he was our 5th member. Woojin waves a hand and explains the brutal truth. I just needed to borrow his name to hit the quota. He's only the 5th member on paper. Sung-hoon turns his head, completely lost. What is he supposed to do now? Suddenly, Woojin chuckles out loud. Well, since he's already standing right here anyway, I might as well give him a role that actually fits him. Even after everyone gets their titles, Min-chan still has questions. But boss, he asks cautiously, how exactly are we going to recruit new staff members? Woojin fires right back. Why do we even need to recruit new staff? Min-chan is absolutely stunned once again. Wait, what? He quickly explains. For a guild to actually grow strong, we need way more awakened hunters on our roster. That's why we have to recruit more people. Suddenly, Woojin slams a thick document right down onto the table, confusing everyone. He drops a massive reveal. Because I cleared so many dungeons, I got officially exempted from mandatory military service. We don't need any more people to handle that. Now Min-chan finally gets it. Is this seriously the only reason he created an entire guild? If he just wanted a military exemption, he could have joined the Heyman Guild instead. He starts daydreaming about a beautiful, perfectly relaxing future. If Woojin had just done that, Min-chan could be living the easy life as a cozy department head right now. In his wild fantasy, he's being carried on a royal palanquin. Make way. Woojin's sudden voice violently snaps him back to reality. Why the long silence? Startled, Min-chan quickly shares his honest opinion. Well, I still strongly believe we need a few more staff members. Hearing this, Woojin just casually agrees. Oh, is that right? All right then, you handle all the recruiting. By the way, he casually adds, all the support department tasks are also going straight to our new general manager. Woojin figures this is a perfectly fine setup. Min-chan accepts his fate. Yes, sir. But honestly, he wonders, is the boss dumping all this work on him out of trust, or is he just lazy? Meanwhile, it's a beautiful, sunny day right in the heart of the city. Someone is watching the news. Now here is where you and I really need to pay attention. South Korea's 11th A-rank awakened hunter has officially appeared. Kang Woojin. Who exactly is this guy? The person watching is absolutely floored. This guy is getting insanely famous now. Breaking news just confirmed that Kang Woojin actually founded his own guild named Adon. The Hunter Management Bureau is currently reviewing his official registration. Kang Woojin, the brand new 11th A-rank awakened. What does the number 1 awakened, Kang Chun, actually think about him? And who exactly is Hong Sung-gu, the rising super rookie constantly seen right by his side? They're even running exclusive interviews with Woojin's old teachers from the school he used to attend. Kang Woojin is dominating the news rankings across the board. What are his true abilities? And what massive plans does his self-founded Adon Guild have in store for the world? Alright, you and I are about to break down Kang Woojin's necromancy skills, comparing his massive power directly against Kang Chun. Ji-won is absolutely amazed. She can't help but admire him, wondering, is this really the same guy I actually drank with? She suddenly remembers their last dinner together. Woojin was so relaxed and genuinely happy. While she dozed off, he quietly glanced over and gently patted her head. Even with her scars, he thought she was beautiful. Ji-won suddenly snaps out of her daydream, quickly giving herself a harsh reality check. Oh man, come on, what am I even thinking? Her gaze suddenly freezes. A loud scream out of nowhere completely catches her off guard. Ji-won speaks up. Are you two back already? Her roommate glares back. Hey, sister. Ji-won feels awkward. What is it? The girl snaps at her. Even inside the dorm, you really need to keep that hat on. This isn't your private room. The other girl agrees. Yeah, she's totally right. Read the room, seriously. Your face completely freaked us out. Ji-won softly looks down. Yeah, I get it. I am really sorry. You guys. The grumpy roommate scoffs. We are heading out. As they leave, they keep throwing insults, muttering about saving up just to escape this shared room. Every single time I look at her face, my heart practically leaps out of my chest. Keep your voice down. She might actually hear us. Whatever, she can't hear anything. And I am not wrong. Those cruel words completely crush Ji-won's spirit. She realizes she never should have gotten her hopes up at all. Meanwhile, Right over at the bus stop, Jaemin hops off the vehicle, completely glued to his glowing phone screen. He smiles to himself, wondering just how shocked his sister will be when she spots him waiting right outside her office. The timing is absolutely perfect. He just finished all his exams, and his idol Woojin just got back to his own place too. Jaemin shoots her a quick text. Hey sister, you are coming straight home today, right? When do you finish work? He figures he can treat her to a nice dinner and finally spend some quality time together. But a long while passes, and the sky slowly darkens into evening. Jaemin has been standing around forever. She is definitely running late. Nearby, two girls start gossiping loudly. Hey, did you hear about her? Apparently, she used to flirt with tons of guys before she ended up with that massive burn scar. They judge her ruthlessly. Seriously? I always thought she was the quiet and innocent type, but I guess I was totally wrong about that. Quiet? Yeah, right. Well, with her current face, guys probably want to sprint in the opposite direction the second they see her. They are talking so ridiculously loud that Jaemin catches every single word. I am just picturing it now. So gross. Meanwhile, far away in a completely different location, a massive desert stretches under the setting sun. Sung-gu is working hard, sweating as he gathers loot. All done, boss. I managed to pack everything up for you. Woojin inspects the pile. It is all totally basic gear. None of the high-tier artifacts are showing up anymore. Sung-gu notes that the item drop rates have actually hit rock bottom, even though their dungeon clearing speed is way up. Woojin completely agrees. Well, we have basically milked this entire dungeon completely dry of its loot. Then he pulls out a special spatial inventory bag to store the items. Meanwhile, back out in the city, massive crowds are staring in total shock. The second they spot him, people start screaming. It is Kang Woojin. Did he seriously clear the raid already? It has not even been 4 hours. Sung-hoon rushes over, hyping him up. Boss, you were absolutely incredible out there. But seeing him leaves Woojin completely confused about why he showed up. Sung-hoon quickly explains the situation. Director Jung specifically asked me to escort you straight back to the office once you finished. Where the heck is he anyway? Woojin asks. Sung-hoon shrugs. Since the guild license finally went through, he headed over to the main administrative office. He said he would head back to our office later. Suddenly, a desperate reporter shoves right past Sung-hoon. Mr. Kang Woojin. He immediately shoves a mic in his face. We need an interview. What exactly is your big secret for clearing dungeons at such an insane speed? Dozens of reporters swarm him at once, shouting over each other to ask Kang Woojin their burning questions. We heard you are blocking all reservations for Seoul Station's Exit 6. Here we go. When exactly are you going to rent that space out to other guilds? While Sung-hoon is literally shaking with total rage, the aggressive mob just keeps firing off non-stop questions. Sung-hoon finally reaches his breaking point and steps right in front of them. Everyone, please back away from him immediately. He angrily reminds the ruthless crowd that Woojin is completely exhausted from just beating a brutal dungeon raid. If you want answers, submit a formal request to our guild. Sung-hoon fiercely warns, if you people keep harassing him like this, we will take legal action against every single one of your media networks. And then he drops a bold threat. I have memorized all your faces. Trust me, I will remember exactly who you are. When those official interview requests finally come in, Sung-hoon raises his voice so everyone can hear. I am someone who holds a serious grudge. Despite all that drama, Woojin just gives a simple, oh. Then, Sung-hoon completely drops his tough guy act. Boss, please wait right here. I will fetch the car. Woojin nods. All right. He watches Sung-hoon run off and thinks to himself. Back when I beat him up, he just froze in terror. Has he seriously always been this aggressively fierce? Sung-gu is super curious too. Boss, how exactly did you end up meeting Sung-hoon anyway? Woojin casually glances back. That guy? Oh, he is the guy who sold me my phone. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon is sprinting toward the car, literally grinding his teeth in pure frustration. Damn it. He vividly remembers Woojin casually dropping that huge announcement on him. Welcome aboard. You are officially the 5th member of our guild. Now, you and I can see Sung-hoon's regret fully skyrocketing. I really should have questioned why that monster hired me. Then comes the moment Woojin asked, but why was that guy still hanging around? Sung-hoon wondered. Did he just want to use his name? He promised himself he'd fix this. He even closed his shop because he had completely misunderstood the entire situation. Now that things had turned out this way, he had to stay in this guild no matter what. Whatever it took. Meanwhile, back at the Adan Guild room, Woojin casually tossed some snacks from a box into his mouth. He chewed happily, while scrolling through his phone. Deeply focused on an article, the general office's re-examination had reached a massive conclusion. Kang Woojin was officially an A-rank hunter. The awakened community was absolutely buzzing with the news. The 24-year-old Kang Woojin had been retested by the general office and officially verified as an elite A rank. And as of 2 p.m. today, his brand new Odin guild had officially launched. Woojin had fully secured the official operating license for his very own Odin guild. Let's pause. You and I are about to see a dungeon clear speed that nobody has ever witnessed before. Articles were digging into the secret behind his insane abilities. Just what was this awakened hunter hiding? Unbothered, Woojin just casually swiped to the very next news page. It covered his very first raid at the Gate 6 dungeon. Kang Chang-chun versus Kang Woojin, who was truly the absolute strongest awakened hunter in all of Korea. That name definitely caught his eye. Chang-chun seemed like a pretty tough guy. Right at that moment, Sung-gu stepped into the room. What are you eating? Woojin glanced down at the box. He casually mentioned they were just enhancement stones used to heavily boost his base stats. Want some? Sung-gu was absolutely stunned. Those enhancement stones cost at least $1 billion each. He frantically waved his hands, quickly rejecting the insane offer. How could he possibly eat something that expensive? But Woojin was feeling generous. Here, just eat some. He tossed a few stones over to Sung-gu, explaining how they boosted strength, agility, and stamina. Sung-gu held out both hands, bowing in deep gratitude. Woojin kept snacking. Don't mention it. Honestly, Woojin had completely calculated this move. The kid needed more strength to carry heavy dungeon loot, way better speed to gather dropped items much faster, and higher stamina to do a lot more heavy lifting for him. Meanwhile, poor Sung-gu was completely oblivious to this master plan. Meeting you is the absolute greatest blessing of my life. Suddenly, someone else walked in. Is Woojin around? Woojin looked up, confused. Jaemin, what are you doing here? Jaemin spoke up softly. I have something I really need to tell you. Could you spare me a few minutes? The two of them headed into the director's office. A little while later, Sung-gu stepped back inside. Did Jaemin already leave? Woojin nodded, confirming he was gone. Sung-gu had noticed the heavy vibe. He looked incredibly serious. Is everything okay? Did something bad happen? Woojin brushed it off, saying it was a long story about a younger brother's deep love for his older sister. Sung-gu blinked in surprise. Wait, what? Woojin just put on his jacket. I am heading out for a bit. Sung-gu tilted his head in curiosity. All right, but where are you going? Before leaving, Woojin casually replied. Going to see Ji-won. Head home early today. Sung-gu practically screamed. Wait, Ji-won, are you going on a date? Woojin looked utterly offended. How in the world did you even jump to that crazy conclusion? Seung-hoon, who was eavesdropping outside, perked up. A date? He immediately realized this was the golden opportunity he had been waiting for. Suddenly, Seung-hoon blocked Woojin's path. Boss, he said with a smug grin. Hiring me as your employee was honestly the absolute greatest decision you have ever made. Woojin gave him a completely baffled look. What? Why are you acting so weird all of a sudden? Seung-hoon puffed out his chest. Just trust me, boss. I am an absolute expert in romance. Cut to the exclusive personal shopping suite meant only for VIP clients, where insanely expensive luxury suits hung neatly on pristine display racks. The high-end designer outfits were beautifully displayed all around the stylish walls. Sung-gu stared in pure awe. Was this really the same Korea he lived in? His mind was blown. Who would have ever thought a fancy place like this existed inside a normal department store? A personal shopping room. Seung-hoon excitedly pulled out a sleek dress shirt. Boss? What do you think about this one? I feel like this style would look absolutely perfect on you. Woojin simply nodded in agreement. Yeah, it looks fine. Seung-hoon practically vibrated with excitement. I already picked out several full suits too. You just need to try them on. But honestly, Woojin was absolutely miserable. What in the world was this annoying, overly complicated mess? Now, this is where things get hilarious. An hour later, Seung-hoon was still showing off his smug face, lecturing them on flashy, high-level techniques to successfully romance any girl, but the most crucial foundation was showing pure sincerity to impress her. Seung-hoon looked ridiculously confident. Don't worry, let me handle everything. You just need to follow exactly what I say. All right, let's get moving. Hearing that, Woojin looked incredibly confused. Wait, what? Go where? Seung-hoon boldly claimed that dressing well was step one in securing the romance. Both Woojin and Sung-gu stared at him like he was crazy. Dressing well? Woojin ultimately had to admit it. Yeah, Buying some nice clothes definitely wouldn't hurt anyone. Sungo and Sungun both looked up eagerly as the heavy fitting room doors finally swung open. Everyone's jaws completely dropped. Wow, boss, you look insanely handsome. Our guildmaster is seriously on a whole different level. You have such a great build. Those clothes fit you absolutely perfectly. Woojin sighed, keeping his voice quiet. All right, stop making such a massive fuss. Sung-hoon quickly grabbed a high-end luxury watch from the case. Boss, you absolutely have to wear this too. This specific timepiece matches your expensive suit perfectly and will make your entire rich guy aesthetic look completely flawless. Woojin strapped it onto his wrist. All right, I am heading out now. But Sung-hoon called out to him again. Boss, please take this manual with you too. Woojin glanced over, thoroughly annoyed. Take what? Sung-hoon grinned with wild enthusiasm. I extensively researched everything you can do in this area. You just need to follow the exact steps written right here. It is my ultimate guide for the boss's perfectly successful date. So, what do you and I take from this? A movie, dinner, an arcade, and romantic spots for later. Woojin just stood there, utterly helpless. All right, you and I are watching this idiot totally misread the situation. But since he is going anyway, should he just take a moment to relax? Even so, Uin casually tucks the paper into his clothes. All right, thanks for everything. Guys, head home early today and enjoy your weekend. Sung-hoon cheerfully tells the group. Yeah, wishing you absolute success out there. Now Sung-gu can finally breathe, catching a rare break to just rest. He looks over. Sung-hun, are you taking off now too? The guy simply reveals he has business. Sung-gu is totally confused. What business? Sung-hoon confidently smirks, claiming that whenever he plays matchmaker, they always end up together, and he boldly declares he is going to help the boss with this very issue. Sung-gu completely suspects him. What? Wait, are you seriously on your way to ask her out? Sung-hun stands tall, looking absolutely majestic. Obviously, I am. He checks his watch. 0 time left. He turns and practically sprints away, shouting that he has way too much to prep and needs to leave right now. Director Hong, I will see you on Monday. Sung-gu tries desperately to stop him. Sung-hoon, hold on. But he is simply too late. The guy vanished. Sung-gu silently hopes for the best. There is no way he actually confesses. He was mumbling about medicine earlier anyway. Meanwhile, right in the heart of the massive, towering city, JW steps out of her bathroom, letting out a tired sigh. Somehow, she managed to survive another incredibly exhausting day. Her eyes naturally drift toward the cell phone resting quietly on her table. Joju turns the screen on. Still, absolutely 0 reply messages waiting. She feels an instant wave of worry. What is suddenly wrong with Ewan? She rereads every single message. I am Ewan. Are you completely free today? Joe W. had texted back. Yes, I am just resting after getting off work. Ewan replied. What is wrong? I will find you later. The final unread text is actually from him saying he is on his way. A wild thought flashes through her mind. Do not tell me. Her face instantly burns tomato red. Is he seriously about to ask me out on a date? She tries hard to shake the thought. Come on. That is completely impossible. Why would a guy like him ever date someone like me? I am absolutely certain he just wants to meet up about something else. Right at that exact second, her phone rings, making her jump. Ewan? She answers nervously. Hello? Ewan's deep voice comes through. I am standing right outside your dorm. Just come downstairs. JW instantly sprints out to her balcony to check. She is completely stunned, seeing him standing down there in the flesh. She cannot believe it. The moment she gets downstairs, JW immediately asks him in a very serious tone. Why did you ask to meet me? She finds it super confusing that he suddenly dragged her down to the street. Ewan casually brushes it off. No big deal. I brought you something and wanted to hang out. JW flinches at the hangout part. Pink streaks immediately flush across her cheeks again. What is happening? Does he actually like me? She acts incredibly shy. What am I even supposed to do? Ewan smoothly suggests, dinner is a little early right now. Let us just go watch a movie. JW quickly agrees. A random passerby suddenly crashes hard into her shoulder. Sorry. Just a second later, GW starts acting strange. She suddenly clutches her head in absolute, obvious pain. Seeing this reaction, Ewan immediately turns his head. Sung-gu's old warning randomly echoes in his mind. Bro, my sister's head is completely ruined. Oh man. And then those harsh, judgmental whispers from strangers hit him. See that girl? She must be burned, right? Right then, Ewan finally connects the puzzle pieces together. So he looks right at her and asks, Does what random strangers think about you really affect you this much? JW's expression darkens. It is because people get uncomfortable seeing my face. Without warning, Uin suddenly grabs her wrist tight, pulling her forward. Come with me. JW is totally bewildered. Uin, where in the world are we going? They both stop right in front of a street stall. He picks up a cool mask and gently hands it over. Hey, try this on. She looks completely surprised by the gesture. What? But Uin just flashes a mysterious smile. And they head straight toward the theater. The crowd around them starts aggressively gossiping. What on earth is that? Looks absolutely hilarious. What is their deal? Everyone keeps buzzing about them nonstop. This is crazy, but their body proportions are seriously god tier. Who even are they? Do you think they might be secret celebrities? While Joe desperately tries to stop him, she begs, Uin, wait, is there some special event today? The crowd keeps whispering that it is not even Halloween yet. JW calls out helplessly. Uin, are we seriously going to walk around like this? Uin coolly shoots back. Why not? Or do you want to trade masks with me? JW wants to explain. That is not the problem. Uin stays completely calm like nothing happened. Then let us just go. His voice drops into a warm, deep tone. We are going to miss our movie time. Hiding behind the funny mask, Joey's face flushes bright crimson. From the movie screen, a character's dialogue echoes through the room. So you mean that is the real reason you are feeling troubled? But simply because this place feels like a virtual space instead of reality? JW and Uin are both staring intently at the screen. Not just for me, but for you too. That is the reason. Suddenly, right in the middle of the film, a bold confession rings out. What reason? If this place is not real to you, why not just date me? JW sits there feeling incredibly confused inside, shooting a sideways glance. What exactly is going on here? Did they not say the tickets were entirely sold out? But Uin is just chilling, leisurely snacking on his popcorn. Flashing back to the start, we see him staring at the booking screen, sighing heavily. Wait, everything got bought up 30 minutes ago? Uin gets noticeably more frustrated and completely depressed. Well, this is a massive headache. Seeing his struggle, Uin gently tries to advise him. We do not absolutely have to watch a movie today. But Uin still carelessly reaches toward the theater doors. Guess we are out of options. But out of nowhere, someone steps up from behind. I am so sorry, an emergency just came up. I have to run. If you two do not mind, please use my tickets. And just like that, the stranger shoves the tickets right into Uin's hands. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. Before they can even react, the guy turns and runs. Have a good time. I really have an emergency. Eugene doesn't even know what is going on yet. He reaches out. Wait, the guy's face is barely visible behind his mask. I am heading out now. Eugene starts getting suspicious. That guy looks way too familiar. Could it actually be? Meanwhile, outside at the ticket counter, a very familiar voice suddenly speaks up. Hoon holds out his screen, making a crazy demand. Please refund absolutely every single seat, except for the two I already picked out for myself. The employee panics and steps back in total shock. Excuse me? You literally just said you booked seats for a massive group coming in. He just points right at his phone screen and insists. Please just refund my money right now. I literally just bought these 10 minutes ago. The poor employee can only think to herself in total silence. What on earth is wrong with this absolute maniac? A little later, the sky turns a beautiful shade of orange. Outside the movie theater, someone happily praises the show. That movie was actually so good. Ju is in an amazing mood. She happily mentions it has probably been 5 whole years since her last movie. Eugene plays along and jokes back. Well, for me, it is probably closer to 20 years. She totally gets the joke and bursts into laughter. Oh, come on now. But Eugene firmly insists that he is actually being dead serious. I am completely serious. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind them. Hey, the Beauty and the Beast couple over there. A clown standing next to a lucky prize wheel calls out. Come over here and test your luck, totally free of charge. The clown keeps hyping it up, trying his absolute best to lure them in. Totally free for you two. With all these amazing options on the board, your chances of winning are basically 90%. Eugene immediately turns around and asks for her opinion. Do you want to give it a try? But Ju acts a little shy and tries to decline, saying she is terrible at these games. But eventually, she decides to play along anyway. After spinning wildly for a moment, the heavy wheel finally comes to a complete stop. Sadly, the result is completely disappointing, leaving Ju totally bummed out. So unlucky. Seeing this, the clown quickly tries to save the awkward situation. Hey buddy, in the animal mask, give it a spin. Win a prize for your lovely girlfriend, and show off what a real man you are. At first, Eugene just stands there in absolute silence. But a second later, he spins it anyway, muttering to himself that he must be possessed or something. The wheel starts slowing down. Eugene has zero hope, assuming it will land on a blank again. But suddenly, a massive shout of pure surprise rings out. Oh man. Seeing the result, his face goes completely blank. Another total loss. But wait, the sneaky clown secretly touches the wheel again. Eugene's eyes go wide in pure shock. The clown screams at the top of his lungs, congratulating him. You just landed on the absolute ultimate grand prize. Ju is equally shocked and cheers with pure joy. You won, Eugene. She turns to him, absolutely stunned and completely amazed by his sudden luck. This is literally the very first time I have ever won anything. The clown happily hands a small gift bag to Ju. Congratulations to you both. Here is our special prize. She takes the reward, feeling incredibly happy inside. Thank you so much. But Eugene's face darkens instantly as he realizes the truth. This guy is actually the clown, turning around looking surprised. Seeing him pull down his glasses and wink, Eugene is left completely and utterly confused. Why on earth is he secretly following me all the way here? The clown behind them just keeps cheering loudly. Boss, keep pushing forward. You got this. Eugene ignores the absolute nonsense and just quickly drags her away from the scene. Let's go right now. Meanwhile, Ju is super curious and excited, wondering what could possibly be inside this bag. Let's fast forward a bit, shall we? A little while later, our duo is playing at the claw machines and then checking out some cute clothes together. That evening, Eugene takes Ju out to a fancy restaurant. On the walk back, she gets lost in her own deep thoughts. I wonder how long it has been. Ju suddenly starts to realize she has actually become so much more confident lately. Since when did I completely stop caring about all the judgmental, prying stares from absolutely everyone else around me? It is just a simple mask. But then she looks up at him, feeling an overwhelming wave of pure gratitude in her heart. No, if Eugene had not taken the lead like that, there is absolutely no way I would ever have the courage to do this. Seeing him turn back to smile right at her, Ju feels incredible happiness. If this is all a dream, I really do not want to wake up. Night has fully fallen now, leaving only the soft glow of streetlights. At the park, a joyful voice breaks the silence. Today was actually so much fun. Ju turns to him with a massive, beaming smile, listing off everything. Wearing masks like this, watching a movie, and eating out. She covers her mouth, giggling with pure delight, even if people think we are a little weird. But Eugene just calmly and firmly shuts that down. Who even cares about them? Hearing those words, Ju suddenly grows quiet and thoughtful. She stands up and bravely confesses the honest truth about her own feelings. You are totally right. I still lack the courage to confidently step out into crowded places like that. Ju looks up at the night sky, still unable to believe it. This whole amazing day feels exactly like a dream. But then she suddenly starts tormenting herself, a harsh reminder echoing in her mind. Everyone has to wake up from their dreams eventually. Ju desperately tries to wake herself up so she will not make a mistake. If I keep dreaming like this, I will absolutely fall helplessly in love with him. She pulls off her mask and makes a bold declaration. Time to take off the mask and face reality. But Eugene just smirks, a gentle smile forming on his lips. He steps incredibly close to her, having prepared for this exact moment. I am going to give you a special gift to encourage your bravery. Ju is completely stunned by his words and asks, a special gift? Suddenly, beautiful fireworks erupt in the night sky right above them. A massive crowd of people approaches from afar, clapping loudly. Congratulations, happy for you too. But suddenly, they all freeze in their tracks. They see her face, seeing that massive scar, they stop in absolute horror. How terrifying. That guy must really love her. And honestly, you and I know he definitely does. All right, let's dive back in. Sung-hoon hides in the back, totally confused. He told the crowd to clap and hype things up. So what the heck are they actually doing? He squints, trying to see what went wrong. Did something happen out there? Meanwhile, Woojin is practically grinding his teeth together, absolutely furious about this whole mess. Sung-hoon, are you serious right now? Ji-won stands beside him, staring at the ground, her face completely dark. Panic sets in, and Woojin suddenly shouts out his defensive skill. Out of nowhere, a massive barrier erupts, completely cutting the two of them off from the chaotic crowd. Now, Woojin finally lets out an exhausted sigh. Wearing this mask is a total pain, he mutters. Jiwon's eyes widen in pure shock as she looks around. Wait, where exactly are we right now? He just smiles, looking at her with total warmth. Close your eyes, he says softly. I have a gift for you. Surprised, she glances up, her cheeks instantly flushing red. Let's rewind a bit. Earlier, Jaemin came over to ask a huge favor regarding his sister. The kid looked super nervous and hesitant. He finally shared their tragic truth. Ever since that massive dungeon break years ago, the two of them have been completely orphaned. Jaemin feels absolutely terrible for his older sister. She literally sacrificed every single dream she had just to raise him. To make matters even worse, she was severely injured by a terrifying monster during that horrific dungeon outbreak. He stands there, clenching his fists tightly as he bows his head, begging. She has a terrible scar that can never be erased. I know I have absolutely no right to ask this, he pleaded. But please, you have to help my sister. But Woojin was more than ready to step up. He told the kid that a real man should never be afraid to ask someone else for help. Suddenly, our necromancer pulls out a mysterious potion, making a bold claim. Jiwon was finally going to wake up from that terrible nightmare she mentioned. Woojin gently touches her forehead, ready to erase the nightmares from that awful dungeon outbreak. Jiwon still has absolutely no idea what is happening, just staring in anticipation. Right on cue, the system window pops up, revealing the exact details of this special recovery potion. It is a super rare, high-tier item. This stuff can fully heal any wound caused by severe physical damage or heavy magic attacks. Its effects are totally broken. You can actually regenerate missing body parts or cure permanent wounds caused by dark curses. Cutting back to Jiwon's apartment, she receives a caring text message from him, making sure she follows directions. Woojin told her to skip washing her hair and face today. Otherwise, that precious magic oil would wash right off. Go to sleep early, he wrote. Reading that text, Jiwon actually bursts out laughing. What the heck is he even trying to say here? Is he planning to open a beauty salon or something? Sitting on her chair, she types back a reply. Got it, and thanks for today. I had a really great time. You get some sleep too, Mr. Hairdresser. Jiwon's face turns bright red, feeling super shy. But deep down, she is holding on to hope. If only applying this weird oil once could actually heal her awful scar completely. That would honestly be a miracle. Then, she remembers the mysterious gift bag he gave her. Wait a second. What exactly was that prize they won earlier from the spin the wheel game anyway? Now, you and I need to pay attention here. The second she opens the tiny box, Jiwon freezes. She absolutely cannot believe her own eyes. A real ring? There is absolutely zero chance a cheap street game would give away something like this as a prize. It is incredibly suspicious. So Jiwon starts piecing everything together. Come to think of it, they watched a movie in a totally empty theater. All the crazy things that happened tonight suddenly start flashing through her mind. Eating dinner at an ultra-fancy restaurant. Jiwon still cannot wrap her head around it. Plus, there was that massive fireworks show they just so happened to see at the park. Every single detail feels way too perfect to be a coincidence. And then, completely out of nowhere, random strangers started handing her beautiful flowers. Putting it all together, Jiwon covers her burning face in pure shock. No way. Was Woojin actually trying to confess his feelings to her tonight? Meanwhile, back at the guild headquarters, Sung-hoon is sweating bullets. 1, he counts out loud. His arms are literally trembling, but he keeps doing push-ups. 2, gotta look super busy. Sung-hoon refuses to quit, trying to hype himself up. He just keeps grinding away, completely oblivious to everything happening around him in the office. 2, got to pretend I'm working hard. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts right through the silence. Hey, Sung-hoon. Woojin had finally arrived. Terrified, he instantly jumps to attention, squeezing his eyes completely shut. Yes, sir. Woojin sits back, crossing his arms like a mob boss. I told you to follow my instructions. Stop doing extra nonsense. Why do you constantly do things I never asked for? Knowing he messed up big time, Sung-hoon desperately tries to explain himself. I swear I was just trying to show my extreme loyalty to you, boss. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Honestly, Woojin isn't even that mad. He just sighs heavily and warns him. No more pointless stunts. Got it? Trembling, his subordinate aggressively nods and promises to behave. Understood. Then, Woojin remembers one tiny little detail. He narrows his eyes. Wait a second. Where exactly did you get the cash to fund all of that? Scratching his head, Sung-hoon nervously looks away. Well, I actually swiped the official guild credit card. Hearing this, Woojin starts grinding his teeth in pure rage. And just like that, Sung-hoon is right back on the floor, aggressively doing push-ups while screaming out apologies. But suddenly, the main office door swings wide open. Min-chan walks in with his phone in hand, looking totally surprised. "Boss, you're already back? I was literally just about to call you." Then, he glances over and blinks in utter confusion. "Wait, Sun-hoon, what on earth are you doing on the floor?" Shaking it off, Min-chan gets right down to business. "Oh right, boss. Good news. I successfully ironed out all the paperwork with the Ministry of Defense." Hearing that, Woojin's face completely lights up. "So that means I am finally dodging mandatory military service, right?" Min-chan nods, quickly confirming the amazing news with one tiny catch. "Yes. You are completely exempt from the draft. The only condition is completing 10 special deployment missions for the military." Seeing Min-chan nervously hesitating, Woojin narrows his eyes. "But what?" Sweating bullets, the poor guy awkwardly stammers. "So, what goes wrong next? We are about to find out. This has literally never happened before, so I genuinely don't know how to tell you." Min-chan's hesitation was only making Woojin infinitely more impatient. He practically demanded the guy just spit it out already. "What is it? Stop beating around the bush and just say it straight." Taking a deep breath, Min-chan finally calmed his nerves and dropped the massive news. The government had just urgently requested his immediate deployment. Unfazed by the sudden order, Woojin just casually asked for the exact details. "Right now? Where?" Min-chan quickly rattled off the exact address. Daegu, exit 3 of the local subway station. A massive dungeon break was actively happening right at that very spot. Our guy rushed over immediately, but the entire area was totally deserted. Seriously, there was absolutely no one around. Not a single soul. Woojin glanced around in sheer confusion. It honestly looked like the entire block had been abandoned. "Now, you and I need to rewind a bit to when he first got the news." A literal dungeon break, confirming the absolute worst. Min-chan broke it all down. "Yeah. If a dungeon isn't totally cleared within 30 days, the magical barrier completely shatters. And when that happens, every single monster inside will swarm straight up onto the city streets." He firmly stressed the extreme measures needed to handle this specific crisis at the Daegu subway station. The previous strike teams had clearly completely failed to clear it. Now, they were begging for emergency backup forces to handle the impending dungeon break. Hearing the grim situation, Woojin instantly thought about the absolute worst-case scenario. And what exactly happens if we fail to clear it too? Min-chan had definitely considered that horrific possibility. Apparently, the regular military refuses to intervene directly. So, if our team actually fails, the entire city of Daegu is going straight up in flames. Flashing back to the present moment, Woojin stared at the completely empty surroundings. He genuinely wondered why there were so many massive empty parks right next to the train station. It was entirely because of this massive dungeon break right here. Suddenly, Hazeon approached him from behind to fill him in. She quickly explained that every single local resident had been forcefully evacuated 2 whole days ago. The actual dungeon break was scheduled to hit at exactly 2 p.m. tomorrow. Flashing a bright smile, she extended a hand. "It is so incredibly nice to meet you. I'm the main officer in charge here, Lieutenant Choi Haseon from the Special Defense Brigade." Woojin gladly shook her hand, casually dropping his own name in return. "I am Kang Woojin." Instantly, her whole demeanor shifted to pure enthusiasm. "An absolute honor to meet you. I've honestly heard so many amazing things about you." Seeing her intense reaction, he breathed a small sigh and told her to drop the stiff formalities. Remembering the actual crisis, Woojin immediately tossed out a wild idea. "But doesn't this massive dungeon break happen tomorrow afternoon? We still have a little bit of time left before all hell breaks loose. Why don't we just head down there right now?" Haseon gave a totally helpless sigh, quickly explaining the harsh reality. "The emergency return gate has already been used 3 times. It's completely disabled." Catching on to those specific keywords, he looked completely baffled. "Return gate? 3 times?" She quickly turned back to him, breaking down exactly how the safety mechanic actually worked. "It's a literal lifeline for hunters needing an emergency retreat mid-battle. They can escape through a spawned gate whenever they use a special return item." Haseon heavily emphasized the absolute most crucial catch. "But here is the thing, it strictly taps out at a maximum of 3 uses per dungeon. Did you seriously not know about this?" Honestly, Woojin was totally clueless about these modern mechanics. "Something like that exists?" Nodding, she started explaining the incredibly brutal raid attempts. The elite vanguard squad from the War Guild was the very first group to attempt conquering this dungeon, but they utterly failed. Following that total disaster, Command immediately sent in another specialized squad. The second attempt featured a joint strike force combining heavy hitters from both the War and Hem guilds. But honestly, they didn't fare much better than the first guys. Finally, she brought up the third elite team, but they crashed and burned too. That final group was literally an international dream team, made up of top-tier awakened from across the entire globe. But since even they got crushed, absolutely nobody dared to challenge it again. Hazion turned to him, offering a deeply serious piece of advice and a harsh reminder. Obviously, right up until the literal moment the dungeon break triggers, you could totally go down there and attempt to clear it yourself. But exactly like I said, going in without an emergency exit means gambling with your actual life. Unsurprisingly, absolutely nobody wants to walk into a death trap. Woojin was genuinely stunned. He immediately turned back, raising a very valid point. Wait, if this place is impossibly hard to clear, won't the upcoming break be absolutely catastrophic for everyone up here? She quickly broke down the exact nightmare waiting down there. As you probably know, the internal layout and terrain of a dungeon play a massive role in dictating its actual difficulty level. It's literally a nightmare to navigate. But thankfully, the actual monsters swarming inside have been officially confirmed as totally manageable. The impossible terrain inside is basically the only thing making this dungeon so utterly brutal. Hazion raised her hand, her expression practically radiating pure, unbreakable confidence. So honestly, we're going to be totally fine out here. Heavy modern weaponry can't cross through the portal, making us completely useless inside the dungeon itself. But the second this battle spills out into our world, the tactical advantage is entirely ours. She clearly already had a master plan locked in. All we actually have to do is set up a heavy artillery perimeter and mow them down instantly. Woojin turned his head, shooting her a brutally cold look. Then why the hell did you even call me here? You guys can clearly just handle everything with your missiles and heavy guns. Hazion looked visibly embarrassed, taking a slight step back as she awkwardly stammered. Well, having a high-ranking awakened on standby is still extremely crucial for us. She quickly broke down his actual mission. Basically, the hired awakened will just stay fully on standby on the sidelines while our military forces handle the primary suppression. But if that monster swarm somehow actually breaks through our frontline military blockade, that is exactly when we'll desperately need your immediate backup. Hazion didn't forget to offer one final, incredibly gentle reminder. Oh, and we have absolutely zero intel on the actual boss monster, so please, keep your guard completely up and stay ready to strike at any given second. Hearing that, Woojin quickly nodded, officially accepting the defensive mission. All right, you and I are jumping back in. She shyly pushes him to head back. Let's hit the waiting room. The other awakened are probably already here. Right outside a cafe, there's a big sign marking it as the official waiting area for the awakened. The door slowly creaks open, and a single footstep steps inside. Everyone sitting in the room instantly turns their heads. Just look at that. The whole crowd immediately gasps in pure shock. Wait, is that Kang Woojin? Is Woojin really joining the front lines for this major operation too? That guy right there is the 11th ranked A-class awakened. Suddenly, he raises his eyebrows in total surprise. Woojin quickly recognizes the person standing right in front of him. We meet again. He cracks a smirk, clearly amused, and fires right back. Honestly, I think the two of us must be bound by fate. Jianhee is clearly not happy about this. Before meeting Woojin, she actually received a very specific mission directly from Sangho. Jianhee, I have a job for you. Those two had a completely secret conversation. The moment she heard the details of the mission, Jianhee's eyes widened in total shock. Looking incredibly smug, he asked her one more time, "You can pull this off, right?" And honestly, that is exactly why she is standing here right now. Woojin casually brings up their past encounter. Hey, sorry for cutting in line back at the station, but a 5-star dungeon is really no big deal. His eyes turned sharp as blades, throwing the question back at her. It's not so hard that you need a massive team, right? But suddenly, he cracks a smirk of her own. She steps right up to him, dropping a heavy taunt. It feels like I stomped you into the dirt just yesterday. You must have gotten a whole lot stronger since then. The crowd immediately starts buzzing. Wait, Jianhee and Kang Woojin actually fought each other before? Did she seriously manage to beat a powerhouse like him? Are the wild rumors about Kang Woojin just totally exaggerated? His face instantly darkens, and he lets out a sharp curse with a twisted laugh. You crazy witch. Woojin's eyes widen as he throws down the challenge. "Wanna fight?" She just laughs back, not showing an ounce of fear. Haseon sees the situation heating up and jumps in. "Hey, calm down. Everyone, please stop this right now. Aren't we supposed to be comrades for tomorrow's massive dungeon raid?" But Jian-hee completely ignores her plea, continuing to throw out absolute poison at him. "Looks like you only grew in brute strength, but you're still acting like a total kid. Don't be so impulsive." She deliberately emphasizes her warning to him. One single mistake on the battlefield, and someone could end up dead. Hearing that, Woojin feels his blood boil with pure anger. "Say what? Who the hell do you think you are to lecture me?" Haseon quickly drags him outside. "Woojin, please just let it go." She desperately tries to explain to calm things down. Jian-hee is actually the main captain of the awakened backup squad for this entire mission. Woojin angrily grinds his teeth, glaring at her back. After a tense moment, Haseon finally lets out a sigh of relief. After a while, he manages to pull himself together and cool off. "All right, whatever." Woojin drops back into his seat and asks for a favor. "Can you dig up some info on what's going on inside that dungeon?" Hearing this, Haseon looks completely caught off guard. "Wait, what?" Looking totally confused, she asks him out of pure curiosity. "The official raid is happening soon anyway. Why do you need intel on the dungeon right this second?" He doesn't answer right away, carefully testing the waters instead. "Don't tell me that stuff is some kind of classified military secret?" Haseon quickly clears up the misunderstanding and takes the lead. "No, not at all. The dungeon intel is completely open to the public. If you need it, I can go print it right now." Jian-hee glances back, her eyes full of suspicion. "Dungeon intel? Now, you and I know what he's planning." She quickly pieces the clues together. A massive 6-star dungeon stands right there, and even Woojin is amazed. The energy radiating from it is genuinely terrifying. No wonder, it's the strongest dungeon. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, making him whip his head around. "Hey, Kang Woojin." Jian-hee is already standing on the escalator, hands on her hips. "What exactly are you doing here?" He flashes a wildly arrogant smirk and makes his point clear. "What else would I be doing at a dungeon? Obviously, I am here to clear it out." She looks completely stunned and snaps right back at him. "Are you absolutely out of your mind?" But Woojin just gives a completely cocky smile in return. "Not even a little bit. Honestly, I'd have to be crazy to share all that sweet EXP and loot with the military and those other weak awakened." Jian-hee stubbornly warns him that this exact dungeon has already forced the 3 absolute strongest awakened teams to surrender and run away. "Do you really want to die an early death?" She just keeps throwing warnings and worst-case scenarios at him. If you try using a return gate, he suddenly cuts her off with a super annoyed tone. "Hey, you talk way too much." He completely hits the nail on the head. "You're scared, aren't you?" Woojin reaches his hand out, completely ready to make his move. "Seems like you're terrified because you can't use a return gate. If you're scared, just sit tight and wait." Right before jumping into action, Woojin looks back with a mocking grin. "You scared little kitten." And just like that, he vanishes straight into the massive dungeon portal. Jian-hee is left standing completely behind, angrily cursing out loud into the empty air. "Kang Woojin, you absolute bastard." Scene shifts to another location, showing a golf club and a golf ball. Suddenly, the phone tucked in the back of the bag starts ringing. Sang-ho stares out the window and quickly picks it up. "Yes, Minister." An incredibly furious voice explodes from the other end of the line. "Chairman Lee, what the hell is all this?" He is totally confused, but we are about to find out exactly why. "Excuse me, what exactly do you mean?" The caller aggressively spells it out for him. "I am talking about that damn Jian-hee of yours." "All right, you and I are jumping right in." Going back on his word to clear the dungeon alone? Hearing this, Sang-ho opens his eyes wide in absolute shock. He desperately scrambles to salvage the situation for now. "I am so sorry," he says, promising to call right back once he confirms what is actually happening. Sang-ho looks completely furious and confused at the exact same time. Why on earth did Jian-hee go into the dungeon anyway? What was she actually thinking? We cut straight over to her standing inside the dungeon, where it clearly looks like a massive, chaotic battle just took place. Jian-hee carefully scans the area around her, looking at all the crazy battle marks everywhere. She wonders if these were made by summoned monsters. She quickly calculates the sheer numbers. 10? No, there have to be at least 20 of them. Deep down, Jian-hee is honestly pretty impressed. When he said he wanted to clear the dungeon entirely alone, She thought he was totally insane. But now she finally gets it. She stares straight down the long, dark path ahead of her. Yet even after seeing all this, Jeonhee still keeps her signature arrogant attitude. With his current power level, he could not even get close to retrieving the stone, let alone completely wiping out every monster in this dungeon. Eugene covers his face and leaps backward to dodge the attack. He smirks with pure excitement, waiting for those sweet experience points to finally pop up on screen. Right after that, Eugene loudly calls out for his trusty summon, Rocky. He immediately commands the Rocky beast to strike the monster right in the body. Rocky lands the heavy hit and lets out a fierce, deafening roar. Eugene perfectly times his jump onto its back, instantly summoning his weapon into his hands. Hammer summoned. Eugene puts absolutely all his strength into one devastating downward smash. The game system instantly spams him with those beautiful level-up notifications. You have reached level 40. You have unlocked the level 40 exclusive perks. Seeing this, Eugene flashes a huge, incredibly excited smile. Nice. I am finally level 40, he says. Standing right behind him, Bibi enthusiastically waves her hands and cheers. You are so amazing, Master, she praises loudly. The little girl then excitedly turns around and gives Rocky a massive hug. Where did you even learn those words? Our Rocky also did such a great job today. Hearing this, Eugene immediately steps in to remind her. I think you have been watching way too much television, he tells Rocky. Not wasting another second, our hero turns around and urges them. Enough joking around, let us keep moving. Suddenly, he stops completely in his tracks, his eyes widening. He looks down at the ground, feeling incredibly suspicious. Eugene suddenly gets a very mysterious look on his face as an old memory hits him. Seeing the strange glowing pattern carved right in front of him, he quickly remembers hearing about this before. It is the legendary sanctuary of Alphen. Looking at that towering, ancient stone structure, Eugene completely recognizes what they are standing in. The Tate Plateau. He raises an eyebrow, using his basic gaming knowledge to recall its other famous title. It is also known far and wide as the Temple of Giants. Now, this is where you and I finally see the big picture. Is this gorge the exact reason why everyone else totally failed their dungeon raids? He quickly opens up his glowing system screen. Talk about perfect timing, it is time to unlock those level 40 exclusive perks. Instantly, the magical system screen displays 3 brand new notifications at once. You have successfully unlocked a brand new Necromancer class skill. Level 1, Phantom Armor. This insane ability attracts wandering spirits, making them constantly orbit the caster. These ghosts can actually teleport on their own, and will fiercely protect the user from absolutely any dangerous incoming attacks or threats. Plus, the user can activate the soul contract ability to absorb these spirits, instantly recovering their own lost physical stamina. Subordinate count shows 0 out of 10. Level 1 Phantom Spear. This directly summons a deadly spear forged entirely from the souls of your loyal subordinates. Once locked onto your enemy, the Phantom Spear will relentlessly chase them down until it lands a fatal hit. It only costs 1 mana point. Eugene looks extremely satisfied, flashing a totally wicked smile. He remembers the pathetic scene of that guy trembling on the dirt ground, begging for his life. That was the exact same time he originally learned the soul contract skill, back when he was busy healing Sungu from his serious injuries. Eugene feels absolutely thrilled by this revelation. He is so incredibly confident now that he can finally wield a much higher tier skill upgraded straight from soul contract. After thinking about it for a second, Eugene smartly decides to boost Phantom Armor all the way up to level 10. He raises his hand, eagerly shouting commands. Wandering souls, come right here to me. The magical system instantly updates his massive troop count, showing his active subordinates maxed out at 100. Eugene stretches both his hands outward, practically shaking with wild anticipation. Awesome, let us see what is next. The system keeps flooding his vision with exciting updates. You unlocked a brand new warrior class skill, warrior exclusive weapon, Morphing Greatsword. You have officially learned the Greatsword mastery technique, along with the incredibly lethal sword splitting ability. Finally, our main character looks way up high at the ceiling. Bibi follows his gaze closely, and then suddenly, they both realize something big. Wait, is that it? Eugene flashes an expectant, wide grin, staring high up into the air. He excitedly calls out to it. Come on out. Xing Xing. The game system quickly delivers the absolute latest update. The ancient seal on the Phantom Demon Stone has been fully broken. A heavy, armored horseshoe steps down. Its fierce face, completely covered in thick metal armor, finally reveals itself. the majestic beast steps out from the shadows, letting out a terrifying, powerful neigh. Level 1 Summoned Beast, the Demon Horse, famously known as Xing Xing. This seriously hot-blooded warhorse will violently charge into battle and never stop, even if it dies. It costs 30 mana to cast and unlocks the Phantom Dash ability. Overjoyed to see the horse, Bibi completely loses it and runs over to hug it. Shin Shin, did you miss me? Standing in the back, Eugene fully understands their bond. Even Rocky is getting super excited over here. It is practically shaking in its own rock golem form. Eugene quickly turns around to face his energetic crew, playfully clapping his hands. We really need to save this touching, emotional reunion for later. We have to move right now. Time is completely running out. Bibi and Eugene happily jump on its back. Stick with me to see what happens next. Let's go. Xing Xing. Using the Shadow Flight skill, the beast lets out a furious roar. It wastes no time, charging straight toward John He at incredible speed, but she's already prepared her counterattack skill. Without hesitating, Jian He sprints in a straight line, completely tearing right through the monster. One massive hit. The beast instantly collapses, crashing heavily into the dirt. Jian He steps forward, scanning the area like a hawk. Whatever she's looking for, it has to be nearby. Suddenly, Jian He freezes in her tracks. Something caught her eye. She looks up and spots a shadowy figure flying high in the sky. Instantly recognizing who it is, her face twists in absolute disgust. A flying summon, she scoffs. This guy really has way too many annoying tricks. She knows she has to move faster. Suddenly, her eyes lock onto a thick rope tightly wrapped around a massive tree trunk nearby. Staring at that rope, Jian He remembers exactly why her guild could never fully clear this dungeon. It wasn't just because crossing the deadly canyon was impossible for normal awakeners. Crossing was difficult, sure, but entirely doable. They could easily just bring in awakeners with flying skills to carry everyone safely over to the other side of the canyon. Jian He knows the real danger lies ahead. Once you actually cross that canyon, you're faced with 3 terrifying boss monsters guarding the only return stone. The moment her guild saw those monsters, they completely gave up on pushing any further. But the dark truth? Jian He knew the real reason they stopped. The guild realized that instead of clearing the dungeon, letting a massive dungeon break happen would actually be way more profitable. A dungeon break would completely wipe out the surrounding area. Then, the guild could step in, buy the ruined land, and completely rebuild it for insane profit. Jian He knows exactly who pulls the strings behind this sick plan. She doesn't really care about the dirty politics. The guild master made that call, so it isn't her problem. Shaking off those thoughts, she tightens her grip on the rope, fully determined to swing across. But wait, you and I know the real question here. What if someone easily clears the dungeon that the mighty Huaring Guild intentionally abandoned? That would be a massive disaster for their reputation. Jian He's eyes harden with cold resolve. She is absolutely determined to eliminate Kang Woojin before he solo clears the dungeon. Just you wait, she mutters, protecting the Huaring Guild's status at all costs. Without a single trace of hesitation, Jian He grabs the rope and swings forward into the abyss. She has to stop Kang Woojin from clearing this raid. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the chaotic situation outside the dungeon gates. Just 1 hour before the expected dungeon break, Li Sangho of the Huaring Guild holds a massive press conference. The reporters in the crowd are absolutely swarming him with frantic questions. Chairman Li, what do you think are the odds that Jian He and Kang Woojin, who entered the dungeon together, will actually make it back alive? His eyes widen in perfectly fake distress. Honestly, I think their survival is almost entirely impossible. Another desperate journalist aggressively shoots their hand up to push further. Chairman, there is only about an hour left until the dungeon break happens, and according to our inside sources, Jian He is literally your younger sister. How exactly are you dealing with this tragedy right now? Hearing that, Li Sangho's face instantly contorts, clearly annoyed by the question. Are you seriously asking me that right now? He forces his body to tremble, violently snapping back at the reporter. One of my own family members is about to die. How do you think I feel, sitting out here, completely helpless to save her? Sangho lowers his head, letting his face fall into deep, tragic shadows. Then, he abruptly stands up and announces to the room, I am ending this press conference right now. No more questions. The entire room erupts into pure chaos. The reporters desperately jump to their feet, shouting over each other, wait a second, Chairman Li, please. Backstage, an assistant quickly opens the door and claps. That was an incredible performance, sir. The fake sadness drops completely. Sang-ho smirks with chilling calmness. Obviously, now, give me the real update. What's the status on the dungeon? His assistant immediately bows and delivers the report. The magical barriers outside the gate haven't shown any abnormal reactions yet, sir. Hearing that, a sick grin spreads across his face. That is fantastic news. All right, let's head over to the command center. The assistant stares at Sang-ho's completely unbothered expression, utterly speechless. Fantastic news? His own sister is trapped inside. The assistant just watches him walk away, deeply disturbed. He might be the guild master, but the man is terrifyingly cold-blooded. Even his own flesh and blood sister is nothing more than a disposable chess piece to him, just another tool to expand his guild's empire. Outside the building, a furious crowd is screaming and begging against the security guards. Let us through right now. Kang Woojin is our guild master. You have to help him. Who is in charge here? Sang-ho spots the screaming mob, his face twisting with pure annoyance. What is all this ridiculous commotion about? The assistant glances nervously out the window, stuttering over his words. Sir, I believe those people are the employees from Kang Woojin's Allendal Guild. Sang-ho stops in his tracks, clearly caught off guard. The Allendal Guild? Meanwhile, back inside the dungeon, Woojin gently pats his summon, offering some rare praise. You did amazing, Xing Xing. You can go ahead and rest now. Just then, Bibi flies over to him. She looks around the massive ruins in absolute awe. Whoa, is this a giant's temple? You mentioned this was some kind of sacred ground, right? Woojin looks up at the towering stone pillars and slowly nods. Yeah, honestly, it looks pretty creepy in here. Do you think these giant statues could suddenly transform into golems or something? Woojin stares dead ahead at the eerie stone structures, already forming a crazy plan. Well, there is really only one way for us to find out. Woojin grins, turning around and pointing directly at the statues. Rocky, go try taking a bite out of that. Following his master's order, Rocky immediately charges straight at the massive stones. The massive boulders instantly begin shaking violently from side to side. Suddenly, a terrifying face carves itself into the giant stone. A colossal hand erupts outward, smashing brutally into the earth. Even Woojin is genuinely shocked that his crazy little experiment actually worked. It actually worked. I thought that was just a completely normal rock. But before they can celebrate, the ground rumbles, forcing both of them to jump back in panic. Cold sweat drips down Woojin's face as his danger senses scream at him. Yeah, definitely not a normal rock. Massive stone golems completely surround the two of them, cutting off every single escape route. But instead of panicking, Woojin just flashes an arrogant smirk. You and I know he loves a challenge. 5 of them. So this entire zone is just a massive trap? Let's jump right back in, guys. Woojin sizes up his target, calculating fast. Golems lack flesh and souls, meaning his necromancer skills are completely useless here. Woojin steps forward and pulls out his weapon, but instead of panicking, he smiles. He is totally hyped to use this golden opportunity. It is time to level up those warrior-class skills of his. Meanwhile, Jian-hee watches him from up high on a tree branch. Seeing this battle unfold makes her super suspicious. Wait, wasn't this guy supposed to be a necromancer? So why on earth is he fighting exactly like an awakened warrior class? Jian-hee stares down at him, completely mind-blown by the pure display of power. Who would have guessed those random stone statues were actually all golems? Facing that terrifying level of strength, she knows she has to stay on high alert. If some clueless rookie had just rushed blindly into that altar zone, they would have been instantly surrounded and wiped off the face of the map. Regardless, Jian-hee has to admit that Woojin has way sharper instincts than she gave him credit for. After a brutal fighting sequence, he stands there panting heavily. Woojin sizes up his enemies perfectly. He smirks with absolute confidence, realizing he is finally starting to see the endgame of this entire crazy situation. Just because they have numbers does not mean they are actually strong. Suddenly, his eyes snap sideways. Even Woojin has to take those 3 specific monsters seriously. Those creepy things have been giving him bad vibes right from the start. Those 3 massive freaks only have a single giant eye right on their foreheads. Off to the side, someone else is grinding away. Heavy, brutal hammer strikes keep smashing down onto the ground with completely crazy and overwhelming force. Woojin has been steadily smashing away this entire time. Bibi, who has been patiently waiting, suddenly cheers out loud. He finally took down the very last golem. Master, she yells. Woojin quickly calls out from a distance to warn her. Bibi, you need to keep quiet right now. It is dangerous. Woojin glares at the glowing return stone right in front of him. With it shining this intensely, could this be a massive warning sign that a dungeon break is coming? His face becomes deadly serious. There is absolutely no time left. He needs to end this battle fast and secure a quick victory right now. Woojin stares down the monster standing before him, instantly recognizing it as a Cyclops. They are direct descendants of the ancient and legendary giant race. He knows exactly how this specific species operates. Even though Cyclopes are giant descendants, similar to ogres, they are actually playing in a completely different league. They are not mindless and brutal savages like those ogres. Woojin knows perfectly well what makes these guys so dangerous. The greatest gift the Cyclops inherited from the giants was pure intellect. He seriously has to respect both their high intelligence and their overwhelming raw power. That incredible brain power is exactly what made their entire civilization thrive. They are stupidly strong and totally worthy of being the final guardians left behind to protect this sacred temple. Suddenly, the giant Cyclops actually speaks up with a wild confession. I am truly surprised. I never expected to cross paths with you in here. Hearing that, Woojin is completely thrown off guard. You actually know who I am? The massive creature quickly speaks up to confirm it one more time. Yes. The Cyclops stares right past him at Rocky, instantly recognizing the legendary giant of pure destruction who can freely shift its entire physical form. Then it shifts its gaze to Bibi, identifying her as the Grand Witch of Illusions. Finally, the Cyclops looks back at Woojin, calling him the Necromancer of Slaughter. Woojin hears this and reacts with total arrogance. Well, it seems like I am actually pretty famous around here. Huh? The monster lifts its head, looking totally calm and composed. How could I possibly not know who you are? The Cyclops deliberately emphasizes the deadly threat. You are the Grim Reaper. It then makes sure to praise his insane past achievements, calling him the true immortal king. Seeing them suddenly transform, Woojin looks up in pure shock. Gigantification? The monster aggressively hurls its weapon down. Seeing things escalate, Rocky roars and charges right into the madness. That massive mace violently slams right into the monster's head. But then, the creatures just freeze in place, looking completely dazed and confused. Woojin arrogantly calls out to them. Wait, did Tronet send you guys here too? Meanwhile, Bibi jumps up, sighing in massive relief. She honestly thought they were completely doomed right there. The giant Cyclops quickly explains the situation with absolute certainty. Tronet is the brand new universal order, forcing everything back into its proper place. There is absolutely no way you can ever stop Tronet's mighty army. It firmly doubles down on the threat. The very second you chose to run away from Alphen, you had already completely lost this war. Hearing that insult, Woojin grinds his teeth in pure anger. When the hell did I ever run away? But the Cyclops just casually drops the real truth bombs. Now, pay close attention to this exchange, guys. Your hot temper is exactly why you lost. Suddenly, Woojin smirks right back. Stop spouting complete nonsense. He grips his weapon tight, charging straight at the monster, yelling at it to die. Woojin's blade plunges right into the creature's single giant eye. He flashes another incredibly proud and triumphant smile. But out of nowhere, something massive hurtles toward him at breakneck speed. Two gigantic hands violently slam together. The Cyclops desperately tries to crush Woojin alive, throwing out one final taunt. Now you can finally just rest in eternal peace. The massive Cyclops violently smashes its huge hands together. It growls in a deep voice, praying that all of them find eternal, peaceful rest. The creature mutters like it is casting some dark spell. Skill, tornado. But before it can even move, Woojin launches himself upward with insane speed. He violently swings his spear, slicing its massive fingers clean off. Landing gracefully, he smirks. Eternal rest? What absolute garbage. Bibi nervously shouts out. Master, are you okay? Woojin actually looks a little confused right now. How on earth is this guy completely fine after taking a spear straight to the eyeball? Making matters worse, a glowing system notification suddenly pops up. This freaky one-eyed giant is actively healing its own critical wounds. The severed fingers on the Cyclops are rapidly growing back. So what do you and I take from this? Sometimes bosses cheat. Woojin angrily yells, that is utterly unfair. Scene shifts to Gate B, where tensions are running high. A voice rings out from the crowd. We're not asking you to let us in for no reason. Min's entire squad is locked in a heated argument with the guards. He is our guild master, they shout. We have every right to know exactly what happened in there, but the guard just stares back, absolutely cold. What you heard on the news? That is exactly what went down. Arguing with us is completely useless. Now, if you all don't back off right now, we will physically force you out. Jiwoo's face is pale, totally consumed by panic. She thinks of Woojin, silently praying to herself. Are you really okay out there? Jamin watches his older sister looking completely crushed. Jiwoo whispers to herself, if you don't make it back alive, I just can't. She tightly clasps her hands together, desperately praying for Woojin's safety. Just please, whatever it takes, come back to us alive. Meanwhile, you and I need to see what Junhee is doing. Standing high up on a cliff, she watches the chaotic battle unfold, realizing Woojin is seriously struggling. Right now, Woojin is fighting a squad of Cyclopes, totally solo. These massive beasts have insane physical strength, but worse, they can instantly heal any wound he deals. She honestly doesn't think he can survive this. Junhee narrows her eyes, analyzing his every move. So, what exactly is your plan here? She wonders. Down below, Kang Woojin unleashes a massive armor-splitting strike straight at them. His spear cleanly slices the Cyclops right down the middle. But instantly, static electricity starts crackling around the monster, and its flesh just stitches itself back together. He curses under his breath. Damn it. Woojin shifts his gaze toward that weird, pulsing light of energy glowing in the background. This is a totally endless loop. The dungeon could literally break at any second. Since when do one-eyed giants have an insane self-healing ability like this? Woojin tightly grits his teeth, practically boiling with absolute frustration. Sure, they are fighting on the monster's home turf, but this is just way too unfair. But suddenly, Woojin's eyes snap wide open. Wait a minute, home turf? Thinking about it, this entire place is literally a giant's temple, and those Cyclopes are just guarding it. He wonders to himself. Then, could it actually be? Woojin loudly calls out, Stonehead, BB, I need you both to stall them for a few minutes. BB completely panics. What? Master, how are we supposed to do that? He quickly pats her head. I am putting my faith in you. Immediately, the massive monsters aggressively charge straight toward Bibi and Rocky. BB is absolutely terrified, sweating bullets as they approach. I am so sorry, but could you please just stand right there for a little bit? Suddenly, Woojin leaps right back down into the fray. He jumps directly onto the massive statue, playfully taunting it. This statue is just absurdly enormous. Almost like they were terrified people might actually forget this is a temple for giants. After figuring out the secret, Woojin realizes exactly why the temple stores these holy relics inside. They literally grant the monster followers a specific, overpowered buff. Here, they were clearly granted insane healing powers. And if he is right, the holy relic is right inside. Down below, the Cyclops furiously charges forward, absolutely screaming, "You filthy bastard! How dare you step on our sacred statue?" But Woojin doesn't even care. He just gives them a mocking, arrogant smirk. Why so tense? I haven't even done anything yet. Completely provoked, the monster roars and gets even more aggressive. Get down! Immediately, Woojin activates his ultimate skill with just one single strike of his power. That massive statue completely explodes into pieces. The Cyclops totally loses its mind, charging in with a heavy weapon. But honestly, this just gets Woojin even more hyped. Boom! A brutal slash flashes through the air, perfectly severing the monster's head. The headless giant heavily crashes to the ground, pooling dark blood. Woojin looks down at his handiwork, super satisfied. Wow, my accuracy is seriously getting good. He looks back up at the remaining enemies, completely fearless. Did you actually think I would run away? Brimming with total confidence, Woojin drops a challenge. If you both want to kill me, come at me together. After a brutal clash, he completely crushes both monsters. And you and I love to see this. They actually drop some crazy stat-boosting items. Right on cue, the system screens go wild, flashing constant reward notifications. You have obtained the Giant's Belt, +5 to Strength, +2 to Defense. You have obtained the Giant's Tear, +3 to Strength. Just then, little BB runs over, totally worried about his condition. Master, are you hurt anywhere? But Woojin is just staring at his system panel, slightly stressed out. Man, I feel like I'm gonna lose my title. His pure strength stat has almost caught up to his magic level. But whatever, it doesn't matter. He turns around, takes a few steps, and loudly announces, "Let's go home." BB is absolutely thrilled, happily skipping behind him like they're going to the movies. But suddenly, Woojin frowns. Wait, where did the return stone go? The little girl tilts her head, looking completely confused. Wait, didn't you already pick it up? He turns his head, trying to figure this out. Did some random ghost steal it? Suddenly, a shadow appears, holding the return stone. Are you guys looking for this? Junhee is standing right there, flashing a super smug, arrogant smile. Flashback to reality, the scheming Sangho maliciously ordered her to force Woojin into the upcoming Gakrung dungeon raid. Junhee was totally caught off guard by that. Kang Woojin? But why him? That is when Sangho revealed the absolute truth. Woojin has an incredibly mysterious past and insane hidden abilities. And honestly, the absolute best place to expose his secrets is inside a dungeon raid. Sangho gave her a very strict order. Watch him closely, find out exactly what he is capable of, and document every single skill he uses. Sangho wanted every little detail. If he has any secret supporters backing him up, I want to know exactly who they are. Just dig up every single thing you can possibly find on him. And here we are. Junhee lets out a massive sigh. So basically, I just have to stalk this guy? Couldn't the lower-ranked hunters handle this job? But Sangho made it crystal clear. No way. This was a mission only she could pull off. He admitted he wanted Wu-In on his side. But Wu-In had already built his own independent faction, the On Guild. So he had been tracking his prey for a long time. Alright, you and I need to think about this. If this guy can solo clear a dungeon faster than literally anyone else out there, he is wildly dangerous. It will not be long before he flips the Bloodstone market upside down. Sangho had pure danger in his eyes. If they could not control him, they had to end him. Standing right in front of Wu-In, Junhee remembered those exact orders. It was best to eliminate this guy right now, before his influence grew any larger. Meanwhile, Bibi was super confused. Master, who in the world is that girl? Junhee looked incredibly amused by this. I am actually pretty surprised. Who would have ever thought you could actually clear this entire dungeon completely solo? She looked him up and down. I honestly thought you just used some cheap trick, but I actually have to admit it. You are genuinely strong. Wu-In completely brushed her off without hesitation. Your recognition does not mean a single thing to me. He immediately demanded action. A dungeon break is about to happen right now. Hand over the return stone immediately. Junhee did not even say a single word. She just lunged forward like a wild tiger. Luckily, Wu-In was fast enough to block her strike. What are you doing? Junhee hissed out every single word. I have my own situation to deal with. You know what? I simply cannot let you leave this place alive. Meanwhile, over at security post number 4, a loud voice suddenly rang out. You are being completely unreasonable right now. A massive argument was breaking out right in the street. We are directly connected to the person caught up in this whole incident. And you seriously expect us to just wait and hear the details from the news? Where is your common sense? Right at that moment, Sangho finally stepped out. Why are you people causing such a huge scene here? Just one look at his intense face made everyone instantly back down. The guy from the Hwarang Guild, Min, quickly stepped up. I am a member of the On Guild. We came here because we heard our boss went inside that exact dungeon. Sangho quietly judged them in his head. Both the boss and his workers are exactly the same. They have absolutely zero manners at all. Junhee must have definitely fallen for Kang Woojin and his provocation trick. He forced himself to stay perfectly calm to answer them. Now, you and I know the dungeon break was practically moments away. You guys really need to keep this entire area completely clear before massive disaster strikes. Taking full responsibility and paying compensation for all this damage will be handled much later. We need to actually stop this incoming dungeon break from happening first. Min was left completely speechless by his harsh words. Sung Gu spoke up, completely outraged. Why would there even be a dungeon break? My brother will shatter that barrier and walk out of there soon. Sangho shot him a totally glaring look. He absolutely despised greenhorns acting tough. But right at that very second, the terrified guards rushed over with breaking news. The barrier is completely unresponsive now. Chaos immediately erupted all around the area. No way. Did he actually make it out? Wait, what? Thick dark smoke was slowly filling up the entire space. Just 1 hour ago, the fight between Junhee and Wu-In was still incredibly intense. She launched attack after attack with absolutely zero intention of stopping. Meanwhile, Wu-In was pushed back, desperately struggling just to block her endless strikes. Junhee suddenly shouted out her next skill. She was unleashing her deadly Shadow Strike move once again. Boom. This massive attack actually managed to land a brutal hit right on Wu-In. Damn it. In just the blink of an eye, Junhee teleported right behind him. Her razor-sharp blade was rushing straight at Wu-In. In that split second, he was completely helpless. He could not dodge it, and so, Woo-in took an absolutely agonizing, direct hit from the strike. Bibi stood in the corner, totally horrified. She screamed out loud, "Master!" But then, massive boulders suddenly flew straight toward John-hee. A huge monster was charging her way. John-hee looked at it with pure disgust. A golem-class summon. It is just a big, useless target. Now that I know exactly where its core is hidden, defeating this thing will be an absolute breeze. She was incredibly confident in her victory. The massive beast let out a deafening roar that shook the earth. Roar. Meanwhile, Woo-in was still reeling from that devastating blow he took earlier. Oh man, it looks like we are getting pushed back here. The system announced that demonic armor was activated. He had absorbed 2 more souls. Total subordinates, 98 out of 100. Woo-in calmly stood back up and analyzed the fight. My physical strength matches hers perfectly. But her speed? She totally has the upper hand there. It makes total sense why she is an A-rank hunter. John-hee sharply caught onto his movements. Did you really just set up a barrier here? She taunted him intentionally. What do you honestly gain by merely blocking my attacks like a coward? If you keep dragging this out, the dungeon break is going to erupt for real. But Woo-in finally figured out her weakness. That is a pretty funny joke. You talk as if this dungeon break has absolutely nothing to do with you. He pushed further. Or do you actually want it to happen? People who get even a little bit of power usually have hearts completely black with greed. It is truly impossible to guess what people are thinking. He tightened his grip around his sword. Stick with me here, because this gets wild. Woo-in boldly declared that he would crush whatever scheme she was cooking up. Yet, Jeon-hee did not show a single ounce of fear. You are pretty confident, aren't you? She raised her voice, leaving Woo-in totally stunned for a second. Then Jeon-hee lunged forward as fast as lightning itself. Let me show you exactly what I can do. The sheer impact of her deadly strike literally tore the ground apart. Massive boulders were completely shattered into tiny pieces. Jeon-hee and Woo-in were perfectly matched. Neither one was backing down. She unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing Eugene to summon a shield just to survive. Stepping back, he fired off a massive counterattack. Jeon-hee just stood there, completely unfazed as the glowing blades rushed toward her. With just a few effortless swings, she cleared them all out like it was absolutely nothing. Dust settling, Jeon-hee flashed a seriously twisted, dangerous smile. Phantom speed activated. Her figure instantly blurred into a hazy shadow. Before Eugene could even process what was happening, she completely closed the distance. He just stood there, stunned, with his deadly opponent suddenly right in his face. And because of that hesitation, Jeon-hee delivered an absolutely crushing blow. Blood trickled down his face. Furious, he cursed at her. Walking forward with pure arrogance, she laughed. Looks like your little barrier is finally at its limit. I guess it is time to end this right here. Without hesitation, she unleashed her next deadly attack, the Lunar Cleave skill. Facing certain doom, Eugene actually cracked a smile. Bloodthirsty, Jeon-hee leaped into the air, screaming for him to die. Watching this unfold, Bibi let out a terrified shriek. Master! A massive cloud of dust completely swallowed Eugene's location. Landing gracefully, Jeon-hee flashed a totally victorious smirk. It has been way too long since I enjoyed a fight this much. Goodbye, Kang Woojin. Meanwhile, that incredibly thick cloud of smoke still showed zero signs of clearing. Suddenly, Eugene's voice cut through the dust. Things were just starting to get interesting. Who are you saying goodbye to? Staring at the massive skeleton blocking him, Jeon-hee froze in utter shock. What the hell? Eugene remained perfectly calm. Why so surprised? Is this your first time seeing a skeleton soldier? The tables had officially turned, and he had her trapped. Jeon-hee stood there completely stunned, her mind racing to piece everything together about him. Had he been faking weakness this entire time? Did he seriously lure her into the perfect spot just so he could easily summon his undead army? You and I knew he was cooking something up. Jeon-hee was completely lost. Since when? Realizing she had fully fallen into his deadly trap, she panicked as her body remained hopelessly stuck. Dripping with arrogance, Eugene took a slow step forward. Now, it is my turn. Facing this complete nightmare, Jeon-hee could only grit her teeth in absolute, helpless rage. Refusing to give up, she launched a desperate surprise attack. Even so, she yelled stubbornly, "Your incredibly slow attacks will never be enough to actually land a hit on me." Hearing that, Eugene flashed a seriously wicked smirk. Is that right? Suddenly, a massive spray of crimson blood exploded violently right into the cold air. Jeon-hee had been slashed before she even realized what hit her. Trembling in pain, she slowly turned her head. There were 2 more of them? Those were the exact undead soldiers Eugene had summoned earlier. Watching this perfect ambush unfold, he looked incredibly satisfied. After all, jumping your enemy is just good strategy. Raising his sword for the final strike, Eugene stepped up. Let's finally end this. Getting cornered like a rat made Jeonhee's blood absolutely boil with burning fury. Kang, Eugene, you bastard. Eugene casually whispered goodbye before ruthlessly finishing her off. Instantly, the system window popped up. Level up. You have reached level 50. Resurrection level 1 unlocked. You can now control a corpse. Reanimated targets will retain up to 50% of their original combat power. However, you are strictly limited to issuing simple, basic commands to your newly resurrected minions. Corpse Explosion Level 1. The owner can detonate any target corpse, including those currently under their direct control, as long as they remain within a 10-meter blast radius. Eugene watched the glowing energy surge into his body, totally thrilled. That is some serious experience points. Looking down, he smirked. Thanks a lot for the boost. Scene change. Voices frantically echoed from outside. The completely vanished barrier. Can we come in now? Those desperate, pleading shouts just kept ringing out endlessly into the open air. Please, let us in. But right at that moment, Min Chan completely froze in his tracks. Spotting a familiar face in the wreckage, he immediately started screaming out for Eugene. Boss. Eugene stared at the massive crowd, looking genuinely confused. When did you guys even get here? Instantly, the entire group rushed forward, happily shouting out for their boss. Min Chen quickly explained. The second we saw the breaking news, we rushed straight over here. Hearing their loyalty, Eugene simply replied, "Is that right?" Without missing a beat, he immediately put them to work. By the way, I dropped my gear around here. Go find it for me. Min Chan just stood there, completely dumbfounded. The entire country was literally breathing a huge sigh of relief thanks to his heroism, and he only cared about his missing phone. Suddenly, a very familiar voice cut through the crowd. Eugene! Ji-woo sprinted forward and threw her arms around him in a tight hug. She was so overwhelmed with worry that tears were falling. You absolute idiot. I was terrified. How could you just recklessly jump into such a dangerous place like that? Holding her, Eugene spoke with a gentle, calming voice. Shouldn't your injury be fully healed by now? Why are you hiding under that hat? Gently pulling the cap off Ji-woo's head, he smiled and complimented her. You look way prettier without it. But she could only focus on his bloody face. What does my healing even matter when your face ended up getting completely wrecked like this? He casually touched his cheek. This? Eugene totally brushed it off. Just slap some ointment on it, and I will be fine in a few days. Changing the subject, Ji-woo finally gathered up all her courage to mention that special ring he had given her. If you are okay with it. But his clueless response left her absolutely dumbfounded. Ring? What are you talking about? Extremely flustered, she awkwardly reminded him. You know, that massive event the other day. Didn't you set that all up for me? Hearing this, Eugene intensely searched his hazy memory. A ring event? Oh man, you and I know exactly what happened here. Ji-woo's cheeks instantly burned a bright crimson. Realizing it was a huge misunderstanding, she desperately wished the ground would just swallow her whole. After thinking it over, Eugene finally spoke up. Hold on a second. Watching from the sidelines, Sung-hoon chimed in eagerly. Boss, did she seriously just confess her love to you? They had absolutely no idea how to respond. Suddenly, Sang-ho completely interrupted their awkward conversation. Thank goodness. Eugene, you are actually still alive. Then, the sneaky guy started probing for information. But what exactly happened down there with Captain Jeonhee? Instantly, Jeonhee's dying words flashed right back into Eugene's sharp mind. I have my own hidden purpose too. Do you understand? I simply cannot let you walk out of this place alive. Narrowing his eyes, Eugene silently scrutinized Sang-ho. Even without any hard evidence, his gut instinct screamed that this guy was definitely up to no good. All right, you and I are about to see his reaction. Woojin casually mentioned that she died. He didn't explicitly reveal she was actually pretty strong. Unfortunately, she met a much stronger opponent. This made Sang-ho seriously question everything. Did an unknown monster actually kill Lee Ji-hee? Was he trying to say he had nothing to do with Ji-hee's death? His suspicion instantly grew. Sang-ho curiously asked who killed her. Woojin suddenly dropped two bizarre words. The Immortal. This vague answer left Sang-ho's mind spinning in total confusion. The Immortal. Just then, Sung-gu walked right up, handing over Woojin's belongings and phone. It looked like the military had picked them up for safekeeping. Woojin quickly tossed him a compliment. Great job, Zungu reminded him. Boss, aren't you having a serious talk with the War Guild's master? Well, not exactly. But you should at least fix your hair before heading back. As he left, Sangho's face twisted with pure resentment. An unknown monster killed Jihe? There was absolutely no way. Was he supposed to just believe those ridiculous words? He could confirm that no dungeon break had even happened. Sangho knew perfectly well that the War Guild's A rank awakened. Jihe was completely dead. He immediately started spiraling into deep despair. Everything he built was crumbling down fast. And the cause of it all? Woojin. Sangho furiously bit his lip, practically vibrating with rage. A while later, Woojin finally returned to his hotel. Turning on the faucet, he recalled those 6-star dungeon cyclopes. They were insanely powerful, and he knew it. But back on Alphen, there were countless monsters way stronger than that. There was absolutely no way things would just end this easily. Meanwhile, the news suddenly reported on a massive, deep investigation into the dungeons. Dr. James Toffler was about to release his official report on where the dungeons actually came from and how they had drastically changed. The live broadcast announced, "Doctor, where do these dungeons come from, and how will they change?" The man shared a wild theory, firmly emphasizing that these monsters were actually alien lifeforms. And honestly, it made total sense. According to his crazy theory, the dungeons acted exactly like pre-made pathways for them. They were simply a method, a literal pathway leading these lifeforms straight to Earth. Hearing this left Woojin completely stunned. What the heck? Toffler raised some serious questions. Even if they created these gates, the monsters shouldn't be able to just cross over here. Dungeon breaks only happen after 30 days. But why 30 days exactly? The old man analyzed. I have a wild theory about return stones. Based on what we know, if dungeons are like mines, return stones are the stabilizing factor. They are literally the key to escaping the dungeon alive. However, Toffler aggressively continued his speech. From the monster's perspective, 30 days after a dungeon appears, the return stone completely acts as the key to open the gate to Earth. Woojin felt super intrigued. It actually sounded pretty convincing. Toffler then explained further. In the past, the monsters escaping from dungeons were extremely weak, and the dungeons only ever maxed out at 4 stars. But the real reason we suffered so many massive casualties was simply because we had zero preparation to fight back against them. Woojin quickly evaluated this. They were small and acted totally different than inside the dungeon. Was it to optimize their energy usage, exactly like BB did? Toffler continued, stating that after the dungeon rush, 5- and 6-star dungeons were appearing way more frequently than before. And if things keep escalating exactly like this, it's only a matter of time before a terrifying 7-star dungeon finally appears. Woojin completely agreed with his points. Yeah, I thought the exact same thing. But the real question is why this phenomenon is happening at all. Now watch closely. Toffler firmly stated that these dungeons were absolutely not just simple mines. Those bloodstones we constantly loot? They're actually just a clever bait set up by the monsters. He stressed, more bloodstones on Earth means a better environment for them. Woojin suddenly stood up. That bloodstone theory actually made sense. From what he knew, the energy inside a bloodstone was known as magic power back on Alphen. They were increasing Earth's mana density by making humans loot and use bloodstones. Through this, they were perfectly creating an environment where high-level monsters could easily materialize. Woojin stared intently at the man on the screen. Professor James Toffler. I'll definitely remember your name. Woojin's phone screen flashed with a call from Hain. He answered immediately. What's going on? The other end spoke up. I'm so sorry to interrupt your rest, boss. But I really think you need to come back and see this with your own eyes. Woojin suddenly stayed completely silent. Hearing the next piece of news, he felt super annoyed. Wait, a press conference? The press conference was already happening with dozens of reporters. Right then, someone unexpectedly walked in. He casually pulled out a chair. Minjung felt extremely guilty. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop this interview, so if any question gets too difficult, just skip it entirely. Sitting down, Woojin immediately locked eyes with Sangho. His eyes were shining with intense scrutiny. Seeing this, Sangho flashed a provoked look. He was definitely planning something shady, right? A reporter suddenly raised his hand, speaking loudly. First, I want to ask Chairman Lee Sangho this question. The reporter fired off the first question. Was that reckless dungeon raid right before the actual breach something Hwoarang and Aiden set up privately, or did both guilds actually agree to it? Sangho confidently stepped up and stated that nothing like that ever happened. Instead, He claimed Vice Guild Master Yeonhee recklessly took that entire dangerous burden upon herself. The guy even had the nerve to emphasize that she was probably just trying to assist Kang Woojin, who has recently been the center of everyone's attention. The reporter dug deeper, wanting to know if this meant Vice Guild Master Yeonhee recklessly threw herself into the deadly dungeon just to save Woojin's life. He continued without missing a beat, stating he wanted to direct his next question to Kang Woojin. He asked, during the intense dungeon raid, exactly what kind of teamwork did you have going on with Miss Yeonhee? Please tell us everything about this dungeon raid and the tragic death of Miss Yeonhee. The relentless reporter pushed for the gritty details, demanding to know exactly how she died in there. Did you do everything you could to save her? But Woojin just sat there, in absolute silence, making the guy lose his temper. Please answer me. Did some kind of conflict happen between you and Yeonhee down in the dungeon? Meanwhile, Sang-ho covered his mouth to hide a nasty smirk, secretly hoping for the absolute worst. Yeah, keep grilling him. How dare he mess with Hwarang? Sang-ho gloated internally, fully convinced that Woojin was completely dead meat now. Turns out, right before the press conference started, Sang-ho made a sketchy phone call. He told the reporter he wanted to hand over some very juicy insider information. He planted specific doubts about Woojin. Sang-ho had it all calculated, knowing that from this moment on, the entire South Korean media would relentlessly hound Woojin like wild dogs. Right at this very moment, the reporter threw out another question. Mr. Woojin, the entire nation has the absolute right to know the truth. Please give us an answer, and stop keeping quiet. Could Captain Yeonhee's tragic death actually be directly tied to Woojin? It was definitely a real possibility. Watching this disaster unfold, Min Chan felt a massive sinking feeling, realizing things were turning seriously bad. Suddenly, it felt way less like a press conference and more like a brutal public hearing. Min Chan was instantly overwhelmed by an intense wave of guilt. If he had known this would happen, he would have rejected the press conference entirely. Min Chan called out in a very quiet voice, "Boss." Woojin's expression was pitch black, but he calmly signaled for silence before boldly standing up. What do you people want? But the stubborn reporter kept pushing. The nation has the right to know. Woojin angrily cut him right off, telling him to stop spouting that absolute garbage right now. That completely shut the reporter up. Now, here is where you and I need to pay attention. Woojin turned to Sang-ho and delivered a devastating, bone-crushing kick straight to his face. The reporter was absolutely stunned, completely unable to believe his own eyes. Even Min Chan never saw this wild move coming. Sang-ho thought he had totally ruined his rival, but instead, he collapsed pitifully in front of flashing cameras. He grabbed his throbbing shoulder, glaring at Woojin in pure agony. What do you think you are doing? Woojin did not hesitate to expose him, saying it was just completely freaking hilarious. How dare you pull those dirty little tricks right in front of my face? Not stopping there, Woojin violently grabbed Sang-ho by the collar. Trembling in fear, the guy blurted out, "Are you totally crazy? We are on live television right now." Woojin just looked at him with pure disgust and mocked. Live television? Thinking he still held all the winning cards? Sang-ho arrogantly smirked. You just made a massive mistake, Woojin. The entire damn country is watching your every move right now. But Woojin just let out a mocking laugh. Is that so? He vaguely wondered what the population of Alphen had been. Was it 1 billion or 2 billion? This absolute chaos made Min Chan panic. Boss, you really need to calm down. Meanwhile, Woojin honestly could not even remember exactly how many people he had slaughtered over there. He scoffed inwardly at the threat, remembering how an entire world had once watched his every single move with absolute terror. Live television in just one small country was literally nothing to him. Then, Woojin coldly asked, "Do you want to get beaten to a pulp on live TV?" Sang-ho looked completely lost. What? But before he could even blink, Woojin delivered a brutal slap. Sang-ho's cheek was instantly left twisted, swollen, and bright red. Watching all of this unfold through the screen, Sung-hoon was absolutely terrified. Damn it. A wave of regret hit him as he realized he had almost been killed himself. Why did he ever dare to scam a terrifying monster like that guy? Sung-hoon thought to himself. Even so, doing something this insane at a press conference proved there really were people who did not give a single damn about what others thought. On a completely different news channel, a wild male antelope was shown desperately trying to track down some females for mating season. While the documentary dragged on, Sung-hoon was busy flipping through other news updates, only to suddenly freak out and start making a massive scene all over again. Now, stick with me, because things get weirder. The trending search rankings were going absolutely crazy online. Sung-hoon's eyes locked onto a bizarre headline. What is this? He mindlessly read the text aloud. Saintess. A field reporter had just arrived at the absolute hottest location everyone was talking about right now. I am currently standing at the exact scene of a literal miracle the whole world is debating. The reporter announced that hundreds of people had already flooded the area. They all desperately wanted to earn the favor of Saintess Mary. Playful banter echoed around the crowd, with people joking that an elf was truly just an elf. Staring closely through his tiny phone screen, Sung-hoon could not help but marvel. Her beauty was literally out of this world. The energetic reporter introduced the scene. The man you see sitting in this wheelchair is Mr. Smith, who was unfortunately born completely paralyzed from the waist down. Sung-hoon listened with intense focus. Could today actually be the day this man finally stands on his own 2 feet for the very first time in his life? Was this some crazy new religion popping up? Let us all witness this impossible miracle with our very own eyes. A delicate hand glowing with pure magic was gently placed upon the young man's head. This incredible sight left Sung-hoon completely stunned, while the surrounding crowd erupted into a massive uproar. What just happened here? Damn it, it actually worked. The man watching could not help but scream out, "Oh my God, oh my." The guy is genuinely moved to tears. Thank you so much, Lady Melody. Melody smiles and explains that a goddess always holds boundless, infinite compassion for anyone who places their complete, honest faith in her grace. She humbly adds that she is merely a simple messenger of the goddess, nothing more than a servant to her will. Sung-hoon is completely left in total shock and awe all over again. No way. Sure, there are tons of awakened out there with wild, magic-like abilities or crazy potion skills. But this man simply cannot stop expressing his deep gratitude. Lady Melody, he cries out, may the goddess always bless you for this. Isn't completely healing a massive physical injury like that supposed to be impossible? Now, you and I are about to see something wild. Someone is quietly standing in the corner, watching it unfold. Is she actually a real messenger of the gods? Linda confirms the crazy truth. Hundreds of thousands of people are already following her lead, fully transitioning into becoming dedicated members of the Arya Guild right now. People do not doubt her for a single second. I mean, she literally broadcasted herself performing a genuine miracle live on air. Dong-gun keeps his sharp gaze locked right onto Melody, the holy maiden of Arya. He has already gathered some very interesting intel on her. Right after being rescued from that dungeon, she actually could not speak a single word. Sounds pretty ridiculous when you think about it. Yet, somehow, she miraculously managed to master Earth's language in just a few days. According to the ancient legends, Arya is the goddess of the land and the future over in the world of Alphen. Melody introduced herself as a devoted nun serving the goddess Arya, and she has already pulled off a handful of literal miracles. But wait, there is more. Rumors are spreading that her insane power goes way beyond just pulling off miraculous healing abilities. She can actually show glimpses of the future that the goddess Arya has predicted, somehow revealing it all through the weather. It is honestly super hard to believe, mostly because she can perfectly predict the exact time and location where a new dungeon will spawn. The wild stories about Melody keep spreading. Thanks to her, teams managed to completely clear 5 5-star dungeons and 2 6-star dungeons in just one single week. But borrowing her crazy power comes with a major catch. Dong-gun is absolutely certain her main goal is forming an elite Holy Knight squad to serve the goddess Arya. He immediately follows up, asking for the latest intel on this so-called Holy Knight project. Linda reports back that a massive crowd has already lined up to register. She updates him on the situation, and it is honestly pretty alarming. Right now, quite a few awakened from their own guild are actively requesting to transfer over there. Because of this, Dong-gun has to make a fast decision. He admits there is really nothing he can do. If we cannot stop them from leaving, we just have to exploit this situation to the max. He immediately sets his sights straight on Melody. No matter how you look at it, she is currently the absolute best awakened out there. Melody. Dong-gun can clearly read her insane power level, a staggering SS rank ability. Meanwhile, a massive press conference is happening between the Allendal Guild and the Hwarang Guild. The reporters are completely tense, sweating over the current heavy situation. Min-chen loses his patience and drops a warning. Boss, please, you need to calm down. If you keep acting like this, we are going to be in serious trouble. Woojin finally stops, taking a breath to control his own hands. Sang-ho is an absolute bloody mess right now, his face completely beaten to a pulp. Right before dropping him, Woojin lands one last brutal hit. He casually turns around to face the entire crowd. Have any of you even bothered asking how Yeonhee is doing? Woojin emphasizes every single word. She tried to kill me. He just bluntly drops the cold, hard truth. And as you can all clearly see, she completely failed. Woojin glares at them, issuing a very dark warning. If you people dare try to pin a murder charge on me, he angrily emphasizes, if any of you dare to mess with me again, I do not care who you are. I will personally ruin you all. Do we understand each other? The bribed reporter from earlier is practically shaking in his boots. Without wasting another second, Woojin spins around and just walks right out. Minchin, let's go. The poor guy awkwardly takes the command. Yes, sir. Out in the grand hall after the press conference, Minchin cautiously asks, Boss, were you being completely serious about her trying to kill you? Woojin coldly confirms it. Really? Minchan presses for more details. So does that mean? Woojin instantly cuts him off. Yeah, I killed her. And the true mastermind pulling the strings is the Hwarang Guild's president. He smirks, shooting Minchin a look. Why are you acting so shocked? Is it because I killed her? Or because the Hwarang Guild tried to assassinate me? Getting called out completely paralyzes Minchan. He barely even dares to breathe, feeling totally overwhelmed with anxiety. Sure, his enemies were literally trying to end his life. But ending someone else and staying this calm about it? Woojin just casually shifts back to his normal self. Well, whatever you want to call it, it ultimately worked out in our favor. I completely eliminated Lee Yeonhee, the exact person who was blocking our path. Minchan slowly manages to regain his composure. That is definitely true, boss, but I am still terrified about what might happen to us next. Stick with me here. Who knows how the public will react, especially since the Hwarang Guild is clearly manipulating that entire press conference right now. Suddenly, Woojin casually calls out his name. Minchan? He says quietly, do you know what the absolute worst-case scenario is for cowards who love pulling dirty strings from the shadows? Minchan just blinks in confusion. What is it? Woojin smiles, his words dripping with dark confidence. It is when someone violently kicks their front door in. They will completely panic, making it extremely hard for them to secretly scheme anymore. Minchan suddenly falls into a deep, silent thought. Wait, is that why he did it? He starts piecing everything together. He totally flipped the entire narrative, shifting the public focus completely away from why Kang Woojin was involved in Lee Yeonhee's death, and turning it into something else. All right, you and I are diving back into the madness. Minchan strongly questions if Hwarang was genuinely the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on Woojin. He is incredibly curious, especially since there is absolutely no way to prove what actually went down inside that dungeon. Who could have predicted that every single one of his moves was backed by so much insane calculation? Minchan chuckles to himself. That is our boss for you, built completely different. Then, he confidently asks the big question. So how exactly are we supposed to handle the messy aftermath? Woojin just shrugs it off. Why should I do it? That is literally your job. Minchan's face instantly scrunches up in pure disbelief. Excuse me, what? Meanwhile, Woojin just flashes a smug grin. Come on, Director Jung. You need to put in a little effort too. Minchan can only curse under his breath. This guy literally thinks about absolutely nothing at all. This absolute menace of a boss. If your salary is not high enough, just raise it yourself. Well, at least he has a tiny bit of conscience left. After chatting, the two step outside. Reporters are completely swarming the entrance. Look, it is Kang Woojin. Woojin raises an eyebrow at the wild scene. What is going on here? Haemin quickly calls out, Boss, come over here and say hello. He explains that the residents from the shelter just want to say a proper thank you to him, and they are incredibly genuine about it. Seriously, thank you so much for protecting our home. The young man flashes a bright, radiant smile. No matter what happens, I will always cheer for you. A little girl chimes in, absolutely amazed. You are so super cool. Thank you so much. Even an elderly man steps up to show his deep gratitude. I have lived in this neighborhood for over 70 years. Thank you so much, young man. Woojin just stands there, quietly listening to every single word. Suddenly, someone hands over a beautiful bouquet of fresh flowers. The little girl speaks up again. Thank you, mister. Woojin gently takes it from her hands. Thank you too. A soft, rare smile actually breaks across his face. Honestly, moments like this, he holds the fresh bouquet tightly. He raises the flowers high like a massive trophy. Honestly, not a bad feeling at all. The entire crowd starts chanting his name. Kang Woojin, watching from the sidelines, Minchan cannot help but feel happy. I really will never understand this guy. Heyman completely agrees. Their boss is absolutely far from a normal person. He softly points out the obvious fact. And now? Now he is the absolute hero who just saved this entire city. All right, let's leave the cheering crowd behind, because things are getting tense elsewhere. An anxious voice rings out. President. The assistant just keeps panicking and calling out. President, are you finally awake? Sang-ho instantly snaps to reality and screams at the top of his lungs. Kang Woojin, that absolute bastard. His assistant frantically tries to check on him. President, how are you feeling? Meanwhile, Sang-ho is just practically vibrating with pure, bone-chilling hatred. He is absolutely furious and beyond any reasoning right now. He spits out a vicious curse. That deadbeat? That absolute lunatic. Sang-ho remembers the mocking insults thrown at him earlier. Oh, it is just absolutely hilarious. How dare you play these pathetic tricks right to my face? He screams out once again. That completely arrogant, stupid punk. Sang-ho completely loses control, violently crushing whatever he is holding in his hand. He makes a dark vow. I will literally do whatever it takes to completely destroy you. Meanwhile, over in Manhattan, America. Deep inside the ultra-modern headquarters of the Titan Guild, Melody quietly drops to her knees right in front of a grand statue. She continuously whispers a series of mysterious incantations. Suddenly, someone steps inside to interrupt. Holy Maiden, the Guildmaster has officially arrived here. Deacon smoothly steps up and takes Melody's hand with a sly look. I pay my absolute respects to the Holy Maiden. Instead of a formal greeting, she simply gives a gentle smile. Melody immediately gets to business. Is the formation of the Holy Knights progressing smoothly? Deacon nods confidently. Oh yes, we have a massive wave of applicants, so everything is running perfectly on schedule. Hearing that makes Melody visibly relax. The beautiful goddess will be extremely pleased to hear this amazing news. She then passionately declares that the Holy Knights will serve as the ultimate heroes in the upcoming Holy War to finally save the world of Alphen. We are going to lead them and finally reclaim Alphen. Melody warns that once the enemy's main force launches their full assault, it will already be far too late to stop them. And sadly, Earth is walking the exact same path as Alphen. This world is about to face an absolutely catastrophic disaster of its own. Deacon stays completely silent, deeply processing her words. Alphen and Earth. He actually knows a little bit about this horrifying, massive connection, a massive holy war to protect both worlds. Deacon completely understands the absolute gravity of the situation. Even if this whole thing sounds completely unbelievable to an outsider, if everything she says is true, our guild alone cannot fix this. We are definitely going to need every single powerful hunter across the entire globe to join our ranks. But then, his tone shifts entirely. There is one more critical thing I need to show you. Deacon slides a tablet right across the table. I finally managed to track down the exact person from the ancient prophecy you mentioned. Melody's face instantly lights up with pure, unhidden joy. You actually found our savior. But the second she looks at the screen, her smile vanishes into total confusion. This man. Melody's entire body starts trembling. How is he actually here on Earth? Deacon looks at her. What is wrong? Is there a problem with him? Melody's voice drops to a terrified whisper. The immortal necromancer of destruction. She is absolutely shell-shocked. Because let's be real, who on Earth would have predicted Kang Woojin is the legendary savior from the prophecy? Meanwhile, back on Woojin's side, he suddenly turns around and gives Sunggu a simple order. Get the car. Sunggu just sighs helplessly. Boss, you still have 2 whole days before your deadline to report to the police station. Woojin completely dismisses it. Why should I even go there? Sunggu suddenly gets highly suspicious. Then, where exactly are you planning to go? Do not tell me. Woojin casually drops the bomb. We are paying the Hwarang Guild a visit. The entire group completely screams out in panic. What? Woojin lets out a massive sigh. Calm down. I am going to sort everything out myself. Why are you all shaking like leaves? Minchin desperately scrambles for an excuse to stop him. Boss, please, just let me handle this mess. You really do not need to go out of your way. But suddenly, Woojin's voice goes dangerously low and dead serious. If I go over there myself, Heyman quickly interrupts him. No, it is absolutely no trouble for me. Honestly, what else could Woojin do but agree? Let's dive right back in, guys. Alright then, Woojin agrees, asking if there is anything else he can do. Minchan doesn't hesitate. Please, you have to let me hire more staff. If we want to actually handle the fallout from this accident, we need a lawyer. And we desperately need a lot more support staff to back us up, too. Woojin pauses to think it over. Hiring more staff. He quietly runs the numbers in his head. If bloodstones just keep piling up on Earth like this, they won't merely face mindless monsters from Alphen. No, Tranit's actual lieutenants will start crossing over. And calling them lieutenants is an understatement. These guys are the 72 fearsome warlords serving directly under Tranet himself. Every single one of them is wildly dangerous. Taking them down alone? Basically, impossible. Looking at the odds, Woojin calculates his next move. Even back on Alphen, with his loyal subordinates, his massive, unstoppable undead army, and all the help from his powerful allies across the planet, he could still only barely manage to match Tranet's overwhelming military forces in an all-out war. Then he snaps right back to reality. But right now, he only has 4 subordinates. It leaves Woojin pretty conflicted. Plus, Sungu is the only actual awakened among them, which barely even counts for anything in a real fight. Honestly, the guy's only real strength is that he has a super pure, innocent heart. Seeing him stay so quiet, Sungu finally gets curious. What's wrong, boss? Meanwhile, Minchan chimes right back in, completely focused on the problem. Boss, so what about hiring those extra people? Woojin finally agrees. All right, fine. If you're going to hire more people, make sure you hire some awakened too. Suddenly, he smiles and calls out. Hey, Sungu. Woojin gestures for the guy to follow him. The green trees add a vibrant pop of color to the forest scene. A sharp blade slices cleanly through the air. Someone is tearing apart a massive monster. With just a few swift strikes, Woojin completely destroys the beast. After taking it down, fresh blood drips from his weapon's edge. Woojin calmly evaluates the situation. Orcs are pretty basic at this point. Sungu stands off to the side, totally amazed. Boss, I seriously think I've gotten stronger. Just look at this. Woojin looks over seriously. Sungu happily points at his loot, proudly announcing, I managed to grab all of this already. The system updates. Level 7 Hong Sungu. Even though he's terrified of Woojin, he respects him. He likes him, but also kinda resents him. Class. Combat Mage. Skill. Fireball. And there's a funny little note when it comes to gathering bloodstones. The guy is basically operating at an absolute master level. Meanwhile, Woojin quietly thinks it over. The kid really does harvest those bloodstones lightning fast. Honestly, someone watching his frantic pace might even think he was fighting off a crazy monster. Then he calls out. Hey, Sungu. Stop picking up bloodstones and get over here. Sungu looks a bit clueless, but he quickly jogs right over. You called, boss? Woojin just asks. Sungu, exactly how strong do you want to be? Sungu blurts out in total confusion. Wait, excuse me? Woojin stays totally serious. You have to have some kind of goal in mind, right? Everyone does. Do you just want to keep picking up bloodstones under me forever? Hearing that, Sungu is suddenly hit with a wave of memories. That's right. His original dream was to become a high-ranking fire mage. So, how did he end up being a glorified errand boy? He spirals into a total existential crisis thinking about his current so-called job duties. 1. Driving. 2. Carrying heavy luggage. 3. Gathering bloodstones. 4. Booking dungeon appointments like a secretary. Woojin's voice cuts right through his thoughts. Are you really satisfied with how things are right now? Sungu awkwardly explains himself. No way, boss. When I first awakened, my ultimate dream was to become an elite fire mage. Looking determined, he firmly insists. I will absolutely do whatever it takes to get stronger. Woojin lowers his voice, turning completely serious. Even if it feels like you're literally dying from exhaustion, Sungu proudly declares, yes, I'll endure absolutely anything. Hearing that, Woojin gives a small, relieved smile. All right then, he says plainly. Let's get started right now. Sungu just stares blankly again. Wait, what? Woojin slowly lays it out. 1 month. Are you ready? I'll drag you up to a rank in exactly 1 month. Cut to right now, Sungu has been training until he's completely out of breath. Despite panting heavily, his legs just keep moving forward. How did this happen? Stick with me here, because even Sungu can't comprehend how things spiraled out of control. He vividly remembers Woojin's crazy promise. In just 1 month, I'll make you an A rank. Sungu seriously doubts it. Is that even humanly possible? Suddenly, something swoops right past him. In the blink of an eye, it stands right in front of Sungu, blocking his path with a sword. Woojin's own skeleton soldier brutally attacks him out of nowhere. Luckily, Sungu manages to barely dodge in time, but he completely loses his balance and falls flat on his back into the dirt. The skeleton soldier slowly advances towards Sung-gu. He frantically tries to snap out of it. He can't afford to be careless. One solid hit, and he's dead meat. The skeleton flashes a terrifying, menacing stance, completely intimidating its opponent. Then, Sung-gu channels a tiny bit of his energy. He needs to create some distance first, before using his signature skill. Gathering enough magic, he hurls a fireball straight at the skeleton. Take this. Instantly, the whole area explodes like an absolute disaster zone. Seeing that, Sung-gu can't help but get hyped up. Got him. But before he can even celebrate, the skeleton emerges from the flames, totally unharmed. Worse yet, it launches a surprise attack right at Sung-gu. The skeleton grips its sword tight and drives it in deep. In a flash, dark night falls over this massive forest. As the skeleton pulls its sword out, Sung-gu collapses to the ground, suffering from heavy injuries. He trembles uncontrollably. It hurts so badly. If he even thinks about giving up for a single second, Woojin steps forward, looking completely unsatisfied. Get up. How long will you lie there? Woojin scolds him loudly. We're in for a wild ride. You and I are jumping right back into the madness. Woojin glares at him. You honestly think one little fireball can defeat my skeleton soldier? You land a single hit and instantly drop your guard? Big mistake. Woojin makes it crystal clear. If Sung-gu actually wants to survive this nightmare, he has to toughen up and get stronger. Fast. You think the monsters are going to just stay perfectly locked inside the dungeons? Meanwhile, Sung-gu is just standing there, completely clueless. Wait, what? Woojin paints a terrifying picture. Imagine dungeon breaks erupting at every single subway station across the entire planet. All at the exact same time. 6 billion people. Absolute chaos. He says it straight. I guarantee you, wiping out half of that global population wouldn't even take 3 days. Sung-gu's brain is still buffering. He stares blankly. What kind of crazy nonsense are you talking about? Woojin ignores the confusion and just keeps going. If that actually happens, I'm going to be way too busy keeping my own family safe. I won't have the time to babysit you. You must learn how to survive all on your own. He is trying to wake Sung-gu up to reality. If you want to protect your family, make absolutely sure you never stay weak like this. Shaking uncontrollably, Sung-gu forces himself back to his feet. Finding his balance, he lets out a massive, ear-piercing scream. Absolutely nothing is going to crush Sung-gu's willpower right now. Boss, please keep training me. Seeing this fired-up attitude, Woojin finally breaks into a grin. Exactly. That is exactly what you need to do. Morning breaks in a flashover at the Chungbuk stop. The place is completely dead. Not a single soul around. Sung-gu lets out a massive, exhausted yawn. Sitting right across from him, Woojin casually asks, tired? Honestly, Sung-gu is looking more hollow and dead inside than ever before. How could he not be exhausted after 3 straight days of literal hellish training? Woojin drops a bomb. I already used my skill to completely cancel out your physical fatigue. If you are feeling sleepy right now, it is purely because your mind is weak and just begging for a break. So go ahead and try some self-hypnosis, or literally whatever else works. Just do whatever it takes to block out that sleepiness. Sung-gu immediately tries to comply. Got it. But right on cue, the television blares in the background. Her divine blessing has miraculously saved countless lives today. What she accomplished out there was nothing short of absolute perfection. Instantly, both of their eyes lock onto the glowing screen. The news shows the Holy Maiden Melody. Alongside that guy she patted on the head before. Woojin stares hard at the screen. She looks exactly like someone he used to know. Even her tiny habits and gestures are identical. Sung-gu blinks in totally clueless confusion. Wait, who are you talking about? Sung-gu just drools a bit. Man, she is so gorgeous. She literally looks like a magical elf. But Woojin's sharp eyes catch the truth. She is definitely not an elf. Just look at her ears, he points out. Sung-gu was just exaggerating. But there is a massive hidden truth our main character is keeping to himself. What the whole world sees right now are the shining miracles of Arya's holy maiden, Melody. The anchor moves on to the next segment about her elite holy knights. Woojin violently snaps his head back toward the TV. What? That is actually Melody? His mind races. This makes zero sense. How on earth did she get here? Cut over to the Allendale Guild. Inside their usual office, Minchin smiles brightly. Hey, you are back. But Woojin immediately throws an urgent order his way. Book me a flight straight to America right now. Minchan thinks he completely understands the rush. Wait, how did you know? Are you talking about the official invitation from the association? Hearing this, Woojin mutters in pure confusion. The association? Minchan fills him in. Recently, the massive Titan Guild rescued someone from deep inside a dungeon. It is that famous holy maiden, going by the name of Melody. Her absolutely insane magical abilities have become the biggest trending topic everywhere. Then he pauses for a second. Anyway, getting back to the main point, Minchan looks at him with total suspicion. The Titan Guild basically sent out an open invitation to every single major guild across the entire globe. Wait, is that not what you were just talking about? But Woojin could literally not care less. Whatever, just get me that plane ticket immediately. Now you and I are probably wondering the exact same thing as Minchan. I thought he hated dealing with annoying politics. What the heck just happened? Minchan slides a heavy box toward his boss. Oh, by the way, here are all the skill books and enhancement stones you asked for earlier. Woojin already knows exactly how to use them. Perfect timing. Tomorrow, I am forcing Sungu to absorb every single one of these. But then he notices something. Hold on, this is way less than what I actually ordered. Minchan nods awkwardly. Yes, sir, since we recently blew through the guild's entire treasury, our cash flow is running a little bit dry right now. He lays out the harsh reality for him. Enhancement stones and skill books are ridiculously expensive on the open market. Woojin suddenly shifts gears. Are there any fresh dungeon resets popping up lately? Minchan sighs. Well, new dungeons are constantly appearing everywhere. All the time. But unless we get wildly lucky, a brand new guild like ours has zero chance of claiming them over the massive, established, top guilds out there. Woojin pushes harder. Then what about a 6-star dungeon that is right about to explode? Minchan rubs his chin in deep thought. Actually, the Ministry of Defense did just put out a massive emergency call, but his incredibly nervous expression makes Woojin instantly curious. What kind of crazy location makes you stutter like that? Swallow it. Just hearing that cursed name, Woojin's face completely twists in disgust. Cut to a dark, hidden base where someone is screaming. North Korea? A terrified minion is begging on his knees. Chairman, I am so unbelievably sorry. The guy is literally sobbing his eyes out. Please, just forgive me this one single time. I am begging you, spare my life. Hearing this pathetic crying, Dongwoo's voice drops to absolute zero. What did you just say? He glares down. You really think after running away like a coward, we would just let it slide? The totally helpless guy just keeps pathetically begging for mercy. I am truly so sorry. Please, I beg you. But Dongwoo just shoots him a lethal glare. This absolute bastard. He pulls a gun, pointing it straight at him. Ask our people for forgiveness. No hesitation. Dongwoo pulls the trigger, leaving his men in absolute shock. Problem solved. He cold-bloodedly orders them to clean up the trash. He casually steps right over the fresh corpse. Turns out, this is way beyond what their country can handle alone. Next up, a status check. Commander, what about that invitation we sent South Korea? The commander steps up. Sir, I've got fantastic news. The commander leans in close, whispering some highly classified intel right into Dongwoo's ear. A wicked smirk spreads across his face. Really? Looks like I finally get to meet him. Dongwoo is practically buzzing with excitement now. The target? South Korea's absolute greatest hero, Woojin. Meanwhile, you and I finally meet the legend. Woojin is just sitting silently in his chair. I've joked about going to Pyongyang before, but who knew it'd actually happen? A voice from his phone snaps back. Are you seriously going to assassinate their leader just to dodge the military draft? Yup. Time to go unify the country. The guy on the phone starts panicking. Bro, please calm down. Just then, a new voice interrupts. Woojin, an absolute honor to see you again. Haesun steps up with a bright smile, extending her hand. I'll be your escort to Pyongyang. Recognizing her instantly, Woojin gives a casual nod. Well, seeing a familiar face definitely makes this whole trip a lot less annoying. They hit the road together, eventually cruising onto the massive highway. Huge green signs overhead point them exactly where they need to go. Woojin stares out the window, looking around. I honestly expected to see armed soldiers crawling all over these military outposts, but it's looking like an absolute ghost town. Haesun quickly explains that North Korea actually has very few developed areas outside those main cities. The rest of the country basically looks exactly like our own back in the 1970s. It's so wildly underdeveloped that Pyongyang only has one single working subway station. This just leaves Woojin completely baffled. So they really had to beg for foreign help just because they couldn't handle some low-level threats? Do they seriously not have any strong awakeners of their own? Hai-sun nods, explaining that their awakener population is ridiculously small compared to ours. Because of that, putting together a full A-rank strike team is basically impossible for them. Plus, the fatality rate for awakeners out there is terrifyingly high. Hearing this, Woojin instantly connects the dots. I guess for them, dying inside a dungeon or getting executed outside by a firing squad is basically the exact same thing. Hai-sun adds that they normally survive just fine thanks to heavy backup from China. But she reveals the juicy details this time around. North Korea tried to handle the dungeon crisis totally solo to prove a point, and they completely and utterly failed. And as if China wanted to use this massive disaster to set a brutal example, they're just watching from the sidelines. Left with no choice, North Korea had to publicly beg for elite mercs from all over the world. Woojin smirks. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. From their point of view, splitting a massive fortune of bloodstones from a high-tier dungeon with China probably felt like an absolute ripoff. Hai-sun nods, confirming he hit the nail right on the head. Exactly. Woojin just leans back into his seat. Whatever. Let's just clear this fast and go home. Just make sure they honor that 15-day solo raid deal we originally agreed on. Don't worry. I'll make absolutely sure that condition is met. Hai-sun promises. She secretly steals a quick glance at Woojin, who is resting his eyes. She knows exactly why that deal matters. They have to let him freely raid their dungeons for 15 full days right after this first one gets completely cleared out. She pieces the politics together in her head. The official North-South Summit negotiations won't even kick off until the northern delegates actually arrive on site. With her sharp tactical mind, Hai-sun quickly figures it out. For the legendary guy who literally clears the dungeon first, this is just a minor request. They'll definitely accept his terms without putting up a fight. But here's the catch. That only happens if our side actually clears the dungeon alive. She knows the brutal truth. If they fail this mission, Woojin is completely dead. Not to mention, South Korea would take an absolutely massive financial hit. Honestly, the more she thinks about it, the worse it gets. And the already fragile relationship between North and South, it would completely shatter. She looks at him, praying silently. Woojin, literally everything is riding on your shoulders now. After an insanely long drive, they finally make it. They stare at the majestic structure towering right in front of them. We're finally here. Welcome to the Kumsuzen Palace of the Sunday. This is our meeting spot. Woojin looks up, genuinely impressed for once. Man, that building is massive. But what's the deal with all those heavy tanks? Hai-sun explains that this Sun Palace is basically the ultimate symbol of North Korean power. She then drops the real bomb. The Gwangmyeong Station dungeon, the one he has to clear, is sitting right next to this very palace. That's exactly why they're so desperate to stop a dungeon break here. A guard steps up, politely gesturing. Comrades, if you would please follow me. Flanked by massive flags representing both sides, with heavily armed soldiers lined up in perfect rows, Woojin and Hai-sun finally take their seats at the negotiation table. Hai-sun keeps her voice low. They sure are taking their sweet time, aren't they? Woojin's totally relaxed vibe is freaking her out. Are you really not nervous at all? But Woojin just flashes a cocky, mocking smirk. Why would I be sweating this? He already sees right through their pathetic little games. It's classic politician garbage, purposely making the guests wait forever just to assert dominance and completely mess with their heads. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes through the hall. The first secretary of the Central Defense Committee has arrived. The man himself slowly strolls in, surrounded by hulking elite bodyguards. Dong-woo extends his hand, flashing a wide smile. An absolute pleasure to meet you, comrade. Believe me, I've heard quite a lot about you. All right, you and I are kicking things off with Eugene just glancing down, thinking to himself, who is this pig? Collecting himself, he flashes a gentle smile and finally returns the guy's handshake. Yeah, nice to meet you, man. But his completely casual attitude right there absolutely infuriates the Pyongyang official. Comrade, this man is the chairman himself. I need you to watch your mouth and speak carefully. Even with that warning, the guy only gets Eugene's absolutely careless stare. Then, just casually covering his mouth, he says, nice to meet you, Jong-un. Every single person around them instantly turns to stone. Hae-sun seriously cannot believe her own eyes right now. Like, what is actually happening? She is definitely getting a real wake-up call today. I mean, yeah, it is true that he already pulled this exact same stunt with the War Guild's chairman. But honestly, she really thought he would have enough common sense to act a little more carefully around people at this crazy high level, even without her explicitly warning him. Those subordinates in the back are grinding their teeth, swearing at him. You lowly dog, Where do you think you are to pull a stunt like that? I am not letting this punk off the hook. Hae-sun's soul basically shatters right there. It is totally game over. But Eugene? He claps right back. Hey, you told me to be careful, so I am being careful. Why is everyone so mad at me? Poor Hae-sun is literally just crying internally. Forget about clearing any dungeon now. We are definitely going to get wiped out right here and now. But then, Jong-un suddenly bursts into this massive laugh, and he actually starts praising him. You are a seriously funny guy. Exactly what I expected from the South's absolute strongest warrior. Jong-un even excitedly throws an arm around Eugene's shoulder. Come on, let us sit down and talk. Meanwhile, Hae-sun is still standing there completely dazed. Wait, am I actually still alive? After that, everyone sits down at the meeting table. Eugene does not hesitate. Let's just get straight to the point, so I can hit the dungeon. Those guys in the back are literally shaking with anger. You arrogant punk. But Jong-un is still looking incredibly amused by all this. You are definitely a straightforward guy. The chairman mentions that he already heard about the conditions Eugene laid out, letting him use the dungeon for half a month and keeping all the loot from the raids, right? Jong-un continues right along. Of course, for our government, that is honestly not a bad deal at all. As long as you can properly clear out that dungeon, I will absolutely keep my promise. Hearing that, Eugene immediately stands right up. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go right now. Jong-un busts out laughing all over again. Comrade, you really are impatient, aren't you? The chairman suggests taking a quick photo together before he heads out. Once they finally leave, Hae-sun breathes out. I seriously thought I was going to have a stroke and die back there. She is so stressed, she actually raises her voice. Do you not realize we are in the middle of Pyongyang right now? Watch your mouth. But Eugene just gives her this easy smile. Hey, I told you I was being careful. Hae-sun just stares at him in total confusion. What? Eugene flashes back to when Jong-un raised his hand to greet him. Nice to meet you, comrade. I have actually heard a lot about you. At that exact moment, he genuinely wondered, should I just kill him right now? Might even get an honorable discharge for it. By now, the sky is glowing golden. Eugene just waves a casual goodbye to her. Well, I am heading out now, catch you later. Hae-sun watches him, honestly hoping for the best. Please, just come back safely. Instead of saying anything back, he just shoots her a single, totally confident smile. Now, here is where you and I need to pay attention. Someone is watching them through binoculars from afar. It is Jong-un, completely amazed. Man, that kid really is a breath of fresh air. His commander replies with absolute seriousness. Yes, sir. Jong-un just wonders out loud. If our republic had a superhuman exactly like that, things would be so much better. The commander looks a little doubtful. Chairman, do you really think he is going to succeed? But Jong-un does not hesitate. Oh, he definitely will. Of course, he will pull it off. Deep down, the chairman has total faith in him. Meanwhile, Comrade Eugene Kang is just walking along when something suddenly hits his shoulder. He instantly turns around to check it out. What was that? This absolutely creepy feeling crawling up his spine. Did he just sense some kind of monster? The sky above is completely packed with dark clouds and flashing lightning. Plus, being deep inside this desolate forest just makes the whole vibe incredibly dark and gloomy. Suddenly, a voice echoes out. You have entered Janet's territory. Bibi grabs her nose, totally grossed out. It stinks. Wait, whose land did you say this was? Eugene just shrugs it off. I have no idea. But if any of those 72 demon commanders show their faces, we are just going to kill them all. The second he finishes speaking, this really bizarre sound echoes through the trees. Eugene stares blankly at the massive monster horde appearing. What? Trying to win with pure numbers. These are the V6 low-tier monsters under Janet's command. Those crazy sword-like front legs are actually a massive threat. And these giant bugs always tend to hunt in large groups by the dozens. Eugene instantly pulls out a summon of his own. Dunsao, let's go get them. The second the giant Dunsao drops in, the whole ground starts shaking violently. But those V6 bugs don't care even though they are way smaller. They just fearlessly charge right in. Dunsao launches a massive, crushing counterattack right back at them. The gloomy sky actually starts clearing up above them. Using pure brute force, Dunsao completely stomps the V6 swarm into the dirt. Eugene flashes a winning smile, immediately summoning his skeleton soldiers and his skeleton mages. In literally 1 second, his entire undead squad is locked and loaded. The system pings skeleton soldier summoned. Level 40 skeleton soldier awakened by sacrificing monster corpses, 40 out of 250 ready. Skeleton Mage summoned. Level 10 Skeleton Mage awakened by sacrificing the dead monster corpses. 50 out of 250 are now online and waiting. Eugene is looking ridiculously confident right now. If it is a numbers game, I am definitely not lacking. But then, something in the distance catches both his and BB's attention. We are talking about hundreds of massive spiders crawling straight toward them. These absolutely nightmare fuel things are called ranchers. They are another low-tier monster serving Janet. And get this, they can literally shoot razor-sharp needle webs straight from their mouths. You and I might think this fight is over, but then boom. A massive footstep shatters the ground. Woojin just smirks. So Ruto decided to show up too? Rito is an absolute nightmare. Insane magic power, unbreakable defense, and a body so massive it is a threat all on its own. But Woojin? He calmly issues his next command. Dulce, hold him down. Hearing his master's order, Dulce lets out a deafening roar. Meanwhile, Woojin gathers every ounce of his power, ready for all-out war. The system chimes in. Warrior weapon level, 50 perk unlocked, axe form activated. Seeing this, the elite monster scrambles, desperately trying to crawl away to safety. On the other side, the skeleton warriors charge in, absolutely bloodthirsty. Their razor-sharp blades slice right through the air, tearing the enemy mob completely to shreds. The skeletal army ruthlessly hacks down every single monster in sight. But suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, forcing them all to a dead stop. Turns out, that was just BB casting her sleep attack. While the enemy is dazed, Woojin and his newly transformed weapon charge straight into the chaos. He aims right for the spot where Dulce and Ruto are clashing. Woojin knows perfectly well that normal attacks will not do a thing here. This giant beast's hide is just incredibly thick. Yet, our guy is completely confident. Honestly, it is a bummer he couldn't summon his Death Knights for this specific battle today. Woojin slowly raises his hand, getting ready to unleash a brand new skill. But right at that exact moment, something unexpected violently erupts between Dulce and the massive Ruto. Strange forces wrap around Ruto, trying to lock the beast down. Meanwhile, Woojin casually rides forward on his phantom horse, completely unfazed. He tightens his grip on his blade, ready to launch himself. A wild, excited grin spreads across Woojin's face. Time for the sword dance skill. One single strike is all it takes. Rito is completely obliterated, sending disgusting slime flying everywhere. Woojin chuckles, thrilled that he finally unlocked a proper warrior class skill. 12 whole days pass in dungeon time. BB floats around, carefully scouting out the completely empty surroundings. So, is this weird area the actual center of the territory? BB notices it is some kind of monster hatchery, though the eggs do not look like they are hatching anytime soon. Master, BB calls out. Woojin nods in agreement. Yeah, it looks like the boss of this place is not showing up today. BB pouts, honestly burning with intense curiosity. I really wanted to see who runs this place, but Woojin just shrugs it off. Whatever, let us just pack up and leave. Then, he activates his corpse revival skill. The system interface flashes with new details. Corpse revival activated. You can now take complete control over a dead body. The reanimated corpse retains exactly 50% of its original combat stats, and it is only capable of following extremely basic, straightforward commands. Mana cost? Just 1 point. Instantly, all the monsters they just slaughtered rise from the dead. Waiting for this exact moment, Woojin commands them to stand up. The undead monsters obey instantly, scrambling aggressively all over the dirt. Now, this entire territory is crawling with Woojin's newly revived undead army. The monstrous horde quickly piles into the hatchery. Smiling, Woojin simply utters a single word: detonate. The system chimes in. Corpse explosion skill active. You can now violently detonate any controlled undead or any corpse within a 10-meter radius. Just a few seconds later, the packed hatchery completely overloads, erupting into a glorious, fiery explosion. Woojin quickly throws his cloak over his face to block the blast. But wait, what did Bibi just find in the rubble? It is a return stone. Woojin looks genuinely surprised for a second. What is that? Floating right there in the air, a return stone, alongside a super rare space-time fragment. The system explains that a space-time fragment is a heavily guarded, mysterious material. It is literally the foundational stuff that builds worlds, used specifically to create a personal dimensional domain. Woojin narrows his eyes, slowly picking up the glowing fragment. A single shard can create an entire dimensional domain? Seriously? Completely confused, he turns to his summon. BB, do you know anything about these dimensional domains? BB shakes her head. Nope. This is the absolute first time I have ever heard of it. With no answers, Woojin simply makes a choice. If even BB has zero clue, overthinking it is totally pointless. He casually tosses the fragment into his inventory, figuring it will definitely come in handy later. Now, you and I are shifting scenes to Kim Jong-un's extremely secret hobby room. Countless gold-plated books are lined up perfectly straight inside a fancy wooden cabinet. The dictator is aggressively bossing someone around. Tilt it to the left. No, wait. Move it a little to the right. He keeps tweaking it until it is totally flawless. Perfect. Now that looks magnificent. He stares deeply at a framed photo of himself standing next to Woojin, practically drooling over it. Ah, what an absolutely powerful, majestic photograph. An anxious subordinate nervously holds up another picture. Comrade Chairman, sir? What exactly should I do with this other photo over here? Jong-un glares. He squints closely at the second photo, thinks for about 2 seconds, and coldly orders them to throw it straight in the trash. Suddenly, a heavy knock echoes. Enter. General Pyonggwan walks in, looking strangely cheerful. Chairman, I have some spectacular news that will absolutely make your entire day, the general announces proudly. He dramatically reveals that Comrade Kang Woojin just successfully cleared the incredibly dangerous station dungeon. Jong-un jolts up, so completely thrilled he practically yells. What did you just say? Seriously? He slams his hands down. Well, what are you waiting for? Bring our glorious Comrade Kang Woojin here right this instant. I will personally guarantee that the hero who saved Pyongyang receives the most luxurious treatment imaginable. Jong-un is practically glowing with joy. With humans, you really never know. He firmly believes the great Comrade Kang Woojin might actually decide to come back, completely moved to tears by the immense generosity of their mighty People's Republic. Makes total sense, right? But General Pyonggwan's expression suddenly turns dark and completely serious. He vividly remembers the chilling look on Woojin's face. That absolute monster. Pyonggwan is secretly seething with insane jealousy and rage. Did that guy seriously manage to clear the entire death trap in 3 days? Back in Seoul, the crowd watches Woojin walk out, whispering like crazy. That dude is an absolute psycho. He just solo cleared a 6-star dungeon like it was nothing. Someone mutters, wait, doesn't America have a top-tier awakened named Melody? We need to contact headquarters immediately. Meanwhile, Woojin just lets out a massive, exhausting sigh. These guys look like annoying foreign reporters, he mumbles. But then, Ha-yoon happily runs over. And, just like that, you and I survive another insane dungeon run. Alright, we're jumping right back in. I just got the news of your success. Thanks for the hard work. Eugene simply nodded in response. Well, didn't we come all the way here because you already knew I was going to crush it? Haley beamed at him. Obviously, yes. But honestly, seeing you dominate on this massive scale is still absolutely mind-blowing to witness. Then Eugene casually asked, so, where is the negotiation team? Are they here yet? Haley nodded. Both the North and the South were absolutely on the edge of their seats, anxiously waiting for the final results of this massive raid. Eugene confidently brushed it off. What's there to worry about? I'm standing right here, so it's obviously a 100% guaranteed success. But Haley kept a secret. It was definitely better not to tell him the negotiation team predicted a massive 70% failure rate for this guy. After that, Eugene casually waved his goodbyes to everyone. I'll leave the negotiation team's success up to you, then. I'm heading straight back into the dungeon, he declared. Hearing this, Haley immediately screamed in absolute panic. Eugene, you need to take a break first. But it was too late. He was already completely gone, vanishing without a single trace left behind. Looks like I'm doing the report alone again, she sighed. Right at that moment, someone started calling out for Haley. Comrade. Hey, comrade. The guy was completely out of breath. Comrade. Where exactly did Comrade Eugene go? Haley bluntly explained that he had just gone back inside. The poor guy's expression completely dropped upon hearing that. Oh man, I am so dead. Meanwhile, over at Chairman Kim's location, the man was aggressively pointing his finger. Make sure this looks massive so we don't lose face to the South Koreans, he furiously ordered. Time flew by in a flash. 14 entire days later, Dawson and the skeleton soldiers were still in full combat mode. Eugene just casually stood watching. You and I both know this automatic hunting setup was actually pretty incredible. Then, the system announced a level up. He hit level 60. The warrior class benefits were finally unlocked, and his warrior weapon immediately shifted forms into a massive, glowing bow. He just learned 2 insane new skills, random archery firing and lightning-fast precision shooting. He also learned warrior's patience. This passive skill perfectly helped him endure extreme physical pain, unlocking even more sweet combat benefits for the tough battles ahead of him. Eugene gripped the heavy bow tightly. He had finally reached level 60. Holding the weapon right up, he opened the honor shop and instantly purchased the exclusive bone bow skill. Eugene was absolutely itching to test out this new toy. Let's see what this can do. He launched an arrow straight toward a flying Vespid. The moment the arrow made contact, the ground literally exploded in every direction. Eugene smirked. The range was better than his bone spear, and way faster too. Pretty solid. Now that his warrior class perks were fully unlocked, he realized something important. It was finally time to summon that specific crazy guy back into the action. So, Eugene unleashed a massive surge of pitch-black magic. Come out, goblin. The dark energy immediately started swirling violently, pooling together into one highly concentrated spot. A rough, heavily raspy voice echoed through the area. I can finally hear your glorious voice again. My beloved master. The creature smiled like an absolute maniac. It has been far too long, master. The system suddenly updated the stats. Level 1 subordinate phantom, goblin. He could now summon a phantom entity that survived by possessing a physical host. This shadowy parasite had the power to read emotions, share sensory intel, and completely control the possessed body. Even better, if the chosen host was a corpse, it would revive into an entity much more powerful than the original body ever was. Phantom count 1. Corpse capability increased by 10%. Required dominance 0.1. Loyalty was at -99. Trust was at -99. Eugene brutally spoke his mind. Same as always, just looking at you makes me completely sick. But the goblin just kept grinning its horrifying, creepy smile. The sly monster shamelessly demanded, well, if you hate my face that much, then just give me a brand new body. Actually, your body would be the absolute best. Eugene instantly lost his temper. You little bastard, he growled through clenched teeth. Stop talking nonsense. I'll summon you only when I need you. Take your shadow and get lost. But the goblin just maintained that deeply sinister, mocking expression. Fine. Without wasting another second, Eugene quickly unsummoned him. What a terrifying creep. But stick with me here. Suddenly, he whipped his head around, locking his intense gaze onto something. Eugene observed the entire chaotic battlefield from up high. Looks like everything is pretty much completely wrapped up around here. If I hurry up, I can probably squeeze in one more dungeon run today. With that thought, Eugene casually exited the current dungeon, heading off toward a brand new location. The moment he stepped out, Haley was waiting there. Why are you still outside? She looked completely different from her earlier cheerful self, her lips trembling tightly in pure stress. Haley actually dropped straight down to her knees. Eugene, please, I am begging you. Eugene was completely caught off guard by this. Haley frantically pleaded with everything she had. Just take a 1-hour break before going back inside. If you, our absolute main star, aren't there, everything we planned is completely meaningless. Hearing this desperate plea, Eugene looked noticeably annoyed. Not this again. Just a few days before this major dungeon raid, Haley had been totally cheerful and full of high hopes. This massive raid had been widely broadcasted across the media as a historic, united effort between both South and North Korea. We really need your cooperation for this. But Eugene didn't even care. You guys handle the boring politics. I'm going back inside. Haley instantly rushed over to block his path. Eugene, wait. Right before the next major dungeon run started, Haley continued pulling at his arm. You seriously have to come with me today. No excuses. But his cold answer didn't change at all. Nope, not happening. And now, Haley was left completely helpless, just begging on the floor. The overall mood had gotten incredibly awkward. Please, just think of your own country, and take a tiny break before the next raid. She looked utterly miserable, practically crying on the cold floor. If you refuse to come with me again, I honestly don't know what kind of massive political disaster will happen. Eugene let out an incredibly exhausted groan. Good grief. Cut to a steaming, delicious bowl of noodles and amazing dishes set on the table. Everyone around them was happily chatting away. Meanwhile, Eugene was just aggressively chewing on a cracker, complaining inside his own head. This is so incredibly boring. Losing his patience entirely, he abruptly stood up. All right, stick with me here. I can leave now, right? Woojin asks. Hyun smiles warmly. Woojin, thank you so much for coming all the way here. Just as Woojin is about to leave, someone calls out to him. Comrade, the guy asks shyly. Could you please sign your name right here before you go? Woojin asks back. My name? The soldier cannot even hide his absolute admiration. You are the strongest superhuman in all of South Korea. Getting your autograph before you leave would truly be an absolute honor for me. Seeing his enthusiasm, Woojin casually agrees and puts his pen to the paper. Once he finishes signing, he waves goodbye. Keep doing your thing, all right? The soldier is left standing there, looking absolutely thrilled. Thank you, comrade, the soldier beams. Seems completely harmless, right? But wait, did he just flash a suspicious smirk to himself? Woojin's instincts instantly kick in. Something's off. He turns and mutters, Goblin, do you see that pig over there? His shadow minion quickly replies, Yes, I see him, master. Woojin immediately orders the goblin to tail the guy and report everything. The shadow creature obeys without any hesitation. The goblin sneaks right under their meeting table. Up above, a North Korean soldier whispers, Commander, our preparations are completely ready to go. What's our next move? Should we take him out? Byung-won glares at Woojin with pure hatred. Do it. Make it as quiet as possible. Inside his head, Byung-won is absolutely seething. You arrogant bastard. How dare you look down on North Korea? Byung-won hated him the second Woojin casually greeted Jong-un with a simple, Yeah, nice to meet you. He clearly remembers Jong-un's reaction back then. You certainly have a very unique personality. It perfectly suits the strongest hero of the South. Jong-un had actually been scheming behind the scenes. He figured if they showed enough goodwill, Kang Woojin might just be moved enough to officially join their People's Republic, but Byung-won believes he's doing this for his supreme leader. He thinks Jong-un is making a terrible decision based on a complete misunderstanding of this guy. He tightly grips the bomb in his hand, with several others lying around. A long day finally ends, and the dark night quickly begins to fall. Seeing Woojin, the guard speaks up. You're going back inside again. He smiles warmly. This is going to be your final run, isn't it? Wishing you the absolute best of luck in there. Woojin politely says, Thanks. As he steps inside the dungeon, both guards closely watch his back. Turns out, these guys are part of the trap. He's in. Quick. Before the barrier forms. This Gangneon subway station is looking incredibly shady. Sticking to their plan, one guard sprints right after Woojin. Comrade. Seeing the guy, Woojin looks totally confused. Why did you follow me in here? The guy claims he has an urgent message from the commander, but Woojin keeps his guard completely up. What message? Suddenly, the guy slams a bomb trigger. You did a great job, Comrade Namjin. The suicide mission is officially a go. Woojin's eyes widen in pure shock. He totally didn't expect this insane move. Instantly, a massive explosion violently rips through the entire subway area. Now watch this closely. While the partner pulls off the suicide run, Byung-won observes from afar. But wait, the dungeon barrier hasn't disappeared at all. Did he actually avoid getting instantly killed? Byung-won assures himself that, at the very least, Kang Woojin must be critically injured from that massive blast. Now, it's only a matter of time before he becomes easy prey for the other dungeon monsters. Just give up and rest in peace, Byung-won mutters. He is completely confident that his twisted assassination plan is going to be a massive success. 2 days into the dungeon raid. At the North and South Korean negotiation site, a nervous delegate asks, Has Woojin still not come back yet? Hee-yeon reports, Yes. The barrier remains exactly the same. No changes yet. The official sighs heavily. We have been put in a very awkward position. The official is sweating profusely now. This is already a full day past the exact deadline Woojin had previously promised them. Who knows what crazy demands the North will make in exchange for this delay. And, honestly, Hee-yeon feels something is deeply wrong here too. She clearly remembers Kang Woojin's last raid only took 1 day and 17 hours. Normally, he definitely should have cleared it and come out by now. But couldn't something totally unpredictable have happened inside the dungeon? Then, Hee-yeon drops a thick stack of mysterious photos right onto the meeting table. Here it is. She reveals that right after Kang Woojin stepped into the dungeon, a foreign journalist managed to snap a very suspicious photo. It clearly shows a North Korean soldier secretly following him right inside. We need to launch an investigation immediately and file a formal complaint with the North. Suddenly, Yoon-ho turns and asks Lieutenant Choi Hee-yeon, Aren't you afraid of dying? Hee-yeon looks momentarily surprised by this blunt question. Pardon? Yoon-ho really wants to emphasize the cold, hard truth. We are currently sitting right in Pyongyang. If we start making a huge fuss over minor suspicions, absolutely nothing can guarantee our safety here. Hearing this, Hee-yeon immediately fires back in complete frustration. But that doesn't mean we should just sit here and do nothing, right? Eun-ho slams his hand hard against the table. Lieutenant Choi Hee-yeon. He deliberately warns her. I really hope you'll be extremely careful with every single word you say from now on. Even this very conversation we're having could be actively wiretapped. Besides, whether he's dead or alive hasn't even been confirmed yet, right? Eun-ho sternly demands. For now, we just need to wait it out. Meanwhile, Jong-un is aggressively flipping through a stack of reports. Which bastard did this? He roars in pure, unadulterated rage. What absolute idiot caused this massive mess? His subordinate nervously replies, We are still actively investigating, sir. Jong-un's blood is boiling over. Quickly find out which bastards did this and drag them to me immediately. 3 days after the dungeon raid began, military tents have been fully set up right outside the gate. You and I both know the stakes. Hee-yeon is incredibly anxious now. 3 days since Woojin went inside. He absolutely has to come out alive. Right at that moment, chatter erupted outside. Wait, are you seeing this? Something massive was definitely reacting inside the dungeon. It's real. The barrier. They gasped in shock as the barrier vanished completely. Right then, Woojin emerged, practically overflowing with violently surging magic. He stood at the dungeon entrance, his breathing heavy and ragged. The reporters and everyone present just stared at him in absolute, stunned silence. Woojin finally spoke. You guys really have a death wish, don't you? The crowd hadn't even processed what was happening, leaving the space suffocating in silence. At this point, Woojin couldn't hold back his raging emotions. Tell that damn suicidal pig to get out here right now. If he doesn't come, Woojin declared, I'm going to find him. A terrified soldier immediately raised his gun to threaten him. Stop right there. Take one more step, and I'll shoot. Woojin leaned right into his face. I just survived a literal suicide bombing. Do you really think a pathetic little gun scares me? Then he released his terrifying energy, fully preparing to teach this guy a brutal lesson. The soldier was so horrified he could only scream. With just a gentle move, Woojin instantly knocked the guy into a daze. BB popped out, scolding him. Master, you are way too stubborn. The system announced his summon. BB was using the sleep curse skill. She sharply reminded him. What exactly will you do if you murder someone and get sued for it? Don't uselessly block my path like that, Woojin warned her. Hearing this, the rest of the armed lackeys started absolutely losing their minds. You bastard. You think you're tough now? They spat with pure hatred. Are you implying the People's Republic is just a total joke to you? Letting you southern bastards into Pyongyang was a massive mistake. I knew it. I knew things would end up exactly like this. Woojin easily recognized them as the North Korean Awakened Association. He casually checked their power levels and analyzed the threat. Looked like there were actually a few decent fighters mixed in here. Next, Woojin launched his strike, but his demonic skill suddenly activated. He casually raised his hand into the air and gave it a gentle wave. While the mob stood there totally bewildered, a deadly spell instantly pierced right through their bodies. Everyone screamed in pure, unadulterated agony. Woojin scoffed. Despite the hype, they were just pathetic A-rank weaklings. Someone yelled that the goblin energy was coming from him. Hee-sun desperately pleaded for him to stop. Woojin looked at her suspiciously. Was she really an awakened? The whole situation felt extremely fishy to him. She was roughly the power level of a basic F rank who had just barely awakened from being a normal human. Yet somehow, she completely endured BB's curse. Her mental resilience was seriously impressive. Hee-sun strongly blocked his path. Woojin, please stop right now. If you just back down, we can still negotiate a settlement from here. Woojin ruthlessly brushed her off. Settle this? The one who needs settling is that fat bastard who stabbed me in the back. Get out. The truth finally clicked for Hee-sun. Stabbed? So that North Korean soldier who followed him inside was actually sent there to assassinate him. Even still, she desperately tried to persuade him. Even if that's true, this isn't the right way to handle it. You have to endure this for a bit. If you keep pushing forward, a literal war might break out. Please, think about the future of our country for a second. Woojin was getting seriously annoyed. She talked way too much. He gave his final warning. Move if you want to live. Yet Hee-sun boldly challenged him anyway. If you are really going to do this, you'll have to kill me first. Her stubborn words genuinely pushed Woojin over the edge. Surprisingly, he actually softened his tone. Well, I guess I have no choice then. Since you came all this way just to stop me. Hee-sun was completely overjoyed by this. You just made a really important choice. That is absolutely the right decision, Woojin. But out of nowhere, Woojin ruthlessly punched her right in the gut. Her mouth fell open, eyes wide with absolute shock. Then, Woojin casually let her drop to the ground. He whispered quietly, I won't kill you. Just take a quick nap and rest up until this whole mess is finally over. Artillery shells started firing up relentlessly. Suddenly, the system coldly announced that the demonic armor skill had been fully activated. A massive surge of power slammed into the ground. Woojin effortlessly obliterated every single obstacle in his way. Standing before a massive door, he scoffed. Nice hiding spot. Woojin wanted a face-to-face confrontation. Dong-un? Hey, can you hear me in there? Come out and talk. Losing his patience completely, he started viciously kicking the steel door. Inside, Kim Dong-un's panicked lackeys quickly reassured him. Mr. President, you really don't need to worry about a thing. This bunker can withstand heavy bombs. But Dong-un screamed in total panic. Then, what the hell is that? It turned out, Woojin summoned a monster to rip the steel door. Dong-un's face instantly turned bright red with pure terror. The system casually announced, you have used metal to summon the beast. Right behind it, Woojin stepped into the room. We all know what happens next. He glared sharply. Can we finally have our chat now? The lackeys had already been completely wiped out, all thanks to Bibi's flawless work. Woojin slowly closed the distance, step by terrifying step. How dare you try to assassinate me, comrade? Dong-un collapsed onto the floor in terror. I never tried to do that. Woojin just smirked coldly. Are you seriously making excuses right now? There's an easy way to see exactly what happened. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned his powerful commander. Hearing its master's call, the goblin instantly returned to his side. Woojin then asked a very specific, menacing question. Can we take a quick look into Kim Dong-un's private life? Memories instantly projected into the air, but shockingly, it was just footage of the leader, acting totally amazed by Woojin. Woojin was completely caught off guard. Wait, did he actually not do it? Master, you're in trouble again. Bibi cheered from the sidelines. Please try to fix this mess properly. Realizing his massive mistake, Woojin awkwardly called out, Dong-un. He didn't dare hesitate for even a single second. Woojin asked, you didn't do it, right? And Dong-un quickly replied, of course not. I wouldn't lie to you. Woojin silently judged the guy. That attitude changed way too fast. Then he gave a harsh order. Then go find the mastermind who tried to kill me with a suicide bomber. Or else, you die in his place. Woojin declared this loudly and clearly. Look, I promise you, I will find the guy and punish him. Dong-un pleaded. Woojin softened his voice. All right then, I apologize for completely misunderstanding you. Dong-un happily grabbed his hand. No, I do not mind at all. Honestly, he felt way more relieved than anything else. Comrade Kang Woojin, I am so glad you understand my true intentions. Seeing the dictator act like this, Woojin finally breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Woojin was honestly still surprised right now. He had somehow accidentally ended up with a massive fanboy. He really could not believe Kim Dong-un was actually a huge fan of awakened beings. He never even considered something like this. The guy actually collected a massive number of rare artifacts that he could not even use himself. The corner of Woojin's lips curled up into a slight smile. I will consider all of this a gift. Thanks, comrade. The massive hallway here was completely empty. This place perfectly matched the memories he extracted from the goblin. Right at that moment, a loud voice echoed out. Please stop right there. Woojin looked right at Hae-sun standing in front of him. How did you catch up so fast? Did I hit you too lightly? But Hae-sun desperately tried to stop him. No, that is not it. Please stop right now. Woojin looked completely confused. What did she mean? The whole situation was already handled. Hearing that, Hae-sun immediately screamed in absolute panic. No way. She instantly imagined the most incredibly tragic and bloody scenario possible. He actually went ahead and did it already? Is Kim Dong-un really dead? Hae-sun thought the absolute worst, and she completely broke down in total despair. It is over. A full-blown war is going to happen. Woojin quickly corrected her. Kim Dong-un is not dead. What the heck do you mean war? Hae-sun started wildly guessing again. So you are on your way to kill him right now? She quickly stepped up to block his path. Please wait. If your anger cannot be calmed down, I will offer my entire life to you. So please, stop. Woojin actually started to find this whole situation highly amusing. You are offering your life to me? What exactly do you mean by that? Hae-sun firmly declared, that if she could not stop the Korean peninsula from becoming a war zone, she would rather die. Woojin closely inspected her expression and found it genuinely interesting. Moreover, he was absolutely certain that she was not lying to him right now. Sure, she did not exactly have a perfectly holy and pure soul like his usual companions, Sung-gu and Ji-gan. Woojin looked deep into Haesun's eyes. What he saw was an incredibly fierce soul, burning with the most intense and fiery passion on the entire face of this earth. Was it simply because she possessed her own strong beliefs and ideals? Suddenly, he called out her full rank and name. "Lieutenant Choi Haesun." She answered loudly. "Yes, sir." Woojin smiled. "It would be a complete waste to kill you. Desert the army." Haesun was instantly stunned. "Excuse me? Did I just hear that wrong?" Woojin firmly repeated, "Desert the military and work directly under me. I will spare Jong-un." Haesun fell into total confusion. "What on earth are you talking about right now?" Woojin just casually brought up her previous declaration. "You said you would offer your life to me, right? Didn't you say you would do absolutely anything?" Haesun awkwardly thought about it. Does this insane guy really want me to abandon my life as a loyal soldier when I have already come this far? If doing this actually prevents a massive war, I should be happy about it. But why do I feel like this? Seeing her hesitate, Woojin intentionally decided to tease her. Or I could just go kill that pig right now. Haesun was instantly terrified by the threat. "Please wait a minute." Woojin, "No, I mean, boss. All right, stick with me here." 3 days later, Jong-un finally captured Ri Pyong and his entire crew of accomplices. And, as always, a few naturally tried to play completely innocent. Right now, 3 unfortunate guys were hanging totally upside down, enduring some pretty brutal torture. Jong-un glared in absolute frustration. "You bastard. You are being incredibly stubborn today." But Ri Pyong kept his cool. "President, I honestly have no idea what happened. I really know absolutely nothing." Jong-un cursed him out. "You lying piece of trash. Are you seriously still trying to lie to my face right now? Not only did you actually dare to attack Comrade Kang Woojin," his furious voice echoed all the way outside. "You even embezzled valuable items built from the blood and tears of others. Right?" Ri Pyong fiercely denied it. "I have no idea about those treasures you speak of. I am entirely sure that Woojin is the mastermind behind this." Jong-un completely lost his patience. "Are you seriously still not using your damn brain at all?" He absolutely lost his mind and gave a brutal order. "You stupid bastard. Beat him relentlessly until his memories magically come back." Deep down, Ri Pyong angrily wondered how a close aide could betray him. Meanwhile, Haesun casually stretched her body. "If it wasn't for Comrade Kang Woojin, I would have been in incredibly huge trouble by now." Finally back in South Korea, Woojin casually warned her beforehand, "Hey, do not make a huge fuss about this." Haesun immediately started venting. "You have no idea how totally anxious I was over those 3 whole days while you were just resting." Martial law and the constant sound of gunfire kept echoing every single night. Woojin chuckled softly. "Well, everything ended perfectly, right?" He happily glanced right over at Haesun. "I leveled up, filled up all the missing gaps, and even gained a brand new subordinate that I can easily boss around." Woojin continued his journey. The trip to North Korea was an absolute success. Next up, the United States. He thought about the goddess Melody. He was honestly really looking forward to whatever wild things were waiting for him there. A breaking news broadcast echoed from the television screen. "Yes, we would like to officially summarize all the breaking news we have received up to this exact moment. The main suspect in the recent coup attempt is Commander Ri, the leader of the North Korean Supernatural Task Force. How does the public truly feel about this insane situation?" The news anchor dramatically continued. "Yes, the sheer power of awakened beings is truly like a dangerous double-edged sword." The news report continued to flash dramatic images across the entire screen. "You and I both know the rule. Those who push past normal human limits have one massive duty: protecting the nation from absolute monster chaos. But somehow, the critical news stations keep losing power, completely helpless against the endless string of brutal crimes these guys are actually committing." The news anchor drops a heavy question. If it was not for the legendary Kang Woojin, Kim Jong-un's entire government would have totally collapsed during that insane coup. So, what are his thoughts on this? The guest quickly shares his take. If some crazy radical with extreme ideologies actually managed to seize control of North Korea, the danger level would honestly go completely off the charts. He praises Woojin, saying his massive contributions to the relationship between North and South Korea are just absolutely incredible to witness. Because of all this epic stuff, our president is literally planning to hand him a huge national award. Watching the broadcast, Sung-hun suddenly just snaps and yells out loud. I know exactly what is actually going on here. He screams in pure anger, completely losing it. That broadcast is 100% absolute garbage. Come on. Literally everyone here already knows exactly how our crazy chairman acts, right? There is absolutely no way this whole insane situation ends smoothly without something terrible happening behind the scenes. Sung-hun starts spiraling. Did our overpowered chairman actually threaten Kim Jong-un to make it look like he casually figured everything out? Knowing him, he probably blackmailed the guy, basically saying he would completely wipe Kim out if he did not play along perfectly. He just keeps going. The news claims the rebel commander stole all those rare artifacts. But get this, what if our crazy chairman actually looted them all for himself? Hearing this absolutely wild theory, everyone else goes completely pale. Honestly, it sounds super possible. Taejang immediately tries doing some rapid damage control. Come on guys, just because the chairman acts like the absolute center of the universe, it does not mean he would actually steal loot like that. But Sung-hun immediately fires back. Does he ever care about literally anything else besides proving he is the strongest? Sung-gu completely agrees with this, slowly remembering the very first time he actually met the boss. He recalls the moment perfectly. I had thrown a massive party with the rest of the guys right before we stepped into that deadly dungeon. And that is not all. Sung-gu clearly remembers the terrifying time. Do-soo screamed in absolute panic, only to be left totally unconscious on the cold ground seconds later. Suddenly, the exact same thought hits all four of them at once. Wow, he totally looted every single item out of Kim Jong-un's personal treasure vault too. Sung-hun instantly throws more gas on the fire. You can never trust the media. Honestly, who even knows? Our crazy chairman might have already secretly killed Kim Jong-un himself. Taejang desperately tries to calm everyone down again. Hey, come on, the massive theft? Yeah, super likely. But straight up murder like that? There is absolutely no way. Taejang shouts out loud. Sung-hun, your jokes are going way too far. Sung-gu awkwardly mutters back. Well, actually, he literally told me he was going over there to assassinate Kim Jong-un. Sung-hun screams in pure horror. Oh my god, look, I am literally getting goosebumps right now. Sung-gu quickly tries to explain. But wait, that was only because the boss got insanely furious when the military sent him that annoying mandatory draft notice. Sung-hun steps back, looking absolutely terrified. Wait, just because of a draft notice? Is this guy completely out of his mind, or something? Now you and I need to pay close attention, he keeps sharing. Back when I sold phones, Woo-in casually walked right in. Suddenly, the boss appears. You guys good? Sung-hun practically jumps out of his own skin. Boss. His pure terror completely confuses Woo-in, who just tilts his head. Why do you look so shocked? Woo-in narrows his eyes, highly suspicious. Are you guys talking trash behind my back? Sung-hun violently waves his hands. Absolutely not. Later, night finally falls over the bustling city. Inside their massive shared base, 5 heavy glasses suddenly clink together in pure celebration. You all did awesome today. Woo-in flashes a super bright, genuine smile. Oh my god, you guys literally pulled off an amazing job this time. He generously waves at the feast. Dig in, everyone. Eat up, because we still have plenty of work ahead. Taejang laughs. It is all thanks to our boss, honestly. Here, let me pour you a drink. Min-chan hesitates, looking super nervous. Boss, can I ask something? Are you really skipping the presidential Blue House visit? Woo-in groans, completely annoyed. Why do you guys keep bringing that up? I already said no. You are being super annoying right now. Why should I act like an obedient dog just because the president calls? Despite complaining, he suddenly jumps straight up. You know what? Screw it. I am gonna go grab that stupid award. Min-chan completely panics and waves his hands. No, wait. I will just politely turn them down. Sweating bullets, Min-chan grabs his phone to make the painful call. Reading a text, someone notes how he constantly carries the entire team on his tired back. Being the executive director is basically pure suffering. Min-chan sighs heavily. How on earth do I fix this mess? Trying to save the mood, Sung-hun totally shifts gears. Hey boss, do you have any clue who is currently going way more viral than you online? He shoves his glowing phone screen right into Woo-in's face. Check it out. This crazy internet personality is claiming to be Arya's holy saintess. Honestly, fake or not, this viral video is insanely addictive. Woo-in shuts him down. That is not fake. She is completely real. Sung-hun flinches. Seriously? Min-chan frowns. How do you even know that? Woo-in casually drops a bomb. She is someone I used to know personally. Everyone at the table completely freezes, totally stunned. Wait, what the heck? Min-chan squints, highly suspicious. This mysterious girl was literally discovered deep inside a dungeon break. She is an awakened ranked way above S class. And you claim you actually know her? Woo-in stares into his drink. There is a distant planet named Alphen. Min-chan blinks, caught off guard. A whole planet? Since when is our battle-crazed boss into astronomy? Ignoring them, Woo-in keeps talking. Listen. 5 years ago, during that dark time when I completely disappeared, he drops the ultimate lore reveal. I was actually forcibly summoned to that fantasy planet, Alphen. After hearing that absolute bomb, the entire room drops into dead, uncomfortable silence. Suddenly, Sung-hun completely loses it, bursting into hysterical laughter. Oh man, it took me way too long to get the punchline. That joke is way too high tier for us. But Woo-in glares, his aura turning cold. This is absolutely not a joke. Shut your mouth. Instantly, Sung-hun chokes on his own terrible laughter, completely freezing in terror. Yes, sir. Woo-in's eyes look distant as he continues. That place was swarming with horrific monsters and demi-humans. I had to survive out there, totally alone, for 20 brutal years. All right, you and I are finally seeing Woojin return to Earth. But shockingly, only 5 years had actually passed here. It was honestly bizarre. Min-chan figured it worked just like the weird time flow inside the dungeons. Woojin confirmed it. These dungeons were popping up on Earth exactly like they did over on the planet Alphen. Hearing this, Min-chan immediately grew dead serious. Another world entirely. If that was true, then his boss's completely inhuman, overpowered abilities actually made a ton of sense now. Considering the crazy things Woojin survived, it perfectly explained why he was so used to treating everyone around him so harshly. Doing the real math, the guy was technically 44 years old now, wasn't he? Thinking of an old friend, Woojin casually dropped a question. Can I just call you Min-chan from now on? He finalized the deal. Woojin mentioned he knew Melody back on Alphen, though he had no clue how she actually reached Earth. He figured he'd just ask her whenever they finally met up. Sung-hun looked pretty anxious. Boss, is it really okay to tell us all this? But Woojin honestly couldn't have cared less about the secret. Why hide it? They had dungeons and literally a holy maiden running around. What was the big deal? Meanwhile, Min-chan was super curious. So, what was your exact relationship with the holy maiden over there? Woojin blinked. With Melody? He casually shrugged it off. Just friends. I guess. Right at that very moment, Melody was quietly kneeling before the grand statue of the immortal necromancer of death. Deep down in her soul, she could clearly feel that he was coming. Flashback to 5 years ago on the completely desolate planet of Alphen. The commanding admiral confidently assured everyone that they would arrive there very soon. Lady Melody. Her eyes stared blankly into the distant horizon. Then she softly asked, Admiral, are you sure we will actually be safe going there? Melody knew the dark truth. Wasn't that the absolute land of death? A terrifying place where anyone who walked in simply never came out alive? The Admiral grimly admitted she was right. But going there was literally the only way their group had any real chance of surviving this mess. He knew the absolute worst-case scenario. If things kept up like this, Tronit's vicious minions would slaughter every single one of them. Just then, a panicked soldier suddenly called out, Admiral, I spot something straight ahead. The Admiral's eyes widened in total surprise. Wait, have we already made it to the land of Aiden? He immediately screamed at the top of his lungs. Warriors, we are extremely close to Aiden. Prepare to push forward with absolutely everything you have. But right then, a brutal surprise attack instantly wiped the Admiral out in a gruesome flash. Melody screamed in pure horror. Somewhere nearby, a voice heavily sighed. So annoying. Every single head snapped toward the sound. Melody gasped in absolute shock. Oh my god. Right there stood a young guy on a horse, casually swearing. Those coalition bastards really had the nerve to crawl all the way out here. Woojin smirked in amusement. Walking into your own grave like this is trying way too hard. Why would the heavens hand down such a brutally difficult challenge? Back in the present, it was midnight, but Woojin's guildhouse was still fully lit up. Someone was completely blackout drunk in the room. Please, boss, I'm begging you, just stop hitting me. Sung-hun was slumped over the table, sobbing uncontrollably. I already said I'm sorry. Woojin was losing his mind. I swear, I really should have killed this idiot back then. The others just awkwardly watched, judging the absolute mess in silence. They couldn't tell who was worse here, the pathetic scammer, or the crazy boss actively beating that scammer half to death. Who was actually the better person here? Suddenly, Sung-gu nervously spoke up. Boss? He admitted he was getting incredibly worried about how little Woojin actually cared about the mass media, the news, or literally anything happening in the society around them. He brought up the whole mess with Sung-hoon and that major incident with Lee Sang-hwang from the Hwarang Guild, but Woojin just brushed it off. Why bother caring? Everyone will just get used to it eventually. Min-chan desperately tried advising him. Even so, you really need to consider the heavy legal issues and what happens if you completely isolate yourself from modern society and the international community. Boss, actively making enemies everywhere you go is never a good thing, right? Hearing this, Woojin paused, quietly mulling over the concept of making enemies. He finally spoke up. Yeah, I used to worry about that stuff too. I walked on eggshells around every single country, constantly stressing over how the public viewed me because I was genuinely terrified of public opinion. Woojin suddenly grew dead serious. But think about it. How far do you guys honestly think playing nice like that actually got me? His blunt question caught Min-chan totally off guard. What? And then, Woojin just dropped one single, chilling word. Disaster. He broke it down for them. The day when every single dungeon on Earth triggers a massive break at the exact same time? It was coming very soon, an unbelievable disaster, something that makes the original Dungeon Shock look like an absolute joke, is rapidly approaching. Do you honestly think nations and human laws are going to survive in a chaotic apocalypse like that? Min-chan quickly argued back, insisting that even if massive dungeon breaks did happen, the modern military could definitely handle it. Woojin hit him with the cold truth. Sure, maybe they could block a 6-star monster. But what about the ones completely off the charts? Min-chan was left completely speechless. Wait, what? Woojin painted a terrifying picture. Imagine a top-tier 6-star monster is just a harmless little pet dog. Soon enough, the actual tigers, lions, and massive carnivorous monsters are going to start flooding out of those gates. Heck, even literal dragons are going to show up eventually. He was absolutely certain. Even if it was just a few basic ghost monsters floating around, our modern guns would be completely utterly useless against them. So, what exactly were they planning to use to stop that? Woojin scoffed. Dropping nuclear weapons? That was basically just humanity, pushing the self-destruct button. What else was left? The whole world is going to collapse, and that fragile fence we call a nation will lose all meaning. Entire races will vanish. The only thing left behind will be a raw, desperate instinct to survive. Sung-gu couldn't accept that dark reality. Now, you and I might agree with him, but Sung-gu pushed back hard. Even so, humanity will definitely unite together to fight them. Woojin agreed that, yeah, there were definitely people exactly like that on Alphen. Righteous warriors, kings, holy knights, and holy maidens, even brave knights from allied nations joining forces. But Woojin shut that naive hope down instantly. It was all completely useless. Everyone would just try their best to carry that impossible burden, and then they would inevitably shatter. All right, you and I are about to see a massive rift form. People will turn their backs, completely blinded by their own selfish desires and unending greed. Hearing that, Sung-gu absolutely panics. He asks what they should do, knowing they cannot just stand by and do absolutely nothing. Woojin just smirks. He tells him that is exactly why they are preparing right now. Pointing out Sung-gu's excitement, he says every massive disaster desperately needs a hero. Getting completely hyped, Woojin strikes a dramatic pose. He declares that what they really need is a wildly powerful leader. Totally ignoring the weird looks from everyone around, Woojin aggressively points out all those ridiculous public news articles, right down to the annoying police investigation summons. He flat out concludes that all of it is completely useless. Instead, he is the one who needs to show them true power. Woojin confidently brags about just how utterly ruthless and unbothered he can be. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone is furiously clicking their computer mouse like crazy. The massive room is dead silent, except for aggressive typing. The monitor displays an article praising the absolute hero who saved South Korea from total disaster. Another headline pops up. It highlights the brand new awakened alliance between the North and South, giving all the credit to Kang Woojin. They even show Woojin under special investigation, boldly claiming that with him around, dungeon breaks are basically a thing of the past. The guy angrily scrolling through all these Woojin articles? It is Sang-ho. He violently curses under his breath. absolute pure hatred burning deep inside his chest. He screams out in pure frustration, asking how something this incredibly messed up could even happen in the first place. He completely loses his mind over people treating a literal rebel like some glorious hero. He furiously questions if they are even a real country anymore, sarcastically clapping for South Korea. Sang-ho just keeps aggressively cursing, desperately wondering what on earth that totally useless Chairman Kim is even doing right now. Didn't that guy promise to cut all ties and easily survive this entire mess? Sang-ho desperately tries to calm himself down, remembering he already has a master backup plan ready. Moving fast, Sang-ho snaps a quick photo of the secret documents on his desk. He fires off a message, betting they will not dare ignore his phone calls after seeing this. Message sent. Sang-ho cracks an absolutely sinister, villainous smirk. Right on cue, his phone lights up. Chairman Kim Ho-dong from the Swile Corporation is on the line, immediately demanding to know if he is actually going through with it. The chairman furiously asks if Sang-ho is seriously threatening him and trying to drag them both down together. Sang-ho offers a deal. If the chairman does one simple favor, he will burn every single document. Hooked by the promise, the chairman cautiously asks what he wants. Sang-ho is absolutely dripping with confidence now. But you and I know Kang Woojin is the absolute worst enemy he could pick, even if he thinks he found a fatal weakness. He tells the chairman he knows about his secret dealings with the Middle East, demanding he set up a direct meeting with them immediately. He smugly gloats to himself. How dare someone try to mess with him, the all-powerful president of the Worley Guild, Sang-ho. Flash forward 1 week to a massive airport. Sung-gu is happily clutching his brand new card. Watching him, Woojin just sighs and asks if he is really that thrilled. Woojin points out his giant, unstoppable smile. Sung-gu absolutely beams with joy, excitedly confirming that he is having the greatest day ever. Sung-gu proudly brags about officially hitting B rank. Woojin shakes his head, admitting he actually wanted to delay their America trip until Sung-gu reached A rank. Hearing his disappointment, Sung-gu just laughs out loud. He insists that his current level is already incredible, giving Woojin all the credit for training him. Deep down, Sung-gu shudders, remembering how he basically had to suffer near-death experiences over and over again this entire week. Woojin hands something over, warning Sung-gu not to get cocky and enter a 4-star dungeon completely alone. He tells him to take it, leaving Sung-gu totally shocked. Sung-gu stammers, realizing it is a highly rare portal return stone. Woojin sternly tells him not to play the hero and die. If things get dangerous, just run. Sung-gu is genuinely moved to tears. He cannot believe Woojin spent over 10 billion won just to keep him safe, his attitude doing a complete 180. He realizes Woojin might act super tough on the outside, but deep down, he is actually a massive softie. Of course, Woojin absolutely ruins the sweet moment. He bluntly states Sung-gu is finally somewhat useful, so his death would be super annoying. Does he even realize how much money was invested in him? If he dies now, Woojin promises to just turn him into another skeleton soldier. Meanwhile, Sung-gu completely ignores the threat, happily lost in his own little fantasy. Sung-gu hilariously reconsiders if Woojin is actually soft-hearted at all. Right at that exact second, Min-chan suddenly gets a phone call. Min-chan answers professionally. Standing nearby, Sung-gu is jokingly hurt, wondering what he even means to Woojin. Suddenly, Min-chan screams out in pure shock over the phone. Min-chan quickly promises to handle it and hangs up, looking pale. A confused Woojin asks who just called them. Min-chan nervously reveals it was the literal Minister of National Defense. They just received a massive intel drop about a terrorist attack. And the worst part? The entire thing seems completely targeted directly at Woojin himself. Sung-gu totally freaks out over the word terrorism. Woojin is just utterly baffled, wondering why terrorists would ever target him. Min-chan awkwardly admits he is wondering the exact same thing. Min-chan keeps his real thoughts hidden, knowing perfectly well that Woojin constantly makes brutal enemies everywhere he goes. Woojin just dramatically sighs in total disappointment. Woojin complains that his whole trip to America is ruined. Min-chan firmly warns him that until the defense minister finalizes a countermeasure plan, stepping onto any flight is strictly forbidden. With this massive terrorism issue and whatever is happening tomorrow, Woojin stops to think. He casually wonders what his next move should be. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice cuts right in. The guy mocks Woojin, joking that even the legendary Chairman Kang gets stuck in tricky situations sometimes. Then, he casually mentions they might be heading to the exact same destination. Min-chan slowly looks up, staring straight ahead in total shock. Seeing his surprise, the guy makes a wild offer. Why not just ride his private jet? Stick with me, because this man is none other than Dong-su. Woojin stared blankly. Who the heck was this old man? Min-chan looked at him, completely shocked. Wait, you seriously don't know who this is? Min-chan quickly explained. This guy was the guildmaster backed by one of Korea's biggest corporations and one of the top 10 A-rank awakeners in the entire country. The man standing right in front of them was none other than Baek Jong-do. Baek Jong-do asked his question once more. So, coming with me? Woojin didn't even put his guard up. Sure, if you aren't worried about terrorist attacks, I'd be more than happy to tag along. Jong-do laughed boldly. Like some petty terrorists could ever scare the great Baek Jong-do? Then he made a surprising offer. All right, let's just be friends for now. Friends? Jong-do flashed a bright smile and actually held out his pinky. All right, let's seal the deal. But Woojin was totally lost. Seal the deal? He bluntly asked Min-chan what on earth this old guy was talking about. Jong-do noticed. He chimed in. Oh man, don't you watch any trendy movies? Woojin lived under a rock. Jong-do explained it was a famous movie, quote, from a recent blockbuster. Woojin shrugged honestly. I genuinely thought you were asking for a fistfight. Jong-do immediately shot that down. No way. He comfortably threw an arm around Woojin's shoulder. It's a long flight to the US, so let's watch some movies together. Woojin figured it beats being bored on the trip. Jong-do was absolutely hyped about this. All right, let's get on board. Min-chan just stood there, completely helpless. Who knew Chairman Baek had such a casual hobby? Jung-gu was equally stunned. I heard he was a total workaholic. Turns out he's just a normal guy. Min-chan remained highly skeptical. Well, guess we're heading to the US now. 20 hours later, the plane finally touched down. The airport was bustling with lively chatter all around. Woojin didn't forget to show some respect. Brother Baek, getting to America was a breeze thanks to you. Appreciate it. Jong-do just brushed it off generously. He happily asked what was next. Instantly, Woojin's eyes grew dangerously sharp, and then, he and Jong-do recreated that movie scene. Time to seal the deal. You go your way, I go mine. Min-chan was so mortified he couldn't even lift his head. He and Jong-do's assistant shared the exact same thought. It was great they became buddies, but why did they have to suffer the second-hand embarrassment? Bystanders started whispering. What are those guys doing? Probably some weird new greeting. Let's rewind a few hours, shall we? Inside the private jet's massive entertainment room, the gaming system flashed green. Jong-do complained that they were totally going to get wiped out. After wrapping up their game, they stepped outside, and someone immediately approached them. Lord Kang Woojin. The man gave a polite bow. It is an absolute honor. I am Richard Choi from the Titan Guild. I'm here to escort you to your hotel. Jong-do let out a disappointed sigh. Guess you have to head off right away. Huh? What a bummer. Why don't you stick around for a bit? Let's grab some coffee before you go. Yong-do flashed that signature bright smile of his. I'll catch up with you later. Woojin gave him a casual wave goodbye. See you around, Brother Baek. With that, he hopped right into the waiting luxury car. Now that they were alone, Min-chan finally had the chance to ask. Boss, do you actually like Chairman Baek? You two seem to hit it off pretty well. Woojin chuckled. He's hilarious. Plus, there isn't that huge of an age gap between us. Min-chan thought to himself, wait, Chairman Baek is 42 this year. Then he remembered a crazy detail. Hadn't Woojin casually mentioned surviving 20 grueling years in the world of Alphen? Woojin nodded slowly. 20 years of absolute hell. To him, Jong-do's life as a third-generation Chibol probably wasn't all that different from his own chaotic survival. Meanwhile, in the other car, Jong-do's assistant was burning with curiosity too. Chairman, now that you've met Kang Woojin in the flesh, what's your verdict? Jong-do's expression turned serious. That kid is far from ordinary. Even hearing about potential terrorist attacks, and even standing face to face with me. The guy didn't flinch. Not even a single drop of fear in his eyes. Is it just absolute confidence in his own strength? He pondered for a second. Probably. But honestly, it feels like there's something much deeper hiding in there. That kind of terrifying, calm, and unshakable confidence? You can't just chalk that up to simple, youthful arrogance. It goes way beyond that. He let out a genuine laugh. Kang Woojin is becoming seriously fascinating to me. The assistant smirked, noting the chairman had practically become a fanboy. But Jong-do dramatically waved his hand. No way. Then, he burst into loud laughter. Most importantly, we share the same taste in movies. Meanwhile, at their towering luxury hotel, the elevator pinged for the first floor. Richard ran through the schedule. Please make yourself completely at home during your stay. Your meeting kicks off at noon tomorrow, so we'll have a car ready by 11. Woojin nodded lazily. All right. Min-chan, go wash up and come right back. I'm hunting down some drinks. Min-chan sighed. Yes, boss. Once Woojin left, his face completely drained of all its energy. On days like this, he just wanted to collapse and rest. How could the boss go drinking right after a 20-hour flight? Meanwhile, over at room 111, the soothing sound of a hot shower echoed through the door. Stepping out of the shower feeling completely refreshed, Woojin quickly threw on his clothes. Time to go. He slowly reached for the door button. While lost in thought, a sharp laser beam suddenly pierced straight through the glass. He just flew all the way to America. What could replace a good bottle of soju? Woojin tracked the red light. Wait, a laser sight. Let me tell you, things are about to get crazy. Something just exploded in the sky. And worse, it is falling straight down. Eugene realizes the massive danger instantly, not daring to waste a single second. He should have run away. Instead, Eugene leaps out the window, throwing himself directly in front of the active grenade. He grits his teeth, preparing to smash it with his bare hands. A massive explosion erupts, grabbing everyone's attention below. What the heck was that? The car, directly underneath, gets completely crushed by the insane impact. Eugene just fell from an absolutely impossible height. The system announces his magic armor skill just drained the last of his soul power. Eugene is absolutely furious. Who is this absolute lunatic trying to blow up an entire building just to take him out? Without hesitating, he quickly drinks a potion to heal himself up. The system confirms his wounds are fully healed by the potion. People nearby immediately ask Han if he is okay. Eugene finally speaks up. A literal terrorist attack right in the middle of the city. He carefully scans his surroundings. This is seriously weird. He knows his personality is not exactly great, but doing something to make total strangers hate him this much? No way. Eugene instantly spots something highly suspicious. He orders B to chase after that escaping helicopter. The girl obeys, calling him master. Now, he finally glances at the opposite building. That laser guy just vanished into thin air in seconds. But Eugene stays totally confident. Right when the explosion hit, he secretly sent a goblin to track the guy. Finding him is only a matter of time now. He wonders if he should go check who it is. Meanwhile, Melody receives an urgent notification. The Saintess is informed that the Adamant Guild Master, Eugene, has officially arrived. Hearing this news, she is completely shocked. The Immortal? Melody gasps in pure disbelief. Unless it is something impossible to handle, would he really bother? Mary quickly denies it. Not at all. The Titan Guild personally escorted him to the hotel. Melody can only let out a heavy sigh. She says she understands, but deep down, she is super curious. Who in the world could make him react with such extreme sensitivity? Melody's lips tremble slightly with fear. The Necromancer of Massacre. The Immortal. She is absolutely terrified of facing him tomorrow, finally realizing she simply cannot avoid him for much longer. But then Melody starts overthinking things. Would he actually be annoyed that she did not go looking for him first? Then she turns to Mary, saying he is exactly that kind of guy. Melody immediately asks which hotel he is staying at. Mary is completely taken aback by this sudden shift in attitude. Yes. Melody keeps her inner questions entirely to herself. The exact guy the Saintess keeps referring to as him. Now, totally serious, she decides they need to go meet him right this very second. Just then, someone walks in, offering to escort her safely. Hearing this, Mary smiles with genuine relief. Talk about absolutely perfect timing right there. She looks at the army standing right before her, the Arya Holy Knights. Their captain, James, proudly declares it is an honor to serve her. Right now, at the hotel where Eugene is staying, Minchin is nervously biting his nails. Inwardly, he is begging, please, oh please, let everything be okay. Standing right next to him is a terrified hotel staff member who is just about to unlock the door. Please, just open it. 5 minutes ago, while Minchin was enjoying a relaxing shower, a deafening explosion caught his attention. What was that? A gas leak? People in the hotel started screaming, there is a fire. Oh my goodness. Hearing that, Minchin immediately starts imagining the absolute worst-case scenario. No way. That cannot be right, right? He is completely freaking out right now. Boss, please, I am begging you. Why are you not answering the phone at all? Finally, the staff member gets the heavy door open. Minchan stares in pure shock at the room inside. He stands frozen, eyes wide open. He knew it. The whole place is an absolute pile of rubble. Sure enough, the boss caused another massive disaster. Meanwhile, Melody's car is speeding down the road. Is the Saintess feeling unwell? Her face looks a little pale, but she quickly denies it. Not at all. James silently observes her, realizing this is the first time he has ever seen the Saintess like this. She seems completely different from her usual self. He swears a silent vow. The Saintess cured his awful disease, so he will definitely protect her at any cost. But suddenly, the speeding car slams hard on the brakes. On pure instinct, James throws his arm out to shield Melody. The panicked driver nervously asks if the Saintess is all right. James hurriedly asks for a status update. What is going on, Nick? The voice on the radio apologizes, reporting a massive explosion up ahead. James gasps out loud. What? Getting anxious, he sticks his head out the window to check the situation. It is coming from the hotel's direction. Melody panics too. What is going on, James? He informs her that a brutal terrorist attack likely just happened. It looks like they must turn back to guarantee her absolute safety. Melody thinks for a brief moment. Please do not tell me he just completely lost his mind. So, she stays incredibly stubborn, insisting they have to find out what really happened there. James quickly steps in, saying they must turn back immediately. He promises to investigate the scene and report later. He radios his teammates, ordering them back to the church. He tells Nick to take some men and figure out exactly what is going down. Nick responds with a clear copy. In the end, Melody has no choice but to turn around. She stares regretfully at the hotel fading in the distance. Listen, you and I know this is not over. Meanwhile, in a pretty grand location, Eugene has been silently tracking his enemy this entire time. He intensely observes the path ahead. He got spotted. Eugene realizes the enemy knows he is there, and now they are just running circles around the busy streets. These guys are definitely not stupid enough to lead him straight back to their main headquarters. Eugene makes a quick decision, just catch him first. The target senses him closing in and suddenly stops. The very next second, he bolts like absolute lightning. Eugene totally didn't see this coming. We're jumping right into the chase, and he is absolutely furious. Where do you think you're going? But this guy's speed is seriously on par. It throws Eugene off completely, making it impossible for him to close the gap any further. He hates it, but he has to accept reality. Don't tell me this guy's speed is actually matching his own right now. John-hee's face flashes through his mind for a split second, bringing back awful memories. But Eugene shakes it off, stops in his tracks, and activates a new skill. In the blink of an eye, he completely closes the distance. Now the gap between them is literally 1 centimeter. Got him. Right when victory is in his grasp, Eugene somehow misses the target completely. Just like that, the gap between them becomes a massive problem again. Only now does Eugene finally check the opponent's level. Would you look at that? Level 70 already? Eugene has to admit, reaching a tier like this basically makes the guy top of the entire world. Why did it have to be this annoying bastard? The assassin over there even uses his hand to mock him on purpose. Eugene just sighs, feeling totally helpless. This is completely ridiculous. But honestly, it sparks his interest. Has it seriously been 10 whole years? It has been a really long time since anyone dared to openly challenge him like this. Eugene calls it pretty cute and ambitious. And with that, he simply keeps walking forward. Eugene ventures deep into an incredibly dark, pitch-black area. It turns out the assassin is already hiding tight against the wall. Look at that. The guy literally followed him straight into his own grave. This marks the assassin's 100th hunt right here. The assassin remembers being 10 years old back in Afghanistan, and his memories are incredibly dark. His own father literally sold him to a group of violent rebels. He saw everything happen so clearly. He vividly remembers the exact moment his father looked so happy just to get a few spare dollars. Ever since that day, he lost his humanity entirely. He turned into an absolute monster, facing a brutal war that seemed to have no end in sight. What happened next was absolutely insane. The assassin completely wiped out countless enemies, just so he could barely survive another day. And he definitely did not stop there. If needed, he could slaughter entire legions by himself. He was always caught in impossible situations, slashing away just to live. He struck without a single drop of mercy, killing over and over again. In his mind, his survival was only possible because his enemies were bleeding out on the ground. Then, to eventually become an awakened being, he took on the path of a specialized agent, carrying out brutal, High-stakes assassination missions everywhere. Right now, he is waiting patiently to wipe Eugene out completely. Come on, bring it. The assassin grips the knife incredibly tight, just like always. He plans to strike at the perfect moment, right here in the most ideal spot. And then, he slowly starts counting down the seconds. 3, 2, 1. At the exact right moment, the assassin launches forward. He swings his blade for the kill, but Eugene actually blocks the strike perfectly. That completely catches the assassin off guard. Did this guy see through his stealth? Now, he is absolutely certain that Eugene has figured out his hidden technique. In an instant, Eugene grabs the assassin right by the collar. He leans in extremely close and whispers that he finally caught him. But then the assassin swings his knife back up, taking Eugene by surprise. Man, he uses that momentum to slash wildly, forcing Eugene to step backward. The assassin just cannot stop wondering how Eugene tracked his exact position. Since becoming an awakened, literally no one has ever been able to sense his aura before. Meanwhile, the goblin uses this chaotic moment to sneak over toward the assassin. Eugene excitedly judges him, saying he is actually pretty good. As an assassin, he is surprisingly solid at hand-to-hand combat. Eugene jokes that he might actually be way better at fighting head-on than setting up ambushes. The assassin goes on extreme high alert. What is this guy talking about? He speaks like they already know each other. Then, Eugene raises his arm incredibly high. Let us see what kind of skill you actually have. He strikes the assassin, sending him flying backward. Eugene's raw power leaves the guy completely in shock. What kind of insane strength is this? The assassin was absolutely certain people claimed Eugene was just a necromancer. In just a fraction of a second, the assassin loses sight of his target entirely. He vanished. He guesses Eugene probably moved toward the back of the cellar. The assassin grows way more cautious by the second, promising to chase him down and finally end this fight for good. Over by the ticket counter, under a super dim and creepy light, the assassin carefully stalks Eugene's trail. But he runs into a serious problem. There are huge pools of blood everywhere, but absolutely zero dead bodies to be found. The assassin quickly whips his head to the side. Eugene has already shown up, bringing a massive skeleton army that completely surrounds him. Eugene looks incredibly amused. Are we ready to start the second test now? The assassin stands there totally confused, wondering if this was a trap all along. He just stares blankly at the massive pile of skeleton soldiers standing right in front of him. Feeling totally helpless, the assassin realizes he cannot even count them all. He finally lets out a heavy sigh. But suddenly, Eugene narrows his eyes. The assassin is actually powering up right now, activating his terrifying Divine Wrath skill. Eugene is genuinely shocked to see a skill that makes the guy go completely berserk. This has to be some rare hybrid combat class, sitting right between a standard warrior and a deadly assassin. On the other side, the assassin swears to himself that he will end this guy. Boiling with pure rage, he charges forward like a wild tiger. All those skeleton soldiers instinctively hold their ground, standing in perfectly neat rows. Watching from his spot, Eugene can easily tell that the assassin is extremely strong. But Eugene only cares about one specific thing: this guy is going to be incredibly useful. After smashing through the skeletons, the assassin glares dead at Eugene. He silently promises himself that he will secure this kill. Pushing through the chaos, the assassin sprints straight toward his target to survive. Now, he is standing right behind Eugene. A brutal slash completely tears through the open air. It is the assassin's ultimate strike meant for Eugene. He smirks, thinking his 100th hunt is a success. But you and I know Eugene is way faster, swinging his axe to finish the assassin off instead. Absolute disbelief. How is that even impossible? SAS's severed head just drops straight to the ground. Ewan smirks. If trained right, this guy could actually be pretty useful. Ewan casually absorbs his soul energy. He commands the soul to spend the next few millennia atoning for daring to point a sword at him. Time to become his loyal slave. The soul instantly condenses into a glowing seal stone. The system chimes in. This stone seals the exact soul of the enemy he just killed. The related skill? Summoning the dead. It lets him summon a Death Knight by forging a master-servant contract with a soul above level 70. But there is a catch. Ewan is only level 62, so he cannot use it yet. Jump to the very next day. Inside the Titan Guild's main conference room, someone lets out a massive, heavy sigh. Min-chan is stressing out of his mind. Where is Ewan? And what on earth is he doing? Jung Do notices and laughs. Director Jung, you are seriously worrying way too much about this. He tries to calm him down, saying Ewan will definitely return soon. I mean, The guy is literally famous for being the absolute strongest awakener in all of South Korea. Seeing Jongdu's smile gives Min-chan a tiny bit of hope. He nods. But honestly, Min-chan is secretly panicking about a completely different problem right now. Worried? What exactly does he mean? Are they seriously worrying about a chairman who can literally punch missiles out of the sky? Actually, he is terrified. Eun might use America's attack as an excuse to cause absolute chaos. Jongdo checks the time. The massive meeting is about to start, so they head inside. All right, you and I need to pay attention here. Both quickly settle into their assigned seats. Sang-ho takes the mic, giving a deeply sincere thank you to everyone attending today's global gathering. He announces the real reason for this summit. They are desperately asking for help from the best. They need awakeners from all over the world, because his guild just uncovered a brutal reality. A crisis way too massive for them to handle completely alone. First up, the dungeons. Sang-ho drops a massive bombshell on the crowd. The dungeon they just discovered is actually a direct portal to another dimension. He continues explaining the details. This specific portal is acting as a permanent bridge, connecting Earth to a totally unknown alien planet named Alphen. So that massive wave of monsters flooding our world right now, it is not random at all. Every single one of those beasts is invading directly from Alphen. The whole room bursts into shocked whispers. Alphen? The dungeon is a literal space portal? Sang-ho explains that time moves 4 times slower inside because of the massive reality difference. One guy immediately questions this. Wait, if the dungeon is truly a portal, should they just seal it shut? Sang-ho instantly recognizes the speaker. It is the infamous Dagyun Guild from Japan. These greedy guys are currently raking in literal astronomical amounts of money, thanks to their massive bloodstone mining operations. But Sang-ho quickly shoots that idea down. Nope, even if they somehow destroy this specific bridge, another portal will just spawn somewhere else. Actually, they brought everyone here for a totally different proposal. They want to launch a full-scale preemptive strike. Sang-ho boldly calls out to the Saintess. Suddenly, Medi makes a grand entrance right into the summit. The crazy plan? Send every awakener across that bridge to wipe out the monsters. A preemptive strike? The whole crowd completely loses their minds. It is the rumored Saintess. Medi gives a gentle smile and warmly introduces herself as the Saintess of Arya. Medi officially declares she has traveled all the way from Alphen. She is desperately begging Earth for reinforcements. Harun grumbles from the crowd. A Saintess? Another planet? This whole story sounds way too insane to believe. To him, she just looks like another completely average awakener talking big. Hearing his insult, Medi's gentle eyes instantly go sharp and cold. Without hesitating, she raises her glowing hands to charge up a massive skill right in front of them. Instantly, a blinding wave of pure blue holy light floods the entire room. Everyone gasps in awe. This insane, overwhelming energy surging through their bodies totally defies all human logic. Did she seriously just cast a massive power buff on hundreds of elite awakeners, all at the exact same time? Medi stares Harun down and asks if that makes her story a little easier to believe. Harun is left completely speechless. With the crowd stunned, Medi finally speaks with absolute authority. Her holy knights will march right alongside her to forcefully open the pathway to Alphen. But she demands everyone here must join the fight if they want to save Earth. She makes it crystal clear. If they hesitate now, Earth will share Alphen's dark fate, turning into complete ash and ruins in the blink of an eye. Medi passionately declares this as the ultimate war to save both worlds at once. But down in the crowd, those greedy guild leaders are already whispering with heavy suspicion. They figure if they actually save the world, they can secure their lucrative bloodstone trade forever. Talk about killing 2 birds with one extremely profitable stone. But watch what happens next. A cold, mocking laugh echoes through the hall. Absolute nonsense. Did she seriously think she could start a massive riot here on Earth? Both Medi and Sang-ho whip their heads around in absolute shock. Medi completely freezes, staring at the man standing right in front of her. She instantly recognizes Eun as the immortal. The entire chaotic room instantly drops into dead silence the second Eun makes his grand entrance. Medi's hands violently shake. His outer appearance might be totally different now, but she feels it in her bones. That is definitely him. Taking a few more steps, Eun stops right in front of Medi and casually speaks. Well, this is a little awkward. Huh? Once again, I find myself having to look up at you. James furiously screams from behind them. You insolent bastard, bow down and pay your respects to the Saintess right now. Medi desperately tries to keep her composure as she faces the king of the army of ruin. Slowly, Her knees buckle as she drops down. The vanguard of destruction, and the great emperor of Aiden. Mehdi trembles as she respectfully recites his immortal titles. Her voice goes completely solemn, calling herself nothing but a lowly servant of Arya. In his massive presence, James drops his jaw in pure shock. Right in front of his eyes, the great Mehdi is actually kneeling down to humbly bow at Yuan's shoes. She bows deeply, while the entire crowd watches in pure disbelief. Yuan just gives a light smirk. It has definitely been a long time, has it not? Meanwhile, Jam had absolutely no idea what just went down. Like, what is this? A blinding yellow light completely swallowed the room. Woojin casually asked if this little stunt broke their peace treaty. Jay, on the other hand, looked completely crushed. The Saintess? Melody quickly stepped up to confirm. Absolutely not. Sir, she swore if she knew this place was Allendal, she never would have dared step foot here. But Woojin wasn't letting up. He demanded to know why she even came to Earth. Melody completely broke down and confessed. She claimed she received a direct divine decree from the goddess Arya. Her mission? Go and guide the so-called saviors on this Earth. She was just following orders as a lowly servant, nothing more. But Woojin needed to confirm one very specific detail. Whatever. He honestly didn't care to hear the rest. But basically, she was saying Arya was the one who sent her down here, right? Then he slowly turned his gaze towards Sang-ho, the mighty Titan Guild chairman. Let us have a little chat. Sang-ho nervously suggested moving somewhere else. This room? Not exactly the best vibe, but Woojin walked straight up to the cameraman instead. Is this thing broadcasting live right now? The guy shook his head. No, sir. Woojin did not hesitate. Then turn it on. The cameraman totally panicked. Wait, what did you just say? Woojin just smiled that terrifying smile. I simply want to send a little year-end greeting. The poor guy nervously looked over at Sang-ho for permission. The director quickly agreed. If they were interviewing the actual hero who just stopped a massive hotel terror attack, yeah, the entire world definitely needed to see this happen live. The camera started rolling immediately. The floor is all yours. Sir, you and I are about to see peak madness. Woojin just started cursing them out. The scumbag who fired a missile, the fool who interfered, and the trash mastermind behind it all. Are you all watching this? He stared straight into the lens, making an absolute promise. You just wait right there. I am coming to hunt you down very soon. The director was standing there completely stunned. Was this a literal declaration of war against global terrorists? Min Chan quickly called out to him. Chairman Woojin simply turned to look at him. Min Chan breathed a huge sigh of relief, thanking him for surviving and saving everyone from that massive explosion. Woojin totally brushed it off. It was nothing. Come with me. I have a few things to say to them. Min Chan slowly followed his intense gaze. But honestly, Min Chan was super confused. Chairman, didn't you explicitly tell us you were good friends with that saintess over there? Because from what I just witnessed, that did not look like how normal friends treat each other at all. But Woojin firmly held his ground. What do you mean? We are absolutely friends. Min Chan still could not believe it. What kind of messed up friendship is that? Just then, Dong Du called out. Director Dong. And the man quickly answered. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Dong Du looked incredibly amused by this whole ridiculous situation. I really think I just found myself a seriously interesting new brother. Director Dong was so confused. What exactly did the boss find so fun about this guy? Because honestly, every single thing about Woojin screamed pure, unadulterated danger. Soon after, everyone gathered up inside the Grand Chairman room. Sang-ho casually took the main center seat. Seeing this, Melody immediately leaned in and whispered a harsh reminder. Excuse me, Chairman, you really need to yield that seat to the Emperor of Allendal. But honestly, Woojin did not care about those petty formalities at all. Just drop it. It is totally fine. Why make things complicated? Sang-ho, you grab a seat too. He offered one to the Saintess, but Melody actually gasped. How could I ever dare? Woojin dropped his voice and gave one single, terrifying command. Sit. Melody felt a chill shoot right down her spine, and she instantly obeyed like a frightened student. Yes, sir. Sang-ho watched this and just had to ask, can I please know what the actual relationship between you two is? Woojin kept insisting they were close friends, but clearly, Melody heavily disagreed. Wait, the terrifying immortal actually considered her a friend? How could he say something so sweet in such an absolutely terrifying tone? Sang-ho was extremely confused. She is the literal saintess of Alphen. So what is happening here? Woojin slightly raised his voice. What is this? Are you trying to run an official interrogation room right now? You can literally just ask Melody all these boring details later. Stick with me, this is where it gets wild. He suddenly reached straight into a pocket dimension and ripped out a human body. Everyone was completely mind-blown. Woojin actually looked pretty hyped as he introduced him. This right here is the exact guy who ambushed me last night. Tried to trap me in a dungeon and kill me. I would really appreciate it if you could investigate exactly who this severed head belongs to. Melody stared at the scene, absolutely horrified and in total disbelief. Somebody actually tried to assassinate the Emperor of Alendal? Is this Earth actively trying to self-destruct right now? Sang-ho awkwardly hesitated. Even if you ask us, we really can't help, Woojin firmly demanded it anyway. Look, I don't suspect you guys. Just do some digging and find out exactly which organization this guy belongs to. He confidently pointed out, there aren't many high-level awakened working as assassins anyway. Sang-ho nervously hesitated, but suddenly, Melody bravely stepped right up. I will investigate this matter personally, Sang-ho quickly reminded her. Saintess, an investigation like this is something our guild should be handling instead, but she shot him an incredibly fierce, determined glare. Titan Guild Chairman, I sincerely thank you for all of your loyal cooperation up until this point. I actually have to stay alive so I can repay my massive debts. You get that? I must survive so I can return to Alphen and save millions of lives. So please, for the love of everything, stop provoking the immortal. Do you understand? Sang-ho totally surrendered. Understood, Saintess. Then Woojin casually dropped a new question. But hey, what was all that crazy talk earlier? Melody instantly panicked. Wait, what talk? So he simply brought up their previous little conversation. Didn't you just say you were going to gather everyone on Earth to go attack Alphen? Woojin needed to make one thing extremely clear to her. If you drag every awakened on Earth over to Alphen just to die for absolutely nothing, what happens to this planet? Who is going to fight off all the massive dungeon breaks here? Do you actually have a death wish? He asked, coldly. Are you trying to start a war with me? Terrified, Melody instantly slammed her head down onto the solid floor. How could I ever dare? Woojin's voice was absolute ice. Stop with the mind games, sit your ass down, and explain everything properly right now. We are about to find out something huge. Melody slowly looked up. There's actually a way to stop all these dungeon breaks. Obviously, Woojin really wanted to listen. All right, we're jumping right back into the madness. Woojin smirked. Interesting. Go on. Melody didn't hesitate. First, you need to understand dimensional domains and dimensional fragments, she explained. Meanwhile, deep inside some random, unnamed subway station, a young guy rushed into a hidden room to deliver an urgent report. He warned Professor Loyola that they needed to move the base immediately since the assassin had failed. But Loyola was completely impatient. I am right on the edge of finishing this research. We are not going anywhere, she snapped. Besides, the original deadline they agreed on was still 2 whole days away, right? The guy frantically reminded her that they could not give her extra time, or the hidden base would be totally exposed. Yet, Loyola honestly could not have cared less about the risk. She told him to wait just 3 more hours. Once she finished her final test, they could pack up and leave. Meanwhile, Bibi was secretly spying on the entire situation. After tracking that shady assassin all the way down here, she found herself inside a highly suspicious laboratory. Yeah, things were definitely starting to look pretty serious now. Right then, Loyola was busy sealing up a bag. In her other hand, she held a blindingly bright yellow fragment. Bibi immediately recognized what it was. A literal dimensional fragment. The glowing stone just hovered there, floating completely suspended in midair. An assistant nervously reported that the bloodstone energy had hit an absolute record high. Loyola quickly asked for the exact numbers. The guy stuttered out that it surpassed 5 stars. Loyola broke into this massive, completely satisfied smile. It was perfect. She was absolutely thrilled inside. With this massive breakthrough, the ultimate authority over dungeon research would belong entirely to her, completely cutting out those arrogant higher-ups. Suddenly, another assistant started panicking, yelling that the energy readings were skyrocketing even higher. It had just shattered the 6-star threshold. Meanwhile, that glowing dimensional fragment just kept floating there, hiding quietly in the corner. Bibi watched closely. What was up with these crazy mana waves? If things kept ramping up like this, something seriously disastrous was about to happen. The assistant practically screamed in shock as the numbers kept climbing faster and faster. The monitors flashed insane continuous spikes, and the entire laboratory suddenly erupted into total buzzing chaos. 7 stars now. Even Leola was completely caught off guard by that impossible number. In a flash, she whipped her head back to stare at the dimensional fragment. The stone began glowing violently, pulsing with massive amounts of unstable energy. Then, without warning, the dimensional fragment suddenly unleashed this absolutely terrifying blast of raw power. The shockwave was so intense it knocked every single assistant unconscious, leaving them completely sprawled across the floor. Suddenly, a deeply eerie and unfamiliar voice echoed through the room. "So, this is Earth, huh? What a wonderfully lively place," the voice muttered. Still in her little kitten form, Bibi immediately sprinted forward to block the looming threat. "And who might you be?" Razum sneered down at her, recognizing a succubus that gave off an incredibly familiar magical energy signature. Now, the two were locked in a tense standoff. But stick with me here, because back in the city, right inside the Guildmaster office, another critical conversation was happening. Melody continued her explanation to Woojin. "Before I can actually tell you how to stop a dungeon break, you need to understand the dimensional domains and the dimensional fragments first." She broke it down clearly, starting with the dimensional domains. "If I had to describe them, they are special zones tied to much higher tier dimensions. But honestly, you have already visited one of these domains yourself," she pointed out to him. "The immortal necromancer." Woojin looked pretty confused by that statement, so Melody clarified. It was that bizarre dimension located right behind the red gates inside 4 to 6-star dungeons. Hearing that specific detail, Woojin finally clicked. "So, those crazy areas were dimensional domains." Melody nodded and kept going. "But as you probably already figured out, the normal dungeons serve as the literal entry doors leading right into those places. Multiple dungeons are actually linked back to a single dimensional domain, kind of like an octopus and its tentacles." Woojin wondered what this biology lesson had to do with stopping dungeon breaks. Why did these dungeon breaks even happen in the first place? Melody explained that a dungeon break was just the Earth term for the grand synchronization process. Without building up enough backup mana from the environment, the invading monsters simply could not unleash their true levels of power. Because of that, they force those dungeons to erupt outward. This allows them to mobilize the dungeon energy, which is essentially mana. She laid it out plainly. They were trying to mutate Earth into a planet where they could operate freely. It was basically an aggressive alien terraforming project to normalize terrain. Hearing this, Woojin frowned deeply. Didn't that basically mean that no matter what humanity tried, stopping this invasion was fundamentally impossible? Even if they cleared every dungeon, mana would naturally build up on Earth just from mining bloodstones. But Melody smiled slightly, revealing there was one countermeasure. She quickly laid out her plan. Both the normal dungeons and the dimensional domains respond entirely to the direct will of their masters. The dimensional lords pull all the strings. Because of this, those lords can choose whether or not to deploy monsters, who are forced to obey. Woojin's eyes widened as he blurted out a sudden realization. Did that mean these dimensional lords were commanding the enemies? Melody confirmed it. The dimensional lords were the 72 supreme commanders ruling under Trane, along with countless other lower-ranking lords backing them up. She then added another crucial point about them. These lords could actually steal power from one another by conquering rival dimensional domains through brutal warfare. While dropping this massive lore, Melody explained her homeworld's current situation. Right now, her people were still desperately struggling to defend whatever was left of Alphen's territory. Since they absolutely could not push back Tronet's endless attacks conventionally, her insane plan was to hijack the core authority of a dimensional lord, allowing them to finally fight back on an equal footing. She spoke slowly and carefully, explaining that doing this would allow them to retake every single dungeon across Earth and Alphen alike. Woojin listened to her pitch and immediately let out an excited, dangerous smirk. "Very interesting." He leaned in and asked, "So if their houses get stolen, they basically become totally homeless, right?" Melody firmly confirmed that, yes, they would. Instantly, Woojin started formulating an insanely bold idea. If he conquered every single domain, he could finally drag out Tronet. And you and I both know, this phantom boss hasn't even shown a single hair in battle yet. Alright, we are jumping straight back into the madness. Woojin wants answers fast, demanding to know exactly how to get a space-time domain. Melody reveals there are only two ways. He can either violently steal an existing one from someone else, or officially claim an empty, unowned domain. Either way, he absolutely needs a rare item called a space-time fragment. So, Woojin casually pulls one out and holds it up. Melody takes one look at the stone and absolutely loses her mind, screaming, "How did he even get that?" Woojin calmly shrugs he just found it and asks how it works. Still shocked, Melody does her best to explain. If he steals a domain from somebody else, he only needs one of these fragments to claim full ownership over it. But since the immortal doesn't own a domain yet, he actually needs 3 fragments. Woojin just stares blankly at her, asking if he can just take absolutely any random domain. Melody quickly corrects him, explaining that a dungeon actually has to choose him first. She figures since he already holds a fragment in his hand, some dungeon out there must have already reached out and responded. Hearing all these rules, Woojin just groans. Why is this so incredibly complicated? And he really needs 3 whole fragments? He stops to think for a second, then looks right at her and makes a blunt demand. Just give me 2 more. Melody flinches, completely caught off guard. Seeing the panicked look on her face, Woojin easily figures out she definitely has one stashed away. He flashes a brilliant smile, holding his hand right out. Hand it over. After a very brief and entirely one-sided negotiation, Melody painfully surrenders another space-time fragment to our guy. Now that is more like it. But Woojin is still super suspicious, asking if she is absolutely sure she only has one. How can a holy maiden be this useless? Melody just looks completely miserable. She cries that she worked incredibly hard to get that fragment, begging him to return it later. Meanwhile, the goblin returns to Woojin right after finishing his assigned mission. Woojin looks confused, asking why the goblin is back so early. He specifically ordered him to go help Bibi. The goblin immediately delivers a grim report. He tells his master that the illusion witch has been captured. Hearing this, Woojin absolutely cannot hide his boiling fury. They took Bibi? He demands to know which bastard did this. The goblin reveals it was Ramos and his crew. Woojin instantly shoots to his feet, declaring he has to leave. Minchan panics. Woojin makes it deadly clear he is heading straight to the base of the bastards who tried attacking him. Sang-ho desperately tries to stop him, reminding him the team is unready. Sang-ho begs him to wait for backup. But Woojin drops the heavy truth, Ramos is already here. Hearing that name, Melody practically jumps out of her chair in sheer terror. What? She panics, saying it is way too early for a main commander to show up. Woojin is done talking, sharply ordering them to scrape together whatever team they can. He gives them the address, but suddenly realizes a huge problem. Come to think of it, there is not a single subway station anywhere near that location. A helicopter touches down on the ground, and Woojin immediately rushes out to rescue Bibi. Sang-ho is sweating bullets, nervously asking the Holy Maiden if going without backup is safe. How in the world can they stop a dungeon break with barely anyone here? But Melody knows our main character way too well by now. To him, numbers simply do not matter. Sang-ho is terrified about their lack of military force, but Melody firmly shuts it down. She assures him that Woojin's personal army is more than enough. They just wait for orders. Right then, Woojin violently kicks open the warehouse doors. Staring back at him is a massive, swirling black hole of pure dark magic. Ramos is holding Bibi tight, using her as a hostage to threaten the immortal's familiar. The villain is absolutely buzzing with dark excitement, mocking Woojin for running away to a completely forgotten planet like Earth. Woojin mentally locks onto Ramos, burning the name into his mind. He glares at the villain with eyes that are absolutely freezing cold. Bibi is completely unconscious right now, trapped tightly in Ramos's grip. The villain suddenly loses his temper, shouting that he knows Woojin must be thrilled to see him again. Ramos asks why Woojin is acting so strangely silent. But Woojin just casually reminds him of a brutal fact. He is pretty sure Ramos has already died by his hands at least 5 times. He asks if the villain has gone insane. Hearing that insult, Ramos absolutely loses his mind with rage. On top of the brutal verbal disrespect, Woojin even throws out a cocky, mocking smirk. The monster grinds his teeth together. Yeah, it definitely seems that way. Ramos is feeling incredibly confident right now, bragging that Woojin is basically completely back to square one. He immediately starts targeting Woojin's biggest weakness. Holding up Bibi, Ramos taunts him, asking if he is desperately trying to save the little girl. Then, Ramos slowly steps right through the magical puddle, sitting between them. He drops another heavy threat, demanding Woojin completely separate himself from the pathetic weaklings waiting outside. Ramos demands a fair, one-on-one fight to the death. In a flash, he completely vanishes into the dark magical puddle. Cut to the present. Woojin has already stepped back outside. He looks right at Melody, asking her bluntly if she thinks this is just a trap. She shares her honest thoughts, pointing out that the villain definitely knows the massive gap in their power levels. So why on earth would he confidently provoke Woojin like this? Woojin quietly admits that, somehow, Ramos already figured out the truth: his legendary power is no longer fully intact. Hearing this massive secret, Melody is completely caught off guard yet again. What? She gasps, shocked that he lost the godly strength he had back on Alphen. Woojin shrugs it off, explaining that while his power is quickly regenerating, it still isn't fully back. Melody is absolutely reeling inside. Has this guy really lost the ultimate, world-ending magic of a peak necromancer? It changes the entire dynamic of the fight. Woojin drops another bombshell: he still cannot summon his legendary Death Knights right now. Hearing that, Melody's anxiety instantly hits the ceiling. This is seriously bad. She warns him that fighting now is way too dangerous. To even stand a chance, he absolutely needs his Death Knights. But amazingly, Woojin just stands there, looking incredibly confident. He scoffs, asking who she thinks she is worrying about. He boldly promises to end this in an absolute flash. Just wait here. Seeing his arrogant swagger, Melody is completely speechless. Woojin turns his focus back to the swirling black hole inside the room. He can clearly see the portal violently reacting, and instantly, a massive wave of dark energy explodes outward. The explosive energy is so insanely powerful that it violently rips outward. Everyone outside is thrown into total panic by this massive shockwave. We are officially looking at total chaos. Disgusting, terrifying monsters are now crawling all over the torn-up ground. It is exactly what they feared: a full-blown dungeon break. Everyone immediately readies their weapons for a brutal fight. Meanwhile, the black hole glows again, much softer this time. Woojin stares deeply into it, realizing this abyss has no visible end. All right, watch this. Was this guy seriously planning to unleash every monster he had? Eugene just smirked. If that was his play, he clearly had zero intentions of letting him claim a single dungeon corpse. Eugene immediately summoned his own monster, Rock. He lowered his voice, offering a little reassurance. You ready, little buddy? We'll save BB in no time, so don't sweat it. Just wipe them all out. Eugene gave the absolute order to crush those annoying pests. Suddenly, the helicopter was completely wrapped up in this massive surge of pure energy, and the heavy tank next to it was swept up too. Random objects and metal tools just started floating straight up into the air. The massive monster slammed its heavy foot down onto the ground, and right on its huge body was a glaringly obvious activation switch. The onlookers were absolutely terrified. What the heck was that? Some kind of actual transformer? The mechanical beast took giant, heavy steps, completely shaking the solid ground beneath them. The rest of the summoned beasts were intimidating enough on their own. But this giant mech? It was violently aggressive. Now, all the monsters charged forward at the exact same time. It turns out those floating objects from before had actually merged together to build this giant mech. The helicopter blades spun wildly to keep it airborne, while heavy cannons blasted explosive fire everywhere. Everyone watching was completely paralyzed by the sheer, crazy level of destruction. A lingering question remained for us: had the immortal actually lost his powers? Was that really true? Meanwhile, the massive mechanical beast just kept relentlessly pushing forward. Eugene didn't hesitate, jumping straight down into Rasmot's underground pit. The system chimed in. You have successfully entered the secret research facility of the Dark Mage Rasmot. You are now in combat mode. Eugene instantly noticed the shift. What was this? The vibe here was completely different from any standard dungeon he usually raided. Rasmot burst into a smug, arrogant laugh. You absolute fool. Who would have actually thought you'd follow me down here? He sneered in pure disgust. What exactly did you plan to do down here, without a single corpse to command, huh? But Eugene didn't even flinch. He just casually replied, well, I'm still pretty confident I can kill you. Rasmot glared, noting that Eugene's arrogant mouth hadn't changed one bit. Deep down, a bitter, intense hatred was burning inside the Dark Mage. You seem to be absolutely overflowing with blind arrogance today. However, if we are really going to fight, using the exact same summons as before, the advantage firmly belongs to me. I have completely modified my physical body, using some highly advanced hybrid experiments. Eugene calmly made an offer. How about you just hand BB back to me before we start tearing each other apart? Rasmot loudly scoffed. Are you really worried about this useless thing? He just could not understand it. Why don't you stop wasting time caring about these literal liabilities? They are completely worthless. And with that single sentence, he successfully managed to piss Eugene off completely. Rasmot screamed out, they are just tools meant to be controlled. Suddenly, the system flashed a tragic alert. Succubus BB had died, and her level had plummeted straight back to 1. You will absolutely not be able to summon her again for a full 32 days. Hearing that alert, Eugene's mind instantly went completely blank. Making things worse, Razmote kept mocking him. What's the matter? You actually look a bit angry. Eugene just growled back. Angry? That didn't even begin to cover it. Simple anger couldn't possibly describe the pure rage boiling inside him. Razmote just laughed harder. That arrogant, defiant attitude of yours really hasn't changed, huh? The dark mage geared up to launch a fatal attack, practically shouting his arrogant declaration for everyone to hear. This is the very last day you get to act so cocky. Just as Razmote's blade was about to slice his face, Eugene smoothly blocked the strike. His enemy looked absolutely thrilled. Who would have thought you could actually block that? Did you chug a strength potion or something? Eugene just stayed completely silent, focusing all his energy on holding the heavy block. Then Razmote noticed something off. Was he using a sword? Before he could process it, Eugene violently shoved him backwards with explosive, unexpected force. Taking the hit, Razmote gritted his teeth in pure frustration and immediately readied himself to strike again. But what exactly was that last attack? His hands were literally shaking now. How could a simple necromancer possess this kind of insane physical strength? He completely lost his mind, screaming out in pure, frantic denial. This is impossible. Razmote simply refused to accept this harsh reality. You've somehow become a warrior. Meanwhile, the system proudly announced the activation of a new skill, Warrior's Rage. This overwhelming rage will temporarily push your power completely past its normal limits. Every single physical stat has now been boosted by a massive +10. Eugene instantly launched forward, like an absolute bullet, forcing a struggling Razmote to clumsily dodge the incoming strike. Wait, Razmote realized something else. Did that sword just morph into a spear? Then, in a split second, Eugene's weapon shifted into a heavy axe. Now, the dark mage was burning every ounce of his strength just to block. But it wasn't enough. Eugene battered him down absolutely mercilessly. Razmote was in so much agonizing pain that he coughed up blood, but Eugene wasn't even close to stopping. He unleashed a relentless flurry of brutal strikes, perfectly landing a massive slash straight across Razmote's torso. Completely drained of all his strength, the mage collapsed pathetically onto the cold ground. Right on cue, the system flashed a new message. The duration for Warrior's Rage had finally expired, and the skill was now deactivated. Eugene looked down in pure disgust. How boring. Did you seriously think you could alter your physique and somehow win a close-quarters brawl against a true warrior? Anyway, better luck next time. And with that final cold remark, Eugene ruthlessly beat Razmote until his soul literally tried to leave his broken body. Job done. He turned his back and started walking away. But suddenly, Razmote's chilling voice echoed out once more. He sounded disgustingly smug. How incredibly fascinating. So, the legendary immortal fleeing all the way to Earth wasn't quite enough? You actually abandoned your entire necromancer profession just to practice one single, basic warrior skill? That is hilarious. Eugene actually looked pretty excited by this. So what if I'm a warrior? This is fun. He quickly analyzed the situation. The dark mage's body was rapidly regenerating. Even after being practically sliced completely in half, it looked like he had implanted some sick new modification into his flesh. Razmote slowly raised his twisted, demonic hand, clearly charging up another nasty trick. In the blink of an eye, a massive swarm of horrifying monsters was summoned straight to the battlefield. I'm going to make you deeply regret that incredibly naive choice, you foolish immortal. With his monster army backing him up, Razmote's arrogant confidence was completely restored. Then, Razmote roared his final, deadly command. Kill him. Obeying their master's dark will, the monster horde violently stampeded forward like an absolute avalanche. All right, you and I are jumping right back in. Meanwhile, outside, the giant transformer is still attacking. Sang-ho watches its power is insane. He is totally convinced that with power like this, the golem alone is enough to wipe out every single monster out here. But Melody, her expression right now is incredibly heavy and anxious. She can literally feel it. This iron golem's mana pool has a strict limit. Once it runs completely out of gas and stops fighting, who knows what those monsters are going to do next. Everyone needs to stay on high alert and get ready to fight. Sang-ho quickly agrees. Yes, holy maiden, he replies. But inside, she is burning with anxiety. Honestly, instead of worrying about that giant titan of destruction, she is way more worried about our immortal main character right now. She desperately wonders, how exactly is he going to fight Razum when he doesn't have a single summon left to use? Back inside, Razum calls our guy totally naive and stupid. He is getting super arrogant now. Look at you. You just fought those chimeras and you are already in this pathetic state. Razum just won't stop throwing out these heavy insults. Did you come here just to die? You threw away your overwhelming power just to swing around that sad, blood-stained sword? Woojin just smirks. Whoever said I gave it up? This sudden shift in attitude leaves Razum completely confused. Wait, what? Woojin instantly fires up his ultimate skill, Summon. His massive army of skeleton soldiers finally makes their grand entrance. They line up in perfect rows, dead eyes locked straight onto Razum. Woojin calmly explains he poured all his mana into rock, so his reserves naturally needed some time to recover. This absolutely shocks Razum. That is impossible. You are a warrior. But Woojin is quick to set the record straight. I am a warrior, sure, but I never once said I was not a necromancer. At this point, Razum can only grit his teeth in pure, unfiltered rage. You absolute bastard. He violently curses. How dare you set a trap for me like this? Everything went exactly according to plan, leaving Woojin radiating pure confidence right now. This time, our boy takes the absolute initiative and charges right in. Let us officially kick off round 2, shall we? The skeleton army charges forward, like a roaring avalanche. Razum's giant monsters roar right back. Then, packing extraordinary power, Razum himself erupts, violently releasing a massive shockwave of raw energy. Meanwhile, Woojin and Razum are locked in a brutal clash. Our hero notices something off. It seems like you are actually getting weaker the longer you stay alive. Razum slips up big time. The connection is just unstable right now. Oh boy. That little slip of the tongue leaves a massive clue for Woojin. Connection? Interesting. But Razum also notices Woojin's weakness. You have lost your own power too, have you not? And he is right. Woojin is visibly struggling right now. I am completely out of strength. It feels like he cannot force another drop of energy into this fight. But he calculates quietly. It is finally about time, right? Right on cue. The system chimes in. You have defeated an enemy. Your experience points have just increased. A wild idea flashes through Woojin's mind. He whispers out a praise. You did great, Rock. The system announces a sudden level up. And boom. All of his stats are instantly recovered. Woojin looks at Razum with a grin. You seem a little too tired. Then he launches a massive, crushing attack right at him. Go take a nap. Razum is violently forced back onto the defensive again. His head starts twitching uncontrollably. But Woojin has completely figured out the villain's entire game plan now. You dare? Woojin doesn't hesitate. He feeds Razum a painfully brutal axe strike. This time, his head is cleanly severed from his body. But creepily, that maniacal laugh still echoes out. Razum sounds purely sinister. This little moment of glory, it will not last long for you. The grand connection has already begun. And he leaves one final warning. If you actually want to survive, you had better start running. But Woojin boldly declares, there is absolutely no way I am running away. You bastard. As the sunset slowly falls, dyeing the entire sky a blazing red, Rock just stands there in silence, surrounded by thick smoke and ruined rubble. Woojin slowly steps right up behind the massive golem, gently praising his summon. You did great. Rock slowly turns its heavy body around, emitting these vague, low, and meaningless sounds. Woojin stares deeply at the golem and seriously apologizes to it. I am sorry. He lowers his eyes thoughtfully. Even when a summoner dies, their summoned beasts do not just disappear. Instead, they are forced to live totally unconscious, inside a dense, dark void. Woojin gently touches Rock. He gives the golem one final order. Please go back and take good care of BB for me. The very next second, Rock's massive body completely collapses to the ground. Now, on Woojin's face, there is absolutely nothing left but pure, cold determination. He turns and asks, Melody, there was a major dungeon break outside the train station earlier. You know exactly why that happened, do you not? She quickly answers. Earth still has not fully synchronized yet. Because of that, dungeons cannot just naturally appear out of nowhere. And the same exact rule applies to dungeon breaks. He listens closely to her. However, she explains that this place is not a normal dungeon, it is actually a summon point. Now, pay attention here. A summon point? Melody nods with a dead serious expression. Yes, someone out there on Earth has deliberately used a dangerous space fragment. It looks like that person intentionally summoned a dungeon, which directly caused all these monsters to pour out. Hearing this dark truth, Woojin just stays deadly silent. He violently grits his teeth. What kind of total idiot does that? Why create a dungeon if you cannot even handle it? He softly calls out her name. Melody, she immediately answers back. Yes? Bursting with absolute determination, Woojin states his case. I cannot let them just invade Earth like this. I need your full cooperation right now. He lays out his strict deal. In exchange, I am totally ready to help Alphen. If I get the Holy Land. Those exact words shock Melody so hard her jaw practically drops to the floor. She actually trembles with pure excitement. The immortal is really going to save Alphen? Staring at Woojin's towering figure, she simply has to gasp out loud. Oh my god. I knew it. The one bringing the true revelation really is the immortal. Melody bows deeply to show her absolute gratitude. I will support you with everything I have. And with that, our story drifts right back into the past. Right after that major dungeon break, Woojin heavily focused on leveling up by raiding 6-star dungeons with the Titan Guild's help. That exact grind gave him the chance to finally partner up with Ding Kun. Just like that, the Allendal and Titan Guilds officially locked in a rock-solid alliance. They sat down to discuss Earth's defenses and the massive expedition to Alphen. But plot twist, this so-called unbreakable alliance fell apart almost immediately. Now, we are about to see absolute chaos unfold. The Alliance's messy collapse, Alphen's critical condition, and the ever-shifting dungeon structures were suddenly all anyone could discuss. Naturally, this triggered massive panic all across the globe. An unavoidable disaster in the making. The planet faced another massive headache: bloodstones. Earth's very survival was now under severe threat just from the reckless mining and constant use of these dangerous gems. Even so, humanity simply refused to stop mining them. After all, these very same stones were being used as powerful weapons to protect mankind. This sparked a massive, bitter divide. Almost overnight, the entire world split into two fiercely opposing factions. A fiery debate exploded. One side demanded every single dungeon be completely sealed, while the other side insisted on aggressively mining the dungeons to quickly boost global defenses. This absolute mess of a situation desperately needed a logical, long-term solution. What they actually needed was a fully unified global defense system. And that crucial realization directly led to the birth of the International Awakened Association. Fast forward exactly 1 month later. A sleek private jet sits perfectly parked at the airport for the big return. Woojin and Richard shake hands, politely exchanging some standard, formal pleasantries. You've worked incredibly hard, Richard says, sounding genuinely grateful. Thanks to you, I can actually farm these high-level dungeons without breaking a sweat. Woojin then shifts his sharp gaze straight over to where Melody is standing. His next words immediately make her flinch with sudden guilt. I'm guessing you'll feel much better now, that you don't have to stare at my face anymore. Huh? He raises an eyebrow, smirking. Hit the nail on the head? She frantically denies it. It's really not like that, she protests. Woojin just shrugs it off. It's fine. It's totally obvious anyway. Completely embarrassed, she can only nervously look away. Richard and Woojin share one final goodbye. We'll see each other again in Alphen. Wishing you a very safe trip back. The scene cuts to an incredibly bustling, vibrant city packed with towering skyscrapers. Back inside, Melody kneels down respectfully in front of the massive goddess statue, praying with pure devotion. Oh merciful goddess, the day I finally return to Alphen is rapidly approaching. But right then, she suddenly catches a very strange, unearthly sound. Her eyes fly wide open in absolute disbelief. Melody stares up at the statue's gentle, glowing face. It's a direct message from the divine. The goddess gently commands her. You must follow. She blinks, completely confused. Follow who exactly? The goddess slowly clarifies, telling her to follow him. Melody suddenly gets a terrible, sinking feeling in her gut. Don't tell her. Stay right by his side, the goddess whispers. And here is where we get the ultimate bombshell. Stay by Kang Woojin's side. Those final, gentle words strike her mind like a barrage of heavy arrows. Melody totally breaks down, tears streaming over her doomed fate. We jump over to a quiet, peaceful little city. A massive screen in the main square broadcasts the latest news, while a sleek black car cruises smoothly down the highway. A sharp voice suddenly speaks up from the back seat. Drop me off right here. Minchan immediately whips his head around in total disbelief. Wait, what? Woojin points lazily out the window. Pull over right there, I'll just grab a taxi. Minchan starts absolutely panicking. But sir, what about your important dinner with the chairman? Woojin lets out a heavy, indifferent sigh. Dinner? Nah, I'm already way too full. Minchan is practically sweating bullets by now, his brain working entirely in overdrive. Do you really think an exclusive dinner invite from the chairman comes around easily? Minchan thinks. But Woojin just casually looks back. Just go in my place. It's fine, Minchan is completely stuck. He has to attend. Plus he still needs to meet the CEO. Then, Woojin drops a totally random suggestion. Just print out some new business cards. That utterly casual statement makes poor Minchan completely freeze up for several agonizing seconds. Wait, what? Woojin blatantly declares that from now on, Minchan is officially the vice president. The car pulls over to the curb, the door pops open, and Woojin steps out, shoving his hands into his pockets with a brief nod of farewell. I'm totally exhausted, so I'm heading home. Have a nice, fun little chat with him, all right? Minchan desperately tries to reach out and stop him, but the guy is already strolling off into the distance. He just raises a hand, waving over his shoulder. Good luck with that, Vice President Jung Minchan. Are you seriously just ditching me here? Minchan miserably clutches his head in pure panic. What the heck am I supposed to do now? It's a meeting with the absolute top boss, and why the heck did I suddenly just become vice president? He mutters, feeling his sanity slowly slipping away. Vice president? And then, abruptly, he just starts bursting into hysterical laughter. I'm actually the vice president, he giggles. Up front, the driver quietly shakes his head. Yeah, this entire guild is completely, utterly unhinged. Meanwhile, back in a perfectly peaceful, quiet residential neighborhood, a faint ringtone echoes out. Son? Oh my goodness. Are you really back in Korea already? A taxi is currently speeding smoothly down the highway, the phone conversation echoing right from the back seat. Yeah, Mom. I'm actually on my way home right now. Oh my. What should I do? Woojin leans back, chatting casually with his mother. I'm currently out running errands, so I might not be home until tonight. That's completely fine, Mom. Just take your time. The taxi slowly pulls over to the side of the street. The driver calmly asks for 25,000 won. Woojin pats his pockets down, but wait, he doesn't have any cash. He suddenly frowns, realizing his wallet is definitely still stuffed inside his luggage. The same luggage that is sitting with Minchan. We've all been in this awkward spot, right? Realizing he is completely broke, Woojin nervously asks the driver, Sir, could you possibly wait for me? Should I just go back? We immediately cut to a very high-end, luxury apartment building. A sleek phone left resting on the table suddenly starts vibrating. It's an incoming call from his brother, Woojin. On the small desk calendar nearby, the number 17 is heavily circled in bright red ink. Jaemin excitedly picks up. Hey bro, how was the massive trip to America? Woojin's voice echoes from the other side. Jaemin, are you home right now? He blinks, totally caught off guard by the random question. Yeah. Why? Woojin doesn't skip a beat, completely deadpan. Come outside right now, and bring exactly 50,000 won with you. Jaemin just freezes, completely confused. Wait, what? I don't have taxi money, so come out here and pay it for me. Hearing that, Jaemin is completely speechless. This guy hasn't changed one bit. Jiwon walks out and catches her little brother heading for the door. Looking pretty surprised, she seriously asks, Where do you think you're going? Aren't you taking your final soon? Jaemin just replies that he has to step out for a minute. Jiwon puts her hands on her hips, her voice full of worry. You have the national college entrance exam tomorrow. What if you catch a cold out there? He turns around, fixing his jacket. I'm just running out real quick to pay Woojin's taxi fare. At the mere mention of that name, Jiwon's face instantly turns beet red. Woojin? The scene shifts over to a quiet little cafe, where Woojin is the first to speak. Jiwon, I totally thought you moved out, but you're still living at home. He keeps going. You really should have just sent Jaemin instead. Now I feel kinda bad. Jiwon quickly waves her hands, looking totally flustered. No, it's fine. It's just been a really long time, right? Her face absolutely lights up with pure joy as she talks. I actually quit my job and stayed home a few days ago. Woojin looks totally caught off guard. Wait, seriously? What, to go become some big celebrity? Woojin smiles, totally enjoying the moment as he teases her. I actually read an article about all that. They called you the beautiful woman belonging to Woojin. Jiwon's cheeks burn bright red. Stop it, don't tease me. Woojin just smiles warmly, his voice softening up. Okay. She quickly changes the subject. Anyway, besides all that, Jiwon slides her phone over for him to see. Take a look at this, she says, explaining things. I've been writing a web novel lately. I always dreamed of becoming a real author, and now, I can finally make that actually happen. Woojin scrolls through her phone and replies. That's awesome. So you really enjoy writing? Let's see what we have here. He skims through the chapters of her story. Beneath an ordinary all-boys high school in South Korea, a massive summoning magic circle suddenly appears out of nowhere. The plot gets insanely dramatic fast. The main character gets dragged right through that magic circle into a completely different world. He goes through countless ups and downs out there, surviving absolute hell, facing brutal hardships, and eventually evolving into an absolute powerhouse. And then, finally, our hero actually finds a way back to Earth. But of course, things do not go smoothly from there at all. When he finally makes it back, Earth is completely different. Humanity is getting absolutely crushed in a losing war against terrifying monsters. Woojin looks totally stunned reading this. Wait, is this guy? Me? Jiwon gets so excited that he actually noticed. Yeah, I thought of you while brainstorming, but it's honestly a super fun read. He genuinely praises her. This is amazing. And look, your story already has a ton of comments right here. The comment section is completely flooded with readers begging for the next chapter. What does that mean? They are totally supporting the author. Keep writing, author. Just killing time here. Bet the plot's about to be ruined. Jiwon blushes hard and stammers, hey, don't read the comments out loud. Anyway, she finally gathers up all her courage to speak. I also really wanted to say something to you. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to walk normally among people like this. I wouldn't be able to chase my real dreams. Woojin smiles softly, rubbing the back of his neck. It was really nothing. He looks right at her, his eyes warm and gentle. You only overcame it because you were strong enough. I just helped out a tiny little bit. Those words give Jiwon a huge wave of motivation. Knowing she was strong enough to choose her own path means everything. She looks at him, totally sincere. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. All right, let's jump over to the main headquarters of the Allendal Guild. Everyone inside is hustling, taking their guild work extremely seriously right now. Woojin takes a slow walk down the main hallway. He reaches his office and gently pushes the door wide open. Putting his hands right on his hips, he smirks. The guild looks a bit crowded today, doesn't it? Everyone jumps in surprise and shouts, "Boss, you're actually here early?" He gives them a confident smile. Yep, I'm here. How's everyone doing? Woojin walks further into the room and asks, have Sungwoo and Heyman shown up yet? The staff nearby instantly start whispering. Whoa, that's Kang Woojin. Sung-hoon steps up to answer him. They're just out back, sorting through all those trophies. They should be heading back soon. Suddenly, a pair of boots snaps to attention right behind them. A sharp voice calls out, Greetings, Chairman. Woojin and Soon-hoon both spin around to see who it is. Oh, it's Choi Hee-sun. She gives a slight smile as Woojin asks, Lieutenant Choi, is that you? When did you get here? Hee-sun shakes her head and answers, I'm actually not an active lieutenant anymore. I'm just in the reserves now. I officially started working here yesterday, so let's keep things professional. Woojin grins and asks, so taking off that stiff military uniform is still a long way away? Huh. Woojin just bursts out laughing, like he totally expected that answer. All right, we'll talk more about all that whenever Minna finally gets here. But for now, let's do a really quick interview. She looks totally stunned. Cut straight to the chairman's office, where the two of them are sitting face to face. Woojin carefully scans through Hee-sun's official system stats. Level 14. Name, Choi Hee-sun. Class, Beast Tamer. Notes, high self-respect and extreme loyalty. He stares right at her and drops the truth bomb. An F-rank Beast Tamer? Yeah, you definitely still have a lot of improving to do. Hee-sun breaks into a cold sweat, asking in total shock. Wait, how do you know that? Woojin calmly replies, I just see it. Suddenly, he goes completely dead silent. You can see the pure anxiety written all over her face while Woojin thinks back to before. Just last month up in North Korea, the Alliance ran a check on her. She was barely level 11 back then, with absolutely zero useful skills. Let's see how this plays out. Jumping 3 levels that fast? Her potential really isn't bad. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Massive tanks roll in, and warplanes completely fill the sky. Because the military relied on modern weapons, she never actually got the chance to develop her awakened skills. Watch this. Woojin suddenly reaches out, totally catching Hee-sun off guard. Here, take these. Her eyes go wide with absolute panic. What? He just points at the glowing gems in his hand. You don't know how? Just swallow these, focus, and channel your mana right into them. She completely fails to hide her absolute shock, stammering out loud. I mean, wait a second, aren't these ultra-rare enhancement stones? Why would you just hand me such ridiculously expensive enhancement stones? Woojin lets out a heavy sigh. If you're this weak, you're useless to me. You need to absorb these first. He pushes the handful of gems right into her face. Swallow them all. Taking them, her hands literally shake with pure joy. I promise I will put these to amazing use. She starts gulping them down one by one. Stamina goes up by 3. Magic power jumps by 4, and strength increases by 3. He crosses his arms, looking completely satisfied with the results. Nice. Your body handles the boost well. Woojin strokes his chin, deep in thought. Now, what kind of skill should he give her? Her physical basics are already solid, and thanks to her military background, she has incredible tactical awareness on the battlefield. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto the exact skill book he needs. Found it, he mutters, right as the system chimes. Telepathy. A high-tier skill that lets you communicate directly through brainwaves, making it incredibly easy to relay perfectly coordinated orders even in the middle of chaotic combat. Woojin immediately tosses the heavy skill book over to Heesun. Here, take it. She looks at it, totally confused. He quickly tells her that this is the absolute most important priority. You have to master this specific skill. Hearing the serious tone in his voice, she nervously replies, "Yes, understood." While he's at it, he grabs a massive stack of other books and drops them. Learn all of these too. She just stands there, totally stunned. Wait, all of that? Right at that moment, someone yells out, "Boss." It turns out to be Sung-gu. He sprints over, screaming loudly, "Are you actually being serious right now?" Woojin just looks at him, totally clueless. What? Sung-gu is practically gasping for air, thinking to himself, I cannot believe this is how he greets me right after getting back from America. Woojin notes to himself that Sung-gu has definitely bulked up a lot lately. Suddenly, Sung-gu snatches the remote and aggressively clicks the TV on. Look at this. The screen instantly flashes to a breaking news press conference regarding a massive national defense treaty with North Korea. The news anchor announces that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea has officially signed an exclusive military agreement with the Allendal Guild. Seeing this massive defense treaty broadcast, Woojin squints. Wait a second, isn't that Min-chan on the screen? I just told him to go grab lunch. What the heck is he doing up there? You seriously didn't know? Before Sung-gu can reply, Woojin points at the TV. And who are those stiff guys up front? Haman quickly chimes in. Boss, that's literally the Minister of Defense and the Grand Marshal of the military. Now, here is where things get truly insane. Haman explains that under this new treaty, their guild will receive absolute, full-scale government backing from now on. Woojin is visibly taken aback. Are you serious? Sung-gu looks ridiculously frustrated that his boss is this clueless. Is this really the time to act surprised? Haman immediately steps in to drop another bombshell. Basically, our guild is now solely responsible for national defense. We're literally acting as the entire country's military force right now. Woojin violently grinds his teeth together, his face twisting into pure annoyance. Say what? The National Army? Finally grasping the horrifying reality, Sung-gu groans out loud. Boss, putting it simply, this means we're going to be spending way more time dealing with the military. Hearing that, Woojin stares in absolute, horrified disbelief. On screen, the press conference finally wraps up. Woojin curses internally. Those absolute bastards. I literally just told that guy to go grab a simple meal. How did things escalate to this point? Woojin's dark, terrifying aura leaks out, instantly making the entire room drop into dead silence. He glares coldly. When that bastard gets back, tell him to stay put. Haman nervously swallows. Yes, boss. Right after answering, he watches Woojin suddenly turn around and march toward the exit. Wait, where are you going? Woojin answers, I'm heading straight to the rookie training center. He briefly glances back over his shoulder, completely shocking Sung-gu. I'm heading right into a dungeon. Come with me, Sung-gu. You too, Heesun. Sung-gu's jaw drops as he points at the girl. Wait a minute, Heesun is an awakened too? She rubs the back of her neck, looking incredibly shy. Yeah, I actually have mana and some decent skills. Sung-gu instantly grabs her hand, making her jump in shock. Fake tears stream down his face as he desperately pleads. From now on, I swear I'm going to work so incredibly hard. She gently pulls back, completely confused. Okay, but about what? The scene beautifully transitions to a gorgeous sunset over the city. Park Junpyo formally arrives to pick up Min-chan. Please, allow me to escort you home. Sir. Min-chan gives a tired but polite smile. All right, I appreciate it. Park Junpyo maintains his perfectly professional tone as he opens the car door. Shall I drive you straight home? Min-chan stares right back at him, his expression turning entirely serious. No, take me back to the office. Under the orange evening glow, an endless line of cars idles at a red light. Inside the quiet car, Min-chan is absolutely glued to his smartphone screen. Suddenly, Park Junpyo breaks the silence, instantly pulling his attention away. You guys are definitely going to have to relocate your headquarters soon. He glances into the rearview mirror. Since your guild is officially guarding the entire nation now, it just makes sense that you'd need a much larger facility. Once you pick a prime location, my team can actually get to work on it immediately. Min-chan lifts his phone to his ear, clearly dialing someone, but casually replies back. Hold your horses. We haven't even formally signed the contract yet. Plus, our guildmaster's final approval is absolutely critical for this. Park Junpyo just lets out a confident chuckle. The terms are ridiculously good. He's guaranteed to accept it. He flashes a highly smug smile, feeling completely in control. Don't worry, I plan on discussing every single detail with him, but we all know things never go as planned. The call finally connects, but Min-chan hears the wrong voice. Hey Min. Wait, why the hell are you answering his phone? Over the speaker, Hyman nervously delivers the bad news. The guildmaster already rushed into a dungeon with Director Hong and Hee-sun. Min-chan freezes. Are you serious? On the phone, Heeman puts her hands on her hips, completely baffled. Director, what in the world actually happened just now? Min-chan laughs awkwardly into the receiver. Not director anymore, I am the vice president now. He scratches his head, looking completely and utterly confused. This really is not the time for jokes. How on earth did a national defense broadcast like this even happen? Min-chan suddenly freezes cold as the reality of the situation finally hits him. What do you mean? How do I know? Heeman snaps right back at him. Are you kidding? It is literally blowing up all over the national news right now. He completely freezes, eyes wide with pure shock. What? Min-chan quickly spins around to ask Park Junpyo if their top-secret meeting was seriously just broadcast live on air. Junpyo just shrugs it off completely calmly. No way. If it actually leaked, it had to be some wild coincidence. Min-chan's face instantly darkens, panic written all over him. A coincidence? Yeah, right. There is absolutely no way that just happens. He tightly grips his phone again and rushes his words. I am heading to the office right now. Before hanging up, Heeman quickly drops a warning. Hey, keep this entirely between us, okay? But the guildmaster is looking seriously furious right now. The camera smoothly pans right across the massive city skyline. Boiling with pure anger, Min-chan silently curses those greedy old politicians in his head. No wonder they were so incredibly quick to offer such amazing deals earlier. He thinks right back to their tense dinner meeting earlier. The president had specifically proposed upgrading the Ajin Guild into a massive national defense organization strictly representing all of South Korea. The backdrop violently shifts into a state of absolute devastation. Ajin Guild was really just a massive stepping stone to keep Woojin, the absolute strongest awakener alive, firmly anchored in Korea. Min-chan clearly remembers sitting down with them for those heavy post-dinner negotiations. They firmly swore to fully back the guild, just as long as Woojin gave his official approval to the grand plan. It all seemed so perfectly friendly at the time. He literally cannot believe they actually broadcasted a top-secret meeting before Woojin even officially agreed to any of it. Recalling that completely fake handshake, he just desperately wonders why they would ever risk this. Min-chan's stressed face twists into an even deeper, more frustrated frown. Did they really leak this publicly just to aggressively pressure Woojin into saying yes? But pulling off something like that is absolutely impossible. Knowing his boss's terrifying temper, true panic really starts setting in. If Woojin finds out what these politicians just did, he will literally turn the entire Blue House upside down without a single second thought. The heavy, glowing sunset perfectly matches Min-chan's dark, rapidly spiraling thoughts. If we actually want him staying in Korea, I have to stop this disaster. He vows to find a fix somehow. Meanwhile, in a completely different location entirely. All right, you and I are shifting gears to a massive 6-star dungeon over at South Station. The terribly heavy stench of blood completely fills the air, making it super hard to breathe. Hee-sun looks absolutely sick. She turns around, pointing a trembling finger. Excuse me, but I am literally an F rank. Are we definitely in the completely wrong dungeon right now? A brand new normal rookie like me belongs in a simple 1-star gate, not whatever this nightmare is. Sung-gu just casually scratches his head and laughs back at her. leaving her totally bewildered. Everything he says somehow just makes her panic way harder. What is even going on? I do not understand. Sung-gu just grins. Honestly, you will probably die down here, but we will seriously try our best to help. Hee-sun silently swallows her massive wave of fear. That guy did not make her feel safe at all. Suddenly, remembering the boss, she frantically looks around. Wait, where is the guildmaster? Sung-gu points straight ahead. Oh, he already went inside. Her jaw utterly drops. That statement leaves Hee-sun looking even more completely shocked. What? Aren't we supposed to be doing some kind of training together? Sung-gu just casually shrugs. This is actually just one step of the grand plan. Here, hold this. He tosses an item, and she gasps out loud. It is a heavy dagger. Sung-gu holds up his knife, casually asking if she has ever filleted raw fish. Hee-sun flinches incredibly hard. Wait, what? Monster corpses are totally littering the entire floor. She awkwardly gets right to work, nervously digging bloodstones out of the dead beasts. Before long, she has filled an entire heavy bag with stones. Hee-sun looks absolutely miserable, sweating absolute buckets as she continues this gross task. She seriously questions her life choices right now. Why is she even down here? Meanwhile, Sung-gu is farming all those bloodstones with insane speed, leaving her completely, utterly stunned. He is way too incredibly fast. How is he even moving like that? Job completely done. He casually slings his massive backpack right over his shoulder. Sung-gu urgently rushes her. Pick up the pace, Hee-sun. At this rate, we will literally run into the boss before we even hit the lower floors. Yes, sir, she replies super seriously. Hee-sun hurries right over to him, deeply frustrated because she actually thought she was mining super fast, yet still cannot keep up. Seriously, how does the guildmaster even hunt this fast? Suddenly, a strange, creepy noise echoes sharply right through the incredibly dead silence. She literally cannot hold back her fear. What is that sound? Up ahead, dozens of glowing crimson eyes suddenly pierce straight through the pitch-black shadows. Monsters. Absolute, pure terror instantly washes right over her pale face. There are way too many. It is not just one or two. Did the guildmaster completely miss them? Meanwhile, beside her, Sung-gu just stands there completely relaxed, with zero panic in his body. Oh, look at that. Seems like he is already heading back up. What? Hee-sun loudly yelps out. From the deep shadows, an absolute army of skeletons steadily marches forward, their eyes completely glowing with that freaky, eerie red light. She realizes they are literally walking skeletons. Then, Woojin just casually steps right out from the dark. Are you two still not finished yet? Finally spotting him, Hee-sun practically screams out, Guildmaster. Sung-gu immediately jumps right to attention. I will rapidly finish collecting the rest of the drops right now. Woojin just casually waves him off entirely. Forget about it. Just follow me right now. We are heading straight out to the gate. Hee-sun just heavily stares, totally frozen in pure, absolute shock. She suddenly realizes the massive truth: he was never clearing this dungeon alone. She carefully watches Woojin and his utterly terrifying skeleton army march away. He summoned over 100 of them. Now you and I finally see exactly how the boss speed runs. Massive dungeons. All right, we're back. The next morning, the air is crisp. And right out of nowhere, a massive spatial portal spawns in midair. Hee-sun is hunched over, dry heaving non-stop. Sung-gu walks over and checks on her. Are you feeling any better yet? He knows walking through a portal feels incredibly weird the first time. Dripping with sweat, she wipes her chin and groans. Is it literally always going to be this miserable? It totally depends on the person, he tells her, but you will get used to it. Sung-gu flashes a bright smile. Shall we get moving? Woojin already went on ahead. Hee-sun just nods. Yeah, let's go. The two of them walk side by side down the quiet forest path. She looks him up and down, instantly asking how his clothes are still completely spotless. Without missing a beat, he explains that this gear is actually made from dungeon items. The guild covers the cost for all of this stuff. They finally arrive and spot Woojin just standing right in front of a giant skeleton. Sung-gu is totally caught off guard. Boss, I thought you went way on ahead without us. Woojin hears him and just smirks. Your timing is absolutely perfect. Woojin calls out for Hee-sun to come over. Out of pure reflex, she jogs right up to him. He simply points deep inside the cage and gives a blunt order. Try taming that thing. Her jaw completely drops. The sight in front of her is absolutely terrifying. Trapped inside that cage is a massive, aggressive, saber-toothed tiger glaring right at her. Tame that thing? Suddenly, a heavily chained book materializes right in front of his eyes. Right on cue, the system voice chimes in. High-tier fire magic comes with some insane requirements, so there is no time to just slowly get used to it. But now he can finally learn it. Congratulations on hitting A rank. Sung-Goo's shiny new class nameplate pops up on the screen. The system just keeps piling on the congratulations, and Sung-Goo is actually blushing. He can finally become a true master of fire. Snapping back to reality, Sung-Goo is literally screaming with pure joy. Deep down, he feels a little guilty. He cannot believe he actually complained when Woojin had such awesome intentions all along. Boss, I swear I am following you for the rest of my life. Meanwhile, that massive saber-toothed tiger is just growling fiercely inside its cage. Hae-sun looks completely panicked and turns to Woojin. Boss, do I seriously have to do this? If I go anywhere near that thing, I am going to end up as literal ground meat. Woojin looks at her and lets out a dry laugh. Do you honestly think I would let you get ripped to shreds? Whoever said you were fighting it? I specifically told you to tame it. He then spins around and shoots an order right at Sung-Goo. Hey, go make that beast submit. Sung-Goo shouts an eager yes. In a flash, he launches himself high up into the air. He sticks the landing effortlessly, which only makes the massive tiger even more cautious. Sung-Goo flashes a huge grin and waves hello. But the beast just keeps growling, locking its deadly gaze right on him. Suddenly, it lets out a deafening roar that literally echoes through the entire area. Hae-sun struggles just to stay on her feet. The sheer pressure is absolutely terrifying. Sung-Goo just keeps that calm smirk on his face. Why are you screaming? He tosses his jacket aside, totally ready for a brawl. It hasn't even landed a hit yet. The saber-toothed tiger roars and launches itself right at him with insane speed. Sung-Goo curls his hands into fists, charging up his skill. Time for the iron body technique. Sorry, but this is probably gonna sting. He completely unloads, dropping hundreds of rapid-fire punches straight into its face. The strikes are so fast, the beast just freezes up. Hae-sun is just rooted to the spot, her eyes wide with pure shock. And he is not done. Sung-Goo delivers a brutal kick that sends the massive beast flying. The saber-toothed tiger crashes violently into the dirt. Hae-sun is completely stunned by Sung-Goo's raw power. Wait, wasn't this guy supposed to be just a B-rank hunter? Is Director Hong seriously this overpowered? Hae-sun suddenly remembers him crying earlier. She realizes that goofy image of his did not match this insane level of strength at all. She thinks back to what Sung-Goo had told her earlier. Starting today, let us both put in the work and do our absolute best together. Sung-Goo waves with a bright smile and shouts out, I think it is safe for you to come over now. Hae-sun suddenly notices the sun is already high up. Sung-Goo places a hand right on the saber-toothed tiger and commands it to submit. But the beast refuses to give in, gritting its teeth and glaring straight at him. Seeing that attitude, he gets annoyed and just starts stomping on the beast repeatedly. You ungrateful little punk. How dare you bare your teeth at me like that? Yeah, that is right. Keep stomping on it. Hae-sun's expression completely darkens as she turns back to Woojin. Boss, I really do not think trying this again is going to work out. Plus, my mana is already running totally dry over here. The moment she says that, a surge of vitality floods her body. Now, pay attention here. Her mana is suddenly fully restored. Did the boss just do something secretly? Woojin quickly reassures her. Hey, do not lose your patience. With a huge level gap like this, of course it is going to be tough. She immediately questions him again, then what should I do? Woojin just raises two fingers. There are exactly two ways to tame a beast. He breaks it down. Either you build a bond and become its friend, or you just beat it into submission. Hae-sun is completely lost. So which one should I be doing right now? Hasn't it already been beaten to an absolute pulp? Woojin stares back with a completely deadpan expression. Nope, you were not the one throwing those punches. Were you? He says this while casually pointing his finger over at Sung-Goo. In this scenario, the actual villain of the story is that guy. Meanwhile, Sung-Goo is still enthusiastically beating the absolute life out of the saber-toothed tiger. Come on, try that again. Woojin looks over and sees the poor beast holding its head, agonizing in pure pain. And that massive beast is just taking the brutal beating. Woojin continues explaining. The one you need to build a friendly bond with is the victim getting beaten. With a dead serious glare, he looks at Hae-sun and asks what her next move is. Hae-sun nervously steps into the cage, standing face to face with a rampaging Sung-Goo. Suddenly, Sung-Goo acts completely out of character and scoffs down at her. Do you honestly think someone as weak as you can actually stop me? Hae-sun remembers Woojin's plan. She has to protect the saber-toothed tiger from the supposed villain, save its life, and become its hero. And you and I both know, this is about to be incredibly awkward. She was totally baffled. What kind of crazy situation was this? With their garbage acting, how could they possibly fool the monster? While she was still lost in thought, Sung-gu suddenly threw a lightning-fast punch, taking Hae-sun completely by surprise. She quickly threw up both of her hands, desperately trying to block the incoming attack. The attack was so incredibly heavy that it shattered both of her arms. Broken? Seriously? But he clearly threw that punch in slow motion. Sung-gu yelled out, "Here I come." Hae-sun quickly raised her hand, desperately signaling him to stop. Director Hong, wait a second, my arms are totally broken. Hearing her say that, Sung-gu just went even crazier. You weakling! Hae-sun cried out helplessly, completely terrified. Director Hong, meanwhile, Woojin just stood there, with his arms crossed, aggressively urging them on. Hae-sun, hurry up and pretend to attack him so you can finally tame that beast. Getting the hint, Hae-sun gathered her momentum, tightly clenched her fist, and charged straight at Sung-gu. Her punch quickly connected right with his chest. You'd think it was a weak hit, but the very next second, Sung-gu was blasted backward so hard that the sheer impact completely shattered the ground around him. Even Hae-sun herself was absolutely shocked by her own punch. Now, watch this. The saber-tooth, still growling menacingly, suddenly started walking right toward her. Hae-sun's heart nearly jumped out of her chest as she spun around, but it wasn't acting fierce at all. Instead, it looked completely adorable, staring with huge, sparkling eyes filled with tears. Hae-sun realized she had actually moved its heart. Acting just like a tiny, affectionate kitten, the giant beast gently rubbed its furry head right against her. What the heck? Why are you acting like this? Woojin just smiled with total satisfaction. Perfect. Now you've got yourself a solid guardian. Sung-gu immediately ran over and asked, Hyung, how was my acting? Woojin saw him and quickly offered some praise, claiming he totally deserved the Best Actor award for that performance. Hae-sun gasped, Director Hong, I'm not gonna lie, you were seriously terrifying just now. I totally didn't know you were a physical type awakened. Sung-gu looked completely disappointed as he replied, but I'm supposed to be a mage. Hae-sun couldn't help but look at him with pure confusion. Wait, what? Later that night, the three of them sat gathered around a crackling campfire. Sung-gu hesitated for a moment, clearly wanting to get something off his chest. Woojin finally asked, What's wrong? Why have you been making that weird face all night? Sung-gu sighed. Hyung? Woojin smirked right back. What? Couldn't hold it in anymore. Sung-gu finally poured his heart out. All this time, I've just blindly trusted everything you said. And yeah, maybe it's true that I only got stronger because you helped me. But then Sung-gu raised his voice. I'm a fire mage. So why is it that whenever we fight, all I do is rush in and punch things? Isn't that totally weird? He thought to himself. Ever since he first awakened, he had dreamed of being a badass fire mage. Woojin just gave a slight smirk without answering directly. Instead, he looked right at Sung-gu and tossed back a question. So, our dear director Hong Sung-gu, how does it actually feel to be a director? Sung-gu vented his pure frustration. All I ever do is run stupid errands. Woojin quickly cut him off. Which means you're an errand boy who gets paid a massive salary. Sung-gu let out an awkward laugh, explaining that wasn't what he meant. Then what do you think the point of those errands is? When I have to go away on business and need someone to handle my affairs, whose hands does it fall into? Sung-gu suddenly realized the truth. No way. With that exact same smirk, Woojin continued, That's right. You are literally the second-in-command general director of our entire Allendale guild, which basically means that eventually, one day, you'll naturally become even stronger too. Sung-gu cheered loudly, Hyung. The scene then shifts to a bustling area packed with people, standing right outside the doors of the Allendale guild office. Min-chan was so nervous his legs literally wouldn't stop shaking. He wrung his hands together, desperately trying to think of a solution. What should he do? How could he possibly explain this without making the guild master angry? Suddenly, the office door was violently yanked open, and Woojin asked, You're out here? Min-chan flinched hard and replied, Guildmaster. Woojin gritted his teeth, visibly annoyed. Look me straight in the eyes. Min-chan. Min-chan was absolutely dripping with cold sweat. He answered in pure terror. Yes, sir. Inside the guildmaster's private office, the silence was so heavy, it was genuinely terrifying. Min-chan stood completely shrunk down in front of Woojin. Woojin glared at him and demanded, What's up with that news report? He frantically tried to explain himself. That was totally fake news, sir. The meeting footage was actually supposed to be sent directly to you for a final decision before it ever got released to the media, but they accidentally broadcasted it. Woojin frowned deeply and shot back. They're just pretending it was an accident. Minchin kept pleading his case. But honestly, sir, the terms they offered really aren't that bad at all. I mean, they're actually pretty great. The government is just trying their absolute hardest to keep you from leaving the country. Actually, there are quite a few other countries putting massive pressure on the Korean government right now. Woojin softly called out his name. Minchan instantly responded out of pure reflex. Yes, sir. Woojin crossed his arms, his tone turning completely ice-cold. The issue isn't whether the conditions are good or bad. Minchan gulped as Woojin firmly continued. Did you completely forget my original reason for establishing this guild? Minchan nervously asked. To get an exemption from mandatory military service. Sir? Woojin snapped back in pure annoyance. If I just wanted to skip military service, I could have easily joined the M Guild. Why the hell would I bother making my own? That's when it suddenly hit Minchan. Oh no, was it because he just refused to work under anyone? Even the government? If that was the case, why didn't he just pick some random deserted island and declare total independence? Woojin glanced over with a chilling smirk. Well, there's no other way around it now. Blood for blood. Let's hit them back as hard as possible. Woojin gave the order to let the reporters in. And you and I know what happens next. The press immediately swarmed, camera flashes blinding the entire room. Woojin stood confidently at the podium facing the hungry reporters. He looked down, frowning deeply for a moment in silence, before gripping the paper in his hand. My first official statement. I sincerely apologize for the confusion and for giving you all the wrong schedule regarding the government agreement announcement, especially since our guild hasn't even reached a final decision yet. Kang Woojin just outright tears the paper right in half. All right, if you've got questions, I'll handle them later. As the president of the Allendale Guild, let me just make this one thing perfectly clear to everyone here. Minchan is completely blindsided by his actions. But Woojin steps right up. The government sent an unsigned agreement to the broadcasting stations just to air it on TV. And honestly, that makes me feel absolutely terrible. The whole crowd immediately erupts into chaos. Wait, so the Blue House lied to us? This is massive exclusive news right here. He confidently adds, that ridiculous contract they mentioned, it totally does not exist. So do not ever bring it up again. Honestly, I might just have to emigrate. Woojin smirks like a total boss. If you guys keep messing with me, I am packing up and leaving right now. Just tell them that. We are done here. And with that, he turns around and casually walks away, completely ignoring the screaming reporters. President Kang Woojin, please, just one question. President. But Woojin just struts right past them, throwing a deliberate look over to Minchan. Clean up the huge mess you started. Minchan bows his head completely submissively. Yes, President. He can only stand there and watch Woojin's fading silhouette. He nervously thinks to himself that the public backlash is going to be absolute chaos. But honestly, even against the Korean government, they have absolutely nothing to fear. Minchan breathes a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness Woojin didn't just charge straight into the Blue House. Down below, the desperate swarm of reporters is still shouting, Vice President Minchan, please, just one question. Naturally, the fallout from all this ends up being pretty messy. Let me tell you, after the Allendale Guild's press conference, the media and the entire internet absolutely lose their minds. The explosive news instantly sends netizens into a total frenzy. Thousands of wild theories start popping up. But the bottom line? That ridiculous agreement remains completely unsigned. Wait, has Kang Woojin actually decided to immigrate to America? It looks like the Korean government just got brutally rejected. The Korean government recklessly leaked all this before even securing their AA rank awakened. They tried claiming that the War Guild president and the top 3 major guilds were entirely enough to protect Korea, but barely a few hours later, the Allendale Guild completely shoots them down. Now, both Japan and China are closely watching this whole mess unfold. The world desperately needs another AA rank awakened, and this massive news just creates an absolute storm in the media. Meanwhile, back at the towering guild building, the Allendale Guild is actively preparing for an upcoming disaster. To massively boost their combat power, they start aggressively recruiting completely new, awakened members. Inside the quiet and intense office space, absolutely everyone is grinding away, super busy with their demanding work. Minchan carefully explains things to the person on the phone. No, listen, our president's decision is already perfectly clear. There is absolutely nothing left for us to reconsider here. Hanging up the phone, he heavily sighs in frustration. I am already swamped. Why do they keep calling? He turns around and asks, Heyman, how many applications do we have for New Awakened? Heyman puts his hands on his hips and replies, we got 1,200 applications today. That is a ton, but almost all of them are just F rank. Min-chan rubs his chin thoughtfully. Makes sense. High-ranking Awakened have usually joined a guild already, or they just want total freedom. Heyman stays completely optimistic though. Honestly, I think they still have a lot of potential. Our president can easily train them up. Remember, directors Hong and Heo were just F ranks initially, too. Hearing that, Min-chan immediately gets his confidence right back. You are right. That's honestly for the best. Once these New Awakened develop to a certain level, our guild's sheer scale will be massive enough to completely crush the big three. The two guys keep eagerly encouraging each other, and wow, it is genuinely inspiring. Let's cheer up and get to work. Suddenly, the system notification panel pops up. Level up. You have successfully reached level 70. Kang Woojin puts his hands on his hips, flashing a triumphant grin. Level 70 at last. Looking back at his past, he realizes he can finally unlock that legendary skill. This is the exact same power that once allowed him to command a terrifying army of 10,000 soldiers in his past life. Woojin makes his move, instantly activating his Death Knight summoning skill as thick black mist swirls right around his body. He smiles with pure satisfaction. I can actually feel it. 52 Death Knights waiting in the summoning realm. Woojin slowly extends his hand out, and a glowing blue gemstone instantly materializes right in his palm. I even have some brand new recruits. He raises his hand high into the air. Come forth, Ansat. The system voice chimes in. You have successfully unsealed the soul of Ansat. Out of the pitch black darkness, an eerie blue light starts flickering wildly. A sinister voice echoes out as countless chaotic images suddenly flash before him. I will kill you. The voice just keeps repeating that exact same terrifying sentence. I will kill you. Ansat clearly has this overwhelming, psychotic urge to destroy someone, but mixed with that rage is an incredibly desperate desire to survive. Out of nowhere, Ansat violently lunges straight toward Woojin. He throws a massive, lethal punch at RMC. My only goal is pure destruction. But Woojin casually whispers one single command. Stop. Ansat instantly freezes solid in midair. He is completely terrified, suddenly realizing his body won't move at all anymore. Just what on earth did this guy do? Woojin coldly issues his next command. Kneel. Ansat's knees immediately slam incredibly hard right into the ground. His entire body is just violently shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. What kind of trick did you play on me? Woojin casually brushes it off. Just give up. He flashes a smug grin. Promise to be my servant, and I might spare you. Naturally, Ansat fiercely rejects the offer. That is absolutely ridiculous. Woojin calmly draws two deadly daggers. It looks like you are not fully awake yet, and you clearly don't understand the severe situation you are in. He menacingly rests one blade right on Ansat's shoulder, smiling like a total villain. So, do you want to bow down? Or should I just shatter your soul right now? All right, you and I are jumping right back in. Ansat's soul trembles with pure rage. That is his sword. He distinctly remembers killing Woojin right then. But wait, he was actually the one who fell first. Back then, there was absolutely no other way out. Ansat finally surrenders. I will bow. Hearing this, Woojin smiles with total satisfaction. Good choice. The wind suddenly howls, kicking up heavy clouds of dust everywhere. When Ansat reappears through the smoke, his entire body is now covered in pitch black armor. You look like a shadow assassin, Woojin remarks. The system pops up. Ansat. Level 1. The 53rd Death Knight of the Immortal. He still has some serious rebellious traits, so keeping him in line requires high control. His standard skills? Summoning, forming up armies, and literally commanding death itself. Special abilities include stealth and silent movement. Plus, he commands troops. But here is the catch. Control required is 312, and his loyalty is incredibly low. Woojin stares hard at one specific number on the screen. What? 312 control? Why is he so rebellious? He waves his hand, ordering the knight closer. Hey, get over here. Ansat flat out ignores him, turning his face away entirely. Woojin holds back an awkward laugh, clearly annoyed. Look at this arrogant bastard, he snaps. Whatever, this will just have to do for now. He gives the order, go out and hunt down some troops. As soon as a certain name drops, red aura floods the room. Kiba, a massive foot slams down. looking ready to absolutely crush everything. Kiba appears, speaking with total respect. I humbly bow before the Lord. This makes Woojin incredibly happy. A wide smile spreading across his face. Kneeling formally, he says, "It is my true honor to see you again, my immortal lord." Woojin answers his loyal servant. "Long time no see, Kiba." A moment later, Woojin checks his system and gets hyped. The stats went up. He finally breathes a sigh of relief. Looks like that arrogant rookie is getting trained properly. Meanwhile, Kiba is completely chewing him out over there. "Look at your sluggish movements. Can you not move faster? Speak. Name and level. What an absolute greenhorn we have here. Wait, a rookie? Yes, I am Ansath, the 53rd Death Knight." Woojin smiles, knowing that summoning these knights will make hunting so much easier. Death Knights are creatures born with absolute top-tier leadership skills. Even far away, the skeleton soldiers can follow their knights into battle. Plus, they can all enter the summon realm together with the knights. Now I will never have to lift a finger in dungeons. Just like that, his ultimate all-in-one shadow army is completely prepped and ready. Stick with me here. Suddenly, a cheerful voice interrupts Woojin's inner monologue. "Master, the summon realm is amazing." He asks with concern. "Bibi, how are you feeling? Is your body okay?" She pouts. "How can you even ask me that?" Bibi furiously clenches her tiny fists. "I need to get super strong and crush those arrogant fools right now." The little girl had actually been feeling down for a very long time ever since she first got resurrected. Thank goodness she finally got her spark back. Right then, someone comes sprinting from behind. "Hey, bro." Sungu's feet are practically shooting sparks as he hurries over. Woojin chuckles. "Already getting the hang of that fire skill?" He laughs and replies, "It is all thanks to your amazing teachings." The little girl yells, "Sungu, you got this strong so fast." Pointing in confusion, Sungu asks, "Who is this kid?" Woojin explains, "Is this your first time meeting Bibi? You guys seriously have never crossed paths before?" Sungu's jaw basically hits the floor. "Wait, what? This is Bibi?" Sungu remembers. "Bibi, that adorable cat you picked up?" He panics. "This girl is the cat?" The kid nods. "That is me." Woojin smiles. "So you actually remember her." Just then, a voice chimes in. "Mr. President, we have collected all the bloodstones for you." Woojin looks totally surprised. "That fast?" The guy laughs, explaining, "Yeah, I just happened to find some handy helpers out here." "Helpers?" Woojin repeats. The man promises, "Yes, I will show you when we return." Seeing this, Sungu gets extremely curious. Are there still monsters out there? He summons a bright fireball and confidently declares, "Do not worry. Let me handle them." Woojin quickly blocks Sungu. "Hold on," he teases. "It looks like she can tame beasts all on her own now." He is completely confused. "Wait, what?" Suddenly, he spots someone far off. On the cliff, a figure is riding a giant bear. Birds circling above. Seeing the woman happily waving at them, Sungu blurts out in total shock, "Miss Haeyun." The system panel displays Haeyun's stats. Woojin smiles in satisfaction. Perfect. Her development is coming along really nicely. Later, their car rolls down a scenic autumn road. Someone inside is hyped. "I cannot believe she hit rank D after clearing just 3 dungeons. Haeyun's growth rate is absolutely insane." He nods. "It really is. If she tames even more, it will be flawless." "Hey, you two, keep it quiet when I am outside." He teases them, "But she has 20 monsters now, bro. Collecting bloodstones is so much easier like this." Woojin quickly reminds him, "Do not get lazy yet. You and Haeyun still have a very long way to go." Sungu quickly replies, "Yes, sir. We are just getting started. I must destroy the faction behind Ansath's assassination order." Woojin commands him, "Contact the Titan Guild immediately." He answers the chairman. As night falls, only the faint, flickering glow of city lights remains. Ding-kun answers his phone. He asks Woojin what is going on. Woojin replies, asking if he remembers that specific guy they talked about back in America. Ding-kun asks if he means Al-Assad. Woojin sounds totally surprised. He points out that Ding-kun even knows the name, asking if he already investigated the guy. Ding-kun immediately denies it, saying the guy is just a very famous assassin. He explains that Al-Assad does not actually belong to any specific organization at all. The assassin operates freely, exactly like a mercenary, and he has pulled off countless jobs, especially dealing with several dangerous organizations over in Afghanistan. Ding-kun honestly admits they are still trying to find out who hired him. Woojin just lets out a cold little laugh. He says he already knows. Dean-kun completely panics and shouts in disbelief. He asks if that is really true. Meanwhile, a cold, sharp smirk forms on Woojin's face. Woojin knows everything. By directly interrogating Al-Assad, he can easily expose the hidden forces and clients backing him. Then, he asks Dean-kun if he wants to team up and hunt down the mastermind, pulling the strings behind the scenes. Who exactly is this absolute fool? How dare they actually try to assassinate him? Woojin radiates pure, terrifying killing intent as he mutters to himself. It is officially payback time. The morning news broadcast suddenly plays in the background. A reporter named Young So-yeon wishes everyone a good day. She talks about awakened Kang Woojin, who is currently blowing up globally. Everyone wants to know if he will answer the call to go work overseas. Just like the Undead Guild, they are all discussing how they desperately need a training system to nurture AA rank awakened ones, exactly like Kang Woojin. Sang-ho hears this and gets absolutely furious. Who does Woojin think he is? The strongest in the world? Total nonsense. That $10 billion assassination hit on Woojin completely failed. Plus, Sang-ho has already lost contact with all those terrorist organizations for a while now. Not only that, but Chairman Kim, from the SG Group, completely cut off all contact. And ever since losing Lee Junhee, the War Guild status has just been constantly plummeting. He grabs his head in pure resentment. Damn it, Kang Woojin. This is all because of that absolute bastard. Now, you and I know things are about to escalate. A sudden voice startles Sang-ho, asking if he wants revenge. He stands up defensively and screams, asking who is there. Dark, eerie shadows swirl across the floor as the voice probes deeper. It asks if he wants revenge for Lee Junhee. Sang-ho looks completely bewildered, slowly repeating those words. Revenge on Kang Woojin? The mysterious entity guarantees it. It promises he can absolutely get his revenge on him. It offers to lend him its own terrifying power. The shadow tempts him, saying if he wants revenge, he must go to the dungeon where his sister died. He drops his jaw in pure horror, his eyes instinctively narrowing. Then, Sang-ho frantically looks around the room and yells out loudly. He demands to know who it is, telling it to come out and fight. His hand wildly grasps at thin air, shouting to know where it is hiding. Sang-ho suddenly collapses onto the ground, totally overwhelmed by indescribable emotions. He slowly forces himself back up, asking what in the world just happened right there. Was it a ghost? Suddenly, Sang-ho rolls his eyes back in sheer disbelief. An actual item just manifested right in front of him. He picks it up, completely baffled. Why is Lee Junhee's sword here? That weapon was supposedly destroyed inside that dungeon. The mysterious voice from earlier keeps echoing loudly inside his twisted mind. Does he not want revenge on the one who killed Lee Junhee? Sang-ho curses under his breath. If it really is that bastard, Sang-ho slowly spirals into dark, vengeful thoughts. He grips that sword tightly, his eyes blazing with absolute madness and an overwhelming hunger for raw power. Night fully falls, completely wrapping around the towering buildings filled with shimmering lights. Dean-kun silently contemplates tracking down those terrorists and wiping them off the map. The Undead Guild only demands two specific things from them: transportation straight to the Middle East, and stabilizing the affected zone right after they completely eliminate the terrorists. Their guild has already provided all the necessary transportation vehicles. The American military is already stationed at the designated zone and will begin operations soon. The main point here? This is a joint combat operation with the Undead Guild. While still investigating the enemy, they are basically just following Kang Woojin's orders. But if this entire combat operation ends up failing miserably, they will definitely face massive public backlash from the American government and the Titan Guild. But breaking their promise would look totally ridiculous, especially with a Korean guild punishing terrorists on their own turf. It is a really tough spot to be in, given the current situation. Should he actually risk accepting their offer? Suddenly, a voice cuts right through the heavy tension. The guildmaster announces the Holy Maiden has arrived. 2 cups of tea sit there, steam rising heavily into the air. Wait, what? She wants to follow Kang Woojin and actually leave the Titan Guild? Marie's face looks just a little bit tense as she replies. Yes. She simply has absolutely no other choice but to follow that path. It is the absolute prophecy of the goddess. Dean-kun immediately scrunches his face in frustration. He admits this whole situation is completely baffling him. Her prophecy skills and divine blessings have brought so many massive benefits to their guild. She even established the Holy Knights just for the ultimate goal of liberating Alphen. So if she actually leaves right now, they will take a massive hit. They would not be able to handle any of the upcoming future disasters without her. This is where we see true dedication. Marie just smiles and continues, thanking the Titan Guild, but refusing to defy the prophecy. She will leave everything she received behind. He lets out a deep sigh, realizing he just cannot stop her anymore. But he begs her to lead the Holy Knights. They were formed by the Arya organization. Keeping them close will definitely become her greatest strength. Hearing this, she breaks into an excited smile. She asks if he is serious. Dinkun insists his guild owes her and the goddess, so they will absolutely keep supporting the Arya organization. The Arya Guild is always welcome here. Marie's cheeks flush, slightly pink. She warmly thanks Dinkun, praying that the goddess will bless him with endless happiness. Tesk. He flashed a totally sinister smile. This was the absolute best backup plan. No matter what happened next, he had to maintain that strong connection with the Holy Saintess. Meanwhile, deep in some dark alleyway right in the middle of the city, Sang-ho was constantly muttering things under his breath. Power, revenge, power. His face turned completely dark. He needed absolute strength to get his payback. His heavy footsteps dragged forward, moving incredibly slowly across the ground. Suddenly, Sang-ho looked up at the huge statue standing right in front of him. He stared down at Kang Woojin's memorial plaque. It was written to honor the great hero who stopped the massive disaster and saved the people of Daegu. Nearby, Haemin was casually walking and whistling, jingling the heavy bunch of keys on his hip. Suddenly, his eyes shifted toward the exact spot where Sang-ho was standing. Huh? Right as he spoke, the face of the massive hero statue was violently smashed to pieces. Haemin's eyes went wide with pure shock at the crazy scene unfolding right in front of him. Sang-ho's face remained incredibly dark. Hey, what exactly do you think you are doing? Suddenly, Sang-ho's eyes glowed bright red as he lifted Haemin's body completely into the air. He angrily asked, "You seriously do not recognize me?" Haemin stuttered back. "You are the Guild Master of War." Suddenly, Haemin's co-worker ran over in a total panic. "Captain, what is going on here?" Seeing Haemin literally floating in midair, he looked at Sang-ho in pure shock. "Who are you?" "We have a highly suspicious awakened individual over here at the station. Backup team, please." Before the co-worker could even finish speaking, his phone completely shattered into pieces. Sang-ho's eyes began to glow with intense, terrifying power. "Suspicious awakened? You guys really do not recognize me at all?" Now both Haemin and his terrified co-worker were floating completely helpless in the air. Both of their bodies went completely stiff, leaving them with absolutely zero chance to fight back. Sang-ho just stared up at them coldly without saying a single word. Then, blood violently splattered all over the purple ground in every direction. The exact second he dropped his hand, both men crashed heavily onto the hard ground. Sang-ho looked down and spoke grimly. "You pathetic bugs." Right at that moment, the atmosphere inside the station turned completely terrifying. A dark, mysterious shadow stood right by the iron gates. Sang-ho's expression had not really changed yet, but suddenly, his face twisted up into a look of deep discomfort and obvious pain. Sang-ho panicked completely. "What is this? Why am I suddenly inside a dungeon?" He tried to remember what just happened. Wait, did I actually kill someone? Damn it, it is way too late to turn back now. I should conquer this dungeon first, before even trying to leave. But could he actually handle everything all by himself? Suddenly, a massive, booming laugh echoed out. "If you accept my invitation, you can leave this place very easily." Sang-ho looked completely shocked. He definitely recognized that voice. Suddenly, a strange portal opened right in front of him. "Come here. I will give you the one thing you desire most." A bright, glowing orange-yellow light completely fueled the intense curiosity building inside Sang-ho's mind. He slowly dragged his feet and stepped right inside. The entire place was completely freezing and buried deep in snow. An ice castle? Is he actually hiding in there? This makes zero sense. None of the monsters I met so far even tried to attack me. Whoever called me here is definitely the master of this dungeon. The massive doors of the castle slowly creaked open right before him. Sang-ho moved quietly through the grand hall, looking around very carefully. Io sat up high on a massive throne and spoke with a booming voice. "So, you actually came?" His face lit up with absolute excitement. "The one who called me here is literally the king of this place." Sang-ho quickly fell to his knees in front of Io. "Your senses are quite sharp. I actually like that." Io started walking down the stairs, and Sang-ho began trembling. Looking up, he stuttered back. "Yes, sir." He knew if he offended this guy,